Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 6 of the series. Chapter 166.3, Experiment Preparations, 3/3, Short, Chapter 166, Experiment Preparations, 3/3, Short, I see, but even then, thank you. Ryuma, so, Ryuma-kun. What kind of experiment are you going to be doing now? Elise, when the madam asked me that, I gathered my thoughts first then answered. Right. I know I got all of these ingredients gathered here so luxuriously like this, but I'll only be using 7 types of oil plus another which I'll be preparing later using the Dante seeds. As for the perfumed oil, I want to go with just a few exemplary ones. Ryuma, are you sure? Elise, yes. Perfumed oils can get complicated with the amount and the mixing, so today I just want to get a feel for when I add mumito and oil to the perfumed oil. It'll be a huge help to have as many people as possible cooperating with me, so I'll be assuming that everyone gathered here is a customer. As such, I want to know their thoughts and find out if there's anything they would like to request after using the products. Ryuma, I know I told them to work with me in my experiments, but I'm actually a beginner when it comes to beauty products. I barely have any experience in it to count as a beginner, so unless I can find out what the customers want, I won't be able to sell anything. This is basic. I want to hear their thoughts on the ingredients and why. Ryuma, while I was talking, I noticed that the few young girls in the group were anxiously saying that the work seemed difficult while looking in my direction. Right. Just saying something along the lines of, wanting a moisturizer because one's skin dries easily, will be enough. There's no need to think of too many things and try to explain. So long as the maids honestly say what they want and everything is recorded on a piece of paper, that will do. Ryuma, I'll use the findings from the opinions of the experiment to decide the future development of my beauty products. Thank you for explaining. Take Bayashi-sama, the 3 people over there. If there's something you don't understand, stop eavesdropping and ask. Even if you don't know if it's okay to ask, you should still ask. Riviola, our deepest apologies. 3 girls, good grief. My apologies on behalf of these undisciplined children. Riviola, well, it would be too tiring if they were so unreserved right from the start. I won't tell you how to teach them, but please do keep the questions in moderation so I don't tire out too quickly. Ryuma, I will be just using 8 types of oil and 3 types of perfumed oil, but even just that is enough to create 24 combinations, so it will still take considerable time to make the samples and test them all. It is said that the feel of the product can change even with the size of the sugar grain, so I want to try even the finely ground grain. It was in this way that I took my first step in making the sugar scrub a success. I never thought it would turn out into such a big thing, though. Chapter 167.1 Chapter 167, The Results of the Experiment and Noble Cuisine, 1/3, Short, It's almost afternoon. Rurunes-san muttered around the time I'd gathered plenty of data from the experiments conducted. It's that time already. In that case, let's end the experiments here today. Everyone has to eat too. Ryuma, very well. Rurunes, at that, she informed everyone that it was time to end the experiments for the day. I went to check how the cleanup of the scene was doing, and it was then that I noticed that the madam looked rather sad. Are you all right, madam? Ryuma-kun. Oh, it's nothing. I'm not really troubled or anything. Elise, when I called out to her, she responded in the same tone as usual. It didn't seem like she was trying to hide that she was feeling bad. Was I mistaken? You seemed sad, so I thought you might have been feeling unwell. Ryuma, oh, my. Really, thank you. But it's nothing special. It's just that the lunch after this is, Elise, lunch. I wasn't expecting to hear her talk about lunch, so I ended up showing a befuddled look on my face. The madam laughed and said, You know that winter, especially the start of the end of the year, is when the socializing season of the nobles begin, right? During this period there are a lot of parties, ranging from small to big, and there are also plenty of opportunities to have a meal with others. But to be frank, the food at these parties are really bad. Elise, come to think of it. Ryuma, I think it was a long while back, though it shouldn't have been a year just yet, when I held a party to celebrate the opening of my store. You said the same thing then. Something about noble cuisine being nothing but something to throw money at and the food doesn't taste good. Ryuma, I still remember when they praised my food so much and I thought they normally ate delicious food, only for me to find out that it was the opposite. But then again, the food I've been eating since coming to this mansion of theirs has always been delicious. I dare say the food even felt luxurious, but food meant for parties are different. There are those who eat such food regularly under the idea that such food is the food of a true noble, but no, we don't share that way of thinking. And we eat normal food. The food to be served also varies depending on who the guest is. Elias, I see. It would probably be better to think of noble cuisine as a completely different kind of food. Given the timing that you're talking about this, I take it that this means that you have to eat this party cuisine this afternoon. Ryuma, Chapter 167.2 Chapter 167, The Results of the Experiment and Noble Cuisine, 2/3, right you are. We have to decide what food to serve when organizing a party, and even if we're not the host, we do get invited a lot. Of course, we have to eat what we're served. Because of that I'm using the time I have now to get used to noble cuisine. Are you perhaps interested? Elias, I would be lying if I said I wasn't. Ryuma, if the madam talks about it that much, I can't help but be curious myself. That being said, noble cuisine catered for parties must be very expensive compared to normal food. I think it's a bit much to request such expensive food just because I'm interested. I don't recommend it that much, but if you insist, then all right. I really cannot reinstate that I do not recommend it, but there should be enough food for another person, so if I tell the head chef, I'm sure it can be prepared. Again. I really do not recommend this. Elias, in that case, please allow me to take advantage of your generosity. Ryuma, my curiosity won out. All right then, I'll have someone call you from your room when the food has been prepared. Elias, before I knew it the after cleanup of the experiment was already done. And then mealtime came. Hello, Ryuma-kun. How was the experiment? Reinhardt, thanks to your help, I was able to get meaningful data. Ryuma, I spoke to Reinhardt-san about the results of the experiment while waiting for the food to be served. Thanks to the experiments this morning, I now have an idea what direction I should take my products. Ryuma, due to the circumstances surrounding the people cooperating with the experiment, I was worried at first, but they were surprisingly relaxed and were able to honestly give their opinion. The two most common opinions are these: I want a sugar scrub with a strong scent. I want a sugar scrub with no scent. Two completely different opinions, and yet the number of supporters behind each is barely different. I was thinking it would be better to add more scent, but the results are surprisingly different. I wanted to investigate the results more closely, and it turns out that most of those requesting for sugar scrubs with strong scents are the common women, servants, who were merely hired. While those who wanted sugar scrubs with no scent were the men, some of the female servants, the madam, Rurune-san, Riviola-san, and the servants with high rank, like the maids accompanying the madam. There were all sorts. When I asked for the reasons behind the requests, I found out that the women who wanted the scented sugar scrubs wanted them for the following reasons: perfumed oil is expensive and is a luxury, so it's not something that they can easily use. Depending on the variant, commoners might not even be able to acquire them, so there's a sense of luxury. If they can also add scent to their bodies after using the sugar scrub, then it will make the sugar scrub a bargain deal. There are some differences in the details, but if you summarize their opinions, it all basically boils down into these 3 points. Apparently, using perfumed oil is quite a luxury to the common women, and just having even a drop of perfumed oil already gives a luxurious feeling to the product. All the more so if the scent can remain after use. Those who were especially honest said that they could use the scent after bathing themselves to appeal to men. They spoke about various methods of using the product. At some point, the contents they spoke about became too dangerous to be spoken of to a child, me, so they ended up incurring Riviola's scolding, but I protected them with all my strength. That was probably the most exhausting part of the experiment today. Sounds like you had a harder time than I thought, Reinhardt. They were very important opinions in improving the sugar scrub from a mere prototype to an actual product. Ryuma, that's good to hear. So, what about the people that preferred an unscented variant? Reinhardt, oh, in their case, they had all sorts of reasons. One reason given was a simple, I hate perfume, but this was a minority. It was mostly the men who were saying this. Ryuma, yes. There are indeed people who hate the smell of cosmetics, aren't there? I'm not too fond of it myself. Reinhardt-san too. Actually, me too. But girls just want their partner to find them beautiful. Elise, I know they put a lot of effort into it. I won't deny that. Reinhardt, when the madam muttered that earlier sentence to herself, Reinhardt-san quickly followed up that he acknowledged the effort of women. Is that the action of a good man? In the end, I could not tell from the madam's expression if that was the right action or not. I continued. The servants working in the kitchen said that a strong scent would interfere with their work or they'll be scolded. Their reasons were because of their job. As for the madam and the high-class servants, they are all regularly using perfume already, so in order to be able to pick out a perfume they like, they want an unscented sugar scrub that they can use in the bath. A kitchen maid says that she wants to use a scented sugar scrub if she could, but given her work, she'll have to use the unscented one instead. Just being able to know this difference in opinion based on one's occupation and social standing is a huge help. I also think it's simply interesting. Ryuma, Chapter 167.3 Chapter 167, The Results of the Experiment and Noble Cuisine, 3/4. Personally, I'm hoping that there might be a way I can include the puke of the deodorant slime somewhere in the development of the unscented sugar scrubs. Deodorant slimes are slimes that evolved after cleaner slimes were fed charcoal. The liquid puked out by both the deodorizing liquid, the extract odor component liquid, and the odor defensive liquid all have different effects, but the one thing they have in common is that they're all black, so I know that they all have trace amounts of carbon particles in them. I've also already confirmed that the liquids still take effect even when mixed with other liquids. The trace amounts of carbon particles might be useful not just for smell but also for cleaning. Alright, I think I spoke a bit too much now. I'm sorry for prattling on endlessly. Ryuma, it's alright. We don't really mind. I had fun asking you all sorts of stuff too. It sure is amazing that you're able to think of so many things just with one experiment. Reinhardt, it really was a huge help that everyone was so cooperative. It's also been a long time since I've done something like this. It was really fun. Ryuma, although I've been intending on continuing my slime experiments, I left the forest, got a store. There are a lot more stuff I have to do now compared to when I had cooped myself up inside the forest. Inevitably, I've had less time to focus on just one thing. But don't worry. It's not like I regret leaving the forest or anything. Meeting everyone and all the things that happened have all become fond memories. So I definitely don't hate leaving the forest. Ryuma, I felt like I had to clear that up, so I said that in a hurry. The madam and Reinhardt-san smiled at me gently. I wonder why, but it's kind of embarrassing. Reinhardt, Elise, Ryuma, excuse me. Butts. Oh, thank goodness. It finally came. I was relieved to finally be freed from the tepid silence. When I unintentionally glanced at the face of the madam and Reinhardt-san, I noted that although they were quiet, they were clearly less tense than before. The menu for today is Alban salad and for soup we have beef, but, perhaps because today is a testing for the noble cuisine, the head chef, But-san, himself appeared to bring the food. With his simple explanation of the food as the BGM, the maid started setting the table. Before long it was finally time to eat. My first taste of true noble cuisine. Without panicking, without making a ruckus, I followed the madam and Reinhardt-san's lead and ate the salad. This is actually normal avocado. The flavor is a little different, but it's actually a normal delicious salad. Nothing really stands out other than the gold power that's probably there for coloring. This salad is pretty good. It's simple and the Alban is enjoyable. Ryuma, the Alban this year have been grown well. They're full of nutrients and are in season, so a plate can probably go as low as 10 small gold coins. But, what? This plate is 10 small gold coins. But it's 4 or 5 mouthfuls at most. If your mouth is big, then you'll probably be able to eat everything in just 2. So does that mean the little portion I've eaten is already equivalent to 2 small gold coins? This is way too luxurious. Ryuma-kun, are you alright? Elise, oh, don't mind me, it's delicious. I was just a little surprised by the price. Ryuma, that's good then. But that much is normal in noble parties, you know. And enough serving will be needed to accommodate all the guests. Elise, how many guests are there? Ryuma, that would depend on the size of the party, but it's usually in the hundreds. Allies, just one plate of the hors d'oeuvre already costs 10 small gold coins. If you have to serve that to 100 people. I just can't imagine it. Foo. You look like you've seen something strange. Allies, don't tease him too much. Reinhardt, the madam was teasing me. So was that a lie just now? Ryuma, oh, of course not. Allies, yes. I can more or less tell what you're thinking. But it can be said that having parties is the duty of nobles. And with that the money will return to society. Reinhardt, it's not like I don't understand that, but the amount they're talking about is just too big and I can't quite imagine it. While I was thinking that, I'd already finished the salad. I was matching their pace, so I ended up finishing the plate before I knew it. While finding it a little bit wasteful, the soup came next. This next dish appears to be a chili beef soup. The color seemed dangerous, but it was actually a little nostalgic. Ryuma, after filling my mouth with a spoonful of it, a piercing sensation filled my mouth. At the same time, it hit me. Isn't this the spiciness of the very spicy challenge dish? Cough. Excuse me, Reinhardt. Allies, Reinhardt-san choked, while the madam seemed to be fainting in agony and could not say anything. Are you two all right? Ryuma, it's been a while, so we were just shocked. Ryuma-kun, are you okay? Reinhardt, it seems he was more surprised by me being okay. Chapter 167.4, The Results of the Experiment and Noble Cuisine, 4/4, Chapter 167, The Results of the Experiment and Noble Cuisine, 4/4, I tried taking another spoonful of the dish and it seems I can eat this normally. Ryuma, in my past life, my boss forced me to take these challenges on. That's why I'm not so bothered by the spiciness. Besides, this soup isn't just extremely spicy. It's true that the spiciness of the soup stands out the most at the start, but if you taste it more thoroughly, you'll notice that the umami of the beef soup has thoroughly pervaded the dish. Ryuma, it's not like those prank dishes that have merely had a lot of spiciness added to them for the sake of making them difficult for people to finish completely. This soup may be spicy, but it was definitely made to be as delicious as possible. People that have a hard time with spicy food might be unable to eat this, but if it's me, it's a-okay. The serving wasn't much in the first place, so before I knew it, I'd already emptied my bowl. I've also emptied the glass of water I was given. The maid that was standing attention to serve us water whenever necessary was also surprised. It was at that moment. It makes me so happy that you were able to see the taste hidden behind the spiciness. But San said earnestly. High-class spices and expensive ingredients are used extravagantly for noble parties, and there's also a traditional standard for the spiciness from 1 to 10. But there are also those who find it questionable to make a dish that's so spicy that no one can eat it. But a spiciness rating that goes from 1 to 10. That's totally the rating on the spicy challenge menu. I don't know if it's just a coincidence or not, but please don't turn something like that into a tradition, otherworlder of the past. But I still want people eating my food to find them delicious. Thanks to you, I feel as if all that work I put in was worth it. Thank you. But he thanked me out of the blue just like that. I wonder if there's a lot of people who can't eat stuff like this. It's doubtful that there would be many other than the nobles who can eat food like this every day. Especially since your everyday commoner family wouldn't use spices to such an extent. The taste is simply too thick. I know I made it, but really, it's amazing you could stand the stuff. But I ate something like this in the past. Ryuma, I replied vaguely, but Reinhardt-san suddenly seemed to remember. Come to think of it, you're from the Great Shurus Forest. That region is full of spices. Reinhardt, right. It's a land abundant with pepper and chili. Ryuma, I see, so it must have been a local dish then. If you have time, could we talk about it sometime? I might be able to find something to help me make a more delicious food despite needing to use a lot of spice. But I'm not that privy to the details, but I can share everything I know. Ryuma, my conversation with the head chef ended with that. I took advantage of the misunderstanding to excuse myself, and then proceeded to eat another dish. If I were to consider that the spicy menu is Japanese culture that somehow got passed on as a tradition of the nobles. Roast beef with cacao sauce. Enjoy. But this time the dish had a sauce that was super bitter. It seems to have been made in chocolate style, but it doesn't have even the slightest bit of sweetness to it. It's basically just cacao. After eating the rest of the dishes, I finally started to put together the picture. It seems that just like the extremely spicy dish, there are also extremely salty, extremely bitter, extremely astringent, extremely sour, and extremely sweet dishes. The last drop makes the cup run over. Somehow, this experience has made me want to send those words to someone in the past. Chapter 168.1 The Thoughtfulness of a Coworker, 1/2. Chapter 168 The Thoughtfulness of a Coworker, 1/2. Afternoon. Within the woods that expanded at the back of the Duke's residence, the trees have been cut open to clear a path for people to pass, and at the same time, the weeds have also been mowed to create a path to walk on. It's still within the lot of the Duke's residence, but this place appears to have been made with the intention of making it as close to nature as possible. From time to time, I could feel the presence of other living creatures. Ryuma, a wolf-like monster, peeked at me from the distance, then as if nothing was amiss, it left. Was that the madam's familiar? Ryuma, I asked that to Rurune-san, and she said that that was indeed likely to be the case. Most of the wolf-type monsters here, especially those checking on us, are the madam's familiars that have been stationed here to keep watch. But the servants also have their own familiars, so it's possible it's someone else's too. Either way, the manager has already been informed of our plans for the day. The monsters won't attack us. Rurunez, that's good to hear. Does the Duke's family have a lot of monster tamers among their servants? The Jamil family is a family of monster tamers, after all. They've even gone out of their way to prepare an environment like this where the familiars can live comfortably. And since they've made this place freely available, it's become a good environment for interested people to learn. There are many monster tamers among servants that have served in the family for a long time. For example, please look over there. Rurunez, when we reached the end of the path, a space within the woods that had been cleared into a beautiful rectangle greeted us. The ground was covered in verdant grass and wild flowers, and to the left could be seen a large lake. The plains were about as big as a primary school's gymnasium. At that size, it's more than big enough to run laps around. Rurunez-san pointed to the center of the lake. The shape was a bit distorted, but there was a mossy cone-shaped island over there. I wonder if there's something on that island. It might look like an island, but that's actually the floatland tortoise monster. Rurunez, so that's what it is. Ryuma, I asked more about it, and it turns out that the floatland tortoise carries an air bladder inside it and lives near the surface of the water. For food, it eats the insects and small fishes that float toward it. It possesses sharp fangs and a sturdy jaw that allows it to crush even the bones. It's a very gentle monster, and when it grows big enough, a person can ride on its back. By the way, the contractor is the head chef, But-san. I've also had the opportunity to ride on its back when I was young. Rurunez, so, you can ride on it, huh? Come to think of it, I've been looking for a monster that I could use as a mount. How does it feel when riding the tortoise? Ryuma, floatland tortoises generally just float, so while they can be ridden on, they're not suitable for ferrying people. If they lose their balance, they'll capsize too. Well, it does make for a fun memory, though. Rurunez, I wonder if it really feels like a balloon. Oops, I'm getting sidetracked again. Better start working. Already. But my husband has yet to arrive. Rurunez, I'll just prepare some things. That would make it easier for those coming to help too. And what I'll be doing is really nothing more than a simple job. Ryuma, I need to make some preparations before constructing the venue for the wedding hall. As for what exactly it is I'm about to do, well, dimension home. Ryuma, I'm going to have the weed slimes eat the weeds. After this, all the weeds were pulled out in a blink of an eye. They couldn't even put up a fight. As my preparations went underway, some of the volunteers started gathering. Ryuma-kun. Camille, good work out there. Ryuma, when I heard Camille-san's voice, I turned around, but Zeph-san and Jill-san were also with him. For some reason, though, Hayuza-san was listlessly borrowing a shoulder. I'm glad that my 4 guard acquaintances showed up, but why is he like this again? His face is pale. Is he okay? Ryuma. Hayuza-san's breath was ragged and he weakly shook his head as he held his mouth. You'll puke if you talk. Ryuma. Hayuzu, seems I hit the bullseye. Hey, hey. Don't puke now. Zeph, lay him down by the tree shade there. Jill, at Jill-san's suggestion, Hayuzu-san was immediately carried to the shade under one of the trees. Rurunez went to help Hayuzu-san, so it'll probably be fine. So, Camille-san. Did something happen? Is this because of all that studying for his promotion? Ryuma, nah, actually, that doesn't have anything to do with this at all. Camille, he said something really insensitive to a girl and got smacked. He didn't mean anything bad by it, though. Zeph, that's nothing new for him, though. Jill, I see. But was that really enough to turn him like this? Ryuma, Hayuzu-san is a guard of the Duke's family. He should be fairly trained. Even if he's not wearing armor outside of work, it shouldn't be possible for a single person to leave him like this. Ah. He picked the wrong opponent. Zeph, you know Raviola-san, right? Jill, the maid from the Big Monkey Man tribe. She helped me with my previous experiment. Ryuma, well, if you know her, then that makes this quick. He was done in by her. For the record, she's not just big, she's also properly studied martial arts. Jill, there are places we can't enter, after all, since we're men. In places like those, it's up to her to act as the guard. Among the women, she'd ranked first or second best fighter. Zeph, she's fast enough that just a moment is all it would take to lose sight of her fist. It was that very fist that landed cleanly into Hayuzu's solar plexus. Jill, I see, Ryuma, Hayuzu-san, just what did you say for her to aim at such a vital part? I turned to him as I thought that, but he was being devotedly treated by Rurunez-san. Hayuzu-san and Rurunez-san didn't seem to notice it, but the male volunteers that had gathered all had scary eyes. Well, it's not like I don't understand. Well, shall we leave the two of them be and begin work? There are still some people missing, but, Ryuma, Chapter 168.2, The Thoughtfulness of a Coworker, 2 halves, Chapter 168, The Thoughtfulness of a Coworker, 2 halves, right, that would probably be a good idea. Jill, I'll talk to the people that come. Camille, in that case, please gather them by that corner over there. I'll explain to them there what we'll be doing. Ryuma, that area with various stuff like those mountains of sand. Gotcha. Camille, I'll go there too then. Zeph, doesn't seem like I'm needed. Do you need help with your preparations? If there's anything you need, just say it. Jill, in that case, there is something I need your help for. Ryuma, and then we began working. The first thing I would like to ask everyone to do is to build the area for those participating in the wedding ceremony. The designated area has already been dug deeper than the rest of the lot and has been reinforced with brick. So, please start with the interiors. First, in the inner side of the bricked area, mountains of soil have already been piled up in random intervals. Get some soil from the nearest pile to you and lay them over the ground and press it. Use the tool here to flatten the ground. The thickness of the soil is marked on the bricks surrounding the area you are to work in. Please refer to those. Start from the ends and make your way inside. Ryuma, I had Jill-san help me to demonstrate to the people what to do. Once the ground has been made even enough for people to walk on it. Once the ground has been prepared, you will lay out these stone plates. Ryuma, that was a stone plate assembled using 8-shaped blocks without any space between them. Taking into consideration that most of the people participating in this work have had no prior experience, I assembled one of the blocks beforehand and completed it using earth magic with the image of one. Since a single side of the area we need to cover is about 3 meters wide each, after leveling the ground, we can immediately turn the area into a beautiful venue if we lay down these blocks. The blocks are heavy, but these people work as guards, so they should be confident in their strength and stamina. Put them together like this and line them up one after another. If you do that, a space to connect the next block will appear. Please insert a different block in that space. When you place the block, you'll be able to easily connect it with another one. Ryuma, oh, that's actually a lot easier than I was expecting. Man 1, so we just lay some of that soil of yours and put these plates over it, right? Man 2, is that really enough? Man 3, for our objective this time, it's more than enough. Ryuma, overdoing things will just lead to more work and it'll make it a lot more difficult to return things here to the way they were before once the ceremony is done. Because of that I made sure to harden the foundation with earth magic. 1 day for both the wedding ceremony and the celebration. 1 week before and after should be more than enough. I've prepared a spirit level here. Please be careful with the height and evenness of the soil. A person could trip himself over a connection when drunk, and if the slope is bad, the food and the drinks might slide off. It's simple work, but whether or not the party will be enjoyable is all dependent on everyone's work here. Ryuma, haha, whether the drinks are enjoyable or not, huh. Men 4, when you put it that way, I get really fired up. Men 5, please do get fired up. Also, one more thing, in the space between the bricks at the edge and the stone plates, please place the same bricks as before. If there are earth magicians here, please do help out, Ryuma, in that case, count me in. I'm affiliated with the magic squad and specialize in barrier magic, but I can use earth magic fairly well. Woman 1, I can use it too. Woman 2, I'll do it. Camille, I heard some voices coming from behind the wall of well-statured men. The crowd of people opened up and a group of slender men and women came to view. Camille-san was with them. They mentioned Magic Squad, so. Magic Squad. You must be magic specialists then. Thank you very much. Please allow me to rely on you. Ryuma, I was a little exaggerated when I thanked them. Because of that they made a quiet but satisfied wry smile. I still have something to explain to the mages, so please come here. Everyone else can begin working. Thank you. Ryuma, alright, let's get this work going. Jill, yeah. Others, Jill-san took the lead and the guards went into work. Meanwhile, Camille-san gathered the people from the mage squad while Zeph-san told the people who came late where they should go. It was in this way that the 3 people with many connections reduced my workload and made the whole operation go smoothly. As for the 2 leading actors, let me help too. Hayuzu. Is your stomach feeling well already? Men 6, if you're feeling better already, then why don't you accompany your wife? Men 7, just hurry and go. Men 8, I'm jealous damn it. Men 9, I hear there are women who get anxious before the ceremony. Men 10, yeah. And yet you're working so seriously when it's so out of character for you. Men 11, if Rurones-san becomes anxious because of you, I'll kill you. Men 12, talk things over again properly. It's fine if you change your mind, you know. Men 13, anyway, hurry up and go. Men 14, don't you dare come here, traitor. Men 15, wait a moment, Gufu. Hayuzu, sorry. Please take care of this guy. Men 16, I can't tell if they're jealous or treating him well. The one thing I'm sure of is that after just recovering, Hayuzu-san was down for the count again and was with Rurones-san once more. While Hayuzu-san was spending time with his soon-to-be wife, all these people were watching him from a distance. In a sense, it could be said that he was either in heaven or hell. Everyone might have a good relationship, but the way they do things is too extreme. Chapter 169.1, The Molten Slave Company, 1/2. Chapter 169, The Molten Slave Company, 1/2, the next day. What a great weather we have today. Maybe it's because I haven't gone out in a while, but somehow it's really bright. Reinhardt, the rays of the sun during broad daylight fell on us as we walked that short distance from the entry hall of the Duke's residence to the carriage. Seeing how Reinhardt-san found that unpleasant and yet continued to enjoy himself, I could just imagine how busy he must be normally. But is this really all right? I'm really grateful, but it's your rare day off. Wouldn't it be a waste to use that to accompany me? Ryuma, it's fine. Actually, I've recently been unable to calm down even during my rest days. When Elia was around, I would spend the time playing with her or teaching her something, but she's at school now. So I have nothing to do on my rest days and I just end up working more. Reinhardt-san. I guess that makes 2 of us then, Ryuma, yes. When you put it that way, I guess I do understand a little of how you feel. Reinhardt, so, Elia leaving for the academy is having an influence even here. Before departing, Elia was asked if she would be okay, but looking at it now, I think the ones who needed worrying the most were the parents. I would want nothing more than to be able to help keep Reinhardt-san from becoming a workaholic, so I can only be grateful if he wants to accompany me, but... By the way, is Thesteruri going to today dangerous? Ryuma: oh, no. Not at all. It's just that I'm a bit scared of what others might think if I were to let you go alone. I know I introduced the store, but still, Serge, the store itself is fine. But the representative of the store is a bit, yeah, Puro. It wasn't just Reinhardt-san accompanying me today, but Serge-san and Puro-san too. Fei-san was also with us. Our destination was the Molten Slave Company that I was introduced to before. We talked about various things last night as well, and since I wouldn't be working until afternoon, I decided to use the time until then to visit it. When I told the others about my plans, these three strongly insisted on coming along. If they just needed an adult to accompany me, then Fei-san, who was currently seating at the back, should have been enough. When I asked about it, it turns out that even Serge-san, who introduced the store to me, told Karm-san, if you're going to use it, make sure to use a safe store. Apparently, he didn't really recommend using the store here. To be more frank, it seems that there's something he's concerned about. For some reason, though, he can't quite bring himself to say what that something is. Is there something wrong with the representative? Ryuma: you bet there is. You won't have to worry about being scammed, though. The representative is a trustworthy and serious partner when it comes to business. Yes. When it comes to business, Puro, it's been a few years since the new representative inherited the business from his predecessor, and has even taken strides in improving things while following the precedents set. As such, you wouldn't be wrong to say that he's a brilliant manager. Especially, his ability to see people. In that regard, he's even a step above us. Although that might have something to do with his line of work. If it's just that one point, he could even contest the guildmaster. Serge, the figure of the old woman that worked as the guildmaster of the Jimuru Merchant Guild, flashed through my mind. That sounds like a very capable person. Ryuma: capable. Yes. But it's precisely because he's capable, Puro. It is said that geniuses are sometimes difficult for the common man to understand. Putting it briefly, he's an eccentric. Serge, and if I may add one thing, I'd say that his actions are suspicious. As much as possible, I don't want Elia to meet him. Reinhardt: Elia. Don't want to let her meet him. Actions are suspicious. Could he be a lolicon? No, I better stop. I shouldn't think such rude things toward someone I've yet to meet. Excuse me. Driver, the men driving the carriage informed us that we were almost at our destination. As we passed through a large gate, the carriage slowed down. This is, Ryuma, it may be lacking when compared to the Duke's family, but the size of the lot, the size of the buildings, and the exterior appearance. No matter how you put it, this is clearly the beautiful residence of a noble. As we got off the carriage at the stop, a store employee dressed like that of a butler immediately came to greet us. At the same time, a troubled look appeared on the faces of the three adults. They couldn't hide that look if they tried. If it isn't His Grace. And Serge-sama of the Morgan Company, and even Puro-sama of the Sionji Company. Welcome. Butler. It's only been a few days, Orest. Reinhardt, why is the president himself here? Don't you have work to do? Puro, how cold of you. But while it's important to do my work as the president, I'm sure you understand full well how equally important it is to see the actual state of each post. Orest, Chapter 169.2, The Molten Slave Company, 2 halves, Chapter 169, The Molten Slave Company, 2 halves. The men immediately avoided the sharp gazes of the adults and assumed a somewhat detached attitude. From the sound of things, he's the top person here, but he's way younger than what I had imagined. He's probably not even in the latter half of his 20s. He strikes me as a fresh, good-looking young man who's a president of a startup company. Still, I must say I am quite surprised to see all of you visiting my store together. Orest, as he said that, his gaze turned toward me. Oh, please do excuse my manners. I am the president of this store here, Orest Molten. Orest, thank you for your kind consideration. I am Ryuma Takebayashi. Ryuma, Takebayashi-sama, I see. It is my great pleasure to make your acquaintance. Orest, He seems pretty normal to me. So far. He's talking properly to me too, even though I'm only a child. But then again, another way of looking at it is that it's plenty strange for him to be treating me the same way he does the Duke or the presidents of large companies even though I'm only a child. But that's enough to get me to understand why the three adults are so concerned about him. While I was thinking that, the conversation turned to changing the location first before talking about specifics, and even Fei-san, who couldn't enter the conversation at all, was called into the store. When we entered the place, a store that looked just like a noble's manor greeted us. Even the interiors of the store was the spitting image of a noble's manor, full of pomp and extravagance. But unlike a noble's manor, there were many chairs and counters lined up near the entrance, making the place look more like Japan's post office or the city hall. Speaking of which, I also noted 5 groups of customers that were here before us. But as rude as this may be, based on the way they were dressed, I think they were neither nobles or rich people. Foo, are you surprised? Orest, yes I am. First of all, this place doesn't look like a store at all. And when I first heard of a store that sells slaves, I imagined something darker and more malicious. Ryuma, unfortunately, there are indeed stores like those too. It depends on the scale and location. But slaves are humans too, after all. Moreover, they are also the products that our company deals with. It is only natural that we take care to keep them healthy. To that end, my Molten Slave Company provides clean rooms and sufficient food for all of our slaves. We even regularly employ doctors to manage the health of our slaves. Orest, and in order to accommodate a large number of slaves, they needed to provide plenty of rooms. Apparently, that's the reason why they have this large store that's basically equal to a noble's manor. Of course, we don't have many stores as gaudy as this one. This place was originally a noble's manor, and it just so happens that my father was able to purchase it. We simply renovated a part of it and turned it into a store. Orest, I see. Ryuma, so my hunch was correct. It is a noble's manor. This way please. Orest, the room we were brought to contained a simple rectangular table and some chairs. There were more than enough seats to accompany double our numbers, which was currently 6, given we had 5 from our group plus Mr. Molten himself. It's reasonably large considering that he'll be calling slaves here. Mr. Molten recommended me to take a seat in front. From the looks of things, he has already inferred that I'm the customer today. He was also paying a lot of attention to me along the way. I never mentioned it, though. I wonder how he figured it out. Well, I guess this much is expected of someone those 3 praised as being brilliant. Mr. Molten very naturally rang the bell placed on the desk and ordered the woman that appeared from the next room to prepare us drinks. That series of movements was really stylish. So much so that I can't help but be astonished. Now then, take Bayashi-sama. What kind of slave are you looking for today? Orest, let's see, Ryuma. For the meantime, I decided to tell him that I own a laundromat and am looking for people who can work as guards. If you need guards, then not only will they need to be skilled, but they will also need to be trustworthy. Moreover, it's for a store, Orest, I know. If it's just for a brief period, I could put up a job request at the Adventurers Guild, but doing that is a bit difficult for longer jobs. Ryuma, actually strong adventurers are more likely to make more money subjugating monsters than they are being employed. There might be some willing to work for a short time, but most of them will probably refuse a long contract. It's not every day that you can conveniently find a strong adventurer thinking of retiring, after all. I want to focus on the personality of the slaves. Of course, I want them to be skilled as well. But so long as they have the basics down, then I can still consider taking them in, as the head of my security here, Fei, can train them. Ryuma, after seeing the skill and personality of the slaves, I will negotiate about the price. Karm-san said that if there was someone really good, I shouldn't hesitate and make a contract with them immediately, but given these conditions, maybe I'll take a wait-and-see approach first. Prioritize the personality, huh? In that case, Orest, Mr. Molten suddenly stood up and took out a bundle of documents from the shelf behind him. From that he took something akin to a bookmark that was sandwiched between the pages. Sorry to keep you waiting. In this store, the information of the slaves have been compiled into documents. Please pick out those interested in from this list of slaves that possess battle-type skills. Orest, it seems he wants me to narrow down the candidates by taking my pick from this list, and then interview them. The document he gave me was easy to read. The name of the slaves, their gender, race, history, skill, and skill levels were all written down. This is really detailed, Ryuma. Yes, after all, the value of a slave greatly changes depending on the abilities and knowledge he possesses. Slaves are obliged to disclose their information through their status board. We use that information to determine their value. Based on your requests, I believe the people from that document might fit the bill. Those slaves possess battle-type skills with levels 2 to 3. Please pick out people that are highly appraised for their character from that. Orest, the price is listed here. It seems there are some differences even between people of the same abilities. Ryuma, that's because some of those are debt slaves, who sold themselves, and some aren't. Debt slaves are sold to slave stores like ours, and in exchange, their debts are settled, but we're the ones who have to shoulder the debt. Orest, oh, so that's why the price of their loan is added to their original value. After all, if they sell for below the price of their debt, they'll make a loss. Exactly. Orest, the documents have been organized well and Mr. Moulton also explains things easily. Because of that, despite it being my first time, I was able to easily pick out some candidates. I really don't understand. Why is Reinhardt-san and the others so wary of this man? Chapter 170.1 Chapter 170, The True Nature of the Handsome Man, 1/3. It didn't take long for me to finish picking out the candidates. The documents have already been consolidated into an easy-to-read form, so a glance was all it took for me to decide whether a candidate fit my requirements or not. Unfortunately, even after counting only the people that fit my requirements, the total number of candidates still numbered more than 50. That's still far too many. If possible, I would like to narrow it down more. I'm a bit hesitant to say this, but they all feel more or less the same, Ryuma. Most of them have experience working as adventurers, and for one reason or another things didn't turn out well for them. That or they ended up racking up a huge debt. Generally, most slaves that are able to fight are adventurers. From time to time, you do find some who have history working as guards, but even that is because they have experience working as adventurers. It's precisely they have such experience that they are able to take on such jobs. Orson, I see. Ryuma, but if they all have similar histories, then how am I supposed to pick them out? Fei-san, do you have any ideas? Ryuma, it's difficult. Fei, did you have experience having subordinates of your own in the past? Ryuma, I do. But I've never had to choose them like this. I just trained whoever was sent my way. That's all. People in my line of work then never really had to consider stuff like them not obeying orders or not being suited for the work. If they didn't follow orders or weren't effective, then they would simply vanish. Naturally. Fei, is that so? Ryuma, by vanish. Does that mean those people were corrected during training? Or no. I should stop thinking about this. I need to focus on the issue at hand first. The personalities of the slaves are probably being talked up because sales talk and all, but they're probably not too far off the mark. After all, even if a store talks up its products a lot, the customer will still find out in the end anyway. And I don't think Reinhardt-san and the others will recommend a store like that. I'm going to be purchasing these slaves to protect the store, so what I need from them the most is their ability to fight. Right. Let's make that the priority. To narrow these candidates down, let's pick out only those with at least level 3 battle-type skills. With that I was able to reduce the number of candidates to just 12. That's basically down to a quarter of the original number. A difference of but 1 level, and yet it made such a big difference. Ryuma, Orson, did I say something strange? Excuse me. Skill levels take considerable training and experience to raise, so it's not strange for an increase of even just 1 level to take many years. Moreover, the higher the level of a skill, the harder it is to raise. In cases of high levels, it is not at all strange to take decades just to raise it again. That's why it is often said that any difference in level is a clear difference in one's actual abilities. At the very least, when 2 people are fighting using the same weapons, then the one most likely to win is the one with the higher skill level. Orson, Mr. Moulton continued, saying, but of course, for a moment, I could not understand what he was getting at. But of course, to you, take Bayashi-sama, the difference between level 2 and 3 is nothing to speak of. Orson, what do you mean? Ryuma, when I said that, he faintly smiled at me. At the same time, I also felt Reinhardt-san and the others become alert. You're an adventurer, are you not? Take Bayashi-sama. Moreover, the exceedingly powerful sort. I know nothing of martial arts, but to be honest with you, I have had you investigated a long time ago. Orson, you investigated me. I take it you didn't just hear about me then. Ryuma, since he's talking about it so earnestly up front, I don't think he's planning on doing anything shady. Can I ask why? Ryuma, there are several reasons. One is because those three with you and Graziera-sama have been shielding you from behind. I'm certain that merchants with some degree of power have already gotten word of this. After all, it has been indirectly spread through the intelligence network of the Merchant Guild. The second reason is for the purposes of our preliminary survey. Although your laundromat that utilizes slimes is somewhat special, it's not as if there has been no precedent. There's also the risk that comes with starting a new business. There are many managers who, upon failing, come to our store. Orson, that's why he gathers information on new stores, conspicuous stores, and stores that are in a slump. But I had 4 large shields behind me, so he didn't really think I would end up in such dire straits. And the third reason, a mere interest. From me to you. What kind of person is this man known as Ryuma Takebayashi, who happens to be so well connected and has even started a new venture? Orson, of the 3 reasons he gave, the third one was the most concise, but it also gave off the strongest pressure. And your investigations has led you to believe that I am too strong for people that bother with the likes of levels 2 and 3 to deal with. Ryuma, Chapter 170.2 Chapter 170, The True Nature of the Handsome Man, 2/3, there's no doubt about it. The first thing to pop out was the subjugation job at the northern mines that have been abandoned for a long time. You participated there with an ooze of eccentric slimes that could use weapons, right? And despite it being your first job, you were admitted to an E-rank team. The day before you also ended up in a scuffle with a group of no-good adventurers in order to save some children. You fought them alone, but despite one of those delinquent adventurers being C-ranked, you were able to instantly finish them off. Ah, if you're wondering why I know so much. It just so happens that C-ranker had been sentenced to slavery and was registered here as a criminal slave. Orest, I see. The world sure is small. Ryuma, indeed. After registration he was to be sent to a coal mine, but in the few days until then, we had the opportunity to talk. He told me these things about his defeat. I had no idea what happened. By the time I knew it, I had already lost. And yet his skill board clearly showed a battle axe mastery skill level of 3. Although a level such as that falls under the normal category, it still doesn't change the fact that he's plenty skilled. It would have been one thing if you had merely defeated him, but to think that you defeated him so easily that he didn't even have the time to understand what was going on. It is evident that you are far above him. It's doubtful that he had merely let his guard down. And even if he did because of your appearance, he should have been strong enough to still win. Oh, and speaking of which, there was this story too. Orest, Ryuma, Mr. Moulton excitedly spoke about the stories surrounding me. He spoke about them one after another. He generally spoke about the rumors going around in Jimuru or the founding festival or the time when I worked as a teacher to instruct the new recruits. Apparently, I was secretly famous for being an adventurer that brought weird slimes with him. I've also heard about your success in hunting a man with a bounty on his head. The famed Melzen the Red Spear. You also recently succeeded in subjugating a group of 15 men. Oh, but that last one was with Faisama, yes. It seems Faisama is also plenty skilled. Orest, he even got intel on the most recent happenings. The way he's leaking information is basically stalker level at this point. Ahem. MNN, Reinhardt, oh. Excuse me. I got too excited there. Orest, you sure did well to have investigated so much. Ryuma, not really. The only things I was able to find out were those regarding your activities while in Jimuru. Other than that, the only thing I found out about you is that you lived in isolation in the forest of Ghana. It was almost as if you just popped out of nothingness into the forest. I can't find any information about your past at all. It is really humbling. Orest, well, if you were actually able to figure it out, I would be really impressed. Is this the reason Reinhardt-san and the others are so wary of him? Ever since I was a child, I have always loved to hear stories from slaves and guests. It didn't matter whether they were a man or a woman, a child or an adult, or even an elder. It didn't matter whether they were human, a member of the beast tribe, an elf, a dwarf, or even a dragon newt. Be it the work they do, their body type, there are simply so many different kinds of people. And I just can't help but wonder what every one of these different kinds of people are thinking or doing in their lives. It makes me want to know about the different paths they walk. And I don't mean this in the carnal sense, mind you. I know there are those that start thinking that when I bring this up, but really it's not. Although to be honest with you, I wouldn't really mind it either way. Men, women, humans, non-humans. I'm fine with anything really. Orest, no one's asking. Besides, isn't that plenty to pass you off as an eccentric? Well, as long as they're legal age-wise, I guess it doesn't really matter, but dang. Seriously, his strike zone is way too big. I'm used to the otaku culture back at Earth, where way more varied characters appear in anime and manga. Cat ears, beast ears, maids. All that stuff is pretty normal there. And nowadays even normal people know about tsunderas too. If you go deeper, there are all sorts of genre like traps and BL. And if you go off the deep end, there are even robot girls. Honestly, I don't really care about those kind of hobbies or gay relationships as long as I'm not a target. As long as I'm not, then there are no problems with Mr. Orest Moulton. That's the conclusion I have for the person known as Orest Moulton. But is this really what everyone is so wary of? Frankly, rather than say he's a mysterious person, I think it would be more apt to say that he's simply difficult to understand. By the way, if I may ask, take Bayashi-sama, what is the level of your battle-type skills? Orest. Don't ask, go digging into that stuff outside of your work. Ryuma isn't your slave or anything. Puro, while I was thinking, Puro-san suddenly spoke with a quiet but heavy voice that was unlike his usually bright-toned voice. Chapter 170.3 Chapter 170, The True Nature of the Handsome Man, March 4th, it's true that it's rude to suddenly ask about someone's status, but thank you very much, but it's alright, Puro-san. Ryuma, how do I put this? I think he's really just curious. I don't think he's trying to get information out of me so he can use it for some kind of malicious plot or something. I think he's really just stupidly honest about that curiosity of his. And I don't know if it would be more apt to say that his true character has been unmasked or if it would be better to say that he simply decided to reveal his true character, but either way, I more or less know his true nature now. And while earlier he was no more than a youth I took a liking to, I now feel a strange sense of familiarity with him. I don't know what he thinks of crossing me, but I'm sure he won't try to do anything that would incur everyone's wrath, right? Ryuma, you know that thrill when you look at something scary and yet want to look at it all the more precisely because it's scary. Maybe that's the reason why he's doing this. Because of that it made me want to take a step of my own as well. As such, I turned to Mr. Moulton and revealed some of my information. My battle skills are basically the sword skill and the taijutsu, martial arts. The both of them are at level 7. Ryuma, everyone else, as the air tensed, silence filled the room. The reason behind the tension in the air was none other than the 3 adults who have taken to the role of being my guardians. Everyone was silent. Only Surge-san was sweating buckets. Fei-san acted like none of this was his concern, merely drinking his tea by the side. I don't know if it's because Mr. Moulton simply hadn't expected me to divulge my information just like that or if my level had gone beyond his expectations, but he showed a faint surprise on his face, beyond which was a clear expression of interest and excitement. Level 7. Indeed. There's no way I could have predicted that. Orest, it could be a joke, you know. Ryuma, foo. Your calmness is very unnerving. Orest, he didn't avert his eyes as he met my gaze. Now then, how will he react? Will he think me a liar? Or will he believe me? I'm not lying, but I am being very bold. Please rest assured. Even without the shields behind you, as a merchant, I could never misuse the information of my guests. Besides, if I were to act inappropriately, I'm sure the one to suffer will be me. Orest, Mr. Moulton said naturally in a tone full of interest despite Reinhardt-san and the others continuing to stare daggers at him. But if that's the case, then levels 2 or 3 will certainly be too unreliable for you. Orest, from the looks of things, it would appear that he's decided to take my words as truth, but at the same time, he seemed really worried. What's the matter? Ryuma, please wait a moment. Orest, he stood up from his seat and brought back a new bundle of documents. This is a list of documents with some special circumstances. Orest, special circumstances. Ryuma, unlike the slaves listed on the normal list, these ones can't really work. They're either too old, too young, injured, ill, or are afflicted with some prognostic symptoms, but regardless, these are people that are unable to fully exhibit their abilities. Normally, I wouldn't recommend them to customers, but there's presently a level 5 swordsman on this list. Orest, as he said that, he flipped through the document and showed me a page on which was written the information of a certain man. Oxlord. 37 years old. A man from the Minotaur tribe who possesses a twin sword technique with a level of 5. Orest, after reading the section that contained the man's history, I found out that the man was indeed fairly strong. At the same time, I also found why he has been included in this list. As the story goes, Oxlord was raised in the church's orphanage until he was 15 years old, after which he entered into a training school for gladiators to fight before an audience for their entertainment. After that, in his 20s, he rose to prominence and became a famous first-rate gladiator. In his 30s, he entered a competition consisting only of first-rate warriors and won, but after that his left hand was wounded in a match. The wound itself was small, so at first, it was believed that it would recover quickly, but the wound worsened, and eventually came to a point where everything from the wrist up had to be cut. A note on the same page remarked that warriors of the Minotaur tribe possessed a large stature and great strength. Gladiators depended on the favor of the public to make a living, so gladiator minotaurs often donned themselves in heavy armor and gaudily swung about heavy weapons as if they weighed nothing. Oxlord specialized in twin swords, however, which relied on hitting the enemy many times quickly, but he could still fully exhibit the great strength of the Minotaur tribe. He uses custom twin swords that are heavier than normal ones. He can wield them easily, so his attacks are both fast and heavy. The ideal combination of power and speed that gives birth to a flurry of attacks akin to that of a storm. Chapter 170.4 Chapter 170, The True Nature of the Handsome Man, 4/4, a twin swords user that has lost one of his hands. Naturally, he can't fight the way he did when he still had both of his hands. But even without his previous strength, he can still wield a sword with one hand and is still strong enough at worst to defeat a level 3 slave. He also worked as a gladiator, so he has plenty of experience fighting against other people. Normally, he serves as a sparring slave with combat skills. I'm sure he would be able to help Faisama in teaching your new slaves. Orest, it's true that he's probably strong enough to guard the store. And if he can teach others, then he might even have some good prospects, but I'm a bit worried about the note under his character evaluation that states he's deeply attached to his identity as a swordsman. Moreover, the price for him is 8 million suits. That's more expensive than the others. On what basis are they charging that? I honestly asked Mr. Moulton that and he replied. He has made a living solely through his sword. He carries a kind of pride with him. Despite losing one of his arms, he continues to train every day restlessly and hopes that the person who purchases him does so because of his skill in the sword. Moreover, he actually didn't cut off his hand and instead used a special magic potion to buy him time to look for a way to cure his wounds. Orsit, a medicine to buy him time. Are you talking about the stop medicine? Ryuma, you're informed, I see. Yes, it is exactly as you've inferred. Orsit, stop medicine. Just as the name implies, it's a magical medicine that prevents a wound from worsening. It doesn't maintain the state of the wound through conventional methods such as through disinfection or some kind of treatment, instead it works in a way that is akin to stopping time. It's strange, but it's a medicine that exists in this world. If I recall correctly, it should be fairly expensive. As a famed gladiator, he was actually quite wealthy, but he kept using his money to buy the medicine, and eventually, he went into debt and wound up here. The remaining debt after selling off his house and all of his possession is included in his price. Basically all of his possessions have been sold off, but his swords are still with him. Orsit, the swords were the only ones that you didn't sell. Ryuma, yes. He said that was the one thing he absolutely couldn't let go of. We tried persuading him many times, but he said that if he had to sell his swords as well, he would rather die. Orsit, I see that is quite something, isn't it? Ryuma, it's a bit worrying, but he should still be able to do his job as a guard, right? Although he's a bit uncompromising when it comes to his swords, he's actually down to earth when it comes to other things. He's been teaching the slaves of this store how to handle a sword. From that I can guarantee that he has a sense of responsibility in the work he is given. As for the price, it's your first time and you're coming here on everyone's introduction, not to mention that I learned a lot from you, so I won't mind if you choose to pay in installments. Moreover, you don't have to pay until you form the contract, so why not add him to your list of candidates first and then see how things go? Orsit, if you're going that far, then very well. Let's add him to list of candidates. Ryuma, he went out of his way to recommend him, and I'm also going to be meeting the other slaves, so why not? Adding just one more slave should pose no problem. Going back to the topic at hand, I wonder if I should narrow down the list even further. This time I tried asking Mr. Moulton for advice while thinking it over. When I did that, how to narrow down the candidates further? In that case, why don't we narrow down the candidates to women willing to engage in some Barney mugging? Orsit, what? I am sorry, but I'm not looking to purchase slaves with that kind of purpose in mind, Ryuma. Why, that's precisely why. If a customer came to me with such hanky-panky business in mind, I wouldn't recommend him a soul. If someone had the money to buy a slave just for some good in-out, I would unabashedly tell him that a visit to the brothel would be many times cheaper and less problematic in the future. Of those that fall into debt slavery, there are women who are agreeable to such services in hopes of being released from their bonds even a moment sooner. But slaves like those have a tendency to fall into despair, and when the time comes, they tend to be a source of trouble. The human mind can't be categorized so easily, so I can't speak for all women, but that is usually the case for women who haven't resolved themselves to sell their body. On the other hand, women who have properly resolved themselves to sell their body beforehand tend to have experience working at a brothel before becoming a slave. They sell themselves to try and pay back their debts. When it comes to women like that, debt collectors can, to some extent, afford to be patient and wait for their payment. It's not impossible for them to pay off all their debts like that too. This might come off as a bit vulgar, but there are people who don't really care much about appearances so long as they can attack the Pink Fortress, and besides, it's more money for the debtors if their customers take longer to pay off the debt. At least, as long as the money continues to flow. Orsit, oh. So that's why. I thought he was just messing around, but he was actually pretty serious. Fairly intense too. I say. This guy's pace is seriously a mess. I just can't seem to grasp it. Orest-kun. As one might expect, this topic is a bit too early for Ryuma-kun. Reinhardt, Your Grace, with all due respect, it is imperative that this topic be tackled when purchasing slaves. Especially for Takebayashi-sama, given that he is purchasing slaves for the first time. Besides, he might be a little angel now, but one day he's going to reach that, sensitive age, and just in case, he accidentally gave one of his slaves some good biggest, at least it's already in their contract, right? Of course, Ryuma-sama is very adult-like, and I doubt he would be the sort of person to hide behind his status to chase after some skirts, but it's not really uncommon for employees to lay a hand on a slave they're working with. And while I may not recommend purchasing slaves solely with that particular activity in mind, I do recommend slaves that are fine with it just in case the unexpected happens. Wouldn't want any problems with the law now, would we? Orest, Mr. Moulton wasn't about to back down. Surge-san and Puro-san joined the fray to try and convince him otherwise, but he was unconcerned. Since then he's continued to talk seriously while sprinkling some comments here and there to try and rattle me. Even if I didn't want to, being on the receiving end of that serious and yet teasing smile of his for so long, left me with no choice but to realize it. That all this time, since the beginning, he's been observing my reactions. Chapter 171.1 Chapter 171, The History of the Slaves and the Traces of the Otherworlders, 1/2, I will go and gather the slave candidates. Please wait here for a while. Oh, and before I forget, the basic things to pay attention to in regards to the slave laws and the how-tos of handling slaves can be found in this book here. We give it free to first-time customers, so please take it with you. Orest, after the selection of the slave candidates, Mr. Moulton left a book with me and left. As soon as the door to the room completely closed, the atmosphere in the room quickly loosened up. Good grief, you did well enduring him. Surge, starting with Surge-san, the adults all congratulated me for successfully enduring Mr. Moulton's mischief. Still, he sure is an amazing person. Ryuma, deep inside he really isn't a bad person. Puro, he's just really unmanageable. Serge, frankly, the fact that he's bold enough to do whatever he wants when we're right in front of him is worthy of praise. Reinhardt, he was mostly looking at you, boss, but he was also looking at me the entire time. Faye, so the reason why Faye-san was so strangely quiet was because of that. I also didn't expect that he would have investigated me that much. Did he investigate you guys too? Ryuma, not really, but I think there is one thing he did that we all experienced. That. Talk about slaves who are agreeable to night activities. He told me the same thing too in the past. And of all things, he said it right in front of my wife, Elise. Reinhardt, when he did it to me, he started babbling about the night service. Maids not just in front of my wife but in front of my daughter too. They looked at me so coldly afterwards. Miyabi's eyes were especially cold. Puro, that man has a bad habit of investigating his customers and prodding them to get reactions. I don't know if it's because he does stuff like that he has such an eye for people or because he has an eye for people that he ended up learning that bad habit. The former president, his predecessor and father, supposedly had mixed feelings about that and cried a lot. As I've said before, there's no mistake that he's a brilliant young man. But he's also nasty enough to abuse his all-seeing eye to just barely avoid seriously angering the person he is talking to. Reinhardt, so despite treating his customers like that, he's able to achieve a high satisfaction rate by thoroughly servicing his customers and avoiding any fatal pitfalls that would truly enrage them. What he's doing requires an extremely good sense of balancing human relationships. I don't think I could do what he's doing even if I tried. If I really did try it, I'll probably end up destroying my store. Don't worry. It's impossible for me too. Puro, he's just wasting his talent. There's no need to copy him. In fact, you shouldn't copy him. Serge, as they say, genius and insanity are separated only by a thin veil. Seeing Mr. Moulton, I can't help but think that true. Anyhow, we finally managed to gain ourselves a much-needed break, so why don't we relax for a while? Reinhardt, right. Ryuma, how about ordering some drinks? Puro-san rang the bell and ordered some refreshments from the woman that came. As for me, I decided to use the time to read the book I got from Mr. Moulton. First, regarding the basics of slave and the how-tos of handling them. Unlike what the word slave would suggest, the slaves of this world actually do have human rights. Although slaves don't have the freedom to choose the work they will be doing, they are, to some extent, able to push conditions on the person purchasing them. They have the right to food, clothing, and shelter. They have the right to receive treatment when they fall ill or are wounded. And they also have the right to rest from time to time. These conditions aren't any different from what I've previously studied or from the treatment of the people I've hired normally, so I won't have any problems here. What I'm really interested in are the old slave laws that were created at a certain country and were in effect before the present slave laws were implemented. I'm also interested in the history during the time of the old slave laws until the time of the modern slave laws. These are some really interesting stuff. The old slave laws tolerated the disregard of human rights and the cruel treatment of other humans. The country these laws originated from no longer exist, but everything began from the implementation of one law. There were rules regarding the slave system before then, but the treatment of slaves varied from territory to territory. What standardized the treatment of the slaves and worsened it by a lot was the introduction of a tax known as the unemployment tax. At the time, that country tasked the citizens with the same duty of work as prescribed in the Japanese constitution. I don't know if that was done by an otherworlder like myself, but either way, neither Japan's duty of work nor this country's duty of work was meant to compel the citizens to work under forced labor. That was only something that came into play due to the introduction of the unemployment tax. Supposedly, it was introduced with the hopes of encouraging the people to work and to enrich the country. Chapter 171.2 Chapter 171, The History of the Slaves and the Traces of the Otherworlders. Two halves, being unemployed and not working isn't a bad thing, so unemployed people weren't arrested. But working was considered a duty, so the people who didn't work were failing to uphold their duties. As punishment, they had to pay more taxes. Or at least, that was the idea behind why such a tax was implemented. Unfortunately, the tax only worsened many people's lives. The tax could be avoided so long as one worked, but if one had family members that didn't work, then even with a job, one was still damned to suffer from the unemployment tax. And what awaited those who could not pay their taxes was forced labor as a slave. The introduction of the unemployment tax also unintentionally empowered the employers. Since employees no longer sought work just to earn money but also to flee from the threat of heavy taxes and slavery, the employers started demanding more from them. The employees grew to fear unemployment. Before long, the employers even started thinking that it didn't matter even if the working conditions worsened. Because of that, the lives of those who worked under others became even worse. But the clergy and the nobles who were in charge with coming up with the laws were originally a privileged class, that or they received money from the wealthy who bribed them, so the introduction of the new tax had little effect on them. Because it was such privileged people in charge of the laws, the situation never improved. Power began to centralize, the country lost the ability to fix itself, and the disparity in wealth between the slaves and the employees versus the ruling class continued to worsen. After this, the country finally took a grim turn. It only stands to reason that such an unequal system would cause people to grow unhappy. Among those unhappy people were people not reluctant to use force. Like that, a rebel army that stood against the country's policies was born. In the end, the rebel army managed to destroy the country's army and successfully bring about a revolution. The leader at the time was a black-haired, black-eyed man with the power to match 1,000 warriors and the cunning to command the battlefield. This man is probably an otherworlder. There are plenty of black-hair, black-eyes men in this world, but certainly not many that can match 1,000 warriors and possess the cunning to command the battlefield. Moreover, this man would later become the prime minister and pour his heart out toward improving the working conditions of the slaves. For some reason there aren't a lot of documents pertaining to this man, but the only thing clear is that this man's parents were slaves. One excerpt reads, based on other references that surveyed the conditions at the time, it is improbable that a child of a mere slave would be able to learn the martial arts and war tactics needed to accomplish such feats. Presently, it is believed that the man's pedigree was spread around solely to increase the morale of the army. In truth, it is likely that a person of the privileged class cooperated with the rebel army. But if this man is in fact an otherworlder, then it would make sense even if he were born to a slave family. You've really taken a liking to that book, haven't you? Is it that interesting? Reinhardt, when I heard Reinhardt's voice, I noticed that the woman who brought us our drinks had come again. Would you like more tea? Woman, thank you very much. History is really interesting. Ryuma, oh, come to think of it, didn't a part of the slave laws become an heroic tale or something? Sorry to bother you. Reinhardt, not at all. Thank you for informing me. Ryuma, apparently, I was so caught up with the book that I didn't hear the woman calling out to me at all. As my cup of tea was refilled, I talked about the interesting part and then went back to reading the book. After the success of the revolution, the man poured his efforts into bettering the treatment of the slaves. Don't just improve the working conditions. Get rid of the slave system altogether. At the time, there were a lot of people who held that opinion, but it was hard for a country that was, just some time ago, wantonly producing slaves without regard for human rights to suddenly abolish the slave system. Going from 100 to 0 was simply too difficult. Doing so would have taken away work from all the people with jobs related to slavery. Moreover, not everyone who abused slaves according to the old slave laws were criminals. There were people who followed the law to protect their livelihood and families as well. Besides, what was the country supposed to do with the slaves once they were set free? The slaves didn't have any properties of their own. If they were set free, then they will lose even the one job they had that kept them fed. If they were to be so suddenly kicked out into society, a free man, how were they meant to live? It was indeed possible to get rid of the slave system altogether, but doing so would only lead to more chaos and wars. The black-hair, black-eyes man insisted that that was the same thing as irresponsibly throwing away the problems of slavery. As such, he and his friends poured their lives into improving the treatment of the slaves. Unfortunately, after the men died, the country also passed, but the fruit of his life, the new slave system, that gave much importance to human rights, spread to the neighboring countries along with the problems of the old slave system and the inhumane history of their country. The basic principles that the men came up with remain today in the modern slave system. Ryuma, this book only contains the important points. I'm sure I can get more specific information if I were to investigate the topic. I might be able to get even more information if I ask Gain and the others about it. This black-hair black-eyes man probably lived a grand life full of suffering. It's a life someone like me living in leisure and happiness can't understand. I hid my face behind the book and offered a silent prayer. Chapter 172.1, Interview, 1/2, Volume 3 Chapter 172, Interview, January 2nd, Sorry to keep you waiting. Orset, after waiting at the waiting room for a while, Mr. Moulton came back with Mr. Oxlord, whom he recommended, and the rest of the 9 slave candidates I picked out. For the sake of the customer's safety, all the slaves were dressed in thin clothes, where no weapons could be hidden, and were unarmed. The 9 slaves were made up of humans and beast tribe members. Although there was only one man from the Minotaur tribe, he also had an aura about him that made him stand out from the rest. It was obvious in one glance that he was the man Mr. Moulton was talking about. His well-trained body had countless scars on it, and there was a kind of pressure that emanated from his sharp eyes. The person himself probably didn't intend to, but a weak-minded person would surely shrivel up before him. The horns coming out of his head were smaller than I expected. They protruded out only a little despite his shortly cut hair, which was probably kept that way to avoid getting in the way of battle. Coupled with the intimidating aura from his muscular body, he looks more like an Oni than a bull. I'm sorry for the rest of the slaves, but as expected, they're not in the same league. The interview would have 5 of them sat in front of us at a time. So, a group interview, basically. He's 10th on the list, so he's in the second group. He sat at the back of the first 5. The chair he sat on that was close to the wall actually looked a little small. Please talk to them as you wish. I did as Mr. Moulton said and started by asking them their names. When I did, a fierce battle of appeal started. They did remember to talk in order, though. To them, being purchased here is one step to freedom. But considering how that handsome man is looking at us so happily, he might have done something else, but whatever. For the meantime, I'll just talk to these guys. This is the second time I'm interviewing people, but technically, this is the first time. When I hired Faisan and the others, for some reason, everyone else left. Since then I've been hiring people introduced to me, so I've never had to interview a lot of people officially. I've interviewed a lot of people in my past life, but things are a bit different there. There's the continuing appeal battle too, but at the age of 10, I entered the dojo of the famous adventurer, Belbios, and acquired a 3rd Den diploma of the Belbios School of Sword. Candidate 1, As for me, I only have my status board to prove my abilities, but I've trained my skills on the field as an adventurer, and I've lived until now without dying. So, Candidate 2, I absolutely won't allow you to make a loss. Please buy me. Candidate 3, the difference in their speech skills was evident. In my past life, about 70 to 80% memorized the ideal answers in interviews. The other 10% tried to appeal their individuality, but that was a fruitless effort. That or they had the wrong idea about individuality. There was only about 10% that really felt different from the rest. Makes sense since most of the new graduates and midway through college are thoroughly studying the key points to pay attention to during interviews and the different techniques, so they more or less learned the same techniques. And probably because people poor at talking were more reliant on those techniques. And they all practiced them thoroughly, the claims made were pretty much the same thing. There aren't any jobs you can't do unless you're in the company I worked at the time, and I highly doubt anyone would actually make it their first choice. It was an impersonal company, but I never really felt like asking why the people wanted to apply anyway. I doubt these people have much of a reason to apply on their own volition either. For people like them who don't have a choice what work they do, the only reason they're here is because they were told that someone was thinking of buying them. Whatever reason they're here for, it's purely because they want to be hired. That's it. It's not because it's specifically my store that they're trying to appeal so much. But this world doesn't have the internet. There's no way to study interview techniques here like a person can back on Earth, although there might still be places that teach them. Maybe that's the reason why they're not relying on any technique and are just using their words to talk about their enthusiasm. Because of that, there's a clear difference between people good at talking and those that are bad at talking, but I personally like it. This way makes it a lot easier to understand them rather than if they were keeping up appearances. Thank you very much. Ryuma, after talking to the first 5 to some extent, I moved on to the next 5. The appeal battle started again. The Ox Lord that Mr. Moulton and I were talking about was a man of few words. Moreover, he was looking at us directly. He's enthusiastic too, but the direction of that enthusiasm seemed to be different compared to the others. Do you have any questions? Ryuma, Chapter 172.2, Interview, 2 halves, short, Chapter 172, Interview, 2 halves, short. I would like a job where I can use my sword, but as you can see, I can't use my left hand. And I'm also not very affordable because of my debts. Are you still planning on purchasing me? Oxlord, I think you're at least strong enough to protect the store. As for the money, I'll think about that after seeing your strength. Do you mind? Ryuma, it's fine. Please go ahead. Orest, supposedly, that was precisely what the courtyard was meant for. A place to test the strength of the candidates if the client so wishes. Of course, the place needed to be prepared first. As for the contents of the exam, that was for me to consult after the slaves left the room. After wrapping up the conversation like that, Oxlord fell silent. It would appear that his mind was already focused on the upcoming test. Thank you very much. Ryuma, the interview ended. After all 10 slaves left, I asked everyone about their thoughts. As expected, that person called Oxlord really stands out. Ryuma, well, the documents weren't lying. He is indeed the strongest of the lot. Reinhardt, he definitely looks the part. Still, don't you think he looks rather bullheaded? Puro, I don't know how to put it, but he's kind of like a high-ranked military officer. A man devoted to his skill and to fighting. A man that can be trusted. Faye, I more or less share everyone's opinions. That Oxlord guy seems to be a little moody, but he looks strong enough. He also strikes me as an honest man. Personally, he reminds me more of a craftsman. Booty can also see where Faye-san is coming from when he says that he strikes him as a general type. But aren't we been just playing into your hand? Serge, I simply recommended a good slave to satisfy the customer's request. 'Tis nothing but an act done in sincerity. Orest, the handsome man, sweetly smiled. So he says, but when I look back at the interview, I can't help but think that the rest of the candidates were just there to make him stand out. That aside, take Bayashi-sama. How do you plan to test his abilities? Orest, how is it normally done? Ryuma, usually the slaves either fight each other, or they fight with a partner designated by the customer. Sometimes, they are asked to fight against monster beasts too. Orest, in that case, how about this? I told him what I had in mind. Oh. What an interesting idea. Orest, in no time at all, this handsome man who loved to watch others was in full agreement. But compared to him, the rest of the adults were. In a sense, this will be a continuation of the previous interview. Serge, we know how strong Ryuma is, so why not just let him do what he wants? Puro, the head of the 2 companies, were in agreement too, although not to the same extent as the handsome man. As for the remaining 2, I can see where you're coming from. But I don't think this will end with just one match. Reinhardt, this isn't really on the level of an ill foreboding or anything, but I feel like you're gonna end up causing something big to happen, boss. Faye, they showed their disapproval, but the handsome man was on the approving side. In the end, it was decided that we will be doing things my way. By the way, we have healers here too, so please be at ease. Orest, Chapter 173.1, 3 choices, 1/3, short, Chapter 173, 3 choices, 1/3, short, side. The head of the Molten Company himself led Ryuma and company to the courtyard. This entire store used to be the manor of a noble and had merely been renovated into a store, so the courtyard was very big. Depending on the person, it might even look deserted. This place was probably once covered in various plants and trees, but now the ground has been made even and turned into sand. At the center of the courtyard was a line demarcated by a wall of bricks, beyond which was a line of targets for one to show off his skill in the bow or in the arcane arts. Near the door that led to the courtyard were seats meant for the guests, but there was still more than enough room for the slaves to run about and swing their weapons. In front of the seats were the 10 slaves from before. They have already made their preparations. As Ryuma and the others got to their seats, Molten announced the topic of the ability test. From here on, you will all be displaying your abilities before the customers, but there is a catch. The opponent you will be facing will come from our customers. Orest, the slaves turned to Ryuma. And the others. Most of them were looking at Faye. You will be allowed to pick from 3 opponents. One is Feisama, who is sitting here. He is a former soldier from Zilmer and currently works as the head of security of your future employer's store. Should you be purchased, then you will be working under him. Orest, the slave candidates were concerned about the 3 choice, but so far, everything has been going as expected. The slaves were all calm. The second choice for your opponent is none other than Ryuma Takebayashi-sama himself. He is the customer for this transaction and the owner of the store, but he is also presently Ed rank adventurer. Orest, some faint but surprised voices rose up at that. D rank adventurers aren't strange. But given Ryuma's age, he would have been considered plenty brilliant just by being an E ranker. And for your third choice, you will be fighting against 3 monsters. Takebayashi-sama will send out 3 of his tamed slimes for you to fight. Orest, a slime. Slave 1, that's a bit. Slave 2, when the slaves heard that they would be fighting 3 slimes, there were some among them who thought they were being taken lightly. But Molten extended his hand and told them all to calm down. I will continue. As I mentioned earlier, you have 3 choices for your opponents. In other words, who you choose to fight is entirely up to you. If you believe an opponent isn't strong enough for you, then you don't have to choose that opponent. Your objective here is to pick out an opponent and show off your skills during battle. Orest, Chapter 173.2, 3 choices, 2/3, Chapter 173, 3 choices, 2/3, the objective hasn't changed. After making them understand that, the slaves turned to Ryuma once again. The decision will be made according to the contents of the battle, but you're likely to have a better result if you can secure the victory. If the gap between you and your opponent is too big, the battle will end too soon, and you won't have much of an opportunity to show off your strength. Please take that into consideration when you make your decision, and do be sure to show us thoroughly your abilities. Lastly, please note that the slimes you will be fighting aren't normal slimes. They're a higher variant, so please do be careful. Ryuma, now then, please return to the waiting room. You will be given 5 minutes to decide your opponent, then you will each fight your chosen opponents one at a time. Orest, when Molten said that, the employee waiting by the wall took the 10 slaves away. They immediately vanished into the other side of the door. I wonder what kind of answer will they arrive to. I'm really looking forward to it. Orest, looks like you're finally showing your true colors. Surge, oh, please do excuse me. Takebayashi-sama proposed a very interesting exam, and I simply can't help but let a dribble leak. Orest, in response to Molten, who appeared to have stopped hiding his true nature, Ryuma wryly smiled to himself and remarked that it wasn't his fault. There would be no end to it if the 4 adults reacted to every single thing, so they didn't react. Giving them multiple choices and then telling them that the victor will be highly appraised. With this, the difference in skill will be clear as day. Orest, that's not really why I gave this exam, though. It's more that there's simply no way of knowing what kind of person will come to the store. It could be just some drunks, but it could also be hired thugs like last time. Personally, I think it's more important to see how they act after identifying the targets as hired thugs. The results are secondary. Ryuma, oh. To be more precise, exactly by what standards are you judging them? Orest, first, before the battle begins, I will ask each candidate their reason for choosing their respective opponents. I need to know how they think and how they value things. The grading will be based on whether their thinking and sense of values match the role I need them to fill. Ryuma, I see. Of those 10, I wonder just how many will be able to discern that. Still, I have to say, Takebayashi-sama, you are rather mischievous yourself, aren't you? Orest, it's no lie that I'm a D rank adventurer. Ryuma, are you really not aware that your actual abilities neither match your appearance nor your rank? Orest, as Ryuma faithfully answered the jovial Molten's questions, eventually, it was time for the test. What did the candidates decide? Orest, 2 chose to fight the 3 slimes. 5 chose to fight Takebayashi-sama. 3 chose to fight Feisama. Employee, very well. Let us proceed as planned and start from the least to the most popular. Orest, understood. Employee, as Molten instructed his subordinate, Ryuma opened his dimension home and took out 3 of his slimes. He lined them up right where the spar was to take place. Before leaving them, he covered them with a cloth to prevent others from seeing how they looked. The first candidate to appear was a man wielding a practice sword. The blade of the sword has been flattened prior. Without hesitation he walked straight up to Moulton and the others and greeted them. "I'll be in your care." Candidate 1, likewise. Before the match begins, "Tell me, why did you choose the slimes?" Ryuma, "It is simple. I chose the opponent where victory was surest. I will win. Without a doubt." Candidate 1, "Thank you for giving a clear answer. Take your position." Ryuma, young and energetic. A good man. But despite thinking that, Ryuma didn't rate his reply highly. Choosing the most certain of the paths is a good thing. I wouldn't want a gambler among the guards of the store. They have to protect the employees, who can't fight for themselves, so what we need are reliable people. Of course there are times when you have to risk your life, but now is not such a time. There is one problem, though. He says that he's certain of his victory, but on what basis is he saying that? I'm guessing it's because he's fighting slimes. I mentioned prior that they were higher variants, but it would appear that even then, he doesn't think much of them. It's good to be energetic, but his judgment is lacking. As for his personality, he strikes me as a bright young man who gets along well with others. He can probably hit it off well with the other employees. He'll probably be fine if it's just looking after the customers, but it's a little disappointing. When the men arrived at an area some distance away from where Ryuma and the others were seated, Ryuma roused himself from his thoughts and gave the signal. When he did, the slimes crawled out from the cloth that had been put over them. Huh. Candidate 1, when the men saw the slimes, his eyes swayed a little. The body of the slimes were dazzling as the light of the sun easily fell upon them from the clear sky. These slimes were none other than the metal slimes that often lived as Ryuma Scatanor sheath. TL note, if you post a comment and it doesn't show up, it's likely that it's just awaiting moderation. I've been seeing some double posts lately, so I thought you guys might want to know. Approval can take up to a day since I have to approve them myself. Chapter 173.3, 3 choices, 3 quarters, Chapter 173, 3 choices, March 4th, huh. Looks like he's thinking. Surge, of course, he's thinking. His weapon is a sword. And according to the documents, he can't use any magic either. Puro, so, on one corner, we've got ourselves a lump of metal. And on the other, we've got a man armed with a sword. You couldn't ask for a worse match than this if you tried. There's just no way to win. He can't land a killing blow with that. Incidentally, the other slaves also can't use magic. In fact, none of them can. Foo. Takebayashi-sama may have said that they would be highly appraised if they managed to win. But he never said that he was going to let them win. Oh, but perhaps that's exactly why they would be highly appraised. Orest, Can you please stop making me sound so malicious? I just wanted to use this opportunity to see how far the metal slimes have gotten with their combat skills. Normally, I just use them as weapons, so, Ryuma, but how does that change anything? Really? Besides, Ryuma-kun, if the information you wrote to us about the metal slimes are true, then don't you think this will merely turn into a one-sided beating either way? Reinhardt, as the employee, who brought the male candidate here, was about to give the signal to start the battle. The 6 big wigs started talking among themselves about the candidate that was starting to show signs of hesitation. The battle turned out exactly as Reinhardt-san had predicted. Begin. Employee, the moment the employee gave the signal, the 3 metal slimes shot off. One metal slime approached the men directly from in front, rolling up a cloud of dust as it rammed its body into the men. Despite that speed that wouldn't lose out to a fully grown man's sprint, and despite being shocked, the man calmly raised up his shield and blocked. You. Candidate 1, alas, the metal slime was a lump of metal in the shape of what was basically a bowling ball. Given its weight and acceleration, the force it could deliver was nothing to scoff at. And even if one blocked it, the shock from its impact could still be felt. Because of that, the man stopped moving for a moment and was forced to stand his ground, creating an opening for the other 2 metal slimes to take his flanks and turning the situation into one where they could take turns attacking the men from every direction. Somehow the men managed to endure the consecutive attacks of the slimes, but the slimes changed their bodies into wheels and sped up even more. It seemed as if this situation would go on forever. What is that? Puro, once again I've found myself at a loss what to say. I have to say, though, those slimes sure are fast. Orest, that firmness, that weight, that force. One wrong move is sure to prove fatal. Faye, Your Grace, did you know about this? Surge, the letters Ryumakuen sent to us included information about the metal slimes. It's my first time seeing them in action, though. So, the slimes really did succeed in achieving high-speed movement on their own. By the way, Ryumakuen, are you the one giving orders to them? Reinhardt, no. I've trained the slimes so that when they're fighting by themselves, they will surround the enemies to prevent them from running away, and then attack one after another without resting a beat. My training is actually somewhat similar to what that candidate is doing now. Only, I fight with a greater number of slimes. Ryuma, another question. How many metal slimes do you have in total presently? Reinhardt, I've been holding back their food to prevent them from reproducing too much. Of course, I still feed them enough to ensure that they're healthy, but in total, there's about 200 of them presently. There are also the iron slimes, which can do the same thing. What's the matter? Ryuma, Reinhardt feebly scratched his head. I thought something weird might happen when you said you were planning on using the slimes, but I can't believe that those 3 slimes of yours can actually match a level 3 swordsman. I know they're poorly matched, but still. Slimes sure change a lot depending on how they use their abilities and how they're trained, huh? Reinhardt himself had confirmed that one of those metal slimes was indeed the one he gave to Ryuma. That's why he strongly felt that the slimes in front of him used to be normal. However, Ryuma took his words as compliment. There was also some luck involved, but the slimes really did their best. I have a lot of work to do outside of my adventurer work, but I'm working hard every day to strengthen myself as an adventurer, as well as my slimes. Ryuma said in a boasting manner. A rare sight. Due to the work at the store and the events in town, and how willing he is to work with a variety of requests on a daily basis, there aren't many people who recognize him as an adventurer. A fact that has recently come to his attention. Although Ryuma didn't work much as an adventurer, as far as he was concerned, he was an adventurer first and a store owner second. As for helping out other people when asked, that was just him being a good neighbor and he hadn't really put much thought into it. But that wasn't how the regulars of the store saw it. Chapter 173.4 Chapter 173, 3 choices, 4/4, short. As such, whenever Ryuma would come to the Adventurers Guild, the adventurers that frequent his store would worry over its management. Whenever they see him in town doing other work, they would become shocked, and many among them would ask why he still needed to do adventurer work. But it was indeed true that he didn't work much as an adventurer, so it could only be said that this was a result he brought about himself. This wasn't really something to worry over, of course, but it wasn't something to be satisfied about either. Could Ryuma be at that sensitive age? No one knows, but one thing is for sure, and that is that whenever the topic of slimes come up, Ryuma quickly turns over to his hobby. But they're still not quite there yet. Given more time, I believe I can still make them even stronger. Ryuma, they can still get stronger. Reinhardt, they can move about in the shape of wheels now, but I'm currently training them to make their wheel form thinner and sharper. Sharp enough to turn their wheel form into a blade wheel of sort. It's a bit dangerous now, so I'm refraining from having them use it, but I have been using them as katanas, after all, and recently they've seen success in transforming the blades. The problem is transforming the blades while moving or maintaining the form while moving. There are also other issues, such as falling or curving along the way, or losing speed, which results in significantly weaker attacking power. But even then they've already succeeded in cutting cave mantises, although these have fragile bodies, and have even wounded horned rabbits during a hunt. The wound they inflicted to the horned rabbits was fairly deep too, reaching all the way to the bone. It took a lot of time to train them to this level, but now they're able to fight like this without needing orders from me. Given more time, the metal slimes should be able to become even stronger and more stable. Ryuma, getting stronger as an adventurer and trying to strengthen one's familiars is a given, Surge, but for some reason, when it's from you, it sounds really scary, Puro, Ryuma-kun. If you ever have difficulties raising your slimes in the future, please be sure to talk to me. Reinhardt, and boss, please do keep things in moderation. Faye, foo. I see the rumors were true. Orest, other than the outlier, who was enjoying himself, the adults were at a loss on whether they should look forward to Ryuma's future or be afraid. In the end, they looked at him with a strange gaze. Incidentally, it was immediately after this that the men who was fighting the slimes had his shield and sword sent flying. They were sent flying in that order, an order which was basically decided by the candidate himself. And so, the match ended with the slimes' victory. Their movements in that moment were reminiscent of a certain triple star formation, but only Ryoma was able to recognize it. Chapter 174.1 Chapter 174, The True Motives of the Former Gladiator and the Slave Dealer, 1/4, short, side. What a scam, Candidate 1. After the first candidate's test ended, he walked away from the garden and went back to the waiting room. He muttered to himself dejectedly. Hey! That guy. Other Candidate 1, he picked a slime, didn't he? He couldn't have lost, right? Other Candidate 2, the rest of the slave candidates, who were waiting for their turn, clamored when they saw the dejected appearance of the first candidate. To prevent the muttering man from talking about the test, the employee asked him to leave the waiting room. From the way he's acting, it should be safe to assume that he lost. And even if he did win, something must have happened that left him in that state. Slimes. I never fought them in the arena, but perhaps there are also powerful and annoying types among the higher variants. One of the slaves was quietly observing them. It was none other than Ox Lord, but he stopped his thoughts in their tracks. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't interested, but it was not the slimes that he chose as his opponent. As such, he put an end to the unnecessary thoughts and instead pondered about the boy he would be fighting. In that group of 5, one is a noble, the other 2 are merchants, and then there's another that looks just like a merchant, but there's an exceptional aura hidden from within him. He's no ordinary person. But what's most curious of all is that within that group of adults, each clad in a style of their own, is a lone child. A lone child that I find exceedingly difficult to read, more so than any of the adults in his group. People have a tendency to assume that strength is everything when it comes to gladiators, but the truth is that just strength alone isn't enough for a gladiator to reach the top. Gladiator business is an industry that revolves around popularity and bets. Because of that, the payout and the number of matches are greatly affected by how popular the gladiators are. A gladiator that can't charm the audience will remain second-rate forever, no matter how strong he may be. Only a gladiator who is both strong and able to draw the crowd can be called first-rate. Ox was someone who came very close to the top of that world. And beyond his sword, there was one other thing that he trained in all these years. It was the same ability that the head of this slave company possessed, an eye for people. It was an ability he came to possess after experiencing countless battles as a gladiator and meeting many merchants and nobles as he grew in popularity. By watching the gait of a person, the swing of one's sword, or any action that one made, he could feel the temperament of a person. A kind of sense developed from continuous training and progressing along the path of the sword wholeheartedly. This sense allows him to perceive the thoughts and movements of his opponents, allowing him to bring his skill up another level. After passing 30 and sharpening my senses, I managed to acquire sword mastery level 5. Despite losing one of his hands, to this day, the one thing Ox Lord prides himself in is his sword. Chapter 174.2 Chapter 174, The True Motives of the Former Gladiator and the Slave Dealer, 2/4. The second thing Ox took pride in was this sense of his that he cultivated from his training. That was how confident he was in this sense, and yet that very thing could not see through Ryoma. Who is he? He clearly looks like a kid, but he feels just like the adults around him. Almost as if they're of the same age. It's like they're equals. But more than that. He is strong. The foreign man next to him is strong too, but even then, he appears to stand above him. I should stop. This isn't something that I can understand just by thinking about it. In the first place, the only thing I know is to swing my sword and show my strength. It doesn't matter who it is, what I have to do hasn't changed. The slaves passed through the door one after another, and each time they would come back dejected. And leave. Ox Lord watched them as he tightly held his set of 2 beloved swords. Before long the 9th candidate came back, and he silently stood up. On each side of his waist were his beloved swords. I'll ask again to be safe. Is it really all right for me to use a real blade? Ox Lord, that's what the president said. He says the customer himself gave permission to. Employee, this isn't one of his games, is it? Ox Lord, I can understand why you're suspicious, and it was indeed the president himself who suggested it in the first place, but this time it seems it really is okay. I confirmed it again with your opponent after the last battle. He says it's much better if you used a weapon that you were familiar with than an unfamiliar one. Employee, that's good then. Thank you for your consideration. Ox Lord, after bowing his head a little, Ox thought back to his days as a gladiator. He gathered his thoughts and focused solely on the battle. He stepped firmly on the ground and imposingly made his way to the garden. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Ryuma, the person who greeted Ox Lord, was none other than Ryuma, who was standing at his starting position. He has probably been standing there since the last battle. As I thought, he's not someone that can be beaten with normal methods. No one could ever guess that this child standing before him had gone through 4 battles prior. It seemed he hadn't even broken a sweat. Ryuma asked Ox Lord why he chose him as his opponent. It doesn't matter who I'm facing. All I can do is to fight with these swords of mine. All I can do is to show the strength of my sword. Ox Lord, any further talk is meaningless, everything will be made clear by my sword and the results. Ox Lord's brief response strongly implied that. But what really made that evident was that he had already walked toward his starting position and was standing in front of Ryuma. Very well. Let us begin. Ryuma didn't object as he drew the slime katana by his waist. Ox Lord immediately felt the change in the air. If a foe had been within his range, he would have surely been cut with the draw of his sword. Ryuma had only drawn his sword. But that was enough for Ox to revise his opinion of Ryuma and evaluate him even higher. Ox drew his left sword with his right hand. His sword was like a refined stone, a gray with no luster. It was thick and firm. Shaped like not a hatchet or a kitchen knife. It reminded Ryuma of the Sikh dagger that he knew about in his previous life. The 2 warriors clad themselves in ki and strengthened their bodies. Begin. Employee, victory belongs to the swift. Ox quickly closed the distance between them and slashed vertically with his powerful arms. Ryuma swung his katana in response and parried Ox's blade. As a piercing metal sound resounded, the 2 warriors distanced themselves from each other. Ryuma was struck with admiration. This man before him possessed a speed that did not match his figure, and could swing his sword with such weight. What was more was that the strength of his swing did not only come from his arms or from his ki reinforcement, but from the sword itself. His sword was heavy. And yet he could wield it so easily like it was nothing. When Ryuma thought about how he used to wield 2 such swords at the same time, he couldn't help but imagine how much training it took for him to master such a style. Ryuma was all praises for Ox. But the same was true for the person in question. His sword is undamaged. Not only can he use ki, he is even able to parry my attack perfectly. Ox's sword was made from a metal refined from a mineral unique to this world. A metal known as heavy rock steel. Its defining traits include its dull color, a strength above iron, and a specific gravity greater than lead. Ox's sword was forged specifically under the assumption that it would be a male of the Minotaur tribe, which was known for its physical strength, that would be using it. Moreover, it was not just any male of the Minotaur tribe, but a man who has trained his body thoroughly and could even handle the sword while his body was reinforced with ki. The weight of the sword was such that a normal person would struggle just to lift it. When such great weight is converted into a single stroke of a sword, one could only imagine how great the resulting destructive prowess would be. Chapter 174.3 Chapter 174, The True Motives of the Former Gladiator and the Slave Dealer. 3/4. If one were to receive a blow from such a weapon poorly, then one's weapon will immediately be rendered useless. But thanks to Ryuma's experiences, he was able to immediately see through that and act accordingly. No wonder the others were acting like that. The ones who wholeheartedly trusted the information they were given must have been in despair. Is this his, Molten, doing too? What a nasty guy, although there was a bit of misunderstanding because of a certain person's meddling, that didn't change the fact that Ox acknowledged Ryuma's skills. Because of that. No matter what I do, just one sword won't be enough against this foe. As Ox calmly judged the skill gap between him and the person before him, he took a step forward. Oh. Ox Lord, he let out a battle cry and quickly closed in on Ryuma. He had already lost use of one of his hands. He knew that he couldn't win with just one hand. So what now? Will he just sit down and accept his defeat? Ox has been in countless situations where he was at a disadvantage or had to fight against a foe stronger than him. And each time he would muster all of his strength and snatch victory from death's jaws. Ox Lord, an incomprehensible beastly howl resounded. Within that was the very essence of Ox's will. His way of life. He mustered everything he had and released it along with a swing of his sword. Ryoma immediately judged that Ox's attack was stronger than his and he took a step back. Ha! Ox! Ryoma, in the next instant, Ox released his sword and sent it flying toward Ryoma. Ryoma immediately brushed it away, but during that time, Ox drew his second sword. True to his fame of a dual swords wielder, the resulting attack when Ox unleashed his second blade was worthy of being named an instant kill. Two swords attacked Ryoma. Ryoma-kun. Reinhardt, for a moment, Ryoma and Ox passed by each other. Reinhardt-san cried out too late and the other two merchants couldn't even react in time. Boss is fine. He was able to dodge. Faye said with a hint of relief mixed in, but just when it seemed as if the two warriors would distance themselves from each other, the battle developed into a fierce exchange of swords. What was that just now? No. Before that, the sword, Surge, the sword floated. Puro, just as Surge and Puro said, it seemed as if there was an invisible hand beyond Ox's left wrist, holding the sword as it chased after Ryoma. It's probably telekinesis. A neutral attribute spell that uses mana to move an object. He must be using that with chantless casting to compensate for his missing left hand. Earlier he threw a sword to get Ryoma to drop his guard, then attacked with another sword. But he didn't stop there and picked up his sword and slashed up from below. Unlike a real arm, with telekinesis, he can somewhat ignore the distance. Reinhardt, the boss, deflected the sword that was thrown at him and stepped forward and attacked. Then he suppressed the right sword and the movements of his foe, and dodged the attack from the left. The opponent doesn't have a left hand. He can only use one sword. The boss should have been fighting with that premise in mind, and yet he still managed to dodge Ox's attack in that instant. Faye, as Reinhardt and Faye explained what happened, the fierce battle continued. The right hand that actually existed and the left hand formed by magic. The winds from the two swords caressed Ryoma's cheeks and vanished. They clashed 3 or 4 times in the span of a single breath. If Ryoma were to take even a single one of those attacks directly, he would surely suffer a great deal of damage. A barrage of attacks akin to that of a storm. But Ryoma took that storm in stride, parrying or dodging each attack, while counterattacking during the gaps. Ah! Wonderful. Truly wonderful. Orest. I hate to disturb you when you're basking in the moment, but don't you think you owe us an explanation? Reinhardt asked Molten, who was busy watching the match of the two warriors. Surge and Puro stared daggers at him. I owe you an explanation. All I've done is recommend a good slave to a customer. This is merely the result. Orest, and yet there are things you didn't inform us about that very slave you recommended. Reinhardt, you never mentioned anything about him being able to use a second sword using magic. Puro, well, I did say that he was obsessed with the sword and that he couldn't swing his sword like he used to after losing his left hand. It seems there might have been some misunderstandings. Orest, Molten said as aloof as ever. Your Grace, as you've mentioned yourself, that is indeed the neutral attribute spell, telekinesis. But I'm sure everyone knows that while the members of the Beast tribe may have been blessed with a powerful body capable of many great feats, the mana they possess is less than the other races, making them ill-matched with magic. As someone from the Minotaur tribe, even Ox Lord isn't an exception. It appears he wishes to fight Takebayashi-sama with all of his might, but alas. He can't even maintain that state for 3 minutes, by the end of which, he will also be completely out of mana and be so exhausted that he won't even be able to stand up by himself. Medicine can only heal so much, and depending on the situation, sometimes even it can't help. Orest, Chapter 174.4 Chapter 174, The True Motives of the Former Gladiator and the Slave Dealer, 4/4, that's the reason why he can't swing his sword like he did before. And yet despite being unskilled at magic and despite originally not being a magic warrior, someone who used magic alongside a weapon, Ox Lord still managed to quickly make enough progress with the spell that he is now able to fight with it in close combat. That is a boon brought to him by his obsession, Molten says. I see. So, tell me. Exactly what is it that you're trying to accomplish? Your slave is not without faults. No. But if you just explained his situation better, then you would have surely found a buyer much sooner. Reinhardt, As I've said from the start, the reason I recommended him was because I judged he was a good purchase for Takebayashi-sama. Ox will be elated to have a workplace where he can use his sword to his heart's content, and I'm sure he will be even more elated to have an owner whose abilities are above his own. But above all, there aren't many who can stand side by side Takebayashi-sama. Orest, Molten intentionally paused for a moment before completing his sentence. When Reinhardt heard that, he opened his eyes wide in surprise. Serge and Pura were equally surprised and looked at Molten. Just who is he? The more I know, the more mysterious he becomes. It's not just his actions or his way of thinking. Even his abilities are far too advanced for his age. I'm sure he has many people like yourselves who he can see as his equals and call friends. But when it comes to abilities, especially in combat abilities, there aren't many who are qualified. From my investigations, I've found out that he's been getting along with the slum children his age. I hear they have a relationship akin to that of an instructor and his students. But is that really a good thing for a child his age? Orest, are you saying that you're thinking about Ryumakuin's growth as a child? Reinhardt, he is also at a sensitive age. Ideally, it would be best to have someone his age to accompany him, but asking a child his age to stand toe-to-toe with him in skill is simply too cruel a task to demand. So at the very least I wanted to leave an ambitious slave beside him that was close to his level. Orest, I never thought I would hear such words come from you. Reinhardt, so you weren't just messing around because you thought Ryuma was interesting and you wanted to observe him more. Puro, how rude. It's true that I like to watch people, but I would never get in the way of a child's growth. If anything, I want him to grow while treasuring the experience and happiness that he can gain while still a child. Orest, Molten declared sincerely. I see. Sorry for doubting you. Reinhardt, but of course, what I really want is for him to become a regular at my store. That way I'll be able to observe him more. Orest, wait just one moment. In the end, that's your objective. And here I was feeling sorry for you. Give me back my sympathy. Puro, Orest, a guy like you is seriously, Reinhardt, please keep things in moderation. Okay. In moderation, Serge, Molten's sudden change in personality caused the three to reveal their anger and exasperation. Meanwhile, while they were bickering, Faye, the only one of them who kept on watching the match, informed them that the battle had concluded. Chapter 175.1, Ryuma's Conjecture, 1/3, Chapter 175, Ryuma's Conjecture, 1/3, sighed Ryuma. By the time the ability test ended, I already knew who I would be picking. I'll be in your care from now on, Lord San. Ryuma, I will serve you with all of my heart. And, Master, please call me Ox. Oxlord, the person I chose was none other than Mr. Oxlord. None of the candidates could compare to his combat abilities. He's a little stubborn, but he's diligent and offers a sense of security. Reinhardt-san and the others advised me too, and every one of them picked Mr. Oxlord. He's a debt slave, so the only things he had with him were his 2 swords and some clothing. By the time we got back from the post-match magic healing, all of his luggage had already been loaded. Apparently, I could take him back with me immediately if I paid, so I settled the bill with something akin to a check. To be honest, there wasn't really any need to hurry. I'm staying at the Duke's Manor, after all, so I was originally planning on staying a few more days, then take him with me when it was time to leave for Jimuru, but he's a servant, so he should stay at the manor. But enough of that, let's hurry up and go home. Reinhardt-san said that, so it was decided that we would be taking Mr. Oxlord back with us. When we got back to the parking area meant for carriages, everyone aside from me hurriedly got on our carriage. Today, Fei-san and Ox-san would be riding inside too. Leaving so soon. And here I was thinking of taking our time drinking tea. Orest, you can just drink by yourself. Puro, how cruel. It can't be helped. Takebayashi-sama, should you need another slave, please feel free to drop by our Molten Slave Company again. I'll welcome you even if it's just for a chat. Orest, ha ha ha. If the opportunity presents itself, then by all means, Molten-san. Ryuma, oh, right. I almost forgot. Please just call me Orest. In exchange I'll call you by your name, Ryuma-sama. Don't you think we'll feel a lot closer if we change the way we call each other? Orest, this guy. He's been really pushy ever since he stopped hiding his true nature. Well, whatever. I understand, Orest-san. If I feel like it, I'll drop by again. Ryuma, yes. At that time, I'll be sure to treat you well. I'd love to explain more, but the people behind you are really scary, so please take this instead. Orest, as he said that, he handed me something akin to a pamphlet. Chapter 175.2, Ryuma's Conjecture, 2/3, Chapter 175, Ryuma's Conjecture, 2/3, he was so natural about it that I ended up accepting the pamphlet. I wonder if he prepared this right from the start. I thanked him, then entered the carriage. I sat myself between Fei-san and Ox-san. When I'd completely seated myself, the driver immediately rode away almost as if he had merely been waiting for me. I saw Orest seeing us off with a smile through the passing scenery from the windows. Fu, Reinhardt, Pyoro, Serge, when the carriage had completely left the lot, the three adults seated in front of me all heaved a sigh. Thank you very much for accompanying me today. Ryuma, I was free for the day. It was the least I could do. Reinhardt, and we couldn't have let you go alone anyway. Pyoro, as for why, I'm sure you understand now, right, Ryuma-sama? Serge, yeah. Everyone coming along was really a big help. If I'd gone to see that person alone without knowing anything, I would have probably ended up dancing on his palms. I mean more than I ended up dancing this time around anyway. Just like you said, Serge-san. He's not a bad person, but he's certainly not someone you can let your guard down against. Ryuma, Reinhardt-san said the same thing, but he's really meticulous when it comes to balancing his distance with people. Even when I find myself caught up in his pace, I never feel any sort of discomfort. In my case, everything concluded without things escalating to the point where I had to raise my voice and yell at him. Whenever we talked, he would lead the conversation along and confuse me, and by the time we're done, I just don't care anymore. I'm sure he adjusts his personality accordingly and does the same thing to everyone. He's a really exhausting person to be with. Because of that I can more or less understand everyone's feelings, but still. He's not someone I can hate. Besides, I'm sure he'll probably just enjoy himself all the same if someone were to hate him. It is him that we're talking about, so yeah, that would probably be the case. Still, you sure understand him well despite this being your first meeting. Reinhardt, if I were alone, then I probably wouldn't have had such an easy time dealing with him, but you guys were with me and acted as a wall for me. Because of that I was able to calmly talk to him. By talking to him I was able to find something about me that's similar to him. If only a little. Ryuma, something similar. You and Orest. But you're not really similar. No. Reinhardt, indeed. Serge, I'm not talking about our personality. I guess what I'm referring to is how we think in regards to our object of interest. Ryuma, when I find a new slime, I make them approach various things to see what they're good at and what they're bad at. If needed, I would even give them poison. And even if the slime ended up biting my hand because of that, I don't think I would get mad. If anything, I'll just become even more curious and wonder, how did the slime manage to bite my hand? What kind of abilities can it demonstrate? Although, to be honest, I'm not really that interested when it comes to people, so I can't really understand using the same mindset to approach people. Basically, what I'm saying is that it feels as if he doesn't seem to think about whether he's acting close or not. Ryuma, Reinhardt, so that's what you mean, Serge, so that's what it is, Pyoro, when I said that, everyone was able to understand what I was trying to get at. Fei-san too, who was sitting beside me, although he wasn't saying anything. Ox-san didn't know about my love for slimes, so he couldn't understand. Oh, well, that was rude of me, wasn't it? Even though I didn't know Ox-san all that well, I just went and started a conversation about something he knew absolutely nothing about. Sorry for ignoring you. Ryuma, don't mind me. Ox, I'm glad he's so understanding, but we have introduced ourselves already, so maybe I should talk to him about the future. I'll be staying at the Duke's family for the next 3 days, so during that time, I want him to talk to Fei-san and get a good explanation of matters regarding the store, especially regarding security-related stuff. Moreover, if possible, I would also like to get his help for the wedding hall. If he can swing that heavy sword of his with one hand so easily, then I'm sure he'll be a great boon to us in our work. And one more thing. If you're okay with it, I would like you to help me with my experiments in medicine. Ryuma, medicine. Oxlord, at that, I told him about the scenario I was given. The one where I learned about the concoction and theory of medicine from my grandma and am actually quite skilled at it. I told him that the medicine I want to test is the mana recovery medicine. Not the instant effect type sold in stores, but a different type of mana recovery medicine that gradually restores mana over time. Oxsan learned how to use his sword with magic because he didn't want to give up his sword even after losing his left hand. Unfortunately, because he is a member of the beast tribe, he doesn't have that much mana. I think it would be a waste to leave his skill to rot on its own like this. He doesn't have a lot of mana, so he can't fight for a long time. And when he runs out of mana, his conditions get so bad that even his movements start to lose their luster. As his condition deteriorates, he'll eventually find himself unable to attack anymore. It's basically self-destruction. Chapter 175.3, Ryuma's Conjecture, 3/3, Chapter 175, Ryuma's Conjecture, 3/3, if the main reason behind that is his lack of mana, then perhaps a mana recovery medicine that persistently recovers mana will be able to help. Such a medicine exists within the knowledge I received. You can recover from mana exhaustion just by resting, so medicines are only really used during wartime or to allow the casting of a much-needed healing spell. A mana recovery medicine that takes effect immediately is highly sought for in times of emergency, but in this world, there is an abnormal body constitution referred to as mana leakage. When one is afflicted with mana leakage, then his mana will slowly decrease even without doing anything. It was in hopes of treating this body constitution that research in a persistent mana recovery medicine was started, a mana recovery medicine that continuously supplemented mana. Ryuma, if one just wishes to mitigate the effects of mana exhaustion, then the instant type will be more than enough. The catch is that one will have to take the medicine every time the symptoms appear. But with a persistent type, one can take the medicine prior and prevent the symptoms from appearing. I just know about the medicine and I've never actually made it. It's possible to change the duration of effect and amount of mana recovered by adjusting the ratios of the ingredients used. So I was thinking it might be possible to modify this medicine such that it could compensate for the mana consumption and allow you to use your spell for a longer time. Ryuma, is that really possible? Oxlord, this is just a guess, but I believe it will be a great help to you in your training. During our match, I felt as if your left hand was mostly moving based on your experience before losing the use of your left hand. It felt as if you barely had any training with it. Ryuma, when I said that, Oxen nodded before saying anything. Exactly. I can maintain the spell for a few minutes at most before falling asleep. And as a debt slave, I couldn't afford purchasing unneeded medicine in large amounts, so I couldn't really train. Just being able to train properly is something I would be grateful for, but won't that strain your finances, Master? I'm sure concocting medicine must cost a lot of money. Oxlord, you don't have to worry about that. Ryuma, for the ingredients, I can just use the running mash that I've been cultivating all this time for the purpose of preserving fungus. The market price for them is really high, so even selling them through the guild master has its limits. Because of that I've been starting to stock up on them and frankly I don't really know what to do with them. The concoction process and the experiments will be a great boon to my studies. And I don't exactly have any issues with my finances. Otherwise I would never have chosen you, Oxsan. Ryuma, that's true. I suppose there was no need for me to worry. Oxlord, although I'm not so well off that I can afford not to save money, this much expense won't pose a problem. More importantly, I would be much more at ease if you could use your full potential with that medicine. But if you're still bothered about it, then why don't you teach me your chantless casting? Ryuma, I just learned that by coincidence, but if you wish to learn it, then it would be my pleasure to teach it to you. Oxlord bowed deeply to me. He seemed very uncomfortable, what with his large stature and the confined space we were in. Thank you. Ryuma, I first learned about chantless casting from the street performers I was acquainted with, the sword dancers, Miya-san and Soldio-san. Under their tutelage I was able to learn how to use it, but despite practicing on my own for some time now, I can't seem to make any progress. Getting some advice should help me a lot. Also, this doesn't have anything to do with work, but plans to expand Jimuru have already started, and the centerpiece of the new city is supposedly a fighting arena. I remember gathering Trent lumber for that. If the medicine works well for him and he wants to return to the arena, then I don't mind letting him participate. Although having a strong guard working at the store is reassuring, I want people to work at my store because they want to. From what I've heard from Mr. Moulton during our chats, there are nobles that purchase slaves to create gladiators. As such, if Oxen feels like going back to the arena, then I don't mind having him work there instead. I told Oxen that was also part of the reason I chose him. I never thought I would receive such good treatment after becoming a slave. Oxlord, I couldn't tell whether he was laughing or crying, but one thing I knew for sure was that he was grateful. I'll accept those feelings. But the one he should really be grateful to isn't me but Ores-san. That man. Oxlord, I feel like I can more or less guess what sort of relationship you have with him given your reaction, but the one who recommended you to me is Mr. Moulton. He probably knew about my medicine and my personality. Ryuma, mana leakage and mana recovery medicine are rare, but he is at least the second generation of a large slave company. If we are to assume that he loves people as much as I love slimes, then he is probably taking advantage of his position to be involved with many people every day. It wouldn't be strange if among those people one of them were suffering from mana leakage or knew something about medicine. And even if that's not the case, at the very least, he knew about Oxan's technique. If he was thinking of a way to help him use the technique more effectively, then it wouldn't be strange if he thought of the idea of using a persistent-type mana recovery medicine. His excuse for acting dumb was that he couldn't get rid of a troublesome slave. But when you think about how he sold you to me this time around, then perhaps he was merely deciding who to sell you to, Ryuma, just as Ox-san said a while ago, concocting medicine and giving it to someone costs money. There's the cost of the ingredients, and then there's the problem of procuring them in the first place, as normal stores might not have some of the ingredients. In the first place, Ox-san is strong enough to be able to work as a guard even with just one arm. It's unlikely that anyone who purchases him would spend so much money and effort to help him recover. If the person who purchased him thought that he was good enough, then his skills would have rotted away. That would be such a waste. If Ox-san were a slime, there's no way I would permit that to happen. Moreover, I would certainly want to have a few words with a person who thought that way. And if I could choose who to give him to, then I certainly wouldn't pick that person. You really love slimes, don't you, Master? Oxlord, as Ox-san muttered that it was his first time being compared to a slime, everyone other than me smiled wryly. But anyway, given Mr. Moulton's standing, perhaps that's the reason why he wanted to choose who to sell Ox-san to. On that point, I have some knowledge on medicine. A fact I've never really bothered to hide. And I also treat my employees well at my Jimuru branch. Another well-known fact. In fact, it is so well known that there are merchants who think I'm too soft to employees or too wasteful. Ores-san did say that he investigated me, so it should be safe to assume that he should know that much. I can't say anything for certain, but it always felt like he's been dropping hints left and right when talking to me. Like when he talked about the slave gladiators. Ryuma, just how much of his actions were planned? The more I think about it, the more I think he's not a bad person. Still, there's no denying that the way he does things is roundabout and annoying. No wonder everyone is like that around him. Ryuma, the way Reinhardt-san and the others were looking at me at the time was like they were looking at a new fellow victim. Author's note, enjoy your Christmas. Chapter 176.1, A Closer Relationship, 1/2, Chapter 176, A Closer Relationship, 1/2, that evening. Something like that, I guess. Although, now that I think back to it, those few hours did feel unusually long, Ryuma, it must have been difficult. Alice, this evening would be our 4th time having tea together, so I'm already used to it. I talked to the madam about the events that occurred earlier this day. Apparently, the madam knew about Ores-san too, and she was full of understanding for my plight. As our conversation concluded and we moved on to the next topic. Ryuma, something hit me, although to be honest, it was rather late to only be noticing it now, but in any case, I decided to go and confirm it. What is it? Reinhardt, I know this is a bit sudden, but could it be that you're all avoiding touching my past? Ryuma, the moment I asked that, time seemed to stop. That was how dramatic everyone's response was as their expressions stiffened up. So that really was the case. Why are you asking that so suddenly? Reinhardt-san asked as if to make up his resolve. The reason I noticed that was because of Ores-san. The first clue was when he mentioned having investigating me. Because for some reason, whenever he tried to talk about my past, someone from the three adults would try and stop him. Moreover, when they invited me to become a specialist and they told me that they would have to impose a heavy condition on me, and the air turned heavy, in the end, the only condition they gave was that I would have to tell them the reason behind my knowledge and abilities. In other words, I would have to divulge to them my past. That's all. It's likely that they're having ideas because of the high pain resistance I showed to them. It did always feel as if they didn't want to touch my past out of consideration. And even Gain and the others did mention that they were usually holding back. I know it's a bit late for me to be noticing it, but when I think back to the things that happened today, I can't help but finally notice it. Could it be that they think it more seriously than I am? Something like that. I'm grateful for your consideration, but I actually don't think it's that big of a deal, at least not as much as you guys are probably thinking it is. Ryuma, really? You're not just pushing yourself, right? Puro, yes. Really? It's not just me being reserved. Of course, I wouldn't like it if you went and asked me about every single little detail, but if it's people that I trust like you guys, then I don't mind talking a little about stuff related to that specialist stuff. Ryuma, I mean, in the first place, that's what Gain and the others, the gods, made that background story for. Their misunderstanding might have worsened because I haven't said anything all this time, but to be honest, they could have just asked me whenever they wanted. I wouldn't have minded. Really. Sorry for confusing you. But if I don't talk about it now that I've noticed it, I'll probably miss my timing to talk about it forever. Ryuma, it would be bad to leave them so concerned about it after noticing that there is a misunderstanding, so I thought I should talk about it. Of course, I'm not wholly comfortable talking about this cover-up background story of mine, but still. That aside, is everyone all right? We're fine. We're fine. It's all right. There's no reason for you to apologize. Reinhardt, yeah. We might have indeed made a bigger deal out of it than it should have been. Surge, parched laughter resounded in the room. It was really awkward. In that case, Ryuma-kun. Can you tell us what's okay to ask? Like for example, can we ask you about your grandma and grandpa that raised you? Allies, of course. Ryuma, I took out my status board and made visible those two titles that I'd never shown others before. At the village, I was usually either being taught academics or how to fight, so I don't think there's anything special there. But these two are rather famous, so I think you'll understand if I show these to you. Ryuma, I showed my status board to the madam. Allies, the madam cried out before she could even take my status board. When I thought she would take it, she covered her face with the back of her hand instead. Allies. Reinhardt, you'll understand if you see it, Allies. As soon as the status board was passed to Reinhardt-san and he saw the contents, he too seemed like he was about to faint. After that the status board was passed to Surge-san and then Puro-san. Disciple of the sage. Surge, disciple of the martial god. Is this for real? Puro, it's written right there. Ryuma, I did hear they were famous, but after seeing their reactions, I have a feeling they're a lot bigger than I thought. It took some time before the four adults could calm down after finding out who the people who raised me were. Fu. Ryuma-kun. Have you showed this to anyone else? Reinhardt, no. This is my first time showing it to anyone. Ryuma, that's a relief, Reinhardt. Reinhardt-san openly showed his relief. I asked them if this wasn't something I was supposed to show to others. By the way everyone is reacting, it seems like it would be a bad idea if others were to see this. Ryuma, you bet it would be. Wait a moment, could it be you don't know anything about these two? Puro, Chapter 176.2, A Closer Relationship, Two Halves. Chapter 176, A Closer Relationship, Two Halves. Well, they did teach me all sorts of stuff, so I did feel like they were amazing, but they weren't really the sort to boast about themselves, so, Ryuma, I told them that I thought they were just an old couple that knew a little more than other people. It's all finally starting to come together. For various reasons, it really is. Reinhardt, people of great character really do end up with unexpected results, don't they? Allies, no wonder you're so smart and so strong. Puro, if you're raised up in an isolated place like that and the only people you have for comparison are those two, then it's no wonder that your common sense is so messed up. Surge, the four adults sighed exhaustedly many times. Then they talked about the many great achievements of the old couple. According to them, my grandmother, Melia the Sage, was a talented woman active in all fields of studies with a focus on medicine and magic. She was enrolled in the academy at the imperial capital and produced many thesis and research results. To this day, there is a faction known as the Melia faction that is present in many fields of studies and are always highly appraised. As for my grandpa, Teagle the martial god, he was undefeated in his own generation despite not having studied anything. He started hunting monster beasts at the age of 7. And in pursuit of strength, he searched for foes stronger than himself and became an apprentice. Through his talent and effort, he absorbed all of the techniques in the blink of an eye and improved his techniques. It is said that in his later years, he has become so strong that weapons would break before he could even go all out. The truth remains unclear, but what's for certain is that he owns a smithy and that he's a first-rate blacksmith. If even a single one of his works were to be discovered, people would flock enough to fill a house regardless what type it is. The both of them are on a completely different level from your run-of-the-mill intellectual or person of ability. Or so the four adults said. They used the entirety of our tea time to talk about what kind of people my grandparents were and how highly appraised they are. I found the topic interesting since it was a lot more detailed than what I had been told. I'll be going to where they lived before, so I think it's good to know too. Also, by being able to reveal my past, I feel like I've gotten a lot closer to everyone. But just to be sure, but it wouldn't be wrong to say that it's a bad idea for other people to find out about this, right? Ryuma, it would be dangerous. Surge, you'll be targeted for sure. Allies, as we've been saying for the past few days now, knowledge and technology are treasures to people in authority. Puro, the pupils of famous people are highly valued too, after all. Reinhardt, well, if it's those two people's disciple, then I guess it makes sense. Maybe there's another reason why Gain and the others chose those two people to make my cover-up story. As I went back to my room, I resolved myself to ask Gain and the others that next time. The next day. This would be my 5th day staying at the Duke's family, and I've already more or less gotten used to it. The servants have all gotten used to me as well. Ah, take Bayashi-sama. The head chef was looking for you earlier. There will be a sampling of the dishes to be served at the wedding reception around noon, and he was hoping that you would be able to make it. Of course, if your schedule permits it. Rurunez, thank you for inviting me. I'll be sure to be dropped by. Ryuma, hey. About the ceremonial hall, are we going to complete it today? There are people quarreling over whether it would be completed today or tomorrow. Guard, we finished the foundation yesterday afternoon, so the remaining upper part should take shape before the day is over. But even then there's still decorations to be done, so construction won't be complete until then. Ryuma, now, when I walked through the premises of the manor, people would often call out to me. We've been working together all this time to complete the preparations for the wedding ceremony, but at some point, they stopped treating me as a guest. There's still a hint of that relationship, but I feel we've all gotten a little closer. The experiment the other day sure was effective. Word of how you've treated the children about to be dismissed has spread, and now the maids see you as a gentle person. They also see you as someone they can ask questions to without fear. Rurunez-san said that, but isn't it normal to be able to ask people questions without being afraid? That's what I was thinking initially, but when I thought about it some more, it's true that there are plenty of places where that normal isn't true. In the first place, the idea of normal is really vague. Normal sure is complicated. Well, I'm glad that I didn't scare them. Ryuma, we chatted in leisure like that as we headed toward the magic training area that I was borrowing. Preparations for the experiment to improve the sugar scrub were already underway. And Fei-san and Ox-san could be seen at a corner. Sorry to keep you waiting. Let us begin the sugar scrub experiment. Ryuma, yes. Test subjects, last time we tested the perfumed oils to go with the sugar scrub. Today, we'll be thinking about the improvement of the sugar scrub itself. Which oil feels good? How fine should the particles of the mumito be? Please make the comparisons just like before and have all the inputs, no matter how seemingly trivial, summarized in a sheet of paper. Ryuma, I asked them to pass that on to the rest of the people helping me out, then I called out to Fei-san and Ox-san. The servants of the Duke's family, especially those that are higher ranked, are very smart people, so I can be at ease and leave things to them. Besides, all they have to do is ask the test subjects for their impressions, and it's not like they need any specialized knowledge, so there's no need for me to gather the data personally. As such, I've decided to make the most of my time and make preparations for concocting Oxan's mana recovery medicine. My schedule is packed with all the preparations for the wedding, so as much as possible, I want to make the most out of my time. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Ryuma, Master. I've brought my weapon and status board as you've asked. Ox, I've also prepared the mana recovery medicines. Faye, thank you very much. Ryuma, in order to make Oxan's mana recovery medicine, I need to match the amount of mana restored by the medicine with Oxan's consumption of mana when using his sword. If the amount of mana restored is too little, then Oxan will run out of mana. If the amount of mana restored is too great, then he'll end up with mana intoxication. In order to match the medicine with Oxan perfectly, I need to know how mana he possesses and how long he can hold the spell. From there I'll need to know how much mana he consumes per second. Fortunately, I can confirm how much mana he has just by looking at his status board. I explained to him the objective of this experiment. Oxan, you have 315 mana points. Is that small or big? Ryuma, from what I've heard, 500 to 700 mana points is enough for a warrior to supplement himself with magic. I never really used spells, so when I tried to increase my mana pool as hard as I could, that's the result. It's definitely on the smaller side. Ox, the smaller the mana pool, the easier it will be to be afflicted with mana intoxication. It would probably be best if I started with a weaker medicine. Well, let's go see how long you can hold. Your spell then. Rurunes-san, the watch please. Ryuma, it's ready, take Bayashi-sama. Rurunes, as she took out a pocket watch, I left the time and the signaling to her. As for the status board, I handed it to Faye-san. I took out my slime katana. It said that one's mental state affects one's mana consumption. I'll need to get the average mana consumption, so we'll be running different tests several times. For this test, you'll have to fight me at full strength. Ryuma, I understand. Ox, and so, we measured Oxan's mana several times until it was afternoon. I felt bad for Raviola, the maid from the Big Monkey Man tribe, as the test subjects of the sugar scrub kept looking our way. It's not their fault. Really. I'm sure anyone would be bothered if the sound of metals clanging kept resounding not far from them. Chapter 177.1, Completion of the Ceremony Hall, 1/3, Chapter 177, Completion of the Ceremony Hall, 1/3, okay. And with that, it's complete. Ryuma, yeah. The workers, on the evening of the 5th day, the wedding hall was finally completed. We built the foundation and an open space to provide an area for the attendees to eat, but we also built 2 more things. One was a church to serve as the place for the bride and groom to exchange vows, and the second was a newly built tower to house the celebration bell. The church was small, being only about the size of a resting area at the park. It had an ellipse-like roof supported by pillars and was diagonally aligned. Depending on how one saw it, it might look like a shell, but it was made that way purposefully to make it easy for the attendees to see inside. There's also a hardening liquid plate colored in stained glass style to serve as the windows. It's strategically placed, such that when the light of the sun enters through it, the bride, groom, and the idols will all be lit up naturally. Of course, it's just a building for now with no people or idols, but just the shadows on the beige wall cast by the evening sun is plenty impressive. A job well done, if I say so myself. Especially, considering that everything here was made in a hurry. The tools needed for the ceremony and the decorations will be brought in by the maids starting tomorrow. I also intend to bring in the idols that I've been laboriously working on every night. I'm sure this place will become even more magnificent. Now then, is there still something that needs to be done? Whoa. Ryuma. Thank you so much for building such a wonderful ceremony hall. Hayuzu-san. Ryuma, while I was looking at the venue, someone suddenly grabbed me and lifted me up. I thought I was carried easily because I was in a child's body, but it turns out that the other guards were with him too. Before I knew it, I was being tossed into the air for some unknown reason. Why are you tossing me? Ryuma, to thank you. And to celebrate. Hayuzu, that's a first. Hearing those two things used together. That aside, aren't these people too excited? But enough of that. With this, our work for the day is over, right? Hayuzu, yes. Ryuma, all right. You heard the men, boys. It's drinking time. Hayuzu, yeah. The workers, drink. You mean liquor? As the workers cried out in response to Hayuzu-san's words, I was thrown the highest I've been thrown so far. It was then that another voice resounded. No. Nuah. Hayuzu, the cold voice of a woman resounded, and suddenly, the hands supporting me vanished. Kaya. Ryuma-sama. Oh no. Hayuzu, are you okay? Worker 1, boy. You're not hurt, are you? Worker 2, somehow. Well, I am an adventurer, after all. This much is fine. Ryuma, I was a bit shocked, but I managed to land in time. When I raised up my head, the men were looking at me with surprise on their faces. Behind them was the head maid, Aron-san. Apparently, the voice earlier belonged to her. Behind her were Rurune-san and Riviola-san. Ryuma-sama, are you all right? Yes. I'm fine. Really? Ryuma, thank goodness. I shouldn't have spoken while they were tossing you. My deepest apologies. Aron, don't worry about it. Ryuma, speaking of which, what was she about to say earlier? Oh, right. I don't mind if you boys go out to drink, but you can't take Ryuma-sama with you. Aron, but, Aron-san. Ryuma has been blessed with the divine protection of the god of wine. He's more than capable of drinking. And he's been working really hard for our sake, so as thanks, Hayuzu, even if Ryuma-sama is able to drink, you're planning on going all out tonight, right? And then you're going to vanish somewhere with the rest of your boys and have Ryuma-sama come home in the dead of the night all by himself. In the first place, do you really think the store will let him in? Aron, you. That's, Hayuzu, I also believe you shouldn't take Bayashi-sama with you. Rurunez, you too. Hayuzu, based on the situation, it seems that Hayuzu-san is trying to take me with him. But Aron-san and Rurunez-san were against it, so it was looking pretty bad for Hayuzu-san. Personally, I don't mind going with him, but as expected, this body is a problem. Or at least that's what I was thinking, but then Riviola-san softly bent over and told me something. They're not just going out to drink. Ryuma, they'll drink, yes, but it won't end with just that. After all, it's 2 days before the wedding. Riviola, is there some connection to it being 2 days before the ceremony? Unfortunately, I couldn't really think of any such connection. Riviola-san could tell from my expression that I had no idea what she was trying to get at. On the night before the ceremony, the bridegroom and the bride will have to stay with their respective families, so the date 2 days before the ceremony is the last night for the bride and the groom to move freely as if they were singles. Even the bride will surround herself with her friends and talk until late in the evening. Of course, there's liquor too, but in the case of the men, it's, Riviola, Chapter 177.2, Completion of the Ceremony Hall, 2/3, Chapter 177, Completion of the Ceremony Hall, 2/3, I'm sorry for making a lady like yourself have to explain something like that to me. Ryuma, I don't mind. Besides, I didn't actually have to say anything since you were able to figure it out on your own. Riviola, it's such a distant concept to me that it never even crossed my mind once. But making a lady explain that a group of men are planning on going to the brothel is grounds for sexual harassment. I better be careful. But if that's the case, then... Hayuzu-san, I'm sorry, but, Ryuma, as expected, I can't join them for something like that. I want to celebrate with them, of course, but it wouldn't do anyone any good if I were to cause trouble instead. I'll accept their gratitude, but I won't be able to join them for tonight. I told them that, and Hayuzu-san reluctantly nodded his head. All right. Let's drink next time then. There are drinks at the ceremony too, after all. Hayuzu, at that time, I'll accompany you until you're wasted. Ryuma, oh ho. You said it. I'll be looking forward to it then. Hayuzu, hearing that seems to have reignited his spirit. After that Hayuzu-san took off with his friends and headed for town. But before they left, someone grabbed me and I was tossed into the air again. Do the people around here toss people whenever they're excited? It's a mystery. Anyway, putting that aside. Rurunes, as expected, is she worried about her husband? Hayuza-san had left already, but Rurune-san continued to stare in the direction he left. Frankly, I'm actually really surprised that she could afford to send him off like this despite knowing what kind of store he's headed to. Don't women see that sort of stuff in a bad light? Should I say something? Or maybe I should just quietly stay beside her. Riviola-san. I don't think I understand the inner workings of the heart when it comes to stuff like this. Ryuma, in a sense, that is normal, no. Riviola, if a young boy about the age of 10 could already completely understand the heart of a woman, one could only shudder in fear at what kind of future awaited him. Is that what she's implying? I guess I can take her response as encouragement then. While we were talking like that, Rurune-san finally noticed us. When men go out together, it's normal to seek out stores with women. Besides, this will be the last time he gets to do this for the rest of his life, so I can let it pass. Rurunes, I see. Ryuma, I feel like she put extra emphasis on some of those words, but it could have been just my imagination. Regardless, she continued, saying, after all, he doesn't want to be single anymore, and neither do I plan on letting him, and then blushed. At that, a sickeningly sweet aura began emanating from her. Well, it's a matter concerning her and her husband. I probably shouldn't delve into it too much. One thing is for sure though, based on what I've seen tonight, Rurune-san will probably be the one wearing the pants in this relationship. When evening came, it was time for our customary tea party. Today's topic is a continuation of yesterday's. About you helping us. Reinhardt and Elise, yes, isn't there anything I can do to help? Ryuma, Reinhardt-sama and the others took my past a lot more seriously than I was expecting. So now it's my turn to ask if there's something they want to tell me. They're always lending an ear to me, so if there's anything at all, I wish they'd say it. Besides, if it's them, I doubt they'll make me do anything I don't want, so I can just hear them out first and then decide whether it's doable or not. I'll have to be careful with classified information, but I'm sure they understand that themselves. When I told them that, the four of them wryly smile. A favor from Ryuma-sama, huh, Surge, Ryuma, you can't say stuff like that to other nobles. Puro, exactly, Ryuma-kun. If there were some weird person here, or someone who wants profit above all else, you'll find all sorts of unreasonable stuff shoved down your throat. Well, I do believe you're only offering this because you trust us, however. Puro, there are many people who can't say no when we ask a favor from them, so having the tables turned around so suddenly, with us being on the receiving end of a favor, leaves my mouth dry and my tongue searching. But it's you we're talking about, so I guess it's fine. Reinhardt, the four of them came to an understanding on their own. But try as I might to wait, no one requested anything from me. I'm already making more money than we talked about from the waterproof cloth, iron, and music box. Surge, same here. Just that matter about the cultivation of mushrooms earlier was plenty. In fact, if it succeeds, the one who'll be in debt gratitude-wise is me. If you want me to ask something else on top of that, well. Oh, right. Previously, you used your bloody slime to drain the blood from a monster beast, right? Well, I'm interested in that. Puro, in that case, maybe I can get his cooperation to increase the number of bloody slimes. They're very important slimes due to the matter of the blood serum, so if we're going to be increasing their numbers, then we better get to it now while no one knows their value yet. Unfortunately, bloody slimes are hard to breed, so I only have 9 right now. Chapter 177.3, Completion of the Ceremony Hall, 3/3, Chapter 177, Completion of the Ceremony Hall, 3/3, if you can really bring that blood serum of yours into society, a fierce competition is bound to start. Surge, people looking to steal the bloody slimes be it by force or by authority are sure to appear. Elise, but if you make them less scarce and we mediate, then it might be possible to soften the blow. Reinhardt, putting the blood slimes in different places should also mitigate the risk of them getting wiped out in case of a freak accident. And above all, Puro-san is someone I can trust. I have a branch store at Renov too, so communicating shouldn't be a problem. Ryuma, sounds like a heavy responsibility. For starters, why don't I borrow your bloody slimes for some exsanguination? I want to see how big of a change a bloody slime's exsanguination can bring. And besides I need to prepare first anyway. After all, I can't just start taking care of the slimes without knowing anything, now can I? You need to teach me first. Puro, right. It would probably be for the best that we take our time talking about this. Ryuma, for now, we decided to put a close to this topic. After that, the next person to speak up regarding my desire to help them was Reinhardt-san. Would it be possible to put up a branch store of your laundromat in this town? In Ganego. Reinhardt, yes. It shouldn't be a problem. In the first place, I've been intending to build more branch stores, so I've already been cultivating managers. It's also the reason why I've recently been hiring more guards. I still need to find a good spot for the store, but why would you ask for a branch of our store to be built here? Ryuma, haven't I told you about it before? The Jamil family has been working to improve its territory since the time of my father. We have been especially hard at work in preventing epidemics and reducing diseases. Reinhardt, come to think of it, when an epidemic was about to occur because of the latrine pits, Reinbach-sama was really mad. It's only natural to be mad, but it is said that keeping the body clean is a good way to keep the disease demons away. And you said it yourself too, right, Ryuma-kun? About stuff like airborne infections and infections through contact. Reinhardt, yes. I remember. It was when we first met, if I recall correctly. It sounds like such a long time ago, but it hasn't even been a year yet. Ryuma, yes. I was wondering why you knew so much, but when you revealed to us yesterday that you're Milia-sama's disciple, it all finally started to make sense. If Milia-sama has taught you the importance of keeping the body clean, then having your store in town should serve a role in limiting the occurrence of diseases. I have also heard of your store's reputation. Not only does your store make clean clothes affordable to the commoners, it also saves them the effort of having to wash their own laundry. This is true even for those sloppy men that are neglectful of their own cleanliness. That's why I want to use your store. If your store can really lower the occurrence of diseases, then it will truly be a matter worthy of celebration. Reinhardt, I see. So it's because of his territory and his people that he wants to have the store nearby so he can observe it. A practical reason, but if that's the case, then perhaps there's something else I can do. Come to think of it, what kind of place was the adult store that Hayuzu-san and the others went to? What if a rumor went around saying that women liked clean men? I don't know what would happen, but people that go to those kind of stores probably aren't very popular with women. And I'm sure the people working at those kind of stores would prefer it if their customers came in clean instead. The cleaner people are, the less likely it is for diseases to spread. Having more customers also won't hurt our store, even stores like that are bound to produce filth. As of now, we've had business dealings with people working at normal inns, but I don't think we've ever had any customers from those kind of a stable. Wait. Have we had dealings with those kind establishments? Now that I think about it, I'm actually not so sure, but even if we have had dealings with them, there shouldn't be a lot. As such, we might have an opportunity here. But wait, if that's the case, then wouldn't it better to have a store, after all? I'm worried about the gangsters that we might end up attracting should we get involved with this side of the business world, but our store's defenses are. Ryuma-kun. Reinhardt. Yes. I'm so sorry. I just lost myself in thought there for a moment. Ryuma, will it be difficult? Reinhardt, oh, no. I was just thinking what direction would be most effective for our business. Ryuma, oh, so that's what. Of course, I would be glad if you did your best, but you don't have to push yourself. I just want to see what kind of changes your store will bring when introduced to this town. Reinhardt, if that's the case, then there's no problems on my end either. But the specifics will have to wait until after I've consulted Karm-san. Just as I was thinking we would be moving on to the next topic. I'll prepare you a good store for your branch here at Ganego. The nobles and their servants might come, so if you want I can introduce you someone who can teach your staff how to deal with such customers. Reinhardt, there's a newly developed camping magic tool meant for adventurer use. Would you like to try it? By all means, I would love to hear your opinion after trying. Serge, if food is a problem, I'm sure I can help. Our store handles packed meals, but Ryuma, you can use Dimension Home, right? In that case, Puro, our familiars are raised on Sprint Rabbit, which reproduce very quickly. They can turn into a troublesome pest, so one needs to receive training from the Tamer Guild first before handling them, but, alas, before I knew it, the conversation had shifted back to the adults helping me out. I'm really grateful to them, but what happened to the topic of me being the one to help them out this time? But then again, they look really happy, so I guess I'll just leave it at that. Chapter 178.1, Bad Timing, January 3rd, Volume 3 Chapter 178, Bad Timing, January 3rd, the next day. Wow. My birthday sure came early. Ryuma, the morning had just begun, and yet I was already shaking in joy. Why? That's because, as soon as I woke up, one of the sticky slimes evolved. The results of Identify are as follows: Latex slime skills, produce viscous liquid LV6, solidify LV1, physical attack, resist LV2, jump LV1, digest LV4, absorb LV4, split LV3. What is this? The variant of the silmi is known as latex slime. When I think of latex, the first thing that comes to mind is the raw material for natural rubber. That white viscous liquid that comes out when you wound a rubber tree. It looks exactly as described too, a thick white liquid. The feed I gave to this slime is the stem of the Dante flower. The raw material for rubber is generally procured from rubber tree, but latex itself is secreted by other plants and vegetations. One famous example is the dandelion flower, a flower with which the Dante flower shares many similarities. There's no way to tell for sure without some experiments, but the odds that this is the latex I'm thinking about is high. If things go well, I might be able to make rubber using the liquid secreted by this slime. Unfortunately, the slime's abilities have actually fallen. The physical attack, resist, digest, and absorb skills are all one level higher compared to when it was a sticky slime. But the jump skill went down 2 levels. And the sticky liquid, hardening liquid, string shot, staff mastery, planting skills have all been forgotten. Ryuma, this is a first. Could it be that it's actually normal for monsters to change their skills when they evolve, and what I've been seeing until now is actually what's unusual? Or is a monster's change in skills upon evolution the unusual one? But then again, the latex slime evolved from the sticky slime when it was in its jelly form. It went from a jelly form into a liquid form, so maybe because the water content increased. No, that's reaching too far out right now. The only one that evolved into a latex slime is this one, so there's not enough data. Well, alright then. In that case, I'm just gonna have to get more slimes to evolve to procure more data for my research. If so, then maybe I should increase the number of sticky slimes. But, it's already been some time since I found out that some of the slimes like to eat the stem part of the Dante flower. Perhaps it's because there's not a lot of latex in the stem that they weren't able to eat their fill and that caused them to take so long to evolve. Good morning, Takebayashi-sama. Rurunez, Someone's here. It's that time already. Takebayashi-sama. Rurunez, good morning. Please enter. Ryuma, when I called out to the person outside the door, Rurunez-san quietly entered. Good morning. Breakfast is ready. Is something the matter? Rurunez, oh, no, it's nothing. My slime evolved, so I was just examining it. I ended up forgetting the time because of that, but I'll get ready right away. Ryuma, it's really unfortunate, but the slime observation will have to wait until after breakfast. After readying myself, I left the room to eat breakfast. Well, someone's in a good mood today. Reinhardt, did something good happen? Alas, it's Ryuma we're talking about, so it's probably slime business. Puro, did one of your slimes evolve? Serge, after greeting each other, the adults noted my cheerful mood and immediately deduced the reason behind it. Am I really that easy to understand? As you've guessed, my sticky slime has evolved into a latex slime. Ryuma, latex slime. Is that a new variant? Reinhardt, at the very least, it's not one of the more commonly seen advanced variants. Alas, what can that slime do? Reinhardt, for now it can just secrete some viscous liquid. If this viscous liquid is the same as the one I know, then it should prove useful in making various ingredients. Ryuma, come to think of it, does this world have rubber? Now that I think about it, I don't think I've ever seen a product made out of rubber here. The Grell frog skin armor feels somewhat like rubber, but I decided to ask the adults about it, and Serge-san thought that I might have been talking about another product he knew. Perhaps what you're talking about is the Guam. Serge, according to Serge-san, way down south from this country, all the way to the edge of the continent, there's a port city. Beyond that port is a series of islands, which the ships rely on to resupply themselves for a long voyage of about 1 to 2 months, upon which they are then able to reach another continent. Unlike the countries here, the countries in that part of the world are always hot and humid. They have an unpredictable weather that would at one point be perfectly fine, and then in the next moment, break into a downpour. Their culture is also very different. So, basically like a tropical country. The sudden downpours are probably squalls. A hot and humid place also fits the bill to grow rubber trees. Just as you've been saying earlier, the Guam is made from hardened tree liquid. A liquid that only comes from certain trees. Trees that can be found in abundance in that continent. However, the export of said trees and tree liquids are prohibited by the laws of their continent, so there's rarely an opportunity for them to be brought out here. Serge, Chapter 178.2, Bad Timing, 2/3, Chapter 178, Bad Timing, 2/3, if I recall correctly, there was a time when rubber could only be procured from the Amazon River basin, but the people then were able to find out just how useful of a material it was, and so the United Kingdom monopolized it. In fact, it was so highly valued that people referred to it as black gold. This makes it more likely that this Guam that Serge-san is talking about is the same rubber that I know of. But I don't think it's as amazing as this rubber you're talking about. Serge, huh? Really? Ryuma, yes, the Guam is mainly used in simple products like toys for children. It's also used for cloths and to repel water, but it's not like this rubber you're talking about that's supposedly resistant against tearing or melting. In fact, it's the opposite. Serge, wait. Doesn't that mean that they're using natural rubber as is? They haven't added sulfur or carbon to it. Back on Earth, the reason people were able to realize the usefulness of rubber was because someone discovered the processing method. It's precisely because people knew that it was such a useful product that it was valued so highly and everyone wanted to monopolize it. And yet in this world, it's being monopolized despite people not understanding its purpose. That is so strange. I asked the adults about that. The people of that continent had a special use for the Guam. One that's rooted in their culture and custom. Most of it is being used for that. Serge. Ryuma, as Serge-san spoke, it dawned on me that he was trying to shirk away from saying out loud exactly what the people of that continent were using the rubber for. I was thinking that it would be too early to talk about it, given your age, but then again, you do have knowledge regarding medicine, and you probably understand the necessity and importance. Serge, despite saying that, Serge-san decided to delay saying the use of the Guam out loud until after our meal. And so, we enjoyed ourselves to a different topic until breakfast concluded. After breakfast. Before Serge-san left, I asked him again what the people from that continent were using the rubber for, and he replied briefly, for contraceptive purposes. Ah, so that's the direction they took, Ryuma. That is certainly not something that should be said during breakfast in front of the madam. The people of that continent are very open-minded when it comes to sex. So much so that you can find villages practicing polygyny, polyandry, and polyfidelity. They also see the act itself as a rite of passage to adulthood. When I was yet young and full of adventurous spirit, I went there and was deeply shocked by the cultural difference. Men and women alike dressed lightly, and if you go out to the sticks, you'll find people walking around basically naked. Serge, well, even back on Earth you can find sexual content in myths. I guess there are places like that here too. But there's a risk to the act. And I take it that the contraceptives are, Ryuma, yes. When people do the deed a lot, and not just for the right, and the numbers stack up on a daily basis, it can't really be helped that in the past, people got sick or got pregnant during their rite of passage to adulthood. Even if they wanted to do it a lot, there were a lot of problems that came with the deed. But then the Guam contraceptive was developed, and that solved a lot of problems. Unfortunately, not everyone is understanding of the culture of the people from that continent, and of those people, there are those who have taken to calling them savages. That being said, I do think their technology surpasses our country's when it comes to sexual diseases and contraceptives. Serge, speaking of which, this country mainly relies on medicine for their contraceptive. They're available not only for women but also for men. Unfortunately, they're poorly made, and if you use them wrong, they can have a bad effect on the body. On that point alone, the Guam contraceptive is superior. It was safe for the human body, and in fact, to this day, it is being imported from the southern continents to the nobles at a high price. I see. Ryuma, countries really do come in all kinds and shapes. Hearing stories about other countries is really fascinating. While I was thinking that, Surge-san asked me a question. Ryuma-sama, is the rubber you're talking about the same thing? Surge, I believe the Guam and my rubber both use the same latex. The difference is that my rubber processes the raw material more to make it easier to use for a variety of different purposes. Ryuma, ho ho, Surge, I took this opportunity to ask if my rubber would be treated as contraband. What's prohibited is the export of trees and seeds from the southern continents. It has nothing to do with using the viscous liquid excreted by a slime. Surge, I see. It should be safe to perform my experiments then. I'll experiment and see if I can turn the viscous liquid of the latex slime into rubber. Ryuma, if anything else comes up, please feel free to consult me. I'm looking forward to the results myself. Surge, I thank Surge-san for hearing me out, and then parted ways with a smile. Now that that's done with, it is time for an experiment. Chapter 178.3, Bad Timing, 3/3, Chapter 178, Bad Timing, 3/3, I should be able to get some lemon if I go to the kitchen, but even if I can't, I should still be able to get natural rubber by lightly mixing the acid of the acid slime. If that's all, then I should be able to do it while working on the sugar scrub research. Unfortunately, that still leaves the question of what to do about the sulfur needed to regulate the hardness and elasticity. For the carbon, there's charcoal, so I can probably make something up with alchemy, but take Bayashi-sama. Maid, Good morning. Ryuma, my thoughts were stopped by a maid calling out to me. I wonder if something happened. She seems to be panicking. What's the matter? Ryuma, something big happened to the lake of the wedding hall. We need you and the people in charge of the ceremony to make a decision immediately. Maid, the lake. All right. I understand. I'll go immediately. Just one thing. Can you tell Riviola-san and the others, who are preparing the experiment at the back, that I was called to the wedding area? This will probably take a bit of time. Ryuma, understood. Employee, after getting a positive reply, I went to the location of the wedding hall. What exactly does she mean by something big? When I came close enough to be able to see the wedding hall through the gap between the trees, a strange feeling hit me. There was a damp stench in the air. A kind that I've never smelled before. If I had to describe it, I would say that it's like a flower or a vegetation of some sort rotting. The closer I got to the wedding halls, the stronger the stench became. Before long, a lake dyed in red and a crowd of people surrounding it came to view. These people are the managers of the different work groups relating to the wedding ceremony. Reinhardt-san and the madam were present too. Sorry to keep you waiting. Ryuma, oh, you came too, Ryuma-kun. But, the head chef, But-san. There was a dark cloud over his face. What happened to the lake? Ryuma, it's all because of this plant here. The man, who participated in the meetings as the representative of the gardener, pointed at a plant with a sea grape-like bag sticking closely to a thread-like slender root. It was redder and even stinkier than the water of the lake. An exceeding ghastly grass. The water plant, Dogabramu. It gathers nutrients from summer to fall, and then quickly multiplies on one fateful day in winter. It happens every year, but this year seems to be happening a lot earlier. Gardener representative, did it really have to do it now of all times? Servant 1, we can't really do the ceremony with this place in this state. Servant 2, it can't be helped that everyone is saying stuff like that. The red lake looks exactly like some scene from a horror flick. Because of that, the church suddenly appears darker and deserted. But what's really bad is that stench coming out of the lake. Who could possibly be in the mood to feast with the whole place smelling like this? Isn't there anything we could do? Ryuma, we could block the water upstream and drain the water here. Then we could remove the Dogabramu and everything should return to normal. But draining the water alone will already take a whole day. To bring everything back to normal, we'll have to deal with the water upstream too, so at the very least, we'll need 5 days. Gardener's representative, looks like our only chances here are to either push through with the wedding or pause it. After hearing the words of the expert, all of the managers became discouraged. But I was still hopeful. In that case, there might still be a way to resolve this. Ryuma, as soon as I said that, everyone in the area gathered around me. Reinhardt-san and the madam were able to guess what I was about to say. Ryuma-kun. Could you be talking about your slimes? After all, if there's anything that could pull us out of this situation, it's got to be your slimes, right? Reinhardt, yes, you are correct, Reinhardt-sama. Ryuma, the gardener's representative says that we need 5 days to drain the water, remove the offending plant, and then fill the lake back up. Indeed, doing all of that with human labor alone would take 5 days. But what if the slimes were to drink everything? The water plants, and the rest of the filth. And what if an overwhelming number of slimes were to be mobilized? At the very least, the time needed to complete the task should be significantly reduced. Moreover, this land here is within the premises of the Jamil family's residence. Everyone here, and those that will come later, are all servants of the Duke. What's more is that they are all people with deep relations with Hayuzu-san and Rurones-san. They are trustworthy people, and I believe I can trust them to keep a secret. As such, there shouldn't be any problems even if I were to use the big slimes here. Dimension Home. Ryuma, the first slimes I called out were the 3 king scavenger slimes that had already invoked the enlarged skill. Yua. Servant 1, what is that giant slime? Servant 2, a big slime. But, no. It's too big. Wait a moment, can you even form a contract with a big slime? Servant 3, as I threw a sidelong glance at the dumbfounded servants, who didn't understand the situation, I ordered the slimes to enter the lake. The king scavenger slimes quietly sank their body into the surface of the water, giving rise to large waves as they made their way toward the center. The lake is fairly big, but apparently it's not deep enough to completely submerge the king scavenger slimes, so they are still able to crawl across the bottom. It's still 2 meters deep, though. Put more space between yourselves, yeah, something like that. Now, make your bodies flat and spread yourselves wide to absorb the water. Ryuma, activate overeat skill. The waters above the slimes shook, and before long, a whirlpool formed. Everything is going well with the slimes, so we can just let them drink the water of the lake along with the water plant. Ryuma, will we make it in time for tomorrow's ceremony, Ryuma-kun? Reinhardt, there's no telling unless we try. But I still have a lot more slimes. I'll leave this part to the king scavenger slimes, and I'll assign other slimes to the upstream and the downstream. With that, we should make it in time. Even if the going seems impossible, as long as we press on, we can make the impossible possible. Ryuma, I don't know who said that, but I'll go and close the water gate upstream. But, in that case, we'll take care of the decorations as planned. We'll proceed as if nothing has changed in the plans. Gardener representative, yes. Rest of the servants, But-san, the gardener's representative, and the rest of the managers of the wedding all started to see a ray of hope. Although I can't work on my slime research because of this, Hayuzu-san and Rurones-san are a priority. I'll just put off my research for later and do my best now. After all, cleaning and getting rid of foul smells is my specialty. Like that, our work continued until evening. Chapter 179.1 Chapter 179, a conversation about the past on the night before the feast, 1/2, thanks to all the slimes hard at work, clear water started pouring in. The water gates had been closed for some time to allow the water to drain completely, so the water was still shallow, but the lake was undoubtedly being filled back up. At this rate, it should be back the way it was by tomorrow morning. There's no actual need for me to keep watch, but for some reason or another, I found myself watching the lake as it's restored to its previous state. The evening winds, especially those near the water, are cold, but after a long day's work, they're really comforting. While I was thinking that, the maids finished working on the wedding halls and they went back. And just like that, everyone is gone. Sounds just like a light novel I've read before. Ryuma, only, that was a mystery novel and was certainly not as relaxed as my situation. While I was thinking of pointless stuff like that, I heard 4 pairs of feet approaching. Yo, Ryuma. Hayuzu-san. Jill-san and Camille-san too. And even Zeph-san is here. Ryuma, the 4 pairs of feet belonged to none other than the 4 guards I was familiar with. They brought with them a basket, from which wafted up an appetizing smell, and some wine. What's with the luggage? Ryuma, it's supper. It's the day before the ceremony, so I was thinking of sharing a meal with you tonight. Hayuzu, the day before the ceremony the bride and the groom are supposed to eat with their family, but Hayuzu's family has already passed. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not about to call you dad or anything, but you are the reason I'm still alive today, so I thought it would be a good idea to spend this time with you. Besides, we weren't able to have our drink last night, right? So, how about it? We could have a toast while gazing at the stars, yeah. Hayuzu, on such an important day, the person he chose to drink with was me. That really makes me happy. By all means, please allow me to accompany you. Ryuma, I see. Hayuzu, in that case, let's get ready then. Camille, Zeph. Jill, the food was cooked by the head chef himself, so it definitely tastes good. Camille, we have tables and chairs here too. Zeph, in that case, I'll put up a barrier to protect against the cold. I'll prepare some slimes as well. If you have any trash, just leave it to them. Ryuma, we divided the work and prepared the place. A few minutes later. In front of me are some warm stew and bread. There is a pot of cheese fondue on top of a magic tool stove. And then there are lines of snacks that go well with liquor. Now, a toast to celebrate Hayuzu-san's wedding. Cheers. Jill, cheers. Everyone else, as I poured the contents of the glass into my mouth, a mellow fragrance passed through my nose. Ooh. What is this? That's some really good stuff. Hayuzu, Jill-san was the one who prepared the liquor, right? Was it expensive? Ryuma, well, yeah, but it was for a celebration, so I thought I'd splurge a little. Jill, that's true, but if I knew you were going to bring such good liquor, I would have gotten better snacks to go with it. Zeph, this group of 4 really gets along well with each other despite being co-workers. Come to think of it, I haven't asked them about their relationship yet, have I? How long have you guys been working together? Ryuma, About 10 years already. Jill has always been serving the Duke's family, but me, Zeph, and Camille were adventurers first before getting into guard business. The 3 of us were the same age, so the person who served as our instructor was Jill. Hayuzu, wow, Ryuma, Camille and Zeph were still okay, but Hayuzu really had a hard time. His strength surprised a lot of people, but he hated rules and didn't have the slightest manners that one was expected to have to deal with nobles. Jill, you must have been really desperate back then, Jill-san. Ryuma, depending on the situation, even guards have to show themselves in front of the guests, after all. If something bad were to happen, it would become a blot of shame on the reputation of the Duke. Jill, yeah, you really gave me an earful back then. Saying stuff like, and you have the gall to apply as a guard of a noble house, or something like that. Hayuzu, that's because I really couldn't understand it. Why you applied to be a guard and why Reinhardt-sama accepted you. Jill, so why did you apply? Ryuma, I tried asking the person himself, and Hayuzu-san became thoughtful, then after a while, he opened his mouth. That time, Hayuzu-san talked about how he was the eldest child of a farmer family at the borders. He hated the thought of being poor for the rest of his life, doing nothing but tilling the land, so since he was confident in his strength, he decided to make a living on his own. Like that he fled his house at a young age and became an adventurer. I suffered a lot too at first, but things gradually settled down. I managed to become AB rank adventurer, and to be honest, it would have been fine had I just continued, but there were a lot of people around me who gave up after becoming AB rank. Some found the work too difficult, while others had saved up enough and wanted to work a normal job and live in peace. It was around that time when I was jumping from one party to another due to them breaking up left and right that I met the Duke and his wife. Hayuzu, Chapter 179.2 Chapter 179, A Conversation about the Past on the Night Before the Feast, 2 halves, oh, right. They were adventurers too. Ryuma, yeah. They were in the same B rank party as me. They tried to hide their social status at first, but they just couldn't hide their interest in luxurious goods. Hayuzu, they were southwest out of place in the guild, Hayuzu-san said with a laugh. At first, I just thought they were some weirdos, but a huge job was posted, requiring the help of many adventurers. I was made to participate with an impromptu party, but we couldn't coordinate well, and we ended up getting almost wiped out. When everyone was hurt and the only one left who could move was me, the 2 of them appeared and saved us. I wanted to thank them and repay them for saving my life, but we hit it off and so we started working together. Hayuzu, by the way, I also got to know them because of that job. Zeph, you too, Zeph-san. Does that mean that was the case for you too, Kamil-san? Ryuma, no. In my case, Kamil came later than us. He's good at magic, but the rest of his skills are questionable. We had to take care of him for a while. Hayuzu, hey. Don't tell him that. Ryuma-kun, don't misunderstand, okay? My skills aren't questionable, they're normal. I just wasn't good enough to become a first-rate B-rank adventurer. That's all. Kamil, well, let's just leave it at that. Hayuzu, he actually is a skilled mage able to deal with various situations, though. Even if the master had taken him with him, he still couldn't have become a guard if he didn't have the abilities for it. Jill, when Jill-san said that, Kamil-san breathed a sigh of relief. It was also then that I understood that although the four of them had a good relationship, the reason Kamil-san always felt like he was their kohai was because he was their kohai back when they were still adventurers. Anyway, near the end of our adventurer days, we thought of striving to become a rankers, but the Duke and the Madam had already run out of time. It was then that they first revealed to us their social status. They said that they had to marry each other and inherit the house of a duke. Hayuzu, that shocked the hell out of me. Although the marriage wasn't a big deal since the two of them were already always together, and we already knew that they were nobles, but, Zeph, you never once thought that they would be the heir to a duke and his fiancée. Ryuma, yeah, exactly. But anyway, since that was the case, we had to talk about what we would be doing next. It was then that we were invited. He told us that since he already knew our abilities and already knew that we could be trusted, we should become his guards. To be honest, I was worried, but at the time, I felt that even if we parted ways, I wouldn't find a party stronger than what we had. Moreover, it would be hard for a normal adventurer to meet with the heir of a duke, so if I responded poorly then, I figured we probably wouldn't have the chance to talk again. That would have been a waste. After all, we finally became friends. I couldn't just up and leave and say, "Aight, nice knowing you," know what I mean? Hayuzu, so that's why Hayuzu-san was hired. He could retire anytime he wanted, but being employed by a duke was an opportunity hard to come by, so he decided to take the offer first. Unfortunately, it's because I joined with that kind of mindset that I kept getting in trouble with Jill. Turns out that was quite the problem. Hayuzu, of course it was a problem. The guards of the nobles, especially those that are to be positioned near them, need to be completely loyal. Ever since I've been permitted to work at this manor, I have been resolved to offer my life. Jill, it's probably because of the liquor, but Jill-san started to nag at Hayuzu-san. The other two calmed him down, but he continued talking. He mostly talked about the things he was anxious about that he couldn't talk about before because Hayuzu-san wasn't married. They weren't things I could understand since I myself have never married despite having lived two lives. I still tried to encourage them in my own way despite that, but Hayuzu, maybe, that's why, Jill, Zeph, Kamil, hello. Guys, it's no good. They're completely out of it. Ryuma, everyone had fallen asleep. Can anyone help? Ryuma, when I called out like that, did you call? After a few seconds, a voice responded. It sounded like it belonged to a woman. Only, it came from behind me. And as far as I know, there shouldn't have been anyone there. And then, I heard it. The sound of footsteps approaching as they grazed through the grass. Chapter 180.1, A Chance Meeting Under a Moonlit Night, 1/3, Chapter 180, A Chance Meeting Under a Moonlit Night, January 3rd, Who are you? Ryuma, a maid, young master. I was instructed to attend to your and their needs. Black-haired maid, what appeared under the gentle caress of the moonlight was a maid with sleek black hair. For some reason, even though there was plenty of space where the ground was paved, this maid revealed herself from under the shadow of a tree where the ground was not. She spoke with confidence, but I found her suspicious. One reason was because she was hiding at a place like that, but more than that. I don't recall ever seeing you before, though. Ryuma, it's a big manor, young master. Nothing strange about not recognizing a face or two. Black-haired maid, perhaps, but you're not a maid, are you? Ryuma, apart from the young maids the other day, who were merely hired for extra help, the only maids permitted to appear before guests are those who have received sufficient training. Aaron-san, the head of the maids, Rurune-san, and Riviola-san all knew how to interact with guests. But this woman. She claims to be a maid, and yet she has neither named herself nor bowed her head. Now, I don't have a hobby of getting people to bow to me, but when I told her I hadn't seen her before, there was a tinge of provocation in her voice when she replied. It's evident that she's not acting like a maid, and while she might be playing the fool, it doesn't seem as if she's actually all that keen in hiding her identity. If I'm not a maid, then what do you think I am? Maid, the house-haunting fairy. Ryuma, when I said that, the woman didn't deny it and instead smiled. But not the sweet sort. No. It was a suggestive smile. Regardless, it didn't seem like I was wrong. Since when did you notice me? House-haunting fairy, I have always felt your presence. Ryuma, ever since I found out about the house-haunting fairy, I figured that might be the presence that I've been sensing all this time, so I decided not to mind it too much. And now, there's no mistaking it. I've felt this same presence too many times since coming here. The only thing is that I never really thought that the fairy would reveal herself to me. Those four were acting strange too. Ryuma, they may have spoken naturally, but we never actually talked about eating out here tonight. And yet the four of them came prepared with drinks and food. Besides, why in the world are we eating outside? They never showed any interest in going inside either. Moreover, even though it's already gotten so dark and I haven't returned yet, no one's tried to check up on me. The people here are all busybodies, so it's really strange that no one's come. Do you always eat food brought by suspicious people so calmly? House-haunting fairy, I was certain that the food hadn't been drugged or poisoned. I checked it when I took out my slimes when we were preparing to eat. Ryuma, that time I brought out a lot of my scavenger slimes from my dimension home to deal with the trash. I also brought out a poison slime and a medicine slime. Poison slimes and medicine slimes love to eat poison and medicine, so I figured that since they're not reacting, the food must be okay. It was nothing more than a passing thought, though. Ryuma, I mean, I never really felt like I was under any threat. In fact, that holds true even now. I just checked to be doubly safe, and everyone else just nodded too and didn't say anything either. I was sure you didn't use identify, so that's how you checked the food, huh? House-haunting fairy, well, to be honest, I just thought it up on the spot. It's a great idea, though, if I say so myself. Using slimes to check for poison and medicine. That's definitely one avenue worth researching. Ryuma, yes, I'm sure the nobles would love to hear more about that, but you tend to prattle when talking about slimes, so let's not go there. House-haunting fairy, I actually want to talk about it more, but okay. I'll just let it go this time. So, in the end, what exactly is your true form? Ryuma, you got it half right. It's just that while the people of this place might call me a house-haunting fairy, I am not house-haunting fairy, but merely a fairy that happened to settle down here. Resident fairy, looks like she was never really all that keen in hiding her identity. She quickly admitted to being a fairy too. There's a new question, however. Are fairies and house-haunting fairies different races? Ryuma, the way we're born is similar, but house-haunting fairies and fairies that attach themselves to tools are existences that are very close to the undead. They are merely beings that benefit humans. Resident fairy, she taught me gently. According to her, fairies are born from the abundance of natural mana in the world and are existences that have a real body. Fairies by nature are pure and free-spirited. Usually, they just live wherever they are born, but in rare cases, there are some curious ones who travel a long journey out of curiosity and lose their way in human towns. They look like small humans and are cute, but they possess strong mana and specialize in fire and ice magic. In contrast, house-haunting fairies or fairies that dwell in things are born from the mana and thoughts leaked by the owner of the house or the item. They don't possess a real body and can't stray too far from the object that has been deeply dyed with mana. The personality of such fairies have been deeply influenced by the owner of the house or item they are attached to, so some of them are helpful to people while others are harmful. In other words, they are what we refer to in Japan as artifact spirits, tsukumogami. Chapter 180.2, A Chance Meeting Under a Moonlit Night, 2/3, Chapter 180, A Chance Meeting Under a Moonlit Night, February 3rd, moreover, while such existences are birthed by the thoughts and mana of people, both mana and thoughts are usually at their strongest at the moment of death, hence, there are times when undead-type monsters, zombies and skeletons and the likes, are born too. That's probably why this fairy doesn't seem very keen on being associated with house-haunting fairies. I'll say it again, but I'm a fairy born from the natural mana of the world. I was born at some forest somewhere. Resident fairy, I see. I did hear about the existence of fairies, but I never thought I would actually get to meet one in the flesh. Ryuma, still, the fairy she was talking about was a normal one. Normal fairies which are supposed to be small, but this woman in front of me looks no different from any other human woman. And as I talk to her like this, I get the impression that she's very thoughtful. Moreover, it's very likely that the one who created this situation is none other than her. She said that she just took up residence here, so she's probably not contracted with anyone from this manor. If so, then she probably has a hypnotic power of some sort that allows her to manipulate people. Leading people astray does go perfectly well with the usual stereotype of fairies. Considering that she's able to assume the form of a human perfectly and even display intelligence, it should be safe to assume that she must be an advanced fairy variant. So, Fairy-san, exactly what kind of business do you have with me? Ryuma, actually, I wasn't really planning on showing myself to you, but there's something I wanted to ask you. Resident fairy, when I quietly waited for her to continue, the next words that came out of her were, "Is there anything bothering you?" Bothering me? Ryuma, it could be anything you're troubled about. Really? Is there anything? Resident fairy, nothing in particular, Ryuma. If I really had to say something, then I guess being suddenly asked if there's something troubling me is certainly troubling. I'm sure there must be something. You know, such as regarding the difference in your life here compared to your life back on Earth. Resident fairy, I'm Act 2, wait. What did you say? Ryuma, Earth, this girl said that just now, didn't she? No, there's no mistaking it. I don't sense any threats, but with her saying that out of the blue like that, I can't help but become alert. What is it all of a sudden? Ah, Resident fairy, for a moment, the fairy looked confused, but immediately after, she seemed to understand something. Come to think of it, I haven't mentioned it, have I? I wasn't planning on meeting you in the first place, so I'd forgotten, but please excuse my lack of manners. My name is Yui. Written with the character, which means, to join. A Japanese like yourself once came to this world from Earth. Her name is Shiho, and I was her familiar. Yui. Ryuma, Shiho Jamil. If I recall correctly, that's the ancestor of the Jamil family, and the person who founded the monster taming technique. This fairy was her familiar. Now that she mentions it, although she doesn't feel any different from the people of this country, there is a tinge of Japanese in her. Whether it's her black hair, her black eyes, or her face. I'm quite rattled since that came out of nowhere, but there shouldn't be any point in her lying to me, right? Before Shiho passed, she asked me two things. One was to protect her children and their descendants as much as I could. And the other was that if I ever happened upon another otherworlder, she wanted me to help them. Shiho was a kind girl. But she was also reckless, and because of that, she lived her time in this world full of worries. That's why she wanted to make it easier for the next Earthling to come to this world. So she told me to do what I could for him. After all, fairies normally won't die until after a century or two. Oh, and by the way, since I knew Shiho, I knew immediately that you were an Earthling as soon as I saw you. Yui, and that's why you asked if there was something bothering me. Ryuma, of course, I wasn't actually planning on talking with you this much. Yui, so it turns out that she really does possess some kind of hypnotic powers, as her original plan was just to invade my bed and use those powers to make my worries go away. The plan was for her to use the experience that she's cultivated after living for so long to come up with a solution to whatever problems I had. If she could, anyway. And then she would share that solution with me and leave any other memory apart from the solution itself hazy. You're a human, but for some reason, my powers just wouldn't work on you, so I had no choice but to show myself. I hear you otherworlders are bestowed powers by the gods. Is that the reason why my powers weren't effective on you? Yui, weren't effective? Ah, no, I'm sorry, but that one's my fault. I have a constitution that makes it really hard for mental attacks to work on me. Ryuma, I see. Yui, Chapter 180.3, A Chance Meeting Under a Moonlit Night, 3/4, Chapter 180, A Chance Meeting Under a Moonlit Night, March 4th, she's being very calm about it, but I get the feeling that she's actually really shocked. Is it really that vexing for her powers not to work on me? By the way, the reason she used people close to me, like Hayusa-san and the others, was because she thought I would talk about my worries if we spoke over liquor. Also, the reason everyone kept talking about Hayusa-san was because she wanted to get him to spill his worries too. Why him too? Ryuma, huh? Oh, it's my hobby. I've been watching people at this manner for a long time now. And during that time, I've seen a lot of people become infatuated with each other. At times like that, I would support them from the shadows like this, and use my powers to create a good atmosphere for them. For those with unrequited love, I get them to be noticed by the other party. Ah, but don't misunderstand, okay? I'm not forcing the relationship or anything. I'm just giving them a push. That's all. And if everything goes well, I watch over them until they get married. It's that sort of hobby. Yui, are you a matchmaking addict? Ryuma, don't call me that. I don't like it. This man and his wife are the 1032nd couple I've led to marriage. And if we count just the ones I got to date each other, then the number is 5 times that. Besides, my name is Yui, which means to join. If you must refer to me with a title, then you may address me as Marriage Tai Yui. Yui, and now you're a self-proclaimed expert. I don't know the exact figure, but have you really been doing this in secret all this time? Ryuma, I'll ask you a question. 2. Do you really think anyone could endure living hundreds of years without doing anything? It's easy to get food here, so that's nice, but food can't help with boredom. And to be honest, I'm not really fond of humans other than Shiho since they captured me once and sold me. Yui, just as she said earlier, fairies specialize in magic and have a big mana pool. They look like small humans and are very cute. Moreover, within their bodies that are born from mana, inside their heart, is a high-purity mana stone. So for many reasons, be it as a familiar to supplement one's fighting abilities, as an object to be adored, or to harvest mana stones, since time immemorial, humans have been searching for fairies to capture them and sell them. At first, I thought all humans were my enemy, but fortunately, the one who purchased me was Shiho. The people who caught me and sold me have all died a long time ago, so I don't really care about it anymore, but I still want to avoid people. If I tried to kill my boredom by harming others, I wouldn't be able to face Shiho, but I figured observing people while helping them get married shouldn't be a problem. Although depending on how one looks at it, I suppose I am leading humans by the nose. Yui, well, yeah, I guess. Ryuma, by the way, the first couple I successfully led to marriage is none other than Shiho. Shiho was just a commoner, so I had to protect her from the nobles that were fascinated by her abilities while supporting her great love with that great person, who was both her fellow researcher in monster taming technique and investor. I had to pull a lot of tricks to get their marriage to become a reality, such as getting her adopted by a noble to bring their social status closer. It was a marriage made possible only with everyone working together. Yui, it's an interesting story, but I don't know if she's telling the truth or not. It might be an important story, but it's still troubling for me when she's going on and on by herself. Oh. Will you look at that, we've been talking about nothing but myself. Yui, you just went and talked about that last part on your own, though. Ryomua, ahem, putting that aside, can you tell me now if there's anything bothering you? Yui, so we're going back there, after all. But like I said, there's nothing troubling me. I've been happy ever since I came to this world, and I don't have any problems that I need help to solve. Ryuma, can't she just help me another time? I asked her that, and she made a sullen look. I don't like appearing before people, so I'd like to settle this now. Yui, that's your reason. But you're the one who decided to appear before me. Ryuma, fairies are selfish creatures by nature. What's fun to them, what's important, what's special, or something else altogether? In my case, I just want to fulfill Shiho's request. I've lived for a long time, so I can be quite patient, but it would be really troubling if you ended up relying on me for everything just because I helped you once. After all, I don't really care about you. Yui, you really said it. Ryuma, it's the truth. Yui, we just met and she's already so blunt. I mean, this is our first time meeting, right? It's unfortunate that we can't get along, but it would be troublesome to be stuck with someone I'm not that close with too. Chapter 180.4, A Chance Meeting Under a Moonlit Night, 4/4, Chapter 180, A Chance Meeting Under a Moonlit Night, April 4th, but she has her circumstances too, so if she says she doesn't like people and doesn't want to be with people, then it can't be helped. I myself went into hiding in the forest before for similar reasons, so I won't force her to get along with me. And personally, I think it's refreshing that she's so blunt. That being said, if it's not possible to save her favor for later, then unfortunately, I really don't have anything I need help with right now. At most, there's Hayuza-san and the others, who've been knocked out but, I completely forgot, Ryuma, oh. Did you find something you need help with? Yui, I forgot to prepare a gift for Hayuza-san and Rurones-san. You know, a gift for the wedding. I was planning on thinking about what to get, but it ended up completely slipping my mind instead. Ryuma, if you need a gift, then wouldn't that suffice? I don't think anyone could really find a better gift than that. Yui, she was looking at the ceremonial hall we built. On the decorated pedestals were the 3 idols, but that's that, and this is this. Besides, I didn't build the ceremony hall all by myself. There were a lot of people who helped me. As for the idols, those were commissioned too, so they can't count either. Ryuma, I don't think anyone would really find fault with you if you didn't give anything after everything you've done. But if that's how you feel, then I guess you should prepare something. Wedding gifts are pretty much decided, and I've had plenty of experience watching weddings. Yui, in that case, do you think it would be possible for you to use that experience of yours to find me a gift that won't trouble the bride and groom, will be suitable for the occasion, and at the same time, is not common? Ryuma, but, of course. Just give me a second. Only, are you really sure this is your wish? I'm sure I told you that I will only be giving you one favor. Yui, yes. This'll do. After all, this is what's troubling me the most right now. Ryuma, it's already nighttime. Even if I tried to get something, the only time I'll have to buy it is early in the morning, so it would really save me a lot of trouble if she could pick out a gift that I could prepare right now. All right then. An unexpected wish, but a wish all the same. As a professional at matchmaking, with my pride as a fairy that has successfully tied over 1,000 weddings on the line, I shall teach you a suitable gift that will not cause the bride and groom any problems, that will surely elate them, and that can be prepared now. Yui, really? Ryuma, yes. Now lend me your ear, Yui. When I heard what she whispered into my ears, I couldn't help but become doubtful for a second. Isn't that unsuitable for a wedding present? Ryuma, normally, yes, so use that for your material. That's something you brought with you, right? I noticed that you still had some left over. Yui, by that. Do you mean that? Ryuma, in the end, superstitions are like some kind of wordplay in that how they're received depends on the person. All that really matters is that the recipient is happy. If you're worried, then just say this when you hand over the present. Yui, it was in that way that the fairy that proclaimed herself as the familiar of another otherworlder taught me the secret plan of gift-giving. I was troubled by her sudden demands, but thanks to her, I was able to remember something important, so I'll just call it even. More importantly, I need to get to work now. I wouldn't have to hurry so much if it was just something simple, but producing something I can be confident in takes time. I need to hurry. By the way, I left the 4 wasted drunks to a person from the manor that I came across on the way back to my room. Chapter 181.1, Wedding Ceremony I, 1/2, Chapter 181, Wedding Ceremony I, 1/2, the next day. Hey! Are the bride and the groom ready? Wedding Worker 1, they're ready. They're ready to go anytime. Wedding Worker 2, we don't have enough flower bags for the flower shower. Wedding Worker 3, I moved them yesterday. Check it again. Wedding Worker 4, food serving 80% complete. Wedding Worker 5, almost. All the attendees for the morning ceremony are here. Wedding Worker 6, we only 20 minutes left. Hurry. Wedding Worker 7, the manor was busy even in the morning, but it became even busier in the last few minutes before the beginning of the ceremony as everyone responsible for the wedding completed their last preparations. While the manor was in chaos, I headed for the wedding halls dressed in a suit. Fortunately, the weather was clear today. I passed through a small road while basking under the warm lights of the sun, warm for this season, anyway, and before long, the wedding halls that everyone helped build together came to view. As I approached, I felt the manner and temperature change. The party was to be held outside, so in order to mitigate the cold and to protect against the rain, a group of skilled individuals are to erect barriers on the day of the wedding. The change in manner and temperature is probably because of that. These skilled individuals are still members of the Duke's Guards, however. To be more precise, they're specialist barrier magicians meant to fortify the defenses of the Duke's family. They are all first-rate or super first-rate mages. It's people like that who are working together to erect the barriers for the wedding, so it can't be helped that even the level of the barriers they've erected is especially high. I can use barrier magic myself, but even I can tell that the barrier they've erected is on a different level in terms of strength and scope. 10 minutes left. Wedding worker 8, oops, this isn't the time to be looking at a spell. I passed through the crowd of people going here and there, and went up the stage of the wedding ceremony. Ryumakuen. Camille, good. You made it. Jill, I thought something might have happened since you were taking so long. Zeph, sorry to have kept you waiting. Ryuma, Camille-san, Jill-san, and Zeph-san, the people I was drinking with last night, were all already at the altar. The Duke and his wife were about to go up as well, along with the head maid, Aaron-san, and the head chef, But-san. The four of them went up the stage respectively, and they watched the ceremony take place from the sides as the family of the newlywed couple. Of course, the fact that I would also be fulfilling a role as the family of the groom was also a great surprise to me when I heard about it this morning. Fortunately, I had a suit that I could use for my formal clothing. And of course, the cleaner slimes were really convenient. Moo. Looks like it's starting. Jill-san muttered as he watched the bell of the bell tower ring, a great sound that reverberated throughout the wedding hall. At the cry of the bell, the people went quiet and parted to the sides, opening up a path toward the altar. The bell rang once more. This time an old man dressed in white appeared. He slowly walked as he relied on his cane for support. This man is currently the oldest person here in the manor and is the one who will be acting as the priest for this ceremony. In this world, marriage is done with the acknowledgement of the gods and the witness of a third party. The marriage is bound once the bride and the groom share their vows. Moreover, there is no need for the witness to be a person of the clergy. Depending on the time and circumstance, the village headman or the senior craftsman can fulfill the role. In other words, the people who can act as witness are generally old people or people that are overseeing a group of people. Hence, most of time, the people who take on the role of the priest are usually those with some degree of social standing. The priest that has been chosen to stand witness today is an elf and is currently 198 years old. He is one of the specialists of the Duke's family that specializes in medicine, but he is also a learned man in many fields outside of medicine. Because of that, he is also an advisor to many different departments. As he walked up the stage, another person accompanied him just in case he fell. When he passed by me, we exchanged a slight bow before he arrived at the center of the altar. The two of them presented their respective status boards, and then, "Now, let us hold the wedding ceremony of the new groom, Hayuzu, and the new bride, Ruranez." Acting priest, the acting priest announced in a low-toned voice that was not loud, and yet at the same time, clear. The couple may now accept everyone's blessings as they make their way here. Acting priest, first was the entrance of the bride and the groom. Pooh. Cuckoo. What is that? Jill, it appears that Hayuzu-san has gone stiff from tension. Ryuma, he's so obviously stiff. Camille, even the guests can tell. They're all laughing. Zeph, amidst a great applause and the flower shower, the first to appear was the groom, Hayuzu-san. He was wearing clothing very similar to that of a tuxedo. He walked by himself toward the altar, but his movements were so stiff that he looked like a rusted robot. Could it be that Hayuzu-san is actually weak when it comes to the real thing? While I was thinking that to myself, he stopped in front of the altar and turned around. The next one to appear was the bride, Ruranez-san, who came from the woods. She wore a pure white wedding dress, whose frills fluttered in the wind. She took one step after another. She looked nervous too, but she walked straight toward the man she would be taking as her husband. When Hayuzu-san and Ruranez-san had taken each other's hands, they walked up the altar with their arms linked. Aaron, but I turned around when I heard the sound of sniffling, and there I saw that Aaron-san had begun to cry, while But-san, who was supporting her, was doing his best to stop himself from breaking out in tears. A long, long time ago, in this world, there was nothing. But then the gods created something within that nothing, and brought forth the heavens and the earth, the sun and the moon, the light and the darkness. Acting Priest, Chapter 181.2, Wedding Ceremony I, 2 halves, Chapter 181, Wedding Ceremony I, 2 halves, a story that anyone from this world has likely heard at least once. The story of how this world came to be. As the acting priest told that story, eventually the story came to an end, and the ceremony finally got to the interesting part. The groom to be wed, Hayuzu. Do you take Ruranez as your lawful wife, to have and to hold, from this day forward, for better or for worse, for richer or for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and cherish until death do you part? Do you swear this in the presence of the gods? Acting priest, I do. Hayuzu, the bride to be wed, Ruranez. Do you take Hayuzu as your lawful husband, to have and to hold, from this day forward, for better or for worse, for richer or for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and cherish until death do you part? Do you swear this in the presence of the gods? Acting priest, I do swear it. Ruranez, very well. I, Erifril, stand witness to your oaths, and the permission of the gods to a newly formed husband and wife, I, Erifril. What is it all of a sudden? For some reason, the priest, Mr. Erifril, suddenly stiffened up. According to the order of ceremony, by this point in time, a new entry should appear under the titles section of the status board, stating their married status and the name of their partner. So, something like, husband of _____ and wife of ____ should appear there. This is the proof that the gods have accepted their marriage, and it is only upon confirming the presence of such titles on the status board that the marriage will then be declared to be complete. Or, at least, that's how it's supposed to go anyway, but... A few seconds passed, but Erifril was completely stiff, not moving an inch. To be more precise, his body had gone stiff and only his eyes were moving. He seemed to be staring at Hayuzu and Ruranez-san's status board. I have a bad feeling about this. What's going on? Ryuma, did the title not appear? Have the gods not acknowledged their marriage? Camille, that's impossible. It's true that there have been weddings where the titles didn't appear and sham marriage scammers were arrested, but those are rare incidents. No, in the first place, there's no way Hayuzu would get in trouble for something like that. Jill-san was really agitated. Did the titles really not appear? Or maybe something bad popped up instead? Since Mr. Erifril keeps staring at the status board, then maybe it's the latter. Or maybe he just can't read it because his eyes are bad. Whatever it is, can he just say something already? Moo. Erifril, I don't know if it's because my feelings got across or because he was taking so long that the murmuring guests have gotten loud enough for him to hear, but either way, Mr. Erifril raised his head at long last and realized the situation at hand. Please excuse me. You can all be at ease, for the gods have indeed acknowledged their marriage. Erifril, when he said that, everyone heaved a breath of relief. But in that case, just what was he staring at so badly? But there's more. Erifril, The groom and the bride have each received a blessing from three gods. This is indeed one of the rarest things I've seen in all the years of my life. I truly pray from the bottom of my heart that this pair of husband and wife never forget the oath they've sworn today, be thankful to the gods, and work together from here on out to build a wonderful family. Erifril, Mr. Erifril quickly explained why he went stiff a while ago, and then proceeded to bring the ceremony back on track. Unfortunately, the only one who could keep up with this sudden turn of events was apparently just me. Most probably because I was already, for various reasons, used to their antics. Given the timing, though, the three gods Mr. Erifril was referring to are probably Kyufo, Rurusha, and Willeri-sama, since it was their idols that I sculpted for this wedding. But whoever it is, they probably did something after watching the ceremony unfold. Ryuma, for a moment, everyone went blank, but then gradually, that blank turned into joy, and then very quickly, into a boisterous dance. The guests cried out blessings at the newly married couple as loud as they could, while Hayuzu-san and Ruranez-san hugged each other even though they didn't really understand what was going on. Unfortunately, because of this, the banquet, which in a sense, could be said to be the real main event of the wedding, will probably have a hard time impressing the guests more than this. No, not probably. Definitely. Can you believe this? The gods are blessing us. Hi Yuzu, I knew I was right to choose you. Yes. I'm sure that must be it. Rurunez, Hayuzu-san and Rurunez-san were so elated that they looked like they were about to cry. That was an unexpected surprise, but I'm sure this will be an unforgettable ceremony to many. I'm really happy for them. I really am. I have a feeling that things might get a little scary after this, but that's probably just my imagination. Or at least, I hope it is. Chapter 182.1, Wedding Ceremony I, 1/4, Chapter 182, Wedding Ceremony I, 1/4, What a disaster, Ryoma. After the crowd became excited because of the acting priest's explosive statement, the preceding part of the ceremony ended, safely. The bride and the groom went down the altar with their family and those acting as their family members, and we were all about to proceed to the banquet, but before I knew it, I was swept away by the crowd. I was careless and let my guard down. By the time I realized what was going, I had been taken away like a prey being dragged by a cauldron of vicious raptors to a place away from the bride and the groom. Just when I thought that was it, this time, the guests that couldn't approach the bride and the groom before appeared. Moreover, because of the blessing of the gods, every one of them was enthusiastic. They were all in cloud nine, and they clamored over what the gods might have taken a liking to in this wedding, be it the compatibility between the bride and the groom, the dress, the decorations, or even the taste of the food. I was responsible for sculpting the idols of the gods and directing the construction of the altar, so at one point, I too was captured and showered with praises. It was really exhausting. Nowadays, even I believe in the gods, but as a former Japanese, I'm really just not as enthusiastic as these people when it comes to religion. Anyhow, putting that aside. Thank you. You really saved me there. Ryoma, you don't need to thank me for something like this. I was just on my way to get food, after all. Ryoma's rescuer, since it's her, she probably really was just on her way to get food. The one who saved me from the crowd of people that kidnapped me was none other than the self-proclaimed marriage Tai Yui. She was just like a veteran waitress with the way she filled her hands and arms with plates full of food. She even had a plate balanced atop her head, bringing the total count of plates she had on her to 5. And interestingly enough, there just happened to be an unoccupied table amidst the seemingly inexhaustible crowd of people. She set her plates upon that empty table, seated herself, and then promptly began stuffing her cheeks. There were a lot of people around her, but they didn't seem to notice her. That's probably her doing. If I focus, I can sense something akin to a barrier of concealment. But it's so thin that it's hard to notice despite knowing it's there. Why don't you take a seat? At least, until after all this ruckus calms down. Yui, in that case, please excuse me. Ryoma, I took the seat in front of her. Is it so strange for the groom and the bride to be blessed by the gods? Ryoma, 'tis a rare and honorable thing, yes. If a couple is lucky, then they might find themselves receiving such an honor. There have been several such fortunate couples among those I've supported, but the last one was 30 years ago. But it's not as if all the couples in the world are related to me, so finding out the percentage of couples that receive such a blessing from my sample size is a bit. In any case, what's really important isn't the fact that they received a blessing, but that they received many blessings, right? Yui, so receiving a lot blessings at once is strange after all. Ryoma, from what I know, the norm is to receive no blessings, and even if one were to be graced with such an honor, it would be at most a single blessing. And yet from what I hear, those two both received a blessing from Marusha-sama. And then the groom received another blessing from Kyufo-sama and Tiken-sama, while the bride received another from Uyeri-sama and Gain-sama. Hence, they received a blessing not just from 3 gods, but 5. Yui, she knew I was from another world, so she carefully explained these things that would have been common sense to anyone else. Mr. Arifrol said that the couple received a blessing from 3 gods each, but it seems that those 3 gods weren't the same for the both of them. Did you do something? Your expression seems to say so. Yui, I haven't done anything directly, but I do have an idea of what may have caused this. You're the familiar of the other worlder that came before me. I believe you're trustworthy enough for me to talk. The truth is I possess the oracle skill. That skill has granted me the opportunity to talk with the gods, from which I found out that the gods sometimes watch the activities of the other worlders. There are various reasons why they watch. Sometimes it's merely to see if the other worlder has gotten used to his life. Sometimes it's because there's something to that other worlder that caught their interest. And sometimes, it's because they want to see if the other worlder is abusing the power they were given for evil. Ryuma, I see. So basically, what you're saying is that the gods are watching you. And because they're watching you, they ended up watching the marriage too. Yui, yes. That's most likely the case. Ryuma, moreover, since Tikan is around, they're all probably drinking. Kyufo and Gain are also the sort to give away blessings freely. Chapter 182.2, Wedding Ceremony 2, 2/4, Chapter 182, Wedding Ceremony 2, 2/4, and in the first place, humans being grateful for divine protections and blessings is just something they decided on their own. The gods themselves don't really see their divine protections as that big of a deal. You talk as if you're very familiar with them. Yui, I talk to them every time I go to church. Ryuma, you probably shouldn't say that to a normal person or someone from the clergy. The oracle skill is something that the clergy are able to acquire only after a long period of training, and even then, the most they can hope for are a few short words. And even that isn't guaranteed. If you go around telling people you can talk to the gods, then depending on whether or not they believe you, they will either be annoyed or be very envious. Yui, this isn't something I would tell another person normally. So it would really make me happy if you could keep this a secret. Ryuma, to be more specific, I don't just talk to them, I actually meet with them face to face and even share drinks with them. Speaking of drinking, this self-proclaimed love master, Fairy has been eating and drinking all this time, and while we were talking, she emptied another 2 large plates. It appears that she's quite the glutton. Oh, did you want some? Yui, no. I was just thinking that you eat a lot. Oh, I don't mean that in a bad way. It's just that fairies don't really have a reputation for being gluttons. Ryuma, well, normal fairies are small, after all. Yui, now that you mention it, you do look just like a normal person. Is that a transformation of some sort? Ryuma, earthlings sure are sharp. Not that I know any other than you and Shiho. Actually, I really am much smaller than I appear, but this form makes it much easier to blend in with humans. There's a tinge of malaise in using this form, but I can cover that up with my power. Unfortunately, keeping this up is rather taxing on my mana. Yui, I see. By the way, what kind of food do fairies like to eat? Ryuma, I've lived here for a long time, so I mostly just eat cooked food nowadays, but when living in the woods, there's only so much food one can get, so most fairies pick fruits or berries or easily distinguishable nectar or honey. From time to time, there are fairies that like strange things, but in that regard, they're not really all that different from humans. In the first place, fairies are creatures that can live without eating so long as the environment is full of mana. Hence, you could say that other than mana, everything else is a luxury to our kind. And of course, we can also derive energy from the food we eat. Yui, so that's how you fairies see things. Ryuma, yes. By the way, did you complete the gift we talked about yesterday? Yui, I did. It took a bit of effort, but thanks to you, I was able to complete something I could be satisfied with. Ryuma, that's good to hear. After all, there wouldn't be much of a point in me giving you an idea if you couldn't realize it. Yui, while we were talking. Ryuma-kun. Reinhardt, I wonder where he ran off to. Alize, I heard Reinhardt-san and the madam's voice coming from behind. I turned around and saw that they were looking around at the crowds of people. It seems they're looking for me. Yui-san. I have to go now since they seem to be looking for me. Ryuma, if you're with those two, then you probably won't have to fear getting caught by other people either. Yui, thank you very much. Ryuma, I look forward to seeing the moment when the bride and groom receive your present. I'm sure they'll be elated. Yui, like that I parted with Yui and rendezvoused with the Duke and his wife. Apparently, they haven't given their presents yet either, so I decided to take out my gift from my item box and join the line with them. The servants that had lined up ahead of us all implored us to go on ahead, so we barely had to wait in line before giving our respective presents. When we got to where the bride and the groom were, but Sen was in the middle of giving a cake placed on top of a small plate and a box to Ruranez-san. Oh, this sure takes me back. Ruranez, it's the lemon cake I made when I was still an apprentice. You told me it was delicious back then and ate it. But, I love that cake. But I'm sure this cake is even more delicious now. Ruranez, of course it is. It would be a huge problem for me if the cake I made when I was still an apprentice is on the same level as the cake I make now that I'm the head chef. That cake might have been fine then, but as a cook, I'm always thinking of a way to improve my cooking. But, that's so like you, but-san. Yes, I love this cake too. Especially, this spongy feeling. Rurounez, oh, that spongy feeling is thanks to the advice I got from Ryuma-kun the other day. He taught me a new method and a new ingredient, so I tried out various things, and came up with that in the end. But, 1, changed marriage tie to love master. Wasn't really happy with that marriage tie title. Chapter 182.3, Wedding Ceremony 2, 3/4, Chapter 182, Wedding Ceremony 2, March 4th, while we were listening to But-san and Rurounez-san talk, the madam asked me quietly. Did you advise him, Ryuma-kun? Alize, well, actually, I was just planning on chatting with him a little, but... Do you remember how I made a bath bomb for you? That bath bomb was made using only food ingredients, every one of which could be safely consumed, so I ended up talking about how it would be possible to use those same ingredients to make a cake fluffier. Ryuma, I also had a lot of excess ingredients, so I handed those to him too, but I didn't expect that he'd actually be able to make something out of it so quickly. While we were talking, Rurounez-san and But-san noticed us. Well then, I'll see you later. There's more cake inside the box, so take your time eating it with your husband. Hayuzu-kun, I'll be leaving her in your care. But, thank you very much. Rurounez, please leave her to me. Hayuzu, after a short greeting, the gift was passed to the maid in charge of safekeeping the gifts, and But-sen vanished into the crowd of servants watching over the event. Next up was... Please go ahead. Ryuma, I offered for the Duke and his wife to go on ahead, and they accepted my suggestion. Hayuzu, Rurounez, congratulations on your wedding. Reinhardt, thank you very much, master. Hayuzu, Rurounez, what's the matter, Hayuzu? Where'd the usual you go? Reinhardt, hee, as expected, even I can't act so unbridled today. Hayuzu, so even you know to rein yourself in at times like this. Personally, I can't help but feel that something is out of place from seeing you so docile, but... Putting that aside, to celebrate this joyous occasion, my wife and I have brought you our gift. Please accept it. Reinhardt-san has been carrying a luxurious-looking wooden box with him since a while ago. He handed that same box to the groom, and the groom immediately revealed its contents. What appeared next was... Oh my! Rurounez, this is an armor. What's more is that it's made out of dragon scale. Hayuzu, my dad's familiar just so happened to be shedding, so I asked a craftsman to forge an armor using its scale. You will be continuing to work for our family for some time to come, and there's also Rurounez, so it will be very troubling for us if you aren't able to come back safely after attending to your duties. Besides, you'll be needing something to show that you finally made it in life, now won't you? Reinhardt, thank you. Thank you so much. I will surely repay this gratitude. Hayuzu, I look forward to it. Reinhardt, Rurounez, do make sure you support Hayuzu, alright? He might be saying a lot of praiseworthy things right now, but he's always been lacking in some areas. Alize, I understood, madam. I will do my best to support my husband, while making sure to attend to my duties as a maid. Rurounez, foo. It's you we're talking about, Rurounez, so I'm sure everything will turn out just fine. Take this as a guarantee from someone who's been helped by you so much ever since I came here. Just as you've taken care of me in the past, please do continue to take care of me from now on as well. Alize, as the four of them all became teary-eyed, applause broke out from the crowd. The four of them refrained from spending too much time talking, however, and before long, the Duke and his wife urged me to take my turn. Hayuzu-san. Rurounez-san. Congratulations on your wedding. Ryuma, thank you very much. Ryuma-sama. Rurounez, you really saved our skin this time, and for various reasons too. You've done so much for us, and we couldn't be more grateful. Hayuzu, thank you. But even then, please accept this. Ryuma, I took out a wooden box from my item box and handed it to Hayuzu-san. As dictated by tradition, they opened the box right there and then, and... Oh my! Rurounez, what a beautiful work! Is that glass? Hayuzu, Hayuzu-san remarked honestly as he opened the box and took out a transparent red and blue glass with white lines engraved on it. Yes. This was none other than an Edo Kiriko-style glass. When the crowd saw that, they immediately became silent. Their reactions could be largely divided into two. One group's reaction included those who were already interested in glasses. This group included Serge-san and Puro-san, who had joined in on the festivities. It also included those who didn't care much for the superstitions. The other group's reaction included most of the people here. And perhaps it consisted mostly of the older people. They all wore faces that seemed to say, "It's beautiful, but, yes." That is indeed the normal reaction. After all, a glass is something that can break or shatter. When offering gifts in an event such as a wedding, thoughts and words that give the image of breaking or shattering or anything really that might remind one of the idea of separation is usually best avoided. That's true back on Earth, and it's true here as well. But I'd already foreseen this, so I've already prepared another item on top of this glass. I took that item out of my item box. Hayuzu-san. Rurunes-san. Please look at this. Ryuma, Chapter 182.4, Wedding Ceremony 2, 4/4, Chapter 182, Wedding Ceremony 2, 4/4, Huh? Is that the same glass as this one? Rurunes, I think the shape is a bit twisted, though. Hayuzu, it is indeed twisted. That's because it's a failed product I made while practicing. Now, I'm about to put on a little demonstration, so I hope you don't mind if I do this. Ryuma, as I said that out loud, I took the glass of a failed product and smashed it into the hard ground that was paved by the block skill. When I did, the glass rang a light sound and tumbled over to a nearby maid's feet. I'm so sorry. Can I ask you to bring that back here, please? Ryuma, oh, yes. Maid, I thank the maid for picking up the glass. The glass was damaged a little, but it managed to maintain its shape. Actually, while this might look just like a glass, but it's not actually a glass. Ryuma, it just looks like it's made out of glass, but the truth is that it's made out of the sticky slime's concentrated hardening liquid plate. In other words, it's like a glass made out of hardened plastic. The secret plan proposed by Yui-san last night was that if something that shattered was bad, then I ought to just go and make something that couldn't be shattered, and present that as my gift. I came up with this when I looked at the stained glass-like product I made using the sticky slime's concentrated hardening liquid plate. I continued talking and spoke just as she told me to. The material used for this failed prototype is the same as those glasses you have in your hands, so they're very hard to shatter. Alas, it's simply too difficult for humans to create something that lasts forever and never changes, and in the end, I can only make something that's hard to shatter. So if you intentionally treat it poorly or try to throw it, then even if it manages to maintain its shape for a while, it will eventually break apart. But so long as you take care of it, then even if you keep using it, it will always maintain its brilliance. In the same way, I pray that the two of you remember to always treasure each other, so that your relationship may forever keep its brilliance. Ryuma, oh. Crowd, Ryuma, thank you so much for such a thoughtful gift. Hayuzu, we promise that we will always protect this brilliance. Rurunes, as they said that, the two of them became teary-eyed again, and a wave of applause resounded from the surrounding crowd. It was mostly Yui-san's wisdom that allowed me to present such a gift to them, but the feelings behind my gift are real and unwavering. From the bottom of my heart, I'm happy to be able to gift them with a good present that could bring them such happiness. By the way, after I gave my present, I was approached by Serge-san and Puro-san. Ryuma-sama. You know about that glass from before, could you, by any chance, be planning on turning that into a product as well? Serge, wait just one moment, Serge. If you're going to talk about tableware, well that's still related to food, no. After all, the rich are not just particular with their food but also their utensils. Puro, I'm sorry, you too, but making those glasses really took a lot of effort. It's really not something that could be turned into a product. Ryuma, Edo Kiriko, just as the name implies, is a traditional craft that was started during the Edo period. And those glasses were made using a technique that is based off of that traditional technique. A thin layer of colored concentrated hardening liquid plate was placed atop an almost colorless and transparent concentrated hardening liquid plate. After that, I used the spell I developed before for construction, the Polish wheel, to make the two sheets of glass thinner, and then I used a newly developed spell, the disc grinder, to damage the surface of the glass and draw a pattern by exposing the lines underneath. I had to go out of my way to develop a new spell that requires a lot of concentration from the spellcaster just to make it. On top of that, creating the beautiful pattern was so difficult that despite pulling an all-nighter, I just barely made it in time with those two glasses. It would be really hard to turn something like that into a product given such low production rates. Ryuma-kun, don't tell me you didn't sleep last night. Reinhardt, seeing how you were swallowed by that wave of people earlier, I feared that you might have worked recklessly yet again, and, Elias, oh, no. There's no such thing, Reinhardt-san, madam. Serge-san, Puro-san, although it would be very difficult for me to keep up with the production by myself, I could just teach the methods to someone else. So if you know a glass craftsman that we can hire and trust, I could just entrust the production method to him. Ryuma, oh, well that sounds perfectly fine. Puro, actually, Ryuma-sama, I wanted to sell that special glass of yours as a wedding gift using that sales pitch you gave earlier, but if the material had to be changed to actual glass, then unfortunately, that won't be possible anymore. Serge, as I spoke with the four adults as usual, who themselves were showing a lot of interest in the Edo Kuriko imitation products I made, I enjoyed the banquet to my heart's content and blessed the bride and the groom. Chapter 183.1, After Story I, The Situation of the Gods, 1/3, Chapter 183. After Story I, The Situation of the Gods, 1/3, 3 days after the gorgeous wedding, I, Fei-san, and the new servant, Ok-san, parted ways with the Duke's family and their servants. I hated to leave the Duke and the servants, but unfortunately, it was time for us to say goodbye and to return to Jimuru. Before going back, however. Good job out there, Kyufo, we were watching, you know. That was a good wedding, wasn't it? Rurusha, come on, let's drink. Tikan, what would you like to have for the snacks? Gain, so you really were drinking, Ryuma. I dropped by the church at Ganego and visited the Divine Realm. Just as I'd expected, Kyufo, Rurusha, Tikan, and Gain were all there. That space should have originally been a pure blank white space, but now there were all sorts of food and bottles and barrels of liquor lined up. It was obvious wherever I looked that the gods had been making merry. The wedding ended 3 days ago. Have you been drinking all this time? Ryuma, 3 days. Has it been that long already? Gain, we didn't notice at all since we don't really pay attention to the time. Rurusha, we can't damage our body no matter how much we drink anyway, so if there's something interesting going on, we can drink until we get bored. Kyufo, wahahaha. And besides, it's only 3 days. Tikan, that's crazy. By the way, where is Willieri-sama? Ryuma, she gave her blessings, so I thought for sure she would be here too, but... Ah, Willie-Eris went on a trip with Grimp. Tikan, Grimp. If I'm remembering right, that's the god of farming, right? Ryuma, yep. He's also Willieri's husband. Tikan, they always get along so well. Before leaving, they mentioned being in the mood for another honeymoon after seeing such a good wedding. They said they'll go around the world and see how the land and the crops are doing. Gain, what 100 million does this make that? They've gone on so many honeymoons I've lost count. Rurusha, it's harvest season around the Rafora kingdom that you're at, Ryuma-kun, and it's planting season for other countries and continents, so the crops just might grow really well from this year's winter until next year. After all, the goddess of the land and the god of farming are going on a world tour. Kyufo, Ryuma, I know they're gods and all, but at times like this, I just can't help but get a wake-up call not to expect normal human behavior from them. As I thought that to myself, I drank the cup I received. While I was drinking, Kyufo suddenly remembered something and called out to me. Wait. 3 days. You came here through the church at Ganego, right? Weren't you supposed to go back as soon as the wedding ended? Kyufo, that was the plan, yeah. But remember how you guys gave the bride and the groom your blessings? Not just one blessing either, but like every one of you gave them something. Ryuma, oh, yeah. So, what about it? I bet. Everyone became real excited, yeah. Tikan, just as Tikan says, the guests did become excited. Whether it was the bride and the groom, or the guests, there has never been a happier and more excitable wedding. That's something to be grateful for indeed, but... because everyone was so excited, there were also other unexpected things that happened. If I were to list them one by one, well... First of all, we ended up going way past the time the wedding was meant to end. The guests just wouldn't stop making merry. And then we were originally planning on destroying the wedding halls after using them, but after that buffet of blessings the gods gave, the people were all like, this is the venue where a wedding with an unprecedented number of blessings was held. We can't just destroy something like that. So, in the end, we couldn't dismantle the place. Because of that we had to fortify the wedding halls to make sure that it would be able to stand the test of time. I was the one responsible for its construction in the first place, so I had to watch over the fortification until the end. Word also spread among the servants that I was the one who sculpted the idols, so a lot of them requested that I make some for them too. Oh my, did it really turn into such a big deal? Rurusha, I could have just left the work to everyone else and refused the requests, but everyone was really friendly. And besides, I figured that mass-producing the idols would serve as practice for my earth magic anyway, and I also just taught the workers the reinforcement magic I used to reinforce the tunnels at the mines, and I also got a lot of advice from Mr. Erifrol, who was in charge of conducting the ceremonies, on the topic of medicine concoction, so while I did have to prolong my stay, it was a fruitful endeavor. Ryuma, well, that's good to hear. Gain, oh, right. There was something I wanted to ask them about sculpting idols. By the way, I happened to notice that a new title has appeared under the title section of my status board. It reads, Idol Craftsman. What is that? Ryuma, oh, that one is exactly as it reads. You got that title because we acknowledge you as an idol craftsman. Tikkun, Chapter 183.2, After Story I, The Situation of the Gods, 2/3, Chapter 183, After Story I, The Situation of the Gods, 2/3, The idols made in our image that can usually be found around the world are rather. How do I put it? I guess in the words of you Japanese, the closest thing would be those doujinshi of yours. Gain, wow. Okay. That's a pretty crazy example you're giving there. Ryuma, you made our idols in our image after seeing us and talking with us face to face, right? Unfortunately, for most people, that's simply impossible, so they have no choice but to make do with the descriptions that have been passed down and supplement the rest with their imagination. That's why, no matter how impressive a rendition of us may be to humans, we can't help but be easily irritated by them. Kyufo, in the past, the humans were a lot closer to us, so there were a lot of people who could see us and feel us, but now, the renditions of us are a complete mess. Depending on the place, they would swap our genders around, and sometimes they would even turn us into something that's not even human anymore. Rurusha, there are even those who've started turning us into gods from another religion. I know that they can't help it, but there's just way too many idols going around that don't look like us one bit. Tikkun, to be honest, the genders of gods are a pretty vague thing in the first place since we can change ourselves into whatever form we want if we really wanted to, but our current appearance is our most natural and relaxed form. That's why there's no point in going out of our way to transform ourselves into something else. And while the power of the gods might be capable of practically anything, its influence is too great. Use it too much, and the only fate that awaits the world is destruction. Changing our appearance isn't so important that it's worth the risk. Gain, I see, Ryuma, so the gods have their own worries too, huh? Alright, I more or less get what the idol craftsman title is about. So, I guess the obvious next question is, should I hide this title from others? Ryuma, given your personality, I think you'll be better off hiding it. Craftsman-related titles appear when a work made with us as the subject is able to achieve a certain level of quality, so people possessing such titles do appear from time to time, but these people are still often invited by various places and people, like the nobles and the church. Tikkun, after all, possessing a craftsman-related title is the same thing as being a craftsman acknowledged by the gods. A carpenter or any construction-related craftsman would be invited to build temples or other related facilities. The clergy won't treat them poorly, but they'll definitely want to keep them. It's also a chance to make it big in life for normal people. Well, if it's a proper clergyman, then he'll definitely try to avoid being forceful, so it's not like you won't be able to refuse if you found yourself in such a position. And in the worst-case scenario that you end up getting eyed by some weird guy, you can just hide behind the Duke's family. I don't think it would really be a problem for you. Kyufo, I never planned on spreading word of my new title anyway, but I'll be sure to take care. Ryuma, that would be for the best. Tikkun may have said that craftsman-related titles appear from time to time, but what he didn't mention is that the idol craftsman is an exception. Due to the various reasons we mentioned earlier, The idle craftsman title hasn't appeared in a long time, Rurusha just said that without a care in the world. Maybe she's a little tipsy, but regardless, after hearing that, I can't help but be more vigilant about the title. Depending on how you play your cards, you could use it to negotiate with the church. But that would only be possible if an opportunity presents itself. Anyhow, it's not really something you should worry about too much. If you just take things in stride and act as if you don't have a title to hide, people won't find out about it either. Gain, you got that right. After all, any human is bound to get a title or two as long as they live. Tekin, after hearing Gain and Tekin say that, I decided not to mind the title. But are titles really that easy to come by? From the sound of it, it seems as if there are people who receive titles even without them personally bestowing it. I was curious, so I asked them about it. That's right. There are two kinds of title given to people. One kind is given by us directly, Tekin, and the other type is automatically given when the conditions we set beforehand are cleared. To put it in earthling terms, it's like those bots in those social networking services you have back there. Gain, a bot. That's another modern term, Ryuma, because that's really is how it is. There are a lot of ubiquitous ones among the titles given out automatically. Remember how the bride and the groom gets a husband and wife title on their status board? That's something that happens globally, and the number of people who get those titles even in just a single day is crazy. We may be gods, but that doesn't mean we can distribute those titles one person at a time. There'd be no end to it. Gain, Chapter 183.3, After Story I, The Situation of the Gods, 3/3, Chapter 183, After Story I, The Situation of the Gods, 3/3, Actually, I did try to bestow the titles personally before, but whenever I missed someone or was late, the people would tell the bride and the groom, you have not been acknowledged by the gods. The wedding may not proceed, and then force them to split. Some really sad things happened back then, Rurusha, I see. Ryuma, personally, though, as a god of skill, I think it's more surprising that Earth and its people are able to do something so similar to what we do using our power of the gods. What's more is that they do it so matter-of-factly in their day-to-day life. Tekin, Rurusha was looking down, so Tekin poured her more liquor, and in a rare display of solemnness, said that. From the sound of things, he appears to be interested in Earth technology. But that aside, there's still something I'm concerned about. By the way, considering that the weddings here are something that's acknowledged by the gods, won't you giving out so many blessings be a problem? I mean, in Japan all that's needed to establish the marriage is to notify the government office, so I don't really get it, but, Ryuma, especially, in Hayuzu-san and Rurune-san's case, wherein they both received a blessing from 3 gods. It should be all right. We've been doing this since forever, and I don't think there's ever been a problem. Rurusha, this is a bit of a sad topic, but were there ever cases where people fight after getting married and then divorce? Given how marriage is established here, it's basically a religious problem, so wouldn't that lead to excommunication or something? Ryuma, there's no need to worry about something like that. Divorce here is permitted just like marriage. You know how it goes, repent. Rurusha, it's sad, but if it doesn't work out, then it can't be helped. The people will just go, repent where thou hast erred and make not the same mistake again. Do this and it shall not be treated as a betrayal to the gods. Although there are also times when we intervene and the couple are able to work out an amicable solution, gain, but then for noble families, a divorce would end up slinging mud onto the faces of many people, so a lot of times, people in their situation opt to live separately instead. But I think as far as normal families go, the people here aren't really that much different compared to those from Earth. Kyufo, is that so? Ryuma, well, if that's the case, then I guess there's no need to worry and I can congratulate Hayuzu-san and Rurune-san from the bottom of my heart. In that case, let's toast one more time. Kyufo, all right. Let's add another barrel of liquor. Tekin, yay. Rurusha, let's party. Okay. Gain, you guys are way too excited. And what's with you, Gain? You're acting like some pretty boy from Earth. There's also all those Japanese terms you've been using since a while ago, like doujinshi and bots. Aren't you being too influenced by Japanese culture? Ryuma, you think? I don't really know about that myself too much, but whenever I see Tomokin, words like doujinshi and bot just naturally pop up. Gain, Tomo what? Who in the world is that? What did you say? You're a former Earthling and a former Japanese, and yet you're telling me that you don't know who Tomo-chin is. Tomo-chin is Tsukiya Tomoko-chan, the idol at the peak of her career. Normally, she's just a normal, plain, quiet child, but she loves manga and drawings. She lives with her idol friends, who shares her hobbies, and draws doujinshis. But just recently, she became an adult and joined a company, whose policies made her draw refined adult women characters. Because of her graduating from drawing doujinshi and manga, her hobbies have essentially been completely banned. And although the total number of her fans have increased, the fans that supported her when she was a nobody have dwindled, causing her much heartache. She's a stressed-out 20-year-old girl. Gain, I don't know her, Ryuma. Gain gave a speech full of passion and zeal, but in the end, the only thing I was able to find out was that this so-called Tomo-chin was apparently someone from a super famous idol group that was from back when I was still alive. Still, while I know that Kyufo once mentioned that Gain had taken a liking to Japan's idol culture, I didn't think it had gotten this bad. Unbelievable. How could a former Japanese like you not know her, Gain? I can't believe you're even getting depressed about this stuff. If it were my subordinate, Tabuchi, then he might have known about her. He's an otaku with a really wide coverage, so. As for me, I just wasn't interested in the entertainment industry altogether. It's only a given that I know nil about idols. In fact, I wasn't really all that interested in other people either, Ryuma. Well, you sure are frank about how lonely you were. Tekken said, astounded. It's true, though. After all, if that hadn't been the case, then I wouldn't have isolated myself in the forest for 3 years. And at the very least, there's no denying that I have a much better social disposition here now than I had back on Earth. What's more is that I'm actually enjoying myself now. Now that I think about it, it seems I have changed without knowing it. I've gotten to know more people and my sphere of influence has steadily increased. I even managed to go beyond human boundaries and make friends with gods. What's more is that it hasn't even been a year since I left the forest. When I compare the time I spent after leaving the forest to the 3 years I spent cooped up in it, although it's such a short time in comparison, somehow it feels like it's so much longer. Ryuma, if my life were a web novel, I'm sure the people would be complaining about how slow the pace is. But I believe that that's a testament to how deep my relationship is now with the people in my sphere of influence. Oh ho. Then humor me this. Since you've gotten to know a lot more people now, isn't it about time for a girl to have caught your interest? Gain, oh my. Now that you mention it, it really should be about time. Rurusha, no. Hang on. It's still a bit too early for that. Ryuma, and just like that, the conversation turned an unexpected corner. It was in that way that I made merry with the gods and lavishly celebrated Hayusa-san and Rurune-san's wedding until it was time for me to leave. Chapter 184.1, After Story 2, Introspection and the Changes of Jimuru, 1/3, Chapter 184, After Story 2, Introspection and the Changes of Jimuru, 1/3, So this is the town where your store is, Master. Ox, after leaving the Divine Realm, I, Fei-san, and our newfound companion, Ox-san, returned to the town of Jimuru. With the help of dimension magic and our stamina that was greater than your average person's, it only took us 2 days to go from Gonego to Jimuru, but for some reason the atmosphere seems to be a bit different from normal. I don't know if I should say it's a bit rougher, but there seems to be more people out on the streets than usual. Ryuma, that's not all, boss. There's also a hint of storminess in the air. It's probably because of that thing outside. Fei-san sent a fleeting glance past the gates, where progress of the new town's construction could be seen steadily being made. It's no wonder that there's more people going in and out of the city, and that the public order is worse than before. So, it's usually more quiet around here. It's more nostalgic like this to me, though. Ox, I guess your town must have been really lively, huh, Ox-san? Ryuma, after all, he was a former gladiator of a fighting arena. It's easy to imagine how lively the city he lived in was with all the money flowing around from the betting. The new town being built is just like that, though. The government office built a new town to keep the public order in Jimuru from worsening, but there's nothing they can do about the influx of laborers until the new town is completed. I see that the guards are patrolling more frequently too. No doubt they want to keep a tight watch on the streets. I should probably go talk to Karm-san. Ryuma, sounds good. Fei, we increased our pace a little and walked through a road we didn't normally take. After a while, we arrived at my store. Customers were lined up outside, so I entered from the back door and looked for Karm-san. When I found him, he was inside the break room, drinking tea while reading some documents with a grim face. He doesn't look like he's taking a break. Karm-san. Ryuma. Ah, boss. Welcome back. Fei-san too. Good job out there. Karm looks like he was so focused in those documents that he didn't notice us. He looks really tired too. That person is Karm. Oh, I forgot to introduce him. This here is Mr. Oxlord. He is a former gladiator and a level 5 twin swords user. I purchased him as a slave. Ryuma, sounds like a reliable man. Karm-san said as he glanced at Ox-san's missing hand for a moment. I might look like this now, but with the boss, I have essentially received a new hand. I'll definitely be of use. Ox, it's all right. I've confirmed his abilities myself. There's no need to worry. Fei, I don't really understand what you mean by new arm, but if Fei-san says it's all right, then it probably is. Please excuse my manners. Let's get along from now on. Karm, everything is all right then. That's good. Now then, since introductions are over. Fei-san, thank you for escorting me. Please show Ox-san the dorms and explain to him how life here works. After that, please take a rest. Ryuma, I understand. Fei, as for Ox-san's room, Ryuma, there's a room that's ready already. The doors have names on them, so just refer to those. Karm, in that case, be sure to rest up too, Ox-san. We hurried all the way back here, after all. Ryuma, understood. Ox, all right, I'll leave you two alone now. Ryuma, like that I took Karm-san and went to the office. What's with the face? Did something happen while we were in Ganego? Ryuma, right. I think you've noticed already, but due to the influx of laborers, the public order in the city has worsened. Even the Merchant Guild has sent out a warning. What's worse is that according to an intel I purchased, some of the groups responsible for organizing the laborers are likely to be Yakuza. It seems they're intentionally trying to worsen the public order. Karm, Yakuza, huh? Ryuma, the new city being built will have an arena and is meant to become a tourist spot. It's sure to bring a great deal of wealth. These people probably want to secure a foothold there now while it's still under construction. They've even managed to slip in among the ranks of the guards, but even while knowing this, these people are pros. On the surface they just look like an organizer for decent laborers and a liaison for such jobs, so it's hard to get rid of them. Karm, I see. It's the so-called front company. Did we suffer any losses? Ryuma, presently, we've only had problems from bad customers quarreling with regulars, but there are also people who appear to be seeing how they should deal with our store. It's not just the Yakuza. There are also people who don't know how to keep their hands to themselves, so I was thinking of doubling down on the security. Mr. Lord looks strong, so I'm sure he'll serve as a big deterrent. More security personnel would also be a huge help. Karm, the face he's making. Somehow it feels like it's the kind of face I saw a lot of back in my previous life. The kind of face one makes after working seriously for so long and accumulating a lot of fatigue. Chapter 184.2, After Story 2, Introspection and the Changes of Jimuru, 2/3, Chapter 184, After Story 2, Introspection and the Changes of Jimuru, 2/3, is that all? I don't think you're lying, but are you sure there's nothing else you want to talk about? Ryuma, sometimes you're really sharp, boss. Mr. Lord's stature and appearance is sure to serve as a deterrent. I believe that from the bottom of my heart, but at the same time, the loss of his left hand might cause others to look down on him. After all, even though I thought he looked really strong at first glance, I couldn't help but have second thoughts after seeing his missing hand. Karm, I know he's missing his left hand, but if you see him fight once, I think you'll be able to be at ease. I also thought it was strange when I was just reading about him from the documents I was given. If you want, we can show off his abilities to everyone. Ryuma, all right. If it's fine with you and him, then can we have him work during the busy hour tomorrow? Karm, apparently, the part-timers will be working during that time slot too, so Ox-san won't have as big of a problem. Will also be able to show off his face and ability to the customers. By having him work during this period, we'll be able to show that he's our new employee and at the same time display his ability for everyone. Later we can spread some rumors that will make the bad people think twice about wanting to touch our store. I've thought this since before, but Carm-san, you sure are good at this kind of stuff. I am my older sister's twin, but when it comes to negotiating or operating a business, that is to say, leadership skills, my older sister has always been at the lead. Frustrated by that, I looked for some other way I could make myself useful, and in the end, I ended up specializing at intelligence gathering and manipulation. But of course, I'm at least good enough at business not to hinder it. My older sister is also decent at gathering and using information. Carm, I don't doubt it. Let's continue to get along. Ryuma, after all, he's basically operating the store by himself nowadays. He's really reliable. For the meantime, it's good that nothing really bad has happened, but if some strange people were to do anything to the store or the employees, please be sure to inform me. Talk to me too if there's a need for brute force. I know some adventurers I could talk to, and frankly, I'm more useful in fighting than in negotiations. Ryuma, as much as possible, I'd like for any issue to be settled with just talking, but it's important to understand one's strengths and weaknesses with a calm composure. And obsessing over one method too much and causing bigger losses as a result is simply failing to see the forest for the trees. As much as possible, I'd like there to be no damages or losses whatsoever. 2 weeks later I'll have to go to Shikumu to hunt a mud salamander, but after that, perhaps it would be better to stop going on trips for a while. At least until New Year. Right. I was originally going to talk about this first, but my greeting to the Duke's family ended well. In fact, it ended on a very good note. Ryuma, moreover, because they believe that my business might be able to help reduce the occurrence of disease in the city, I've been asked to build a branch over at Ganego too. They'll even be providing the lot and the property, and on top of that, due to Ganego having a lot of nobles, they'll even provide maids to teach the employees the proper etiquette of dealing with the nobles. Just those alone would be considered exceptional treatment, but during my stay there, we talked about stuff like garbage problems and fertilizers, and they said that they would also support my endeavors that could benefit the public, things that can bring a profit to the territory. They were saying it indirectly, but it was still relatively straightforward in my opinion. I also spoke to Serge-san and Puro-san about the construction of the manufacturing plant for the waterproof cloths and the cultivation of the mushrooms. From the looks of things, it appears that we will be able to continue cooperating for a long time. Another matter worthy of celebration. It's good to have such encouraging allies. I explained these things to him in hopes of relieving him of his stress even just a little, but... What's the matter? Ryuma, before I knew it, Carm-san had become thoughtful. Getting the protection of the Duke's family is indeed something to be happy about, and it's also reassuring, but if they expect so much from you, then in the case you're unable to fulfill their expectations, I can't help but become anxious. No. Stop. I shouldn't be like this. Carm, did he become pessimistic while I was away? He shook his head and renewed his resolve. If they told you to put up a store in Ganego, then we can consider the matter done. We should immediately pick out who to send and decide the rest of the staff. Carm, I actually have someone in mind. Ryuma, I took out a pamphlet from my item box. This is the Molten Slave Company's. Carm, yes. I got it before leaving the store after purchasing Ox-san. There's an explanation in it about new businesses. Ryuma, I received it while essentially running away, but if I were to explain its contents in a few words, it would be temporary staffing. Chapter 184.3, After Story 2, Introspection and the Changes of Jimuru, 3/3, Chapter 184, After Story 2, Introspection and the Changes of Jimuru, 3/3, Customers, I need some extra hands, but slaves are too expensive, I need extra hands, but only for a few months. Slaves, my price has gone up, so no one will buy me, I want to pay back my debt quickly and become free again. Slave merchants, just the living expenses of the slaves will cost money, there are slaves that are more expensive than their abilities are worth. Apparently, Orest-san has started a slave rental service that's paid by the hour for those looking for temporary slaves. A win-win-win solution to the demands of the three parties mentioned above. But at this point, what's the difference between being a slave and a person using the guild to be employed? Some slave traders criticized the idea too, saying that they should instead focus on increasing the profits from the buying and selling of slaves. There were those that were against it due to the risk of the slaves running away. But in then, Orest-san defeated every one of those arguments, and now the service has been implemented. Or at least that's what's written on the pamphlet. Anyhow, putting that aside, I'm thinking it might be a good idea to take advantage of this new service. When I picked Ox-san, I also got the opportunity to interview other candidates. Fei-san said that those candidates were also good enough to serve as guards. They're not as good as Ox-san, but it's not a bad idea to rely on this new service to supplement our workforce. After all, just as what's written on that pamphlet, we can hire them temporarily. And if they do a good enough job, we can purchase them and hire them as permanent employees. Ryuma, when I think of how the words, "you can also hire the slaves you interviewed," were written on that pamphlet Orest-san gave me, I can't help but get the feeling that I'm dancing right on his palms, but regardless. There's not a lot of people using this service just yet, so the people behind it are still very flexible when it comes to accommodating price and conditions. Orest-san isn't someone who can be dealt with by ordinary means, but he's definitely trustworthy when it comes to work. Ryuma, I see. Let's think about it some more. Carm, I'll leave it to you. Also one more thing. It's the Duke's family's idea, but I was thinking about opening 2 stores at Gonego. I'm grateful to customers that go out of their way to drop by our store despite it being far, but the farther the store is, the less inclined people are to use it. Gonego is a much bigger city than Jimuru. Ryuma, right. Even here there are people who found washing the laundry to be too difficult now because of the cold weather and have finally resorted to our services. Carm, it's not just the profits too. I also want the laundromat to be more accessible and convenient to the people. Another option is to hire a carriage and a driver, and then open a collection and delivery service, but that will cost money twice. Once for the purchase of the carriage, and then another for its maintenance. Moreover, there's a risk for delivering the laundry to the wrong address and the carriage being targeted. Because of that, it's a lot easier to just set up another store. Ryuma, besides, building several stores in a city will give us a greater portion of the market share. Perhaps we might even be able to pull off the so-called strategic dominance. Even now the number of people enlisting their services is continuing to increase. And at the very least, we have an advantage in the fact that no other laundromat other than ours has cleaner slimes. I want to make the most of that. Come to think of it, before our store made it, weren't there people trying to open laundromats too? I hear most of them have given up, but are there still some left? Ryuma, I haven't heard about them lately at all. Should I investigate? Carm, please. Ryuma, even back when I first opened the laundromat, one method I had in mind to deal with the overpopulation of the cleaner slime was to open a chain of laundromats. If there's a serious merchant out there, I could consider selling a store and its employees to him. In that way I'll be able to leave the branch store in another person's hands. Anyhow, there's no harm in investigating. As such, I wrapped up my thoughts and asked Carm-san to do just that. Carm-san asked me to go into more detail about the chain store and the strategic dominance. As someone who once dreamed of leaving my life as a salaryman and launching a business of my own, I explained to him everything I knew. When I did, Carm-san looked at me with evident shock on his face. What's the matter? Ryuma, that's curious. Very curious. But what's more is that I can tell that you're really serious about the laundromat now. Carm, what's going on? And what's with his reaction? Why is he looking at me like a NEET that has finally started working? Could it be? Am I a slacker in Carm-san's eyes? But how could that be? I mean I leave most of the work to him and just drop by once in a while to get the report. Now that I think about it, I can't deny it at all. His eyes are twinkling. Ugh. But considering that haggard look from his face that reminded me of a burnout newcomer is gone, I think I'll just let it pass. Well then, the investigation will be a bit troublesome, but please take care of it. Ryuma, as I told him that, he responded with a voice brimming with life and left the room. Maybe I should work a little harder. Chapter 185.1 Chapter 185, After Story 3, Grown a Little. 5 days after returning to Jimuru, not even a week after my return, I found myself visiting the Sionji company at the city of Renouf. A few days ago, it was decided at the manor of the Duke that I would be dispatching the bloody slimes over to the Scion-G company for them to make use of. The reason behind this is because we want to separate the bloody slimes to prevent the 1 in a million chance that they might all get wiped out in one go. In other words, we just want to make sure that the eggs aren't all in the same basket. That brings me to today, with 3 bloody slimes at the city of Renov, ready to entrust these little boys away. The reception greeted me, and I was brought to the reception office, where I was asked to wait. 30 seconds later. Ryuma. Sorry to keep you waiting. Puro, the president, Puro-san, came in full of life. As usual, he's not one to make people wait much, is he? This was the case too when I came here for the first time. In fact, he's so fast it's almost enough to make me suspect that he had merely been lying in wait somewhere nearby. You came at just the right time. But while I'm glad and all that you're coming so early, is this really convenient for you? Didn't you just get back to your store? Puro, that's true, but unfortunately, the person Serge-san gave me is simply too good at his job. Exceedingly good at his job. Ryuma. Did something happen? Puro, sure, I could talk about it. It's a long story, though, Ryuma. It was on the very next day after I got back. Just as I spoke about with Karm-san, Ok-san and I sparred with each other in the empty lot beside the store. But because of the exchange I had with Karm-san the previous day, I decided to work a little harder than usual. It was also an opportunity for Ok-san to show off his abilities in his new workplace. Because of that, the both of us were rather heated up, and things ended up escalating to a point we hadn't planned for. As a result, the clouds of dust from our fighting spilled over onto the spectating customers and employees, while our overly enthusiastic fighting spirit left the children in tears and the elderly on their buttocks. Afterwards, Karm-san gave me an earful about how we overdid it. Fortunately, most of the customers were regulars, and they easily forgave us after we gave them a full body cleansing service for free. And we had contacted the guards prior to conducting the sparring match, so it didn't turn into a big deal, but, Ryuma, after everything was said and done and Karm-san was telling me how I'd overdone it, he told me that while we did overdo the sparring match, we were able to successfully display Ok-san's abilities to our customers as well as the townspeople of Jimuru. He also went on to explain that his remark of, "You've finally gotten serious," was not to mean that I had been slacking off, but rather that I had finally been proactive at expanding the store. He apologized to me about how his unspecific wording had caused the misunderstanding. In response, I apologized for taking his words the wrong way. But the more we talked, the more I realized that he was really happy about me finally being proactive at expanding the store. I thought to myself, what could I do to make the store bigger? And the answer I arrived to was to increase the number of branch stores. But then the question begged itself, but what is needed to increase the number of branch stores? And the answer I came to was that while various things were needed, such as personnel and the stores themselves, the first thing I need is a capital. To which, the next question was, how could I efficiently save up money? And in response, I thought of 2 possibilities, by increasing the income of the laundromat, and by looking for another source of incoming. That was how my thoughts developed, but when I got to the point where I started to talk about a delivery and collection service aimed at the elderly and people that live far away from any of our branches, as well as a new private garbage disposal company, Karm-san immediately ended the topic. I know you're always thinking about serious matters, boss, but please don't try to increase my work when there's an opening. Seriously. You work too much. Is what he said, Ryuma. Moreover, until just yesterday, Karm-san had been working on the revision of the security system and the paperwork that would be needed from here on out. After he finished everything, the next thing I heard from him was, there aren't any jobs left until you come back from your next trip, so please rest. Even if I ask him if there's any work left to be done, all he'll say is that there's none, so because of that there's absolutely no work or problems to be dealt with. Ryuma, I see, Puro-san wryly smiled as if he didn't know how he should feel. Well, you should rest when you can. And even if you need a capital, it's not as if you're desperately in need, right? Puro, Chapter 185.2, After Story 3, Grown a Little. 2 halves, Chapter 185, After Story 3, Grown a Little. 2 halves, well, that's true. Fortunately, laundry work is in season, so there's more customers. The deodorizing liquid are also selling a lot better than expected. Ryuma, oh, that stuff. Well, even the Duke's family is using it, so I guess it's only natural that it would start gaining popularity even in other cities. Puro, and yet despite that I still haven't heard of cheaper variants circulating the market. Looks like the mysterious defect of the deodorizing liquid that makes it impossible for humans to dilute ended up as a boon to our store. To be honest, we make more nowadays from selling deodorizing liquid than we do from washing laundry. Ryuma, oh, really? Puro, with just our laundry service, the most we can make a day is a few small gold coins at most, but the deodorizing liquid easily makes twice that up to a 2-digit figure. This trend is especially clearer for the second branch store. Ryuma, if that's the case, then there's no reason at all to rush securing the startup funds of your next store. Besides, just dipping your hand in a new field should be a big enough job by itself. That's probably what that Karm kid was so concerned about. It's no wonder that he's not very receptive to your new ideas when you told him about them right after he told you that you were doing a good job. Puro, I know the timing wasn't the best, but ever since opening the store, I've been gradually getting a better understanding of how I should work. For example, just a few days ago, I spoke to the Duke's family about the various uses of the slimes, as well as various other stuff. Ryuma, right. You did talk about that. Puro, just like the knowledge and uses of slimes I shared then, I think one way for me to work is to think up new businesses and propose them. It wouldn't be much different from my laundromat now. I would be essentially relying on the slimes to perform in various fields. I think that this might be the best way for me to work. Before starting my laundromat, there were 3 things that concerned me: free time for my adventurer work, the experience of the manager, the ability to communicate with the customers and my subordinates. The first of the 3 mentioned above is more of a desire thing, while for the second one, well, I had no experience whatsoever in being the manager of a laundromat. As for the third one, I did have experience communicating with customers and subordinates, but I was bad at it, and I still am. Fortunately, Karm-san is here to take care of the first store, while Carla-san is able to take care of the second store. Thanks to Serge-san introducing these 2 brilliant people to me, the 3 problems mentioned earlier have all been dealt with. This is proof that as long as I have a skilled manager, I can leave most of the work to them. Even without me around, the laundromat will operate just fine, and there won't be any problems with the relationship between the employees either. Serge-san did advise me regarding this point, but experiencing it for myself allows me a much deeper understanding. But if that's the case, then what's left for me to do? It's no waste of effort to try and do what Karm-san and the others are doing, but if it's just doing the same thing, then it would be much faster for me too. Just look for another person who could do the same jobs as efficiently as Karm-san and Carla-san instead of training myself. Hence, the question remains. As I thought about it to myself for a while, eventually, the answer became clear. I'm going to propose new businesses. In the first place, my original job was that of a system engineer. In other words, I used to design systems. I could use my experience as a system engineer to propose work and improvements that incorporate slimes. Moreover, I could use my lack of this world's common sense to my advantage, and provide an alternative point of view to the people of this world. I could get everyone to help me understand this world's culture and customs, as well as the feelings of the people here, and then I can use their input to help me design a more effective solution to any problem that needs solving. So to speak, I could propose a smoothly operating slime workflow. Yeah, I think this might just be the best way to make myself useful. When I told Puro-san that, of course, without the system engineer part, he was able to understand. You have your own way of thinking, so I'll support you. Just make sure not to push yourself. Puro, thank you very much. But everyone has already told me that, so I think I'll be fine. And besides, I will first be focusing on increasing my laundromat's branch stores. I won't rush securing the capital anymore, but depending on how things go, I might ask for a loan. Ryuma, oh. You were strongly against it before. Did you change your mind? Puro, a little. Ryuma, I didn't have any dealings with loans previously. And I also wasn't sure if the laundromat would succeed or not, but looking back at it now, I think I might have been excessively averse to it due to fears of it becoming an unpayable loan. But when I calmly think about it now, I think I can afford it. I'll be in debt for a while, but there will also be an increased income from the new store. If I can comfortably pay the debt on time, then expanding the store sooner will net me the most profits. I know I'm being rather selfish given how I was the one who refused the offer previously, Ryuma, it's fine. We just met back then. And I also think borrowing money from someone you just met is careless. That aside, seeing how you now understand that defending all the time isn't always the best course of action, and that you sometimes have to take a risk to net the most profit shows that you've grown as a merchant. Puro, if you put it that way, I guess that means I've grown a little. That puts a smile on my face. Ryuma, while I was saying that, it suddenly occurred to me. It's a bit late to be realizing this, but it just occurred to me that you mentioned something earlier about me coming at a good time. Did something happen? Ryuma, oh. I forgot. You know that thing I talked about before? I just managed to get some. And by that, I mean that thing that's normally used as food but can also be useful when you go to the Great Shurus Forest. Puro. Could you be talking about that? Wasn't it going to take some time? Ryuma, that's what I thought, but I don't know if you can call this lucky or unlucky, but due to some circumstances, well. I think it would be faster if I just showed you. Puro, I was really excited by that, but before going to other matters, we decided to first conclude the reason I came here, which was the contract of the slimes. Entrusting the 3 slimes to the staff here is a priority. Chapter 186.1, After Story 4, A New Ingredient, 1/4, Chapter 186, After Story 4, A New Ingredient, 1/4, Come take a look. Puro. Ryuma, the president himself, Puro-san, led the way to the Sionji Company's storehouse. The employee in charge opened the seemingly heavy door to reveal a dimly lit room. We passed through the gap between the goods piled up to reach a giant metal cage, inside of which were around 30 chickens. Yes, that Puro-san was referring to earlier was none other than these chickens and their eggs. Eggs are so packed with nutritional value that it's often said that they alone are almost sufficient to meet all of one's nutritional needs. They are also an important source of protein. When I think about how to procure food for those long trips away from town or when I'm somewhere like the Great Shurus Forest where it's difficult to procure food, the thought of having my own brood of chickens to provide me a steady supply of eggs takes a huge load off my back. Raising chickens doesn't require as much space as other livestock, and they're also relatively easier to raise. They're convenient too since I can just raise them in their cage. There's just one thing bothering me. I had been informed beforehand that the chickens they managed to procure were a little big. And these are certainly big, but aren't they a little too big? I mean, every one of them is as big as me. That's basically the size of a human elementary school student. These chickens are a little different from what I had in mind. Ryuma, actually, I was also planning on getting normal ones, but, Puro, oh, well, that's a relief. At least these chickens aren't the normal chickens of this world. These chickens are known as clever chickens. As you can see, they're bird-type monsters and are basically giant chickens. Their eggs are no different from normal chickens, but they can lay several eggs in a day regardless of gender. That's why they produce more eggs than normal chickens. If you can raise these critters inside your dimension home, you'll be able to eat eggs whenever you please. Puro, that's great to hear, but surely it has some downsides too. That is compared to normal chickens. Ryuma, there was something fishy about the way Puro-san was talking and the attitude of that employee earlier was evidently strange. Then again, I doubt Puro-san really planned on hiding it. Puro-san matter-of-factly spoke of the downsides of the clever chickens. First of all, these chickens are stronger than normal. If you look at their feet, you'll notice that their muscles are highly developed and their claws are sharp. Every clever chicken is a D rank monster. But that rank goes up to AC when they're in a brood, so only someone strong enough can raise them, otherwise, it's too dangerous. I don't believe that would be a problem for you, however. After all, you are plenty strong, aren't you, Ryuma? Besides, these critters have an inclination to flock together. You should have good compatibility with them. And if you can come to an understanding with them through the familiar contract, they might just end up easier to raise than your normal chickens. Puro, I see. That certainly doesn't sound too bad. Ryuma, all right. The next problem is the food. Their staple food include grains and bugs. But when needed they can hunt and eat other creatures too. There's no need to fuss about their food too much. It's just that you have to prepare 3 times as much food as usual. Puro, are food raised with wood magic or with the use of the scavenger slime fertilizer acceptable? Ryuma, so long as the food is not poisoned, it should be fine. Broods living in the wild eat even goblins, after all. It should also be safe to feed them the meat of the monsters that attack you in the Great Forest. Puro, alright. In that case, there should be no problems. I was thinking of raising that special slime food that the madam recommended to me too anyway. That being said, it doesn't seem as if those are the only problems with these chickens. As for the biggest problem, it just so happens that these guys are smart in a rather half-baked manner. Puro, wild clever chickens mix unfertilized eggs as decoys with their fertilized eggs. And when attacked, they work together with their brood to fight off threats and protect their nest. When they judge that they can't win or that the losses they would incur would be too great, they will abandon their nest, taking with them only the fertilized eggs. Apparently, they understand the value of their flesh and their eggs to their predators. Their intelligence becomes even more striking when they are domesticated, as they are able to understand that what humans want are their unfertilized eggs. Clever chickens born under the care of humans are even able to understand human speech to some extent, and when they're not happy with their treatment, the quality of their food or their bedding, they'll protest by boycotting the production of eggs. They know they can be killed, but they also know that it would be a great loss to their human owners. Am I expected to negotiate with chickens? Ryuma, it's not really a negotiation. It's more like if they're unhappy, they'll make your life miserable. Puro, Chapter 186.2, After Story 4, A New Ingredient, 2/4, Chapter 186.2, After Story 4, A New Ingredient, 2/4, After all, no matter how smart they may be, in the end, they're just chickens. The only reason they'll do something like that is if they think you'll make their life better if they make it hard for you to get their eggs. The real cause behind such poor behavior is none other than the person raising them himself. There are times when you'll have to improve their living conditions, such as when they fall sick, but if you improve their living conditions just because they're grumbling, then they'll get the misunderstanding that grumbling equals better life. And then they'll start doing annoying things like not eating unless you feed them something better. Basically, they'll turn into an annoying middle-aged lady that demands one unreasonable thing after another. Puro, sounds complicated, Ryuma. Incidentally, these guys are just on the verge of becoming something like that. Their former owner was a former adventurer that had dealings with me. Before they became completely unraisable, he asked me to take them off his hands as meat to be consumed. Puro, it was here that I wondered about something. Since they were just on the verge of becoming a problem, then I guess they haven't completely turned into an annoying middle-aged women with unreasonable demands just yet. You did say that you took them off his hands before they became completely unraisable, right? Ryuma, there's a reason for that. Look. Isn't there a chick with black and white feathers at the center of the brood? Puro, now that he mentions it. At the center are 6 chicks gathered, but only one of them has white fluff and black skin. The rest of the chicks are all completely yellow. Is that chick the only silky fowl among them? Other than the color, they all look the same to me. Ryuma, that's a genius chicken. A higher variant of the clever chicken that is rarely born. It's much smarter than the clever chicken, and when fully grown will take over as the head of the brood. Or at least, it's supposed to eventually take over, but in this case, that chick is already the leader of the brood. Puro-san talked about it a little more, and apparently, there have only been a few cases wherein a genius chicken is born and immediately takes over as the leader of the brood. It has only been reported to happen when a brood of clever chickens have been domesticated and have been provided an environment with some degree of safety for several generations. Naturally, since the leader is a chick, one that had just literally been born, there is a high probability that the brood will simply do whatever it wants. To make the long story short, the chick is spoiled from birth and treated like some noble family's little emperor. A chicken that acts just like a human. When the former owner saw that this brood was becoming selfish, he decided to let go of it to prevent the other broods from being influenced. Puro, I see. It's because the other broods will notice that only this brood was getting special treatment, which would lead to them becoming dissatisfied themselves. Ryuma, the previous owner, got rid of this brood to prevent the whole poultry farm from being compromised. And to make up for his losses as much as he could, as paltry of a sum it may be, he sold them as meat to be consumed to the Sionji Company. A correct and necessary decision for someone in the business of raising chickens, monster, to make a living. These critters are hard to handle, but they can lay a lot of eggs, so I thought you might be able to raise them. But if you don't want them, then I'd like to ask for your help in preparing them. We don't have a lot of people among us who can make good quality meat out of these critters, you see. Moreover, they're young chicks that can lay eggs, so I was hoping to the best quality meat I could get out of them through the bloody slime's blood-sucking ability. So that's what you mean about me coming at a good time. Ryuma, it takes a lot of time and food before meat meant for consumption can be shipped. Because of that, raising livestock for their meat is highly inefficient. There are times when chickens that have stopped laying eggs and cows that don't produce milk, basically, livestock that can no longer fulfill their purpose, are processed into meat, but most livestock aren't raised with that objective in mind right from the start. Moreover, the meat made in such cases are sold as luxury goods to the wealthy. So it was only natural that Puro-san would want the young chicks that could still lay eggs into the best meat they could be. Can I make my decision after attempting to form a contract with them? Ryuma, it seems like you more or less understood what I was saying earlier, so as you wish. Try approaching the cage and calling out to them. Don't be modest. Be assertive and negotiate with the leader. Puro, I understand. Ryuma, when I walked to the cage close enough to touch it, all eyes gathered on me. Chickens, bring out your leader. I want to talk about your future. Ryuma, Chapter 186.3, After Story 4, A New Ingredient, 3/4, Chapter 186, After Story 4, A New Ingredient, 3/4, I said while trying to make myself as assertive as I could. The clever chickens didn't make a fuss, and the black and white chick walked out of the brood slowly. I don't know if it's because it's still small that it walks so slow, but it walked so slowly to the point that it almost seemed as if it was checking every step it took. Its feathers were fluffy like white cotton, and it was a little bigger than your usual chick. Frankly speaking, it was really cute. So you're the leader of this brood? Ryuma, pie. Genius chick, the genius chick replied. That's probably a yes. Let's form a familiar contract so we can talk. Ryuma, pie. Genius chick, the genius replied a second time in a chirp that suggested affirmation. At that, I formed the contract. When I did. Release us lowly humans. Genius chicken. Ryuma, wow, okay. That surprised me. I can share a mutual understanding with the slimes and the Rimmel birds too, but this feeling is a bit different. I have better compatibility with the slimes, so it's probably because the monster is really intelligent that I can understand its thoughts so clearly. It's almost like it's talking to me. Let's introduce ourselves first. I am Ryuma Takebayashi. You are. Ryuma, I have no name to give to the likes of you. Genius chicken, well, this is troublesome. It can talk, but it refuses to hold a conversation. At this rate, you chickens will be turned into human food. How about you listen to me before that happens? Ryuma, if you want to talk, then release us. Otherwise, you must enter the cage. Genius chicken, is what? He said. Can I enter the cage, Puro-san? Ryuma, I translated for Puro-san, and he called for the employee in charge here. President, are you really sure about this? Letting this kid inside. Employee, it's Ryuma, so it's fine. He's the one asking for it too, so go ahead and open it. Puro, I understand. Employee, the employee opened the cage reluctantly, and I went inside. A few steps into the cage and the adult clever chickens surrounded me. After that the leader approached me from the front. Quite some guts you have for a cowardly human. Genius chicken, well, thanks. Can we talk now? Ryuma, very well. What do you want? Genius chicken, it sure acts big despite being so small. Well, whatever. As I've said earlier, at this rate, you chickens are going to die. But if you lay eggs for me, I can take you away from here. I'll prepare food and a place for you to live in as well. Ryuma, so you're the same as the previous human. Very well. Give us a full bowl of the best wheat every day. Mix it with corn and other grains. Of course, you must mix only the most luxurious grains. For our bed, I want a place with plenty of sunlight, the smell of earth, and delicious earthworms. Genius chicken, the little chick spoke in a haughty manner while listing out the most luxurious conditions. The conditions he listed would require me to go to some dangerous territories. Moreover, there were simply too many that I couldn't meet. Oh, well. I guess it wasn't possible, after all. I suppose it was simply not meant to be. Ryoma, wait. Why are you refusing? Genius chicken, because I can't meet those conditions. Ryoma, you fool. If a demand is too big, then you have to haggle it down. That's the basics of negotiations. Genius chicken, is a chicken seriously explaining to me the basics of negotiations right now? In that case, let's talk about some conditions that I can meet. Ryoma, very well. What conditions can you promise us? If that's what he's saying, then I will leave you to pasture outside the mines when I'm out. We can further negotiate the location of your pasture after you see the place. And if needed, I'll provide a cover to protect you and your chicken people from the rain and the sun. When I leave, I'll allocate a special place for you in the Dimension Home. Your food will be average good and homemade goods purchasable from the Tamer Guild or the market. The mixture can be negotiated, however. In exchange, you'll have to give me your unfertilized eggs. I listed the conditions I could promise one by one. And then, these are about all the conditions that I can promise. I'm telling you this in good faith, but this is the upper limit of what I can guarantee. If you say you're okay with promises that might not be met, then I can promise better conditions. Ryoma, you've pushed your luck too far. At a time of crisis, we won't kneel to unreasonable threats. Ko. Genius chicken, the leader started chirping energetically. The surrounding clever chicken responded and started making threatening sounds with their chirps and beaks. President. We have to get that boy out of there. Employee, the employee in charge of this place started to panic. But that's not really strange. After all, the situation had deteriorated such that a child like me could get attacked any moment now. Rise. Genius chicken, ko. Clever Chickens, Chapter 186.4, After Story 4, A New Ingredient, 4/4, Chapter 186, After Story 4, A New Ingredient, 4/4, At the leader's behest, the brood of chickens matched their sounds and made themselves even more threatening. It doesn't look like it's possible to negotiate anymore. I should give up and just, Genius chick, Ryoma, just when I was about to give up. For some reason, the leader chirped a scream-like chirp and the chirps of the clever chickens stopped. And then they suddenly spread their wings and prostrated on the ground as if performing a Dajiza. Not a hint of that hostility earlier could be felt. Please don't kill us. 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 Please don't kill us, Genius chicken, that's terrifying. What is wrong with you all of the sudden? Wait a moment. Did something happen? Ryoma, it would appear that the threat is no more, but the situation has changed so suddenly I just can't quite wrap my head around it. Ryoma. I don't really get it, but for a moment, the aura about you was really something. It was like that time during your match back then. Puro, he's probably referring to my spar with Ox-san. It seems I did something similar to what I did a few days ago in that moment when I was about to give up on the negotiations. I need to keep these accidental threats under control, but now's not the time for it. I'll reflect on it later. Raise your heads. Ryoma, Genius chicken, after that Dajiza-like position, now they're standing at attention. Let's continue our talk earlier, shall we? Ryoma, yes. Of course. By all means. Oni-san, you sure are pretty strong, aren't you? I sure was shocked. Genius chicken, are you seriously taking the boot-licking approach now? Ryoma, the chick's behavior took a 180-degree turn, leaving me at a complete loss. And what's up with those wings? The leader is rubbing them up and down against each other. It's almost as if he's trying to rub his hands together. But the human from before did this all the time. Genius chicken, oh, so it's a habit of the previous owner. Looks like he picked up some strange things other than words from that guy. Enough is enough. Can we talk already? Ryoma, why yes, of course. But I would just like to inform you that we adhere to a non-violence non-cooperation policy, so, non-violence. Can you remind me what you were doing just a few minutes ago? Ryoma, Huh? What were we doing? Genius chicken, come on, now. You're not a bird brain. Ryuma, where did the brain of the genius chicken go? And don't look at me like that while obviously playing the fool. Where did this chick even learn the words of a certain great man from India? Sheesh, what a way to dampen the mood. At this rate, you guys are going to be eaten, you realize that, right? Those people outside aren't going to let you guys off without making up for their losses. Ryuma, we never said we wouldn't accept your terms. It's just, you know. Give us a little more. Genius chicken, what a stubborn chicken. While I was thinking that, I noticed that the brood was acting weird. The clever chickens are talking among themselves. It seems they're getting rather noisy. Those at the back. What are they talking about? Ryuma, They're wondering if they could give you their eggs and if they should hand me over too. Something like that, genius chicken, Yua. Ryuma, his friends have actually started to abandon him. These guys are always like this, you know. Even though I had just been born and didn't know anything, when I outwitted them, they told me I should be the leader since the smartest one should always be the leader. But whenever things turn bad, they're always quick to push me aside. When they're not happy, they complain at me. And when something messes up, they go and say that the leader should be the one to take responsibility. No matter what I try to teach them, they just can't seem to understand anything. They're really not as smart as humans make them out to be. Genius chicken, somehow, listening to him makes me want to cry. And I think I understand now why this chicken's thoughts are so easy to understand. But if he won't accept my conditions, then I really can't help but turn him into chicken meat. Maybe I can fry him. I could turn him into chicken tatsutage or chicken sauté. A meat and potato stew using chicken doesn't sound bad either. There's chicken nanban and roast chicken too. I might even be able to substitute him for Peking duck. I'm sorry, so please stop reciting chicken recipes. Genius chicken, before I knew it, the leader was back in a Dajiza position. It was just him this time, though. You'll let me raise you. Ryuma, we don't exactly have a choice. And you seem to understand my suffering. Still, at the very least, please provide us an environment no one will complain about. Genius chicken, all right. I'll do my best. Ryuma, thank you very much. Genius chicken, and so, a chicken with a nervous temperament was added to my roster of familiars along with 26 other chickens. What's more is that they'll be giving me their eggs. I should be happy, but for some reason I feel so empty. Chapter 187.1, The Fishing Village of the Lake, 1/2. Chapter 187, The Fishing Village of the Lake, 1/2. If you go straight from here you'll find the shores of Ratoin Lake. Take a left from there and you'll find Shikumu. Even if you get lost, as long as you make it to the shores of the lake, you should be able to see some villages. And if you can find a village, then you'll be able to ferry a boat, so you should eventually make it to Shikumu even though you might end up taking longer than expected. Merchant, thank you for helping me so much. Ryuma, don't sweat it. We need to help each other when in need. I don't think you'll get lost, but do be careful. Merchant, yes. You take care too. Ryuma, it's been 2 weeks since I formed a contract with the Genius Chicken's brood and secured for myself a supply of eggs. Presently, I'm looking for the Ratoin Lake where the mud salamander is said to live. I'm looking for it so I can train myself. I better get going too. Ryuma, I saw the merchant, who gave me directions, off and then followed the route he told me about. It wasn't exactly a road, though, as it was more like an animal trail. As I started down that path, it gradually became harder and harder to distinguish it from the rest of the ground, what with the roots of the surrounding trees growing unchecked. The path was basically made up of mud and roots. From time to time, there were stones too. It's like the primeval mangrove forest I saw back at Okinawa once. I walk slowly and firmly step with my toes, making sure not to miss my footing. The main purpose of this trip is the mud salamander, but another purpose is to practice my footing when going through places with bad footing like this path. But what I'm really worried about is the time. The merchant earlier said to just go straight and I'll find the place very soon, but he kept saying the same thing yesterday about the camp, and yet it still took us 2 hours. He's probably the kind of guy who thinks it's normal to measure the distance to your nearest neighbor in kilometers. The sense of distance of someone living out in the sticks. For now, let's just assume that getting through the forest takes 2 hours. 4 hours later. A beautiful lake and an entrance to a village on the shore came to view. It took twice as long as I thought it would take. There were trees growing around the entrance of the village. They were probably trees similar to mangroves. Processed log have been lined up and buried into the ground to create a wall around the village. People keeping watch could also be seen standing. I walked toward the village entrance, where I saw a man about 50 years of age smoking in a daze. Excuse me. Ryuma, That's not a face I normally see around here. Are you alone, boy? Smoker, yes. My name is Ryuma. I'm an adventurer looking for the fishing village of Shikumu. Is this the right village? Ryuma, this is Shikumu all right, but... Oh, I remember. I heard some friend of Kai and his boys was going to drop by the town soon. Are you the one they're talking about? Smoker, if that Kai you're referring to is the Kai from the adventurer party, Wharf of Shikumu, then yes. Ryuma, I see. In that case, wait here for a bit. Smoker, suddenly, the man took a wooden hammer dangling by the entrance and used it to hit a similarly dangling metal plate several times. When he did, a young woman rushed out of the village. Old man Manda, did something happen? Ah, young girl May. Good timing. That boy, Kai's, guest has arrived. Manda, ah. That rumored guest. Where is he, you? You sure are young. I mean you're basically a kid. May, my name is Ryuma Takebayashi. It's a pleasure to meet you. Ryuma, the woman bluntly voiced out her impression upon seeing me. Considering how similar their names were, I couldn't help but wonder if she was a relative of Kai-san's. Likewise. I'm May. Kai and Kei's older sister. I hear you took care of my little brothers. May, he just came, so he probably doesn't know anything just yet. Show him around. Manda, all right. For the meantime, let's go to my house. One of them is probably there. Come on. Follow me. May, yes. Oh, thank you very much, Manda-san. Ryuma, yeah. Take care. Manda, after the gatekeeper saw me off, I followed after the young woman. The ground inside was built much better and children could be seen bustling about. There were housewives gossiping among themselves as they drew water. There were also elderly people who brought chairs and other tools and did as they liked while enjoying the sun. It was a very peaceful sight. Is it so strange? May, oops. Looks like I stared a bit too much there. Sorry. I heard a lot of monsters have been popping up lately, so I was surprised to see this place so peaceful. Ryuma, you talking about the mud salamander? They always come around this time of the year, so we can't exactly afford to be nervous every time. Besides, they're only after the fishes we've caught. Although they might appear around the shores, they won't bother to try and go inside the village. May, Chapter 187.2, The Fishing Village of the Lake, 2 halves, short, Chapter 187, The Fishing Village of the Lake, 2 halves, short, I see. Are the buildings here all made with wood and mud? Everything is made with the same material, so there's this sense of unity in the way the houses are. Ryuma, haha, a sense of unity. You make it sound so amazing, but the truth is we just don't have any other materials here. Mud and tree can be found anywhere, so if something breaks, we can easily fix it. They're really convenient. May, do you repair your own house yourself? Ryuma, isn't that a given? You have to at least be able to fix your house, you know. At the very least, that's common sense here. May, it seems everyone in this village is strong. Ah, this is the house. May, as we talked like that, we eventually arrived at the house. Come in. May, excuse me. Ryuma, May-san opened the door and invited me in. When I got inside, what greeted me was an earthen floor, beyond which was a large hall with wooden floor. There was a space at the center that seemed to be for a sunken fireplace. There was a sense of nostalgia to the whole place that reminded me of a Japanese-style house. Kai. K. Since they're not saying anything, I guess no one's home. Well, whatever. We've prepared a room for you, so I'll bring you there. May, oh. According to the letter I got, there's supposed to be a place of lodging prepared for the adventurers. I asked May-san about it, and apparently that place was none other than the meeting place of the village. Unfortunately, it wasn't very big in the first place, so they've already filled up the place. What happens to the rest of the adventurers then? They couldn't just leave the adventurers who went out of their way to protect their village to sleep out in the wild, so the adventurers they can trust to some extent are lent a room in the residences. I'm sorry for our village's incapability to accommodate you, but please endure it. May, there's nothing to endure. You're lending me a room for free after all. If anything, I'm grateful. Ryuma, that's good to hear. I don't know how it's like in other places, but over here we get by helping each other. When we suffer together. So if there's anything you need while you're here, be sure to say it. I'll help you as much as I can. May, I don't know if the people here are just friendlier than those from the city or they just look kindly toward people regardless of if they're meeting them for the first time or not, but while her goodwill left me confused, there was no doubt that she was giving me a very warm welcome. Thank you very much. I'll be in your care. Ryuma, I thanked her for her warm welcome. My training at the Ratoin Lake begins from here on our. Chapter 188.1, Breakfast and Souvenir of the Fishing Village, 1/4, short, Chapter 188, Breakfast and Souvenir of the Fishing Village, 1/4, short, long time no see. Kai, I'm glad you could make it, Kay, oh my, a guest. Mother, I see you're back too, Mother. May, while I was preparing my things at the room I was lent, the younger brothers, Kai-san and Kei-san, came back with their mother. Sorry to intrude. I am Ryuma Takebayashi. Ryuma, so you're the person who helped my dumb sons and their friends. You sure are a lot younger than what I've heard. But were you always meant to come today? Weren't you supposed to come next month? Mother, come now, Mother. He's here to protect the fishes, so of course it has to be this month. Next month would be too late. May, but if that's the case, then it's a bit of a problem. We don't have any of the food meant for our guests. Mother, huh? We only have enough for ourselves. Kay, we have enough ingredients, but there's not that much variety to them. Mother, do they normally prepare a different dish for their guests? Please don't mind me. Ryuma, I'm plenty grateful just having a roof to sleep under, and if they're providing even food, then I really have no room to complain. Honestly, I'm perfectly fine just eating the same food as everyone else. Are you sure? But our food for today is, Mother, oh. Anyhow, just leave the food to me, Mother. And Kay, since Ryuma-kun is going to be staying here for a while, why don't the two of you show him around the village? Also, he's not just your acquaintance, right? Since the other three know him too, to be sure to let them know that he's here. May, oh, right. Kai, Ryuma-kun, is there a place you want to check out? Kay, in that case, Ryuma, I want to join the adventurers hunting the mud salamanders as early as tomorrow, so if they don't mind, I'd like to greet the senpai adventurers that have already started hunting the mud salamanders. It would also be great if they knew a place where I could train during my stay here. In that case, we'll have to go around the whole town. We'll be out of the village once we get to the shore, so we can just go to the meeting area or something from there, and then be back in time for supper. Kay, all right, you show him around then, Kay. I'll call Sane and the others. I'm sure they'll want to talk to Ryuma too. I'll ask them to join us for supper, so we can just talk then. Kai, the two locals spoke between themselves and decided the route for my tour. I'll go call them then. See you later. Kai, thank you very much. See you later. Ryuma, we'll head this way. Kay, we parted with Kai-san by the entrance hall and I followed Kei-san. Outside was the usual scenery you could find from any village, but from the looks of things, like the sun had already gone down while I was busy unpacking my luggage. The children and the housewives were already gone, and there wasn't much people left out on the streets. Chapter 188.2, Breakfast and Souvenir of the Fishing Village, 2/4, Chapter 188, Breakfast and Souvenir of the Fishing Village, 2/4, or at least that's what I was thinking when several young men gathered and started doing gymnastic exercises. Kei-san noticed them at roughly the same time and called out to them. As we parted with them and went our way, I asked Kei-san what those gymnastic exercises were for, and apparently, they were exercises that the people here did before going out to fish. For a long time now, the fishermen have been waking up and doing these exercises. It's dangerous for fishermen if they're unable to move well while riding a boat. This is true not just for the person himself but also for the other fishermen with him. That's why the fishermen have to check on their body's condition before going fishing. Or at least that's what I've been taught anyway. I see. Ryuma, although to be honest, even without the exercise movements, it's obvious when someone is feeling unwell, so there are a lot of people who just do it because it's tradition. But if you tell that to my dad or the strict elders, you'll get yelled at. Kei-san said while laughing like a mischievous child. Suddenly, someone called out toward us from a distance. Hey! Good afternoon. Apparently, an acquaintance of Kei-san had appeared. He greeted him and parted ways, but just when I was thinking that was the end of it, 10 seconds later, another voice called out, and then again a few seconds later. Every time we passed by a person, they would call out to us. Everyone knows each other, huh? Ryuma, well, it is a small village. It's only natural. Most of the men are fishermen, so people are bound to know who's whose wife and what number which son is. Because of that, people from outside the village stick out like a sore thumb and become the talk of the town, making it really easy for people to remember them. I think they'll remember you very quickly, Ryuma-kun. This is the countryside, all right. I have to be careful not to leave a bad impression on them. How many people live in this village? Ryuma, not even 500. Although the number would be higher if you include the people who leave town to find work or make money from other villages. Oh, look. You can see it now. I followed the direction he pointed at, and there I saw a light that was irregularly reflected. I immediately recognized the lake before me as the same one when I first got here. We continued along our way and passed by the side of the last building. Ryuma, when all the structures obstructing the view were gone, the unfolding scenery was so beautiful I found myself at a loss. Winds gave rise to waves upon the vast lake, causing the reflection of light to waver. The water is really clear. I wonder if it's not very deep. Even from a distance, I could clearly see the fresh aquatic plants beneath the lake. The blowing winds are cold, but for some reason, I feel warm when I see this view in front of me. In front of the lake is a beautiful white beach, on which small boats and tools of some sort could be seen orderly arranged. Finally, there's something to this place that makes it look like a fishing village. Don't you think it's beautiful? This view. I thought this place looked like Okinawa when I first saw the forest on the way to the village, but... yes. It's really beautiful. It's almost as if the nature here has been left untouched, and yet at the same time, it's so beautiful it would be enough to attract tourists. Ryuma, I'm glad. You like it so much. To Kei-san and the villagers of the fishing villages in this region, Ratoin Lake is an important place that keeps them fed. Because of that, it is both their duty and pride to protect it. Only by doing so are they worthy of receiving its blessings. If that's the case, then there must a lot of rules here. Ryuma, you're not a fisherman, so there's not that many. There are still some that you have to pay attention to, though. For example, anyone can catch a blessing from the lake, but if you're not a fisherman, your options are limited to either diving or fishing with a rod. You can't fish using nets or baskets. Also, can you see that island over the lake? Are you talking about that raft-like thing made up of branches? There seems to be something on top of it. Ryuma, it's far and there's also the reflection of the light, so it's hard to see, but I can at least tell that there is a hairy creature on top of it. Something like a sea otter or a beaver. That island is a nest created by a monster we call Yadanazumi to pass the winter. When spring comes, the small fishes use it as a hiding place, while the fishermen use it as a landmark to find the fishing grounds. Because of that, another rule you need to keep in mind is to never hurt that Yadanazumi or its nest. If you see it at the beach or in the village, please be careful not to drive it away. It may be a monster beast, but it's no threat. I understand. I'll be careful. Ryuma, Chapter 188.3, Tour of the Village and the Taste of its Ingredients, 3/4, Chapter 188, Tour of the Village and the Taste of its Ingredients, 3/4, other than those, he also said not to throw garbage, and that there's a toilet near the beach. There were other stuff too, but they were all fairly trivial stuff. Kei-san also taught me some basic manners as well as things to pay attention to as we walked along the beach. Shikumu village is situated northeast of the Ratoin Lake, and the beach I will be working at is situated northwest of the village. Kei-san's house is closer to the western side, so when I go out to the beach from his house, I'll be greeted with structures that serve as wharf to park the boats and build or maintain them. I think I know enough of the geography around here for my work. You should be able to find your way now for your work, right? Kei, yeah. I think I'll be fine. Ryuma, great. In that case, let's go to the training area next. Kei, we walked another quarter lap around the village while talking about random things. Eventually we found ourselves at the east of the village, at the border leading to that mangrove-like forest. Some of the trees here stood out either because their branches had been cut off or they've been completely turned into stumps. This is where the village gets its wood for fire and for building stuff. There's a lot of space here and you can be as noisy as you want and no one will complain. What do you think? Kei, it's close to the village, it's plenty big, and it also doesn't seem like there'll be any problem even if I let my familiars out. Yeah, it seems pretty good. Ryuma, familiar. Oh, you must be referring to your slimes. If I recall correctly, you're a collector of sort, right? In that case, you might be interested to know that a slime known as mud slime has been sighted here from time to time. Kei, wow. That's some really good news. Ryuma, mud slime. It has mud in the name so it must have something to do with mud. In the RAWS, Ryuma says mud in English first, and then again in Japanese. It would suit the environment here too. How often are they sighted? Ryuma, I've seen it several times myself when I went out to gather firewood. I think you should be able to find it if you intentionally try to look for it. Kei, alright. I'll make sure to keep an eye out for it while training. Huh. Your eyes suddenly changed. Well, at least you seem to like the place. The sun has already set, so why don't we go to the meeting area? Kei, right. There might be some yet unseen slime there too. As I thought that to myself, I pushed down the urge to stay and reluctantly followed Kei-san. After that, Kei-san led me to the meeting area and various houses to greet the senpai adventurers that got here before me. I gave them gifts and exchanged courtesies. Maybe it's because I'm in an unfamiliar environment, but I somehow started acting like a fresh recruit at a new company. Fortunately, the senpai adventurers were relatively happy with my behavior. After this and that, we eventually went back to the house. When we got back, loud voices could be heard through the entrance of the house. They sure are getting lively, I thought to myself as I opened the door. As it turns out, the adults have already started to make merry. Nizan, why is Dad drinking too? Kei, it can't be helped. You know that Dad asks for liquor as soon as he comes back and is normally quiet and unfriendly, right? He'll make a better impression if we just give him liquor, so might as well. This'll be his first time meeting Ryuma, after all. May. Kei. What are you doing leaving our guest to stand? Hurry up and help him find a seat. Dad, we exchanged some light greetings as drinks were served and we sat around the sunken fireplace. Seated in front of me was Hoi-san, the head of this house and the father of Kei-san and his siblings. He was already past 50 and had a bearded face with many wrinkles. He had a muscular body that has clearly been trained by his daily work. Because of his overly developed body that reminded one of a bodybuilder and his excessive tan, he looked very young for his age. He reminds me of myself back in my previous life, so I can't help but feel a sense of familiarity with him. Huh. I'd heard about it beforehand, but you sure are tiny. Hoi, Dad. May, oops, that was rude of me. Hoi, not at all. It's true that I'm young, after all. Ryuma, I heard you saved my kids and their friends. They're not bad people by any means, but they've lived out here in the sticks all their lives, so they're ignorant of the ways of the world. At most, the furthest they've gone is the town on the opposite shore. It would be great if they were more adventurous, but alas, Hoi-san started talking about the failures of Kei-san and his friends from the perspective of a parent who has watched over them for a long time. Although I'm in a good mood because of the liquor, those kids must feel terrible having all their embarrassing stories talked about like this. Chapter 188.4, Tour of the Village and the Taste of its Ingredients, 4/4, Chapter 188, tour of the village and the taste of its ingredients. 4/4, the members of the Wharf of Shikumu party all wore an awkward expression on their faces. I first met them when they came to Jimuru to sell the bloody slime. It's been a while. Shin-san, Sane-san, Piran-san. Ryuma, yeah, Shin, Sane, Piran, supper is ready, boys. So make some room so we can get started. Mother, fortunately for them, the mother of the family appeared and immediately changed the situation. They cleared the area from the earthen floor all the way to the sunken fireplace, and then they brought in a large pot, several bowls for all of us, and a round thing knitted with plants. That round thing seems to be boiling something inside it. The smell isn't that strong, but I feel like I've smelled it from before somewhere. One thing is for sure, though. It's definitely seafood. I mean, this is a fishing village, after all. Word has it that they have a lot of seafood here, something I normally can't eat back at Jimuru, so I'm actually really looking forward to tonight's supper. Gay. This is tonight's food. K. Do you not like the food, Kai-san? Ryuma, I like it, but people from other places don't. Kai, since they'd already lifted the lid, I went ahead and peeked inside. Crab. Ryuma, that round thing was packed to the brim with bright red crabs boiled to a turn. Wow, that's really nostalgic. Ryuma, crab. It's taken from the lake here, so it's probably a freshwater variety like sawagani, Japanese freshwater crab. I've eaten crab back on Earth, but only as a luxury, and this is my first time seeing crab since coming to this world. So this village also catches crabs on top of fishes. Ryuma, we can catch a lot if we set some traps, but still. I'm surprised you don't mind them. Hoi, we eat crab at my hometown. In fact, it's my favorite. Ryuma, oh, really? Well, at least you like the food. That's a relief. We prepared some fish just in case, but we have a lot of those crabs of yours, so just eat as much as you want. Mother, the mother of the family, lined up the skewered fish on the sunken fireplace and served me seafood soup. For some reason, she looked happy as she served me a bowl of soup packed with ingredients. Don't be shy. Eat as much as you want. Hoi, I took one crab boiled in salt, plucked one of its legs, and brought it to my mouth. It was fairly elastic considering how thin and tight it was. With each bite, the sweetness of the crab would ooze out, accompanied by the exquisite seasoning of salt. A plain taste, but that is exactly what makes it so delicious. As expected, it's really delicious. Ryuma, because the crab was small, the leg I took was also small, so it was really convenient for a child like myself to eat. I like how you eat. Keep eating. Here's another one. Have some soup too. Mei, thank you very much, Mei-san. Yeah, this soup is delicious too. Ryuma, there's a strong taste of mustard mixed in with the soup, but it works really well when combined with the fish stock. Look, boy. More of that favorite food of yours. Hoi, itadakamasu. Ryuma, I just can't have enough of the crab here and my hands won't stop moving either. Here you go. Eat as much as you want. Mother, crabs are so delicious. Everyone is paying attention to me and offering me more and more food. Because of that, I just kept on eating and eating. When I had eaten my fill, my welcome party and supper ended. The members of the Wharf of Shikumu, Shin-san, Piran-san, and Sane-san all went back to their houses. And then Mei-san told me to go to sleep early since I would have to work early tomorrow, not to mention the fact that I must have been exhausted from the trip. When I entered the futon I had been given inside my room, it suddenly hit me. We were supposed to talk over supper, but I was so focused on eating the crabs that I barely said a word outside of food. Oops. Chapter 189.1, Breakfast of the Fishing Village and Souvenir, 1/2, Chapter 189, Breakfast of the Fishing Village and Souvenir, 1/2, the next day. You. Ryuma, I was woken by a sound, but when I looked out the window, I noticed that it was still early and the sun had yet to rise. Maybe it's because we're close to a lake, but it's really cold. I endure the cold and prepare myself, then I leave my room. Looks like the sound is coming from the kitchen up ahead. Good morning. Ryuma, oh my. Good morning. Mother, did we wake you up? Mei, when I entered the kitchen, I found Mei-san with her mother. They were cooking with the little light they had from the fireplace and the small candles. Retired early yesterday, so I was able to recover my strength. If you don't mind, I'd love to help with the breakfast preparations. Ryuma, my sons would do well to learn a thing or two from you. Mother, well, since you're offering. Do you know where the well is? If you do, then can you fill this jar with water? The jar May-san showed me was about as big and deep as I was tall. I know where the well is, but if she just wants water, then. In that case, water. Ryuma-kun, you can use magic. Yes. Come to think of it, we didn't really get to talk much yesterday, did we? All I really got to tell you was my name. By the way, will this do? Ryuma, yes. That's plenty. Next. Can you grind these using these? May-san handed me a wooden pestle and mortar. The thing she wanted me to grind was wasabi. Ryuma, it looks just like wasabi, but the color is yellow. Wasabi. Is that what you call horas where you're from? You also called the water spider yesterday crab. When I heard the word horas, the relevant information on medicinal herbs appeared within my mind. It's raised in shallow rivers or in mud and has a peculiar sharp taste. It has high sterilizing effects and is even used as a deworming medicine. It's not exactly the same as wasabi, but it's probably very similar to it. How much should I grind these? Ryuma, will be sprinkling it over the soup, so make sure to grind it until it loses shape. I understand. Ryuma, this must be the thing I tasted in the soup yesterday. As I realized that, I started working. I started by removing the leafy part, then I quickly washed the roots in water. After that I cut them into small pieces and placed the cut roots into the mortar. After grinding the roots with the pestle, I ground them again. I'm just doing as she told me to, but this sure are a lot of ingredients. Still, this peculiar and stimulating aroma. By the way, is there a dish here where you eat raw fish with this? Ryuma, there are people who eat like that, but there are worms that can hurt your stomach. Especially during this season, so it's best not to. That's unfortunate, but I better take her advice since she's the local here. Besides, the worms can be dealt with by cooking and processing the food, so I think I'll just enjoy those kind of food while I'm here. As I thought that to myself, it suddenly dawned on me that I wasn't able to give the souvenirs I was supposed to give yesterday. Souvenirs? For us. Yes. If you'll excuse me, I'll be right back. Ryuma, I left the kitchen for a moment and entered my dimension home. My dimension home is already a little bigger than a gym. I walked to the corner where my new friends, the clever chickens, are staying. Coca. Clever chicken, the chicken that noticed me chirped loudly, and then a black chick came out of the brood huddled together. Good morning, Aniki. You sure are early today. Genius chicken, good morning, Kahaku. It's a bit early, but can I get the eggs for today? Ryuma, don't worry, Aniki. It's already been prepared. Kahaku, this baby black chicken is the boss of this brood, as well as the only advanced variant among it. The genius chicken, Kahaku, rubbed his hands nastily while facing several clothed baskets that were lined up. 2 of the baskets were filled to the brim with eggs. I'll take today's eggs then. I'll bring you your food after I've checked the goods. Ryuma, yes. We'll wait in front of the feeding box as usual. Kahaku, not a hint of that oppressive aura from when we first met could be seen as I took away the basket of eggs. After the chickens, the next living space I went to was the slimes. I had the big cleaner slime clean the eggs and made sure that there were no cracked eggs. I had prepared several clothed baskets for the chickens, but they only used 2 and filled them to the brim. It seems the clever chicken don't really care about the eggs they lay. Of course, these are all unfertilized eggs that won't turn into chicks, but I still think they're being too rough with how they handle them. As the big cleaner slime extended its body like a tentacle and brought the eggs inside it one after another, I turned to the baskets that were lined up on the other side and sighed. My relationship with the clever chickens is purely business now, so the situation has calmed down a lot, but it was really bad at first when I tried to treat them as friends. The employee of the Sionji company tasked with taking care of the clever chickens knew about the original contract of the previous owner. The previous owner was a professional poultry farmer, and I agreed to continue the terms he had promised the clever chickens. The clever chickens were fine with that, but their living space became an issue. I had brought them back home with me to the mines and tried to negotiate where they would be pasturing, but it turned out that forming a contract with every chicken, so that we could understand each other, wasn't the wisest course of action, as they just ended up demanding one thing after another. They were very picky. In the end, it was agreed upon that they would be staying inside my dimension home for the time being. As for why, apparently it's because it's too cold because of the winter. It turns out that they'd much rather live a carefree life inside the dimension home, where it's warm, than be able to go out and eat earthworms or other bugs when it's so cold. And besides, it wasn't as if they wouldn't be able to eat when I'm here to keep them fed. Chapter 189.2, Breakfast of the Fishing Village and Souvenir, 2/3, Chapter 189, Breakfast of the Fishing Village and Souvenir, 2/3, Post-Navigation The Men Picked Up by the Gods, Volume 3 Chapter 189, Breakfast of the Fishing Village and Souvenir, 1/3, They also demanded other stuff and told me things like, you should go somewhere warm and then let us out there, and, you can be the migratory bird in our place and move around the world according to the seasons, but I rejected them. After that, their life in the dimension home has been going well, but they weren't happy that the Rimmel birds and the slimes were also living in the dimension home. They were also unhappy with the difference in living space. The hierarchy is currently like this: me and GT, Rimmel bird and GT, slimes and GT, Kahaku, leader, and GT, them, but I had to put a lot of effort just to get things to this point. Especially getting them to acknowledge the slimes. I can't even remember anymore how many times a wave of slimes had to wash them away. For some reason, though, they didn't really want to pick a fight with the Rimmel birds. Maybe they have some kind of complex with birds that can fly. Even though it took so long just to get them to see the slimes as monsters that don't taste good. In the end, a sticky slime had to appear as a representative for the slimes and fight a one-on-one duel with a representative from the clever chickens. After that, the chickens finally shut up. If that still wasn't enough, I would have had to put them into jail or turn them into food. The chicken that got beaten up was lively enough to ask for a day off. In their case, a day off means they won't have to lay eggs, so after thoroughly healing him with my healing magic, I refused his request. Honestly, I really respect that chick that's only been born for a few months and rely on him a lot. I'm sorry for the clever chickens, but as a monster tamer, even if we have really good compatibility ability-wise, our personalities just don't match. We can understand each other, but it's not that clear. I asked the branch head of the Tamer Guild about this, and apparently, it's normal for tamers to worry about understanding their familiars and forming relationships. If anything, people like me who haven't had any problems understanding and communicating with his familiars are the weird ones. That's why many normal monster tamers make use of the carrot and stick method to try and teach their familiars. Kind of like how one would teach a normal animal. But when you think about it, it only makes sense. After all, monsters are living creatures too. Until now, I've always been highly compatible with my familiars. Moreover, my familiars are limited to the intelligent Rimmel birds and the slimes, which are said to be perfect for beginners, so it's no wonder that I've never had any problems communicating with them. If I take it as a learning experience, the clever chickens being so difficult to handle isn't such a bad thing. Besides, Kahaku is around to act as a mediator, and the merit of being able to get eggs 5 times a week is huge. There are also poison and acid slimes that have shown interest toward the eggs. The big cleaner slime is touching my legs. Looks like it finished cleaning while I was thinking to myself. Thanks. Ryuma, out of the 60 eggs I got, there are 52 left. That means there were 8 that cracked. After confirming the numbers, I used Identify on the remaining eggs. Looks like everything is safe to eat. I gave the cracked eggs to the slimes that showed interest to the eggs, while I took the uncracked eggs away for myself. Before leaving, I put some food in the feeding box of the clever chickens. Thanks. How was it? Kahaku, out of the 60 you gave me, there were 8 that was cracked. Ryuma, Aka. Looks like piling them up like that was a bad idea, after all. Kahaku, well, it's a lot better compared to when we first started. Ryuma, according to my contract with the clever chickens, I am to receive 60 eggs 5 days a week. There are 20 adults within the brood that can lay eggs, so that means each adult will have to lay at least 3 eggs. It's fine if we look at the handling of from a long-term perspective, but please make sure to take care of the sanitation and the chicks. Ryuma, don't worry. The scavenger slime senpais have been cleaning our nests every day, while the cleaner slime senpais have been giving us a bath. None of the chickens have complained too. Of course, I wouldn't have allowed them to complain anyway. Don't worry about the chicks. I'll make sure to teach them well. Kahaku, the sanitation I'm talking about is mostly about maintaining the environment inside the dimension home and preventing diseases. The Rimmel bird are also doing it. As for the education of the chicks, that's aimed toward the next generation. The old clever chickens can't be helped anymore, but the chicks around Kahaku's age still have a future. They're selfish too, but they're still a lot better than the adults. For better or for worse, they're still in that state where they don't really understand what's going on. Depending on how they're raised, they still have a chance. I'll leave it to you then. I'll help out as much as I can too. Ryuma, I'll educate them thoroughly. This will benefit me too, after all, since I want more allies too. Kahaku, there was a resolve burning within Kahaku's eyes. After parting with him, I left the dimension home, and came back to the kitchen with fresh eggs for breakfast. After a while, breakfast was ready. For the first dish of today's menu we have mustard soup. That's the same dish we had last night. Mustard soup is treated in this region like miso soup, so for today's soup's ingredients, we're using the leftover crab from yesterday and the eggs I brought. Another dish we're having is the usuyaki bread made from katsubirakusa. A dish that I ate a lot of when I lived back at the forest. We also have some pickled vegetables that resemble pickled daikon radish. Mornings at the fishing village start early. Because of that, breakfasts here are usually made up of something that can be easily prepared plus another dish that can fill the stomach. Oh! Today's breakfast sure looks extravagant. Kai, where did the bird eggs come from? Ryuma-kun brought it as a souvenir for us. He says he's raising chickens using dimension magic. Mother, he even helped out with today's breakfast. You boys could learn a thing or two from him, you know. Kai-san and the others who have just woken up ignored their older sister's words and stared at the soup with twinkling eyes. Looks like they like it. As the one who gifted it to them, that makes me really happy. Thank you, Hoi. Ah, you're welcome. Ryuma, the dad muttered a thank you quietly. Our eyes met, so I realized that he was thanking me. He didn't say anything more and quietly started eating after picking up his plate. Does he have low blood pressure? He's acting completely differently compared to yesterday. Sorry about that. My husband isn't very talkative without liquor. He's the kind of guy who just says one word when he needs something. Mother, I see. Ryuma, I feel like I heard about it yesterday, but I didn't think it was this bad. He's not angry, so don't mind him. You eat too, Ryuma-kun. Mother, as the mother of the house said that, she got some katsubirakusa bread and placed it over her plate. The dad started eating, so Kai-san and the others started eating too. Well, in that case, I might as well dig in, yep. Delicious. The katsubirakusa bread has a peculiar taste, but after soaking it in the mustard soup, it's not noticeable at all. If anything, it's served to only add a nice accent. But I wonder why. This soup seems to be really nostalgic. It's almost as if I'm about to remember something just from eating it. What's the matter? You're making an odd face. Do you not like the food? Mother, oops, the mother is looking at me anxiously. I was just thinking about something. I feel like I've eaten this soup somewhere before, but I just can't remember where. Ryuma, oh, so that's why. Mother, the mother sighed in relief. Fortunately, that cleared up the misunderstanding. There's not much time, so I better leave the thinking for later and just finish eating quickly. Everyone eats quickly too anyway, and I have to fight the mud salamanders today. I need to prepare myself thoroughly. Chapter 189.3, Breakfast of the Fishing Village and Souvenir, 3/3, short, Chapter 189, Breakfast of the Fishing Village and Souvenir, 3/3, short. After a while, breakfast was ready. For the first dish of today's menu we have mustard soup. That's the same dish we had last night. Mustard soup is treated in this region like miso soup, so for today's soup's ingredients, we're using the leftover crab from yesterday and the eggs I brought. Another dish we're having is the usuyaki bread made from katsubirakusa. A dish that I ate a lot of when I lived back at the forest. We also have some pickled vegetables that resemble pickled daikon radish. Mornings at the fishing village start early. Because of that, breakfasts here are usually made up of something that can be easily prepared plus another dish that can fill the stomach. Oh. Today's breakfast sure looks extravagant. Kai, where did the bird eggs come from? Ryumakuen brought it as a souvenir for us. He says he's raising chickens using dimension magic. Mother, he even helped out with today's breakfast. You boys could learn a thing or two from him, you know. Kai-san and the others who have just woken up ignored their older sister's words and stared at the soup with twinkling eyes. Looks like they like it. As the one who gifted it to them, that makes me really happy. Thank you, Hoi. Ah, you're welcome. Ryuma, the dad muttered a thank you quietly. Our eyes met. So I realized that he was thanking me. He didn't say anything more and quietly started eating after picking up his plate. Does he have low blood pressure? He's acting completely differently compared to yesterday. Sorry about that. My husband isn't very talkative without liquor. He's the kind of guy who just says one word when he needs something. Mother, I see. Ryuma, I feel like I heard about it yesterday, but I didn't think it was this bad. He's not angry, so don't mind him. You eat too, Ryuma-kun. Mother, as the mother of the house said that, she got some katsubirakusa bread and placed it over her plate. The dad started eating, so Kai-san and the others started eating too. Well, in that case, I might as well dig in. Yep. Delicious. The katsubirakusa bread has a peculiar taste, but after soaking it in the mustard soup, it's not noticeable at all. If anything, it's served to only add a nice accent. But I wonder why. This soup seems to be really nostalgic. It's almost as if I'm about to remember something just from eating it. What's the matter? You're making an odd face. Do you not like the food? Mother, oops, the mother is looking at me anxiously. I was just thinking about something. I feel like I've eaten this soup somewhere before, but I just can't remember where. Ryuma, oh, so that's why. Mother, the mother sighed in relief. Fortunately, that cleared up the misunderstanding. There's not much time, so I better leave the thinking for later and just finish eating quickly. Everyone eats quickly too anyway, and I have to fight the mud salamanders today. I need to prepare myself thoroughly. Chapter 190.1, Mud Salamander Hunt, 1/3, short, Chapter 190, Mud Salamander Hunt, 1/3, short. After breakfast I left the house. It was still dark outside and there was a faint mist too, so it was a little hard to see. Still, it wasn't as if I couldn't see the path at all, and I've already been told the way beforehand. And besides, Kai-san and Kei-san are both with me, so there's no way I could get lost. I sway my arms, raise my legs up high, and make sure to keep myself warm as I slowly make my way toward my destination. By the way, the dad finished eating sooner than anyone else and was the first to leave. Hey. Kai, USU, good morning. Ryuma, as we approached the lake, more and more people about to work appeared. Before long we arrived at our destination, the beach. Oh, Ryuma, at the beach were hundreds of strong muscular men. They had split into two groups and were eagerly watching the lake. Near those two groups were fire baskets that seemed like they were meant to serve in place of a lighthouse. There was also boat light over the lake. Several small lights could be seen in a line. There were also campfires and piles of firewood on the beach. There were about 8 of them. People could be seen waiting by those with a spear, no, a harpoon at hand. The burning flames reflected upon the dim lake and the contour of the light blurred by the mist painted a dreamlike image. The boats communicated with each other using flutes and drums. The whole thing looked like a festival of sort. Ryuma, over here. Let's go. Kai, yes. Ryuma, it's beautiful, but I don't have the time to gaze at the view. I need to greet the people organizing the adventurers and report my arrival, then I need to rendezvous with the people from the wharf of Shikumu. Apparently, the mud salamander subjugation is done in teams, so I'll have to team up with them. Good morning. Ryuma, good morning. Shin, oh. You sure are lively so early in the morning. Sane, let's get along, Pirin, Shin-san, Sane-san. Pirin-san had already arrived ahead of time, so with our arrival, that makes all of us. There was still some time until the hunt would begin. By the way, if you guys don't mind, can you teach me a little about how to hunt the mud salamanders? Ryuma, I've studied the basics and I also learned about the subjugation methods from the senpai adventurers yesterday, but there are experienced people here, so if they know something useful, it would be best to know. Chapter 190.2, Mud Salamander Hunt, 2/3, Chapter 190, Mud Salamander Hunt, 2/3, I think it will be faster if you see them for yourself, but the mud salamanders are big and black and they come in swarms. Kai, the one who said that was Kai-san. Oh, when he puts it that way, the only thing that comes to mind is the big G. Big G equals gokaburi or cockroach. The people here are in the middle of fishing and the fishes will be gathered here, so protecting the fishes will take priority over hunting the mud salamanders. Just as my older brother says, there's a lot of mud salamanders here at our village, so we'll have to take care of them in turns. There are veteran adventurers who take on this job yearly, so I think you'll be fine if you just watch how they do things and copy how we villagers do things. Just know that even with the shift system, you will still be fighting against monsters until afternoon, so you better pace yourself or you'll tire yourself out quickly. K-Sen added. I see, so stamina and pacing are important. On top of that, a monster called Pocket Eagle will also be attacking from the sky from time to time, so you better keep an eye out for that too. Shin, those guys will try to steal the fishes when the adventurers and the mud salamanders are fighting, so in a sense, they're more annoying than the mud salamanders. Sane, this is new information. According to Shin-san and Sane-san, the pocket eagles are the kind of monsters that profit while others fight. They'll attack while we're fighting and from a high altitude where they can't be seen too, so it'll be hard to deal with them. They'll be attacking from the air, so it might be a good idea to get the Rimmel birds to keep watch. From the sound of things, it sounds like they're the sort to attack alone and it seems like they're more cunning than strong, so having one take on many is probably a safe bet. For the meantime, I'll see how things go and then try suggesting something. While I was thinking that to myself, someone clapped me on the shoulders. Pirin-san. Ryuma, look at that. Pirin, as he said that, I turned toward the direction he pointed. There I saw several men stark naked despite the cold weather. The order of the hunting team started from the one standing closest to the fire baskets, so they're probably the first team. When I looked at the lake, a number of fishing boats had come back in a half-circle formation. Looks like the hunt is about to begin. But is it really a good idea to hunt monsters in your birthday suit? The mud salamanders attack either by ramming their body or by biting. Depending on your physique, at most you'll just end up with a couple of broken bones. The real problem is being dragged into the water. In other words, the bigger issue is being drowned. That's why there are people who would rather fight naked to make it easier to fight in water rather than wear armor to try and minimize damage. Pirin, there was no need to go out of their way and be naked, though. That's pretty stupid even for some fisherman youth. Kai, if they wanted to take off their clothes, then just the lower part would have been fine. The water will only reach up to the knees since we won't go deep enough for the water to reach the waist. In that case, I should probably put on my cleaning uniform, the boiler suit and the waterproof boots. Make sure to remember to warm yourself up too. Otherwise, you won't be able to maintain your strength. Sane, I prepared myself and gathered information like this, and then 5 minutes later, several boats made it to the beach. The fishermen quickly bustled about and started pulling on the 2 ropes that extended into the water. Yo. Hey. Yo. Hey. Is that a beach Sane? As the men called out in a peculiar way, they pulled on the ropes and steadily stepped back. Violent irregular waves started rippling over the surface of the water, and before long the end of the net appeared. It was at that moment that one of the boats floating over the lake raised up its light and started swaying it in a circle. They're here. The fish grubbers are here. Olderman, oh. An olderman, who appeared to be a veteran, cried out followed by the fishermen on the beach. Several shadows approached the boat waving the light. Thanks to the light coming from the boat, the ripples rippling over the surface of the water could easily be seen. Go. Fisherman 1, don't let them through. Fisherman 2, the fishermen atop the boats took their staffs and harpoons and started attacking where the waters were rippling. At first it was just the boat waving its light, but it soon spread to the rest of the boats floating in that half-moon formation. A number of mud salamanders quickly made their way up the boats, while the others were killed off. Meanwhile, the fishermen by the beach pulled on the ropes even harder, hoping to get the net and the fishes even a moment sooner. And then the fishermen atop the boats that weren't pulling on the ropes took their harpoons and assumed a charging formation. Huh. Doesn't seem like there's actually much room for the adventurers to help out. It's not just because the fishermen are fighting first. Those fishermen atop those boats are really strong. Ryuma, Chapter 190.3, Mud Salamander Hunt, 3/3, Chapter 190, Mud Salamander Hunt, 3/3, you got that right, boy. We fishermen don't know much about the monsters on the land, but when it comes to monsters from the sea, we fight them every day. Fisherman 1, there are also times when we have to fight with a monster beast over a catch too. After all, monster beasts I fishes too. Fisherman 2, adventurers may be strong on land, but when it comes to fighting in waters and on boats, we fishermen are the strongest. Fisherman 3, a few of the fishermen warming themselves at a nearby fire overheard me muttering to myself and enthusiastically laughed. I see. So the fishermen of this world fight monsters too. While I was thinking that, I noticed that some mud salamander managed to slip past the boats. At that, the naked fishermen from before excitedly bolted off. The mud salamanders rippling in the lake had set their sights on the net the fishermen were using to catch the fishes, but the fishermen already knew that they would do that, so the naked fishermen went a step ahead of them and waited in the opposite direction. When one of the mud salamanders was about to make it, a harpoon struck out from the side along with a loud cry. Ooh! Naked Fisherman 1, the first one for the day sure is big. Naked Fisherman 2, it's too much for one person. We need help. Naked Fisherman 3, the mud salamander that was struck with the harpoon struggled violently and broke out of the water. Because of that, its body that has been hidden all of this time was suddenly revealed. It was no less than 5 meters long and was just like a giant salamander. It had webbed feet like lizards and tadpoles too. The 3 naked fishermen stabbed it with their harpoon and dragged it up the beach. When that giant body had been completely brought onto the land, the people cheered. Mud salamanders won't die just from being on land, but it's a lot harder for them to move compared to when they're in water. What's more is that with them on land, there's no threat of being drowned. So it's good practice to drag them to land first and then slowly finish them off. K-san explained while we watched the naked fisherman fight the mud salamander. After hearing his explanation, I visualized myself doing the same thing. Before long it was our time to fight. All right. Ryuma, you give it a try. Don't worry, we'll help you if it doesn't work out. Kai, okay, let's go. Ryuma, we were currently standing on the right side of the net, and it just so happened that there was one mud salamander that managed to get past through the right side. I held the harpoon like a spear and clad it with ki, then I ran toward the monster in front of me. Ryuma, the water of the lake was freezing, but thanks to the boiler suit I was wearing, the cold couldn't penetrate me. I ignored the cold and waited where the water was shallow enough that it could only reach my knees. I looked for an opening, and then struck out with the harpoon. The end of the harpoon buried itself deep into the mud salamander. Ryuma, naturally, the mud salamander went berserk. It was about 3 meters long, but I held tightly onto the harpoon that was being thrown around with all of its weight. Ryuma, I'm in the water, and with the body of a child no less. If I'm not careful, I could very well be thrown around myself. I don't have much of a footing too, so if I move thoughtlessly, I'll easily be swept away by the water. With that in mind, I bent my knees, buried my feet into the ground to cover the entire soul, and then focused my mind to support my body. SOI. And then in one quick stroke, I pulled the mud salamander onto shore. All right. You did it. Sane, just hold it down now. Sane-san and K-san ran toward me without a moment's delay, and then with the strike of their harpoons' handles, the mud salamander that had been dragged into the beach was killed. At the same time, Kai-san ran past me and attacked the mud salamander trailing behind. It's my first kill, but there's no time to be happy. I quickly carried the dead mud salamander to the designated position and left it there. And then as Kai-san pulled the mud salamander he attacked onto shore, Sane-san went into the lake. Like this, the 6 of us split into 2 groups and took turns catching and killing the mud salamanders. Although we had breaks in between, having to run into shallow water from the beach, and then drag a mud salamander to shore while struggling with it in water, and then repeat the whole process. Well, alright, maybe 10 or 20 times isn't really anything to write home about, but considering we're going to be doing this until afternoon, I think I can really work up a sweat here. Chapter 191.1, Village Lunch, 1/2. Chapter 191, Village Lunch, 1/2, When it comes to hunting mud salamanders, what's most important is the stamina to repeat the hunting process. Well, stamina being important is something that's fairly obvious, but the hunting process isn't actually so simple that it could be just repeated until the end like that. After the net was pulled up, the fish were to be transferred to the baskets. We had to make sure that the mud salamanders wouldn't be able to get past us while they were transferring the fish. And then when the baskets had been filled with fish, they were then to be moved to a processing plant or another boat to be delivered to a different city. Mud salamanders will appear to attack there too, so if needed, we could go there to help support and defend as well. After the boat left and the fishes were all brought to the processing plant, the target of the mud salamanders was cut down to just one, and the battle turned into an all-out war between our forces and the mud salamanders. The mud salamander hunt takes place while the fishermen are fishing, so we have to be flexible and respond according to how the fishermen are doing. Our actions will also depend on how many mud salamanders there are. There were some irregularities in the fierceness of the mud salamanders' attacks, but just as I've been told, they attacked until the sun was high up in the sky. Many mountains of corpses littered the pretty beach, but what's really surprising to me here is that this battle is meant to continue for a few more days. Alright, time for the next phase. Let's gather these corpses and prepare to withdraw. Adventurer, yeah. Adventurers, when the male adventurer in charge of organizing everyone said that, life returned to the voice of the adventurers that were indifferently hunting the mud salamanders. As we renewed our spirits to complete this one last job, we started gathering the corpses, and before long, our work for the day concluded. Yo. Good work out there. Kai-san, and everyone too. You all did a great job out there. Ryuma, you did really well, Ryuma-kun. Looks like today's work finished without a hitch too. Shin, I think Ryuma-kun has gotten the hang of it now. Usually, people either runs out of gas midway or work themselves too hard. Sane, you sure have a lot of stamina for your age. Pirin, well, it's the only thing I'm confident in, so I better. Ryuma, the members of the wharf of Shikumu have all gathered. I wonder what they're going to be doing now. Us. Well, for the meantime, we'll rest up and have lunch or something. Sane, now that you mention it, our morning started really early, so now seems to be a good time to eat. Ryuma, when Sane-san mentioned it, I realized it was indeed about time for lunch. We can think about what to do afterwards while eating, so let's eat first. Shin, I agreed with the opinion of the leader, Shin-san. At first, I thought we would be going to drop by someone's house, but instead we went to the fish processing plant that we were protecting until just a while ago. Aniki, give us a meal for 6. Kai, on it. You boys take a seat now. May, when we opened the door and went inside, a lively voice replied. May-san. Ryuma, Nizan, or more specifically, most of the womenfolk of the village work here. Kai, there's still work to be done in the plant in the afternoon, after all. Having to go all the way back home just to get some grub is a hassle, so might as well just have all the food prepared in one place. Because of that, fishermen and their families usually have lunch here. I see. Ryuma, just as he said, there were already a lot of men eating here. We found a free table and sat ourselves around it, and after a while, May-san along with 2 children my age served us food. Sorry to keep you waiting. Today's menu is a delicious vegetable soup. May, ooh, vegetable. That's unusual. Kai, thank you very much. Ryuma, yeah. May. Why are the boys who brought the food over looking in my direction? What's the matter? May, no, it's nothing. Ryuma, they're probably just curious because I'm a child from outside the village. But enough of that, I better eat this soup before it gets cold. Today's lunch is vegetable soup and bread. The soup has a lot of big ingredients added into it. It looks delicious. Itadakimasu. Ryuma, yep, it's delicious, all right. They added radish, burdock, lotus root and mustard flavor. Ever since coming to this town the food has been really nostalgic. Phew. This really warms one up, doesn't it? Ryuma, you said it. I see you participated in the hunt. Good job out there. Fisherman 1, Likewise. Ryuma, oh, hey. It's that kid that ran around a lot. Make sure to eat your fill. Fisherman 2, thank you very much. Ryuma, the people that passed by called out to me. Maybe they're just recognizing me since we just finished a job, but either way, the people here are a lot friendlier than those from the main cities. The relationship between fellow villagers is basically like that of a family. When that intimacy is coupled with this delicious food, I feel as if I'm being wrapped by a very warm atmosphere. Cities and villages have their respective problems, but it might not be a bad idea to retire in a village like this when I'm old. While I thought that to myself, I ate the food with great relish. Before long it was time to talk about our next plans. Ryuma-kun, is there something you want to do after this? May, something I want to do. In that case, I'd like to prepare for the hunts in the coming days. Ryuma, Chapter 191.2, Village Lunch, 2 halves, Chapter 191, Village Lunch, 2 halves. I want to use the experience I gained from fighting the mud salamanders this morning to allow my familiars to join the battle without them getting in the way. The first thing I thought of when I joined the mud salamander hunt for the first time today is that there's way more of them than I expected. We somehow managed to deal with all of the ones within our area of responsibility, but there were teams that couldn't completely defend their areas, right? Ryuma, yeah, that's right. Kai, this time it was another team that failed to hold an area, but we very well could find ourselves in a similar situation where there are simply too many enemies to deal with, so I was thinking that we ought to think of a more efficient way of fighting. Efficient enough so that even if a lot of mud salamander attack us at the same time, we'll be able to deal with them. Ryuma, I think it's fine. Piran, yeah. I agree. K, no complaints here. Shin, same. Sane, in that case, we'll be helping Ryuma-kun then. Kai, well, that was easy. Is it really okay for them to agree just like that? At the company I worked at before, when the topic of how a certain new job is done, even if it's a necessary change, they'll refuse it, saying, this is how we've done things until now. What's worse is that the very suggestion to do things differently will incur the ire of other employees. They'll say stuff like, and what about us who've been doing this inefficient work all this time, or, since we didn't try to improve it when it could be improved, are you trying to insinuate that we're incompetent, or, you're out of line? But of course, those are extreme examples. Anyway, people are generally resistant to doing things differently. They would much rather just continue doing what they've used to. Because of that I was thinking that these guys would be more against my proposition, but somehow they were quick to accept. I asked them why, and everyone made a wry smile and looked at each other. Shin-san was the one to answer my question. Actually, the way we did it this morning is just how the fishermen do it. People like us that are from around here do things similarly, but the adventurers all have their own way of doing things. All that really matters is that they're able to accomplish what's asked of them. We don't mind you doing things your own way either, since it'll also be a learning experience for us to see how an adventurer from elsewhere does things. A senpai from before told me that preparing beforehand and studying every day, doing basic stuff like that and grinding away every day is really important. It's embarrassing to admit, but I didn't really understand that advice until just recently when we got back from our trip after we met you. Shin, because of their lack of preparations, they suffered on that long journey for nothing. Although it was thanks to them that I was able to get my hands on a bloody slime, it seems they've reflected on their actions since then. In any case, I'm glad that they're open-minded enough to hear me out without harboring any grudges. Alright, I hope you don't mind, but I have some more questions I'd like to ask. Today, I noticed that there weren't any mages fighting the mud salamanders. Is magic prohibited? Ryuma, no. We just don't have any mages out here in the countryside. And adventurer mages wouldn't bother going to a town like this either. If anything, they're more likely to defend a bigger town. Sane, and there's also just too many mud salamanders. With that many you're bound to run out of mana, right? Of course, the reward is pretty good, but if you have to use mana recovery medicine just to do the job, if you mismanage your mana, you might just find yourself in the red instead. K, fire isn't very effective too, and lightning spells might end up hurting friendlies. It would be great to defeat a lot of mud salamanders in one go with a spell, but if the fishes end up running away, that'll just serve as a hindrance to the fishermen. Poison is out of the question. If you want to use magic, I think you'll need to be very cautious. Piran, Sane-san, K-san, and Piran-san were the ones to answer my question this time. Although I have to pay attention to the things that they mentioned, in the end, they still gave me the go for magic. Like this, I asked them the questions I had in mind while eating. Afterwards, I started thinking about how I could use my familiars, mostly slimes, in the upcoming hunts. Chapter 192, Ryuma's Sales Pitch. Chapter 192, Ryuma's Sales Pitch after lunch. The mud salamander hunt ended and the beach that the people should have already been empty suddenly saw people gathering in it again. Among the faces were young children and elderly people whom I didn't see this morning. The reason for their presence is undoubtedly the 1,000 poison and sticky slimes by my feet. The exhausted members of the wharf of Shikumu are beside me too. What do you think? My slimes are pretty good, aren't they? Ryuma, sure. Shin, are these things really slimes? Kai, they don't move like the slimes I know. Sane, you said it. Piran, aren't slimes supposed to be duller? You know, monsters that would be crushed with a little hit. I mean, in the first place, they're not supposed to be wielding weapons. Kei, Shin-san, Kai-san, Sane-san, Piran-san, Kei-san voiced out their doubts, but there was no mistaking the fact that what was before them were slimes. They ended up like this after I taught them some things. Ryuma, you teach them a little and they end up like this. Shin, they're way stronger than I expected. Who could have ever thought that slimes would take up spears and move at command? Kei, what's more is that there's so many of them. Sane, even if you get rid of one, they'll just keep coming one after another. Not to mention how they're so good at dodging attacks to their cores, fatal attacks. Piran, so, how do you plan on using these guys, Ryuma? Kai, I was waiting for that question, Kai-san. My slimes might move better than wild slimes, but in the end, their mobility remains to be their weak point. As such, I will have them defend the processing plant instead. As you can see, I currently have the slimes arranged into layers of spears as they lay in wait ready to intercept the charge of the mud salamanders. Like this they will reduce their numbers. But that's not all. I've also had the slimes leave an obvious opening for the mud salamanders to take. When the mud salamanders go through this route, the slimes will squeeze them. They might think that they can survive just by passing through, but waiting at the end are none other than the sticky slimes. The slimes may not be especially strong at hitting things, but with the weight and centrifugal force of their staffs, plus their great numbers that allow them to take on one with 10 or 5 of their own, even they can sufficiently take down the enemy. And even if they fail to finish off the enemy, just hitting the mud salamanders should weaken them enough to allow a human to easily finish them off. Ryuma, Kai, somehow it feels like you've turned into a different person. Piran, now that I think about it, you were like this too when we first met. Kei, if they ambush the mud salamanders and smack them around together, they might just be able to beat them. Sane, even if they can't kill them all, just being able to reduce their numbers or reduce their momentum will be plenty. Shin, it is exactly as Sane-san and Shin-san says. But that's only in the situation where the slimes are able to successfully lure the mud salamanders into their trap and maintain it. In the case that a line of spears can't stop a swarm, or the slimes aren't able to lure them to their trap, or their formation collapses, I have one more trick up my sleeves. Dimension Home. Ryuma, what I summoned to the beach were my 6 familiar Rimmel birds and the magic casting slimes, the earth slime, wind slime, dark slime, light slime, and heel slime. I use magic mostly in my day-to-day life. I don't use it much in battle, so these guys haven't had much of an opportunity to shine, but the truth is they have been training diligently every day. They take their training seriously. Because of that they're strong enough. The heel slimes will be healers. The light slimes will be support. And the remaining ones will provide support fire with their magic when needed. Ryuma, I've heard that monsters that could use magic are either highly ranked or rare. I can't believe you have so many. Shin, what's more is they're mostly slimes. Kai, now that it's reached this level, I have to admire you. Piran, is it just me or did the way they look at me suddenly change? I still have something to say. But wait, there's more. Just recently, this dark slime here learned the intermediate spell, Dark Mist. Ryuma, the offensive magic of the dark slimes are different from the other attributes in that it doesn't directly inflict damage on the physical body and instead, steals vitality. The Dark Mist spell takes that darkness that steals vitality and turns it into a mist that spreads into the surroundings. In other words, it can take out several enemies at the same time, or at least, that's what the book said. I read the book during my last stay at the Duke's family. On the book was written that it was edited by the Magic Guild, so it should be reliable. It's just that it hasn't been long since the dark slimes learned the ability, and there weren't any good opponents to test it on, so I was never really able to test it. As such, I would like to use this opportunity to experiment with the spell. Ryuma, that spell won't hurt us, right? Shin, I've taken plenty of considerations regarding that point. If the spell is casted at the frontmost lines, there should be no human casualties. Moreover, the area of effect should only be able to fit about 5 to 6 people, so if anything it might actually take more effort on our end to get the spell to hit the mud salamanders efficiently. Ryuma, the poison slimes and sticky slimes that use spears and staffs. There's magic support too, so they shouldn't get in the way of work. And then, Ryuma, if I also add the metal and iron slimes that can use high-speed movement, my plan will be flawless. Or at least, that's what I would like to say, but unfortunately, the weight of the metal slimes are ill-matched with the sand. The metal and iron slimes move by transforming a part of their rear a little and spinning vigorously as if they mean to jump. I knew that the footing here in the beach wasn't good, but it was worse than expected, and the slimes just couldn't seem to move in a straight line. But maybe the metal and iron slimes themselves are the ones who are regretting this the most, as they've started running on the sand in their own way. Unfortunately, even after explaining my poison slimes, sticky slimes, and magic slimes in order, they've still only just familiarized themselves a little with the sand. That's not a level where they can fight. It might be because they've always participated in my battles as my weapon, so when I told them they couldn't join this time, they became unhappy. I wonder if there isn't some way I could get them to fight. Maybe they should just turn into a barricade or something. Hey. Shin, this time he's deep in thought. Kai, he's a diligent and nice kid, but he's pretty weird, huh? Pirin, a lot of villagers have gathered. K, Ryuma-kun is like this too. We better go to them and explain the situation. Sane, after this I found out that the villagers that had gathered labeled me as a slime-loving weirdo. I don't understand. Chapter 193, A Short Break, 1/3, Chapter 193, A Short Break, 1/3, due to my slime experiment being seen by the villagers, I ended up labeled as a slime-loving weirdo in the village. Word spread quickly, and whenever I passed by people on the way back home they would call out to me with names like Slime Kid or Slime-kun. I don't particularly hate the name, but I just can't come to terms with it. I won't deny my love for slimes, but why do I have to be labeled as a weirdo? I'm sure more people would be interested in slimes if they just knew their abilities. Personally, the more I learn about the slimes, the more interesting they become. Let's take the poison slimes as an example. Most people just see them as simple creatures that release poison, but just as I've shown today, they can fight perfectly fine without poison through the employ of spears. Slimes are such useful creatures depending on the variant. Why don't people get it? Ryuma, I'm pretty sure a normal poison slime only knows poison. Kai, that's exactly why slimes have potential. If you still don't get it, then maybe I just don't have any talent in presenting things to people. Ryuma, I don't get it either, but I'm pretty sure that doesn't have anything to do with it. Kai, in any case, most of the villagers now know your plans. Thanks to that we won't have to go out of our way to tell them about it and get permission. K, that's true. Reporting, communicating, and consulting are important in all things. It's not just because I'm having my familiars join the fray. Any new plan that involves the subjugation of the mud salamander require permission from the leader of the adventurers and the villagers to prevent chaos from spreading out in the fields. Normally, we would have had to start with the leader of the adventurers and a representative of the fishermen, then go to various places to explain things, but thanks to so many people gathering earlier, we were able to get through the explaining and approval process without a hitch. Other than reminding me not to let the poison slimes use poison, they didn't say anything else and agreed to let me, my slimes, and the members of the Wharf of Shikumu to defend the processing plant and its surroundings for a day. If we do a good job tomorrow, the other adventurers won't have to bother with the processing plant anymore. That is to say that the adventurers will have less ground to cover, so they'll be able to focus more on defending the fishes. Pirin, as we were talking while walking, Pirin-san suddenly stopped. What's the matter? Sane, someone is calling me. Pirin-san briefly replied to Sane-san's question as he turned to the path we came from. I followed his gaze and turned around, and... Who's that? There, a boy was noisily running towards us. From his appearance, he looked like he could fit in the lower grades of primary school. Huh? Isn't that Nikki? Pirin, wait. Slime Onizen. Nikki, huh? He has business with me. Ryuma, the village boy that was supposedly named Nikki, called out to me, but I didn't have an inkling as to why. Despite that, I casually walked toward him. Ah. Shin, be careful, Ryuma-kun. Ryuma. I'm giving this to you. Nikki. As soon as my attention was taken by Shin-san and Kei-san's warning, the boy threw something at me. It drew a parabola in the air as it came flying at me. It was small, round, and green. Based on its ball-shaped body that was dirted with mud and the 8 legs in the air, it seemed to be some kind of octopus. Oh, Yua. Ryuma, when I received that octopus that came flying out of nowhere, it suddenly spat ink at me. Acha, we were too late. Shin, are you okay? Yes. I wasn't hurt or anything. Ryuma, hey. Nikki. Kai, didn't you promise not to play pranks on people from outside? Sane, when the boy saw me covered in ink, he ran away as fast as he could. Ah. Ryuma, then out of the blue someone cried out. Just when I was wondering what it was this time, I noticed that a grandma was looking at me from the corner of the street. Oh, it's Grandma. Were you chasing after Nikki? Kai, I knew it. Little Kai, that kid was here, wasn't he? Sorry about your clothes, boy. Grandma, the grandma was apologetic, but I told her it was no big deal, and opened my dimension home. I summoned a cleaner slime I was familiar with and had it suck the ink out of my body and clothes. Wow. That's mighty convenient. Grandma, oh yeah, you operated a laundromat, didn't you? Sane, I forgot. I guess Amir Okuta's ink is nothing to you then. Pirin, when Sane-san and Pirin-san remembered that, they laughed. The atmosphere became a little brighter at that. I showed the grandma that my clothes were clean and again reminded her not to worry about it. Only then did the grandma heave a sigh of relief. All right. In that case, I better get going. I have to catch that mischievous kid, or who knows what else he'll do. If he comes here again, Grandma, at that time, will be sure to catch him. Shin, Chapter 193.2 Chapter 193, A Short Break, 2-3, Thank you, little Shin, could you boys point me to where that kid ran off to? Grandma, that way. As soon as Kei-san said that, the grandma ran toward the direction he pointed at. Is it really okay for someone of her age to be hurrying that much? Don't worry, it's just the usual. When I asked Kei-san and the others about it, apparently that kid called Nikki from earlier is the most mischievous child in the village. Around this time, the parents are at work, so the children are taken care of by the elderly who have retired from fishing and working at the processing plant, but that kid somehow always slips away from their care and plays tricks on others. Still, it sure is strange that he would pick on someone who's not a villager. Oh, right. You said something about a promise earlier. Ryuma, yeah. A promise not to play pranks on people from outside the village. It's not just Nikki. All the children are taught that. That if they want to play pranks on people, they need to limit it to just those from the village. Part of the reason is of course because we don't want them to cause trouble for other people, but the bigger reason is because we don't know what kind of people they might end up messing with. Shin, this time around you just laughed it off, but if they were to play a prank on the wrong person, they could be in trouble. Pirin, the adults are keeping an eye on the children, but they also need to be properly taught of the dangers of dealing with other people. Sane, well, I guess that's true. While I was thinking that, I noticed that something was wrapped around my wrist. By the way, what should I do with this? Ryuma, all this time, I've been holding onto this octopus, Okuta. Oh, I don't think there's any need for you to give it back. You could eat it if you want. So it really was food. Ryuma, boil it and eat it. It tastes great, you know. Sane, come. To think of it, I am a bit hungry. Yeah, but there's just one and at that size, it's a bit, Shin, oh. In that case, I have just the thing for you. Ryuma, just the thing. Shin, Sane, Pirin, we would be inconveniencing others if we kept idling by the roadside like this, so we went back to Kai-san's house first. When we got there, I brought them to the kitchen, where I then took out an iron plate with a round depression. Hey, hey. Something big came out. Kai, there's a magic stone attached. But a magic tool, huh? K, exactly. I had a craftsman I knew make it. It's a takoyaki pan. Ryuma, by securing a steady source of eggs through the clever chickens, it looked like I would be able to cook more dishes, so there were various cooking utensils that I wanted to acquire. As such, I spoke with Dinome's workshop and had them made. This takoyaki pan is one of those. There's also one for a taiyaki that's made with just an iron plate, one for a kawayaki, one for an okonomiyaki, and another for yakisoba. I accidentally drew the large versions of the utensils meant for festivals and the likes while I was explaining it to the craftsmen, but out of courtesy, they made them all commercial-sized. Do you have enough ingredients? Feel free to use what's available at our home. Kai, thank you very much. I have most of the ingredients, but I'd like to have something I can use for the soup stock. Ryuma, soup stock. It should be around here. Kai, various dried fishes were taken out of the cupboard. And then there's this. K. What's this jar? Ryuma, fish sauce. A marine processed product. All sorts of ingredients are used when making soup. K. Fish paste. Could it be? Can I lick it a little? Ryuma, sure. K. I opened the jar and dropped a couple of drops on the back of my hand. It was a lot less thick than what I was expecting, so I quickly licked it up. Ryuma, a salty taste spread through my mouth accompanied by a unique taste with a thick umami. I knew it. It's fish paste. This unique taste isn't that strong, and it's also weak to heat just like the fishy smell. I used it a lot before as a secret ingredient. Is this the reason why the soup I've been eating here has been so nostalgic? In any case, with this fish paste and the dried foods, I'm sure I can make something really delicious. First, I strangle the okuta and have the cleaner slime clean off the mud and ink off of it. Meanwhile, I'll boil water to prepare the dashi, soup stock. I add salt to the boiled water, crumple the cleaned octopus, and then throw it into the pot. The limbs that have been coiling up since a while ago changed from its green color into a bright red color. At this point, it really is no different from an octopus. It looks delicious. I hope I can get more. I know. I'll ask those guys who've made themselves comfortable in the living room. Chapter 193.3, A Short Break, 3/3, Chapter 193, A Short Break, 3/3, Do the fishermen here catch these otakus too? I didn't see them from the nets earlier. Ryuma, huh? You don't catch okuta from the lake. You get them from the forest. Kai, the forest, I see. The forest. Ryuma, what are you being so surprised for? Okutas are usually from the forest, right? K, on top of trees, in the hollow of trees, inside the mud. The place changes depending on the variant, but they're all found on land. Shin, you were handling it so matter-of-factly, so I thought for sure you knew about it. Sane, are there okutas that live in the water in your hometown, Ryuma? Pirin, the octopuses I know are creatures that live in water. Ryuma, so it turns out, unlike octopuses, okutas are creatures that live on land. As expected, although they look similar, they're different creatures. Oops. It's almost ready. I skewered the octopus and made sure that it was completely boiled, then I took them out of the pot. Next, I'll cut these into chunks, and then use soup stock and starch wheat made from lots of eggs and wheat and stealthily refined with alchemy to make the dough. After that everything will be ready. I activate the iron plate magic tool and pour dough into the warm depressions of the pan. The only ingredient I'm putting in is the octopus. The dough is soft so I use chopsticks to flip it over. I could tell through the chopsticks that they're now very fluffy. When everything was done, I served the dish with soup made from stock soup seasoned with fish sauce and spices, and then boiled and left to simmer. Sorry to keep you waiting. One akashiyaki. Ryuma, I didn't have any sauce in hand, so I made an akashiyaki that's meant to be eaten with the soup instead. I actually wanted to make the dashi, soup stock, and the sauce using the ingredients from here, but I wonder how it would have turned out. Oh. It's soft and shaped just like a slime too. Sane went straight to eating. He soaked one ball into his soup and threw it into his mouth. Ah. Oh. It's delicious. It was a little hot for a moment, though. Saying, that's because you threw it into your mouth so suddenly. But it sure is delicious. Shin, the next one who tried the food was Shin-san. He also thought it was delicious. It melts when I put into my mouth, and the taste spreads. The okuta filling also has good texture. Pirin, don't worry, Ryuma. He likes it. Kai, such a simple taste. Just the right dish when hungry. K, I was a little worried since Pirin-san's expression hadn't changed much, but it would appear that he likes it too. At least, according to Kai-san. K-san seems to like it too. They emptied their plates quickly. I'll have one too. Yep. The umami of fish sauce, and the taste of eggs and dashi. Both the taste and texture are light, and now my body and heart are gradually being warmed. The perfect dish for a cold day. Hoi-san, are you here? Little Kai. Little K. NGU. Ryuma, while I was feeling warm and fluffy and was starting to relax, the blood-curdling voice of a person suddenly cried out. The person appeared to be in a panic as she even slammed on the door while calling out. Kai-san and K-san looked at each other, and then went out. It turned out to be the grandma from earlier. Little Kai. Little K. Did you, that child, hear, Grandma, please relax, Grandma. You're clearly out of breath. Kai, that's right. We can't understand what you're trying to say at all. K, did you see Nikki? Grandma, not since that time. Kai, yes. We didn't see him on the way back. He didn't drop by here either. Did something happen? K, in response to K-san's question, the grandma took a deep breath, and then wrung out a few words. He's gone. She said. Chapter 194, Post-Navigation. Chapter 194, Post-Navigation. Did you find him? Adult 1, no. No trace of him over there either. Adult 2, where the heck did that little devil go? Adult 3, at the public square at the center of the village were adults searching for the missing boy, Nikki. They went to and fro endlessly as they searched for the boy. Among such adults were the members of the wharf of Shikumu. Ryuma. How did your side go? Sane-san, at the very least, there were no boats that left for the lake. There were some fishing boats from the other villages, but they didn't have any children riding with them. No children could be found from the entrance of the village to the extending road either. No carriages to hide in were present also. Ryuma, I shared my senses with my Rimmel birds and searched outside the village from elevated areas, but I couldn't get any results. I see. Oh. Pirin. How did your side go? Sane, all the village boats are in dock, and there aren't any boats scheduled to come today either. Pirin, so that means he's not in the lake then. Sane, the last time Nikki was seen was right after he threw that okuta at me. He was caught once and was scolded, but he resisted and fled. 4 hours have passed since then. The days have grown shorter with the coming of winter, so it's already starting to get dark. Hopefully, he wasn't kidnapped. Sane, right. If nothing happened, he should be coming back around this time. Pirin, is that true? Ryuma, that kid is always up to no good, but he always comes back home before it gets dark. Even if doing so means getting scolded. Sane, he knows enough to do at least that much. I remember when we were up to no good ourselves. When there was something that was really dangerous, we would always pay attention to the instruction of the adults. That's why the adult let us off with just a punch and a light sermon. Pirin, it would be great if he really was just hiding somewhere because he's angry, but the possibility that something might have happened remains. I'm so sorry. If I'd just probably caught that kid back then, Grandma, the one in the wrong is my son. Don't brood over it so much. Mother, seriously, that dumbass. What is he thinking running away after being scolded because of a mischief he caused? He's going to be in a world of pain when I get my hands on him. Dad, I turned to the direction those angry remarks were coming from, and there I saw a young man and woman. Based on the contents of the conversation, it should be safe to assume that they're Nikki's parents. I can't see her all that well because she's behind the couple, but the grandma that was looking for Nikki earlier was with them too. The grandma turned to an old and tattered place in the square, something akin to where one would place a Jizo-sama in a Buddhist temple, and folded her hands and cried. That was how much she regretted and worried over the boy. Anyway, I'd like to find him soon, but if we can't find him in the village, in the main road, or the lake, then that only leaves the forest that surrounds the village from almost every direction. What's more is that forest is budding with plants and vegetations all year round with no regard for the winter. I tried having sex and fun to scout the area, but the thick layer of leaves made it impossible to search the road in the forest from above. If they try to go inside, it will be difficult to fly because of all the branches. Unfortunately, this isn't really an environment where I can rely on the Rimmel birds. I need a clue. Think. What would I have done back when I was still a kid? I'm sure there were many situations like this when I couldn't get along with my dad. If I recall correctly, at that time, even when I tried to leave, there was no place for me to go. The only places I could go to was a random park or somewhere close enough to be reached by a child's legs. And even when I thought I'd gone far, it wasn't actually that far from my house. And speaking of running away, I hear there are some kids who run away and stay over at a friend's house. Of course, I had no such friends. But regardless, when it comes down to it, most kids would choose to hide themselves somewhere familiar. Is there a place that Nikki Kid is familiar with in the forest? Speaking of forest. Sain-san, Piran-san, the okuta we ate in the forest this afternoon, can you get that from the forest? Ryuma, huh? Yeah, but why are you asking all of the sudden? Sain, because that okuta is something that Nikki-kun threw at me in the first place. But where did he get it? I don't think the adults would give him one so he could play pranks on people, so he must have gone to the forest once and hunted an otuka before meeting us. Ryuma, now that you mention it, that might be the case. Piran, now that I think about it, that seems to be a favorite prank of his. I've never heard of him stealing food from his family, so. Wait. Let me check. Sain-san ran to the couple and grandma from earlier, and then after a while, came back. The 3 people from earlier came with him. Ryuma. You were right. Nikki did get the okutas on his own. Sain, do you know where he gets them from? Ryuma, it's probably in the east. Whenever there wasn't enough firewood, that boy would always offer to go get more himself, so that's probably when he gets those okuta. Mother, information straight from the mother. Is that dumb son of mine in the east of the forest? Dad, the dad asked in a slightly panicked voice, a stark contrast from his angry voice earlier. Although he's angry with his son, I'm sure he's worried about him even more. I don't have any hard proof, but when I was a kid, I mean if I were in his position, I would probably hide somewhere I'm used to. Ryuma, speaking from my experience from hunting every day at the forest of Ghana, hunting isn't so simple that you could just enter the forest randomly and come out with spoils in hand. Most prey can sense humans through their smell and aura and quickly run away. So when you approach them, you have to be careful about the direction of the wind or prepare some traps after finding a trail prior. And if you want to get results consistently, you'll need experience. That boy called Nikki is always catching okuta to prank people with. In that case, he must have a secret place somewhere in the east of the forest where he catches the okuta. That or some place he's very familiar with. Of course, this is just a hypothesis based on what I would do if I were in his position. Chapter 195.1, An Understanding Person. 1/3, short, Chapter 195, An Understanding Person. 1/3, short, there was light within the secret space, but it was a lot weaker compared to my light magic, so the room was dim. It might be because of that Nikki found my side bright as he held his knees by the wall. He's sitting down and isn't moving, but he doesn't look to be in pain. Thank goodness you're safe. Are you hurt? Ryuma, I'm fine. Nikki, really? Ryuma, yeah. I twisted my leg when running, but it's not so bad that I can't walk. Nikki, I see. Ryuma, I'm guessing he's talking about when the goblins chased after him. Can you show me your twisted leg? I can use healing magic. Ryuma, the goblins have been dealt with already, so let's get his leg fixed and go back. That's what I had in mind, but Nikki suddenly stopped extending his right leg and pulled it back. Don't, Nikki, huh? Ryuma, I don't want to go home. Nikki, Ryu, Kun, hear me. Shin, Nikki muttered in a faint voice as if he'd just remembered something. At roughly the same time as he said that, I heard Shin-san's voice come from outside. It was hard to make out, though. How do I deal with this issue of not wanting to go home? But before that, I better contact the members of the Wharf of Shikumu. Whisper, can you guys hear me? It's Ryuma. It's hard to hear each other from here, so I'm using a wind spell to send my voice there. Ryuma, I can hear you. Shin, that's good then. I found Nikki-kun. He's in good health and unharmed. But, Ryuma, when I explained the situation, the members of the Wharf of Shikumu from outside tried to say something. Unfortunately, their voices conflicted with each other and made it hard to understand what they're saying. Despite that, Nikki-kun was still able to understand that they were trying to get him to come out. Unfortunately, their efforts only had the opposite effect. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. No matter what anyone says, I'm never coming back. There's no point since you won't believe me anyway. Nikki yelled angrily in response to the voices calling out to him, but as he hung his head, his voice gradually became tearful. This is a narrow area with no place to run. If I wanted to, I could easily capture Nikki-kun and throw him into my dimension home for the slimes to hold captive. Once we get back to the village, I could hand him over to his parents, and this incident will come to a close. But if I do something like that, this same thing will probably just repeat itself. Since he was able to build this secret base of his, Nikki-kun could be said to be a child with some ability. If he were to run away from home a second time, he might just do it with resolve. Sorry, guys. I want to talk to him, so can you guys wait out there for a bit? Ryuma, Chapter 195.2, An Understanding Person. February 3, Chapter 195, An Understanding Person. 2 out of 3, I might be sticking my nose where it doesn't belong, but I want to try talking to Nikki-kun. They probably discussed it among themselves first, but after a short while, their leader, Shin-san, gave the go. I thanked him and approached Nikki. I got us some time, so let's calm down first. By the way, did you make this whole place yourself? That's pretty amazing. Ryuma, you can't get to this secret base without crawling through the tight entrance, but the secret base itself is surprisingly big. The ceiling here is high enough so that you can stand up and just barely not graze the top. He probably scraped out the mud in between the roots of the trees and cut out roots to make this space. After which he used the cut roots and branches and leaves brought from outside to strengthen the space in between the yet alive roots to prevent mud from flowing inside. It's a bit crude, but considering Nikki-kun's age and the fact that he didn't rely on magic makes this whole thing a huge undertaking. I also made a place like this in a forest before. Ryuma, shut up. I don't need your flattery. You didn't come here for that, did you? Nikki, I see. Ryuma, I failed to get closer to him. To be honest, I really did think that he did an amazing job with this place. In that case, I'll just get straight to the point. Ryuma, what? You're just going to ask me to go home too, aren't you? You said as much earlier. Nikki, no. Before that I want to talk. Ryuma, you want to talk? About what? Me going back home. Nikki, no. I want to talk about you. Weren't you yelling a while ago, saying, there's no point since you won't believe me anyway, or something like that? If so, then there must be something that you want to say. Ryuma, I was just saying things to get him to let out his feelings, but his reaction was unexpected. He wasn't looking at me earlier, but now he's raised his head up and is looking straight at me. After that he turned his eyes away as if he were at a loss for words. He might be a lot more honest than I gave him credit for. Why are you asking something like that? Nikki, I just felt like it, I guess. To be honest, I barely know anything about you, and yet here I am in the middle of nowhere after spending half a day looking for you. I suppose you could say I've gone too far to turn back. Anyhow, if there's something you want to say, then I'm all ears. I'll listen until the end. If we do that, we should be able to understand each other better. At the very least, that's what I think. Ryuma, didn't they tell you? I'm a bad kid who plays pranks on people. Nikki, yeah, I've heard that already. But, if he's saying that with this timing, then that must mean he himself acknowledges his reputation of being known as a prankster to be correct, and if he's saying that people won't believe in him, then. I thought back to the stories I heard of back in the village. A promise not to prank people other than villagers. Nikki always protects that bottom line. That's why he's let off with just a punch and a light sermon, putting everything together. Maybe my assumptions were mistaken. Could it be that you never intended to prank anyone originally? Ryuma. Nikki looked like he didn't know whether to say something or not. Looks like I was right on the mark. In that case, I'm sorry, but I also thought that you intended to play a prank on me this afternoon. I heard a lot of stories while we were looking for you, and there's something that concerns me. Supposedly, although you like to prank people, you know where to draw the line. If that's the case, then why did you make an exception today and played a prank on an outsider such as myself? Ryuma, but if that was originally not meant to be a prank, then the story finally starts to make sense. And if I think back to what happened back then, I'll give this to you. That's what he said when threw the okuta at me. If I were to take those words at face value, then Nikki-kun, you were just trying to give me the okuta as a present, weren't you? Unfortunately, when you threw the okuta, it ended up spraying ink at me. I don't know why you would want to give the okuta to me, but what do you think? Did I get it right? Ryuma, I lined up my conjectures and asked my questions as gently as I could. In response, Nikki-kun gradually opened up. That afternoon, I saw the slimes at the beach. There were a lot of them and they moved oddly, but I thought they were kind of amazing. Nikki, so he saw that and thought they were amazing. Well, I guess he has his good points. But right now I should just quietly listen. And then I became a little curious, so I wanted to ask about them. But I didn't know you and I remembered that when a new person comes to the village, Mom would give them a gift. So I thought I should bring one to greet you with. Nikki, I see. So that's what happened. But why an okuta? Ryuma, I thought you'd like it since it resembles a slime. Your slimes have limbs like the okutas, after all. Nikki, I see, Ryuma, I smiled a little at that. Who would have thought he'd have a reason like that? But when he puts it that way, I can kind of see it. I mean both okutas and slimes are soft and flabby. My slimes also extend parts of their body, which do kind of resemble okuta limbs. Chapter 195.3, An Understanding Person. 3/3, Chapter 195, An Understanding Person. 3/3, I'm glad my questions have been answered. Thank you. So I guess the adults must have thought you were playing pranks again and you got scolded, right? Ryuma, when I said that, his face turned grim. I'm sorry for covering you in ink and running away. It became a habit since I'm always throwing okutas as a prank. As such, I'm not exactly without fault either, so I just let them scold me at first, but... Nikki, relax. I'll hear you out until the end, Ryuma. When Nikki-kun remembered the time he got angry, he started crying. I took out a glass from my item box and poured him a glass of water. Then I heard him out as I consoled him. He spoke while crying, so it was a little hard to understand. There were times when the things he talked about didn't seem to be connected, so I had to put the pieces together as I listened to him. Apparently, he was once falsely accused by the village children. The snack prepared by the elders for the children were wasted, and he took the blame for it, but the truth was that it was another child who was responsible for it. Of course, that child also didn't intentionally commit the crime, but he was afraid of being scolded, so he decided to push the blame onto Nikki-kun, who was widely known as a mischievous boy. But at that time, although he was blamed for a moment, the village elders and his parents protected him. His parents believed him and said, "Our son wouldn't do something like this." Later on, the real culprit eventually named himself and the incident came to a close. At that time, the adults told him that if he really didn't do something, he should stick out his chest and say so. Seeing the adults make a proper judgment, Nikki-kun believed from the bottom of his heart that if he just spoke the truth, the adults would understand. He believed them, but that's what not happened this time. Ryuma, yeah. I told them I didn't do it on purpose, but they just yelled back at me and said, "Don't make excuses." They didn't listen to me at all. We kept yelling back and forth, and before I knew it, I'd run away. Nikki, I see. Ryuma, they wouldn't listen to him, so he ran away on impulse. Something like that happened to me too when I was a child, so I can more or less relate. But if that's the case, then that's all the more reason for you to go back. Ryuma, what's the point of talking? I ran away precisely because talking didn't work. If they were going to listen to me, then what happened this afternoon wouldn't have turned out like this. Nikki, talking might not have worked this afternoon, but if you try again and talk to each other calmly, maybe you'll be able to understand each other. This time I'll be there to help you. Right, if they try to hit you without listening to you first, I'll stop them. Ryuma, you will. Nikki, I may not look the part, but I still am an adventurer. I'm strong and sturdy, so I'm sure I can protect you from physical harm. Besides, the reason why your parents and the villagers are angry at you is because they're worried about you. We're the ones who ended up coming here, but there are a lot more people searching the village. No one could find you, so we turned our eyes to the forest. That's why I'm sure that if both sides are calm, you'll be able to talk properly. Ryuma, really? Nikki, there's no doubting the fact everyone is worried about him. If not that, then they wouldn't get so mad or look for him. Ryuma, it's normal for a person to feel bad when scolded, while the angry person probably feels good saying whatever he wants. But despite that, anger surprisingly takes a lot of toll on one's stamina and also makes things awkward between him and the person he's angry at. There are times when the angry person will be hated too. As such, there's not really a lot of advantage to the person who's angry. That's why if someone really doesn't care about another person, he wouldn't waste his time being angry. Just like the proverb goes, behind the anger is a flower. I got it. I'll go back. Nike. Ryuma, Nikki-kun's face shows he's still somewhat reluctant, but he's agreed to go back. I'm surprised that everything went without a hitch, but... No. He himself admitted that he was at fault for running away after smearing me in ink, so it's likely that he just missed his timing to go back after running away on impulse. The truth is that he's a good and honest boy. Oni-chan. Nikki, why yeah. Ryuma, in any case, he feels like going back home now. You said you twisted your leg, right? Let's heal it, and then go out. Show me your leg. Ryuma, he showed me his leg. It's swollen a little, but there's nothing wrong with the bone. A basic heal should be able to fix it. I casted the healing spell quickly, and then informed the others through my wind magic that I was able to convince him. All right. I want to explain the details to them, so I'll go first. Ryuma, the entrance is too narrow, so it can only accommodate one person at a time. I believe that Nikki-kun will go out on his own, so I left the secret base first. Chapter 196.1, When it pours the ground grows firmer, 1/2, Chapter 196, When it pours the ground grows firmer, 1/2, the next day. Feeling the touch of the cold morning air, I opened my eyes. Good morning. Ryuma, good morning, Ryuma-kun. Kai, you're awake, I see. Yesterday sure was tough. Kei, when I went to the washroom, I happened into Kai-san and Kei-san. They probably also came here to prepare themselves for the day. They still looked sleepy, though. As expected, they talked about the events last night. After I left Nikki-kun's secret base, we suffered no more difficulties and the conversations went by smoothly. Nikki-kun followed right behind me. He became nervous as we approached the village, but he didn't get cold feet and say something like, I don't think I can go home after all. No. He properly went back with his own 2 legs. Also, Shin-san, Piran-san, and Kai-san were the only ones waiting outside the secret base. Sane-san and Kei-san had gone back ahead to the village to inform the others that Nikki-kun was safe. I think that played a huge part too. Nothing out of the ordinary really happened other than Nikki-kun's dad trying to hit him as soon as he got back. They spoke calmly and normally. By the way, Ryuma-kun. How's your face? Kai, oh, it's perfectly fine. Ryuma, that's good to hear. I was so shocked when you suddenly jumped in and took that punch. Kai, yeah. I heard you promised to protect Nikki, but still, Kei, when I thought of how Nikki-kun's dad was worrying over him too, I felt it wouldn't be good if he just subdued him like that. Ryuma, even then I don't think there was any need for you to take that punch with your face. Kai, ha, Ryuma, well, at least everything ended well. As we laughed like that, we finished readying ourselves for the day and headed to work while it was still dark. Along the way we happened upon a couple of familiar faces. Huh. Hey, you two. Are those Nikki-kun and his parents? Ryuma, looks like it. Kai, what are they doing? While we were talking, Nikki-kun and his parents noticed us. Nikki-kun waved his hands at us and approached us with his parents. Oni-chan, good morning. Nikki, good morning, Nikki-kun. Ryuma, I greeted his parents too, and they bowed their heads deeply toward us. Thank you very much for finding our son yesterday. We couldn't thank you properly yesterday, so we thought we'd offer our thanks today. Mother, well, it was already dark by the time we got back to the village. It can't be helped. Kai, we talked too, so the night grew even later. Even then I still have to give our thanks or I won't be satisfied. Dad, in that case, thank you very much. Ryuma, wait, why are you the one thanking them? Kai-san said, and the place turned into laughter. Anyway, Oni-san. Are you going to be working at the processing plant today too? Nikki, the processing plant? Why do you ask? Ryuma, when I asked that, the ones to answer my question were the parents. We troubled everyone in the village because of this incident, so both as an apology and as punishment, we decided to have Nikki-kun help out until this noon. Mother, I thought my son had grown a little, but it turns out he's still too lively for his own good. He should at least be able to help out with drawing water or carrying things. Dad, that's a pretty harsh punishment you've gotten yourself into, Nikki. Kai, and why is that? Ryuma, water is normally drawn from the well, but the processing plant uses a lot of water, so even several hundred buckets of water won't be enough. Of course, the adults will be helping in turns too, but it's a lot of physical work, so normally kids only help out when they've gotten a little bigger. Kai, I see. Good luck, Nikki-kun. Ryuma, you too, Oni-chan. Nikki, we both laughed and then made our way to the beach. Nikki-kun happily walked the whole way while holding his parents' hands. Maybe they talked again after coming back yesterday. Right now, they look like a really happy family. See you later, Oni-chan. When you're done with your work, tell me about your slimes, okay? Nikki, sure. You work hard now, Nikki-kun. Ryuma, when we arrived at the beach, we parted ways with Nikki-kun and began our preparations to fight the mud salamanders. That being said, it wasn't as if I did anything that taxing, since all I really had to do was summon the slimes and have them take their positions as planned. Because of that, I made double sure that they had taken their place around the processing plant properly. The wave is here. Leader, when the leader yelled that, the beach immediately became noisy. The wave here means that a maelstrom of mud salamanders have begun to push in. Ryuma. Are you ready? Sane, we had already rendezvoused with Sane-san and the others. Sane-san yelled that to ensure that we wouldn't lose to our surroundings. I'm ready anytime. Ryuma, great. Sane, at that, he took his position. Likewise, I too hurried to my position. With the processing plant behind me, I watched over the slimes that have expanded over the beach. At a glance, the place seemed calm, but I could feel the strong fighting spirit of the slimes that have prepared themselves to fight. Chapter 196.2, When it pours the ground grows firmer, 2 halves, Chapter 196, When it pours the ground grows firmer, 2 halves, IO. Hey. Fisherman leader, hey. Fishermen, the fishermen did their weird sound thing again as they pulled on the ropes and steadily stepped back. The battle between the mud salamanders and the fishermen began by the boats in the offing. I could see from the corner of my sight that the nets were now being raised. It's only a matter of time now before they get here. I calmed down my racing heart and wait a few minutes. When the first haul of the day was brought to the processing plant, the first mud salamander finally reached the shore. They're here. Okay. Please take care of them if they manage to break through the encirclement. Ryuma, K-san was positioned at the very edge of our area of responsibility. The mud salamander ran straight for the fisherman carrying the haul of fish, but the mud salamander that had made shore and ran suddenly squirmed. I can't hear it screaming, but from the way it's writhing about, it's clear that it's in pain. Looks like the plan is a success. Ryuma, the first layer of our defense, the obstruction of the mud salamanders through the iron slimes and the metal slimes. Here in the beach, the metal and iron slimes have a problem in that they can't move as they please. But when it comes down to it, all that really means for them is that they need a role where they don't need to move. As such, I had the iron slimes and metal slimes thin their body and had them hide in the sand like rays or flounders. Whenever a mud salamander steps on them, they will then change a part of their body into a harpoon, gutting the critter. The good result brought by their efforts is none other than the writhing mud salamander before our eyes. The mud salamander had stepped on a blade that shouldn't have been there before. Because of that, its body was deeply penetrated and it writhed about uncontrollably. But the slime that stabbed it didn't just stop there. It continued to push its metal body into the mud salamander and wrapped itself around it, turning its own body into a kind of weight to impede the movement of the mud salamander. The mud salamander that had taken the charge ahead of its brethren couldn't even reach the spears of the poison slimes. 10 more mud salamander came from behind, but they all reached a similar fate, as the metal and iron limes caught them and they tumbled along the sand. I kind of feel bad for them when I see them like that. Adventurer leader, oh. The leader of the adventurers came. Good work out there. Ryuma, I came to check how you're doing, but it looks like you're doing just fine. Adventurer leader, 4 now. The mud salamanders that have been caught will gradually run out of stamina. When more mud salamanders come and they are crushed underfoot, some of them will finally be greatly weakened. Ryuma, if they are able to get past that, then we'll continue as planned, and if there's too many, you'll reduce their numbers with an area of effect dark magic, right? Adventurer leader, that's right. Ryuma, adventurer leader, is there a problem? Is there something bothering you? Ryuma, Oh, I was just thinking that if this plan goes well, we can reduce the number of adventurers here even further. Adventurer leader, this village isn't the only one being attacked by the mud salamanders, so if there's people to spare, then it would be better to allocate them somewhere else instead. That's basically what the leader is saying. Of course, that's only if we have people to spare. Regardless of how the other areas are doing, we'd be messing up our priorities if we prioritized those over what was entrusted to us. Adventurer leader, that makes sense. Ryuma, no matter what job it is, there is always a certain level of responsibility that comes with it. I too want my slimes to do their best for the sake of my training. Well, in any case, everything will depend on today's results. Do show me that the slimes can be used. Adventurer leader, you can count on it. Ryuma, as the hauls for the day were carried to the processing plant, the number of mud salamanders attacking grew. As I saw the leader of the adventurers off, I renewed my resolve. Chapter 197.1, An Unexpected Find, 1/2, Chapter 197, An Unexpected Find, 1/2, Whoops. Ryuma, I dodged the large mouth of an approaching mud salamander by a hair's breadth and then struck its head. I didn't even have the time to confirm its death before several more mud salamanders came and attacked me. I drew a single stroke with a sweep of my rod, and then slipped through the cleared path. I need to go forward as fast as I can. In my hand was a single rod. On my head was a lone dark slime. I ran while striking down one mud salamander after another. Before long, I reached the frontmost part of the defensive line. Like this, the metal and iron slimes won't get caught in the attack. I'll leave it to you. Ryuma, the dark slime on my head reacted to my thoughts. The sun had already risen up high from the east, so it was very bright, but in a flash, everything suddenly went dark. That was none other than the proof that the dark slime had unleashed its attack. The area of effect attack magic, Dark Mist. A spell that summoned a darkness that would spread out like a mist and wrap itself around its targets. This dark mist would sap living creatures of their stamina and greatly weaken them. Eventually, it would take away even their lives. The movements of the mud salamanders on the beach began to dull. I don't know if salamanders have knees, but the way they're moving gives the impression that they can't put any strength into them. Moreover, even those still in the water have also been affected, as can be seen by the large number of corpses floating on the water. After 10 seconds, the mud salamanders that were making their way toward the processing plant were stopped. Guys, please take care of those. Ryuma, leave it to us. Adventurers and fishermen, the fishermen and adventurers that weren't doing anything went and retrieved the corpses of the mud salamanders that had gotten past the slime defensive line. Looks like using the slimes for defense was a success. But as effective as they are, there's one problem. Unlike humans, they can't carry the mud salamanders once they've defeated them, so we have to get someone else to recover those corpses. Unlike yesterday, the corpses that have been abandoned quickly piled up into a mountain. Because of that, the mud salamanders mistook these piles of corpses for some kind of obstruction and started going another way. Fortunately, the members of the wharf of Shikuma worked with me to deal with it, so we didn't end up with any casualties. It's good that we were prepared. Hurry up and get rid of those corpses. There's only a few of them left, so just hang on a little more. Leader, yeah. Adventurers and fishermen. As the adventurers and fishermen responded to the leader, I myself took a corpse nearby and ran. 1 hour later, the fishing and mud salamander subjugation for the day finally ended. Good work out there. Ryuma, good job out there. Sane, thank you for your work. Kai, after cleaning up, it was time for lunch. I spoke to the members of the wharf of Shikuma while we headed for the processing plant. Along the way, we happened into a familiar face. Oh. Little Nikki. Men 1, so it was true that you'd be working here as punishment. Men 2, work hard now. Men 3, I know. Nikki, I heard Nikki-kun talking with the men that entered ahead of us. Looks like the adults are having a blast teasing him. Thank you for your work. Ryuma, Slime Oniai-chan. Are you having lunch? Take a seat. I'll bring you food right away. Nikki, thank you. You sure are working hard. Ryuma, haha. You're the only one who'd say that, though. Nikki-kun made a face that looked like he was fed up working here, but that quickly turned into a smile. I guess that's just how he communicates. That's good. As I thought that to myself, I looked for a place to seat and waited with the wharf of Shikumu. Now then, I wonder what today's lunch will be. Sorry to keep you waiting. Nikki, thank. Ryuma, I was about to say thanks, but when I saw the contents of our lunch, I was shocked. Although the grains were a little round, this was undoubtedly white rice. And the ingredient added to the daily mustard soup was clearly tofu. With the grilled fish and the small bowl of pickles, this is clearly a Japanese breakfast. Something wrong. Nikki, this is rice, isn't it? Isn't it supposed to be really expensive since it's an imported good? Ryuma, really? It appears in the village from time to time, but is it really that expensive, Oniai-chan's? Nikki, looks like Nikki-kun really didn't know. The one to answer in his place was Shin-san. Foreign rice is indeed expensive, but this is rice grown from these lands with the help of the specialist that the feudal lord called. So it's not that expensive. Shin, that being said, it was only a few years ago that we were able to get our hands on them. You could say it's still a little luxurious. Maybe it'll become normal food in Nikki's generation. Sane, what are you talking like an old man for, Sane? K, what was that? Sane, K-san's remark stupefied Sane-san. Is he worried about that? He's still so young, though. But that aside. So that's how you guys were able to get rice. Ryuma, I've heard of the feudal lord of this Fatma territory before, but I didn't know he did something like that. We've only been able to eat rice recently. Sorry, I still have work to do. I'll chat with you guys later. Nikki, yeah. Do your best, alright. Itadakamasu. Ryuma, first, I took a mouthful of rice. It's like red rice. Is the reason it's sticky like glutinous rice because of the difference in variety? It tastes good. I drank some soup too, and as expected, that tofu-looking thing was indeed tofu. This sure brings back memories. You look happy. Kai, it's been a while since I was able to eat something like this. Can I buy this somewhere? Ryuma, in that case, why don't you get Nikki to show you the way later? Kai, his grandma is the one who makes the tofu here, after all. Oh. That's good news. I did promise to talk to him later, so I guess I'll ask then. Ryuma, sounds good. Oh, by the way. Kai-san suddenly seemed to remember something and his face became serious. Chapter 197.2, An Unexpected Find, 2 halves, Chapter 197, An Unexpected Find, 2 halves. I remembered it because of Nikki, but when we looked for him yesterday, the number of goblins we defeated was 5 all in all, right? Kai, yeah. That should be correct, right, guys? Ryuma, the other 4 also agreed. There's no doubt about it. This is something I heard when cleaning up earlier, but apparently, a cage was found in a forest near a neighboring village. Kai. Ryuma, as soon as I heard that, alarms immediately went blaring in my head. But the 5 of them didn't appear alarmed and just looked like a nuisance had appeared. Guys. You do realize this is a big deal, right? Ryuma, cages are tools meant for restraining something, and based on how the conversation has been going until now, that something would probably be the goblins. If so, then does that mean that someone let those goblins loose? Surely not, right? While I was thinking that, the leader Shin-san said this. Normally, your reaction would be correct, but the same thing happens around these parts several times a year. That's why to us word of these things being spotted feels more like a chore than anything. Shin, I asked more about it, and it turns out this problem is actually because of the nobles from the neighboring territories, who happen to be harassing the feudal lord of this territory. It's obvious that this is the work of a human, but there's no evidence to point to any specific person. Any moderately competent dimension mage would be able to pop in, drop a cage, and leave, after all. Does the feudal lord of this territory have a bad relationship with the neighboring territories? Ryuma, it's more that the other territories are one-sidedly hostile. I don't know the details, but the feudal lord is a friendly and nice person. There's that rice that we talked about earlier too, but that's not all there is to him. You'll hear plenty of stories of him trying to improve our lives. Kai, this region isn't suited toward farming. That's why in the past the natural blessings we could get were a matter of life and death. There were times when children died of starvation because we couldn't catch any fish. Fortunately, we never went through anything like that, but I hear that that's also because of the present feudal lord. Word has it that the neighboring feudal lord is domineering, but the feudal lord here isn't like that. Shin, in fact, he's not really like your common noble. From time to time, he would walk out on the streets on his own 2 legs, search for delicious food, and blend in with the people and eat with them. Sane, I see. Apparently the feudal lord here is loved by the people. Well, anyway. This goblin incident is something that occurs frequently. After a while, the feudal lord will get word of it, someone will come to investigate, and we'll keep an eye out in our own way. That's how we've always dealt with it until now. Pirin, to be honest, I'm more concerned about our work in the following days. Kai, supposedly some of the adventurers will be moved elsewhere. Talks are still ongoing, but we should consider the matter decided. Shin, didn't the leader talk about it too earlier? During the subjugation of the mud salamanders. Sane, we did have an easy time except for when we had to recover the corpses, after all. If we didn't mess up the timing of recovering the bodies, we could have done with less people. What do you think, Ryuma? I agree with you, We can defend the processing plants as long as the slimes are around, and I think it'll be good training too to do things with less people. Ryuma, most of the work today was dealt with by the slimes, so in the next few days, I should focus more on my own training. Carrying corpses that need several people's hands through several laps should serve as good stamina and strength training. If I want, I could also use it to train my dimension magic. In other words, I get to do both my work and my hobby at the same time. For some reason, the 5 of them laughed when I said that. I asked them why they were laughing, and they just said, "You sure are hardworking." What's really curious is they're looking at me with such warm gazes. I wonder why. Well, in any case, it doesn't feel like they mean anything bad about it, so whatever. After that we talked idly and ate what's left on our plates, and then, all right, guys. See you later. Ryuma, I parted with the members of the wharf of Shikumu and waited for Nikikuin's shift to end. I promised to talk with him about slimes, so. Oh, speaking of which, exactly what about slimes should I talk about with him? There's someone finally interested in slimes, so as much as possible, I'd like to make the conversation interesting. It wouldn't do good to be too pushy. Proselytizing people about the greatness of slimes sure is difficult. Oh, yeah, Ryuma. Keep it in moderation, okay, hey. Are you listening? Kai, it doesn't seem like it. Well, either way, he'll probably be back by supper. Nizan is here at the processing plant too, anyway. I feel like Kai-san and Kei-san called me just now, but when I looked around me they were already gone and the people eating were growing less and less. Was it just my imagination? Chapter 198.1, A Brilliant Young Boy, 1/2, Chapter 198, A Brilliant Young Boy, 1/2, Afternoon. And that's the gist of it. Ryuma, after thinking about it, I decided to introduce Nikki-kun to all of my different slime variants, as well as their good points. I also gave him a simple explanation of some of their evolutions. The people had long left the cafeteria and my slimes were lined up on the table. Nikki-kun is looking at them with interest, so I think things went fairly well. So which slime are you interested in? Ryuma, That would be the medicine slime. With it around, if I ever got really sick or hurt, I won't have to go to a neighboring village to treat myself. It's really convenient. Nikki, an unexpectedly acute reason. True. It can secrete a liquid that can serve as an antidote or as a disinfectant, so it can be quite useful for minor wounds. But it can also secrete poison and it feeds off of poison and medicine, so it's hard to manage. In that regard, the heal slime is superior. It can use healing magic, but only needs water and sunlight for its food. I would recommend this one instead. Ryuma, I see. But slimes that can use magic are rare, so they must sell for a lot when sold, right? Somehow you have 5 different variants that can use magic, though. Nikki, yes. In my case, I raise my slimes and evolve them. I don't know how long it would take if I had to go look for them out in the wild. An acquaintance of mine that's privy to monsters says that there's barely anyone with 5 different variants of magic-casting slimes. I don't know how much the magic-casting slimes would actually go for, but there seem to be a lot of people among the nobles who want things that other people don't have, so it should be fairly high. A rare pet they can boast to others about that's easy to raise. Ryuma, I get the reason, but I don't understand the feeling. Nikki, you don't have to worry about it so much. I'm sure you'll figure it out eventually. And even if you don't, it's not really a big deal. Ryuma, it's man's nature to compare himself with others, so he'll probably understand it in time as he becomes an adult and suffer for that. But if he is able to grow up without thinking about such things and not suffer because of it, then I think that's fine too. Ah, by the way, you mentioned that the slimes will evolve differently depending on what they eat, right? So does that mean that if you keep feeding slimes fish they will turn into a fish slime? Is there even such a thing? Nikki, there's a lot of evolutionary paths for slimes. In fact, there's so many that not even the researchers are able to grasp all of them. It's possible there just might be a fish slime out there. Of course, I don't actually know for certain. For example, my metal slime and iron slime went down different evolutionary paths according to whether they ate a soil with multiple metals in it or just iron. Perhaps just like the iron slime, there are other slimes too that could be born after eating only one type of metal. Like for example, aluminum, lead, and tin. Maybe then a different slime could be born. Ryuma, I went on to tell him that slimes going down different evolutionary paths according to what they eat is really nothing more than a hypothesis of mine, and recently I've even begun to wonder that might not actually be the case. Not the case. Nikki, yeah. But it's not that it's a completely wrong hypothesis. Rather, it's not wholly accurate. Ryuma, based on my observations of the slimes until now, especially those I've been researching from the start like the sticky, poison, acid, and cleaner slimes, I have been able to control which evolutionary path they take by controlling what they ate. That's why I don't think there's anything wrong with my hypothesis in that food influences their evolution. But I feel like there's still something missing. I think that other than the food they eat, there might be another condition that dictates what evolutionary path the slime goes down on. As for why I've started to think that, that's because of the weed slimes that evolved after going through weed diet, but some of these so-called weed slimes have actually began eating poisonous herbs and medicinal herbs. Because of that I expect them to evolve into poisonous herb slimes or medicinal herb slimes, but, Ryuma, But doesn't feeding them poisonous herbs lead to poison slimes? Nikki, exactly. That's exactly how it's supposed to be. All this time, the slimes that ate poisonous herbs have turned into poison slimes. In other words, Doku, poison, slime. I'm still waiting how this weed slime is going to turn out, but if it doesn't evolve into a poison slime after eating the poisonous herbs, then there must be something else that causes the slimes to branch out between poison and poisonous herb. There are so many different variety of slimes that researchers can't fathom them all. There's so many that it wouldn't be strange if there were more specific evolutions like in the case of metal and iron slimes. Besides, if you look at the acid slime, you'll note that even though it feeds on bone, it didn't turn into a bone slime. I'm guessing what happened in its case is that it increased its digestive powers in order to feed on the bones. Ryuma, Oniai-chan, you look like you're really having fun. Even though you keep saying there's a lot of things you don't understand. Nikki, no, it's precisely because I don't understand that I want to understand. And it's that pursuit of understanding that's fun. Observe, hypothesize, experiment. From that discern where the hypothesis is wrong, make adjustments, and try again. And if I can find the answer after doing that, that's where the fun really lies. Ryuma, oh. Nikki, oops. Was that too hard to understand? I'd intended to simplify my explanations, but I ended up getting too into it. Chapter 198.2, A Brilliant Young Boy, 2 halves, Chapter 198, A Brilliant Young Boy, 2 halves, How to put it? It's not just with slimes. What I find fun is being able to do something that I couldn't do before or learning something that I didn't know before. Do you get what I'm saying? Ryuma, yeah. I think I can relate. I was also really happy when I was able to climb a tree for the first time or finish building my secret base. I'm also having a blast right now too. Nikki, oh. He's having fun right now. As I thought, Nikki-kun has potential. Then do you want to try raising slimes? Ryuma, are you sure? Nikki, of course. Although slimes just need water and feed to live, it takes quite a bit of effort when there's a lot of them. The slimes waiting to evolve also need to be fed accordingly, so it would help me a lot if I got your help. I have enough feed for the slimes, but I'd still prefer to get some other feed from here and experiment a little too. Ryuma, in that case, let's ask Mom. At the bare least, we have some trash. Nikki, and so, Nikki-kun and I went around town. As a result, we sure gathered a lot. Ryuma, after gathering everything we've accumulated so far to a corner of the square that we borrowed, a mountain of junk and garbage was able to form. Nikki-kun was never the reserved type and has always been inherently amiable to people, so with his help, we were able to ask a lot of people to give us their junk. The villagers must have also found it easier to talk since Nikki-kun was there to mediate between us. Nikki-kun was a huge help to me. Moreover, when I showed the things we've gathered to the slimes, some of them reacted. Looks like there's even a new feed here that they like. Buhaya. That sure is a lot. Oniai-chan, you had this many slimes with you. Dimension magic sure is amazing. Nikki, this isn't really the time to be surprised, Nikki-kun. First, let's confirm what among this pile of junk the slimes have taken a liking to. If we don't hurry, the sun will set before we know it. Ryuma, yeah. Nikki, we worked together and segregated the things we got. The people of the villagers looked on at us with curiosity from afar, of course, the children playing in the square too, but I didn't pay them any mind. Word of the situation has already spread through the village, so I'm sure there's no need for any further explanation. Let's focus on the work at hand. First comes this. Ryuma, the trash from the gutting place. Various inedible parts of a myriad of different types of fishes, such as bones and guts, were mixed all together. The slimes most interested in these parts are the scavenger slimes, the acid slimes, and a lone bloody slime. The scavenger slimes will want the damaged guts and the feces within the alimentary canal. The acid slimes will want the bones, so not much different from the usual. But the blood slime. At first, I thought it was interested in the leftover blood inside the guts, but the other bloody slimes showed no interest, so there might be a branching path here to another evolution. With that in mind, I gathered the parts it was reacting to, but unfortunately, that only counted for a small portion of the garbage accumulated. It didn't seem to care much for the types of fishes or the part. Even when I took out the same gut part in one fish it reacted to from another, it showed no reaction. It was at that moment. Oniai-chan, I think I got it. Nikki, oh. What is it? Ryuma, I think it's probably the parasite. We have to be careful of them during this time of the year, but my parents told me that there are certain types of fishes that we have to especially be wary of. The parts you picked out are pretty much that. Nikki, I see. Parasite, huh? Identify. Ryuma, mountain of fish guts, a pile of guts from different types of fishes. Within the guts of these fishes are the eggs of parasites from Ratoin Lake, some of which have just hatched. Bingo. Nikki-kun, you got it right. I used Identify on it, and it told me that all of these have parasites. Ryuma, really? Hee hee. But parasites, huh, Nikki, is there a problem? Ryuma, well, parasites are annoying. Nikki, now that he mentions it. They're already a pain normally, but to a village that makes its livelihood from fishing, they must be especially annoying. But if you look at it from another point of view. I gathered this mountain of guts only after looking at the reaction of the bloody slime, and I couldn't tell at all that there were parasites inside these until I used Identify. In other words, slimes that can eat parasites can tell whether there are parasites in fishes or not. Ryuma, when I said that, Nikki-kun's eyes opened wide, and even the adults watching around us cried out. I see. If you can tell which fishes have parasites, then it will be safer to eat fishes. Adult 1, fish without parasites. If we could tell them apart, we could even eat them raw. Adult 2, dear, could you please stop that? I'm the one who'll have to take care of you if you end with a stomach ache. Adult 3, of course, there's no one stupid enough to eat fish raw right now, but come summertime, Nikki, when the adults heard Nikki-kun's words, they became even more boisterous. Nikki-kun. Do you eat raw fish around these parts too? Ryuma, when there aren't a lot of parasites, fishermen eat the fishes raw. My dad loves to eat raw fish, but because of that he ends up with stomach aches every year. There might be less parasites in some seasons, but that doesn't mean they're completely gone. Nikki, I see. Ryuma, it's probably a similar feeling to those people from the Edo period who wanted to eat fugu even though it was forbidden. Well, in this case, they won't die even if they ingest a parasite, so I guess it's not as desperate. But enough of that. What's more important right now is the evolution of the bloody slime. What will happen to it when it eats the parasites? Will it turn into a parasite slime? Will it go inside the body? The body of the bloody slime is blood. And blood goes in the body. Wait. Does that mean it can transfuse blood? As I pondered on that thought, I realized that the bloody slime would enter the body through a wound every time it sucked blood. But the blood inside wouldn't coagulate. I mean, it doesn't, right? After all, it's able to suck the blood so smoothly. I hear blood coagulates when a different type of blood is mixed in, but... Wait a second. In the first place, what even is the blood type of the bloody chan? Onii-chan. Nikki, oops. Sorry, Nikki-kun. Spaced out there. Ryuma, I know. I can tell from looking at you. Anyway, since we know that one's a parasite slime, let's continue. Nikki, yeah. Let's do this. Ryuma, there's still a lot of garbage to go through. But that pile of garbage was reflected on my eyes like a mountain of gold. It wouldn't be long before that overly positive interpretation of what was otherwise a pile of trash would be proven correct. Chapter 199.1, One End of Infinite Possibilities, 1/3, Chapter 199, One End of Infinite Possibilities, 1/3, next is this one. Ryuma, 3 different types of fishes were neatly stored inside a large basket that needed 2 hands to carry. The fishes resembled stonefish, pufferfish, and eel. All of those are luxurious fishes as far as I'm concerned, but... I'll ask again, but you guys really don't eat these fishes? Ryuma, they all have poison. It would be really bad if we were to eat that. Nikki, you could just take away the part with poison and eat the rest. There are similar fishes. Where I come from and we ate them all the same. Ryuma, well, we do eat this one sometimes, but only when the weather is bad and we can't go out fishing or if there's not enough catch. In other words, we eat them when there's nothing else to eat. Nikki-kun pointed at the eel-like fish. Most of the basket was occupied by the eels, so it's likely that they're easy to catch around here. But not only does this one have poison in its blood, it also stinks of mud and is full of bones. It's really bad. It has parasites around this time of the year too. This one has venomous spikes on it and it's also small, so there's not much to eat. When we're able to catch fish, there's a lot of delicious ones to pick from, so there's no reason anyone would go out of his way to eat this. And this puffed up fish is deadly, so you definitely mustn't eat it. Nikki, I see, Ryuma, I was hoping to make some dishes out of them, but there's the parasite problem too, so let's just put that off for another day. We don't actually mean to catch these fishes, and Dad himself says so, but there's not much we can do about it since they just keep getting caught in the nets. Nikki, yeah. My slimes are happy, though. Ryuma, the poison and medicine slimes are reacting. The bloody slime with a palate for parasites is also reacting. I wonder if there's a new branch of evolution here with the poison and the parasite. Ryuma, what's the matter? Oni-chan. Nikki, it's just that this poison slime is, Ryuma, among the poison slimes was a poison slime that reacted only to the stonefish-like fish. Moreover, it's only eating the venomous needle of the scales. Venomous needles. Oops. I better ponder on this later. Next is, Ryuma, there are shellfish here too. Poisonous and non-poisonous ones. Nikki, let's start with the poisonous ones then. Ryuma, the poison and the medicine slimes recognized it as food. Unfortunately, it seems these things can only serve as normal food to the slimes here. Let's take a look at the non-poisonous ones then. Ryuma, Oni-chan, sorry, but these shellfish don't have any meat left in them. They're just shells. Nikki, oh, well we did say trash was fine. And besides, there are still some slimes reacting to these. Ryuma, huh. Nikki, several acid slimes were already waiting beside Nikki-kuin's feet as he carried the bucket of shellfish shells. Nikki-kun fed the shells to those slimes, and they happily digested it. Small bubbles rose up as they carefully digested the shells. There's a chance that the acid slime could evolve from the shells. One of those reacting to the shells is also the same slime that likes to eat every day. Is this another branch of evolution? Both seashells and eggshells have calcium carbonate as the common main ingredient, but no. I can't form a definite conclusion from just that. I need to observe more. And lastly, here comes the crab. Ryuma, the sticky slime reacted to both the shell with meat in it and just the shell. On one hand is a shell and on the other hand is. This one needs more observation too. Ryuma, next are the junk caught in the nets that's not fish. Water plants and seaweed. Nikki, looks like Nikki has already gotten used to the flow of our work here, as he brought over the next junk right when I was thinking about it. Good job, Nikki. Seriously, he's such a nice assistant. These are probably. Yeah. The weed slimes reacted. I've already confirmed recently that they react to the water plants. They're also those reacting to the seaweed. Next one is this. Ryuma, a tattered net. I don't know what's going to happen with this, but let's give it a try. Okay. That was unexpected. Ryuma, what's the matter? Nikki, the sticky slimes and the metal slimes are reacting. Ryuma, the sticky slimes produces thread, so it's still somewhat related, but the metal slime is unexpected. Metal. And net. A metal net. I don't know, but it'll be interesting to see what it evolves into. This too needs further observation. Alright. These two are the last ones. Nikki lifted a bucket-like wooden vessel in each hand. One bucket was filled with sand while the other was filled with ceramic fragments. I see. The stone slime is reacting to both buckets. A poison slime is reacting to the sand too. Ryuma, there is a poison slime reacting to the sand. And what's more is that it's the same specimen that also ate charcoal and is expected to evolve. Is there a common point between charcoal and sand? Or is this a different branch of evolution? For the meantime, all I can really do is wait for it to evolve and then observe. Chapter 199.2, One End of Infinite Possibilities, 2/3, Chapter 199, One End of Infinite Possibilities, 2/3, If I write down all of the cases of evolution and from their search for common points and food, then I might just be able to find other conditions for evolution. In that case, should I increase the number of poison slimes or look for another slime that eats charcoal? Or maybe I should keep increasing the slime variants that I can increase. I have something else in mind for the stone slimes. I'm currently trying to get their numbers up, but the evolution experiment is important too, so let's focus on increasing their numbers. I'm sure I can get some results before they eat Jimuru's abandoned mine into a flatland. That should be all of them. Nikki, Ma. Right. In that case, let's write down the slimes that might evolve as well as their respective feed. Item box, Ryuma, yeah. Nikki, I took out a writing tool and started writing down the different type of slimes and possibilities for evolution. Sticky slime equals NGT, crab slime, shell slime, net slime, acid slime equals NGT, shellfish slime, shellfish and egg slime, poison slime equals NGT, charcoal and sand slime, poison needle slime, metal slime equals NGT, metal net slime, bloody slime equals NGT, parasite slime, stone slime equals NGT, sand slime, ceramic slime, weed slime equals NGT, water plant slime, seaweed slime. That's 13 types all in all. Ryuma, wow. Slimes really can evolve into so many things. To think that 7 types could evolve into so many. Nikki, well, this is just a possibility right now, though. Still, it's amazing to see that I was able to find so many in just a day. And when I look back on it, there are a lot of feed that I can only get around these parts, like fish and crabs. I could collect water plants and seaweeds and multiply them inside the dimension home, but the venomous spines and the parasites can only be gotten from the fishes here. Ryuma, couldn't you easily solve that if you just lived here? Nikki, that's true, but I have work. Ryuma, although most of the store's management has been left to the employees, there are still documents I have to personally handle, and I also need to do my rounds around the mines regularly. I could put someone in charge here to report to me regularly, but Nikki-kun is still too young, and the Wharf of Shikumu Adventurer Party doesn't have any monster tamers among their ranks. That being said, I could put up a branch store in this village and send someone like Kalkin-san over. Yeah, that might actually not be a bad idea. Today's findings may not be limited to just this village here. If I were to go to another new environment, I might also find new paths of evolution there. If so, then having to travel the whole world myself to explore the possibilities of slime evolution would take too much time. A better idea would be to expand my store and build branch stores in every region. I could then dispatch someone else to those stores to research the slimes in my stead and send the data back to me, so I can continue my research from my headquarters. With this method I'll be able to manage my store and continue my slime research at the same time. Perfect. I'll talk to Karm-san about this as soon as I get back. You know, Oni-chan. I don't think you can pull that off right now, though. Nikki, that's fine. I'm talking long-term here, wait. Was I talking out loud? Ryuma, loud and clear. But enough of that. What are we going to do now? Nikki, well, for the meantime, I'll have my slimes eat here while we're at the village, and then before I leave I'll take whatever junk the villagers won't mind me taking. That's about it. Oh, there's observing the slimes too, I guess. Ryuma, the slimes can generally eat anything, so if there's no food meant for evolution left then they should still be able to eat other stuff. If they evolve into something else, then that's fine too. At the very least, they won't grow weak and die because of starvation. And it's not like I have to evolve them immediately anyway. We're doing this whole evolution thing at leisure, after all. Ryuma, I see. So now what? Nikki, unfortunately, we're out of time. Ryuma, the job at the processing plant seems to be over already, as a lot of women have appeared in the square to pick up their children. I should send Nikki-kun home soon too. But before I could actually send him home. Nikki, let's go home. Mother, Mom. Nikki, Ryuma-kun, thank you for watching over my son. Mother, oh, please don't mention it. Nikki-kun helped me out a lot today. Ryuma, Mom. I helped take care of the slimes. There were so many different types of slimes. It was really fun. Nikki, I see. That's great. Nikki, yeah. Oh, right, Oni-chan. How long will it take for the slime evolutions we found today to evolve? I want to see the slimes evolving. Nikki, unfortunately, it will take a few months before they evolve. Ryuma, he helped me out, so I would love to show him an evolution while I'm here, but alas. I see. Then can I help take care of the slimes again tomorrow? Nikki, of course. In fact, I welcome it. Ryuma, Yahoo, all right, see you tomorrow, Oni-chan. Nikki-kun took his mother's hand and left while waving at me. Chapter 199.3, One End of Infinite Possibilities, 3/3, Chapter 199, One End of Infinite Possibilities, 3/3, that night. And that's the gist of it. Ryuma, when I talked about the things that happened today, cheerful laughter spread through the living room. And so you promised to meet up tomorrow too? Kei, he sure has taken a liking to you. Mei, well, there was that incident yesterday too. Kai, Kei-san, Mei-san, and Kai-san all pointed out that Nikki-kun had taken a liking to me. I was just talking about my hobbies with him, but if that's how he feels, then that's great. Ryuma-kun. Are you going to be collecting trash with that kid tomorrow too? Mother, that's the plan. Ryuma, in that case, take the trash from our house too. You don't mind, right, Dad? Mother, Dad, when the mother asked that, the taciturn dad put down the glass of liquor he was drinking and nodded. Thank you for your help. I think the food is about ready, so I'll go and serve the table now. Ryuma, tonight's supper is on me. Mei-san and her mother have been taking care of me all this time, and they've even given me various food goods like rice, so as thanks, I made them the dish that's perfect for winter, the boneless daikon, a dish based on the buri daikon dish. Sorry to keep you waiting. Ryuma, I moved the pot from the kitchen stove to the sunken hearth, and then served everyone their plate. I served the head of the family, Hoi-san, first, followed by the rest of the family in order. When everyone had been served, they all started eating with interest. Delicious. The flavor has really soaked in. Kai, the hard root vegetables have been boiled soft too. It's delicious. Kei, oops. I forgot. Add these too if you'd like. Ryuma, I offered the wasabi-like and mustard-like. Shredded horas. As I thought, it's different when you melt it in soup. Mother, it's not bad. Foo. It goes well with liquor. Dad, the dad quickly emptied the glass of liquor that the mother poured. Due to the liquor's effects, the dad was finally starting to talk. The pace he ate the boneless daikon and the liquor sped up too. Anyhow, it seems that everyone likes the dish. That's great. Ryuma, you should eat too. If you just keep watching, you'll run out of food before you know it. Kai, right. In that case, itadakamasu. Ryuma, first, let's start with the fish, the boneless. As it overflowed with juice, my chopsticks penetrated it. This fish is called boneless because its bones melt when cooked in heat. There were definitely bones before boiling it, but after being boiled, the bones vanished. I took a portion of the fish and placed it into my mouth. The texture was strangely thick, but it's mellow and delicious. Foo. Ryuma, next comes the daikon. Warm steam rose, carrying with it a relaxing fragrance that tickled my nose. When I placed the daikon inside my mouth, it softly crumbled and released a juice with a deep tinge of seafood. Perfectly done, if I say so myself. I take another bite, but this time at the mustard, and yep. Delicious. Just the right amount of pungent flavor, all right. I've made my mind. I'll open that. Excuse me. Item box. Ryuma. Huh? Is that sake? Dad, yeah. It's something I got from a dragon newt friend of mine. Ryuma, a top-quality sake I got from a Seijai-san a long time ago. Top-quality sakes are seen as luxury goods around here, so I've kept it stored all this time. But now the time has come. I poured myself a cup and wet my throat. After the clear taste passed, the spirits comfortably passed through my nose. I ate the flavorful daikon while drinking this top-quality sake. Foo. Delicious. Hot sake might make it even better. Ryuma, I prepare the magic stove to heat water. Oh, if you guys want, you can have some too. Ryuma, oh. Are you sure? In that case, I won't hold back. Kai, don't drink too much, Kai Oniai-san. Kei, didn't take you for a drinker, boy. Hoi, I was raised by a dwarf and I received the divine protection of the god of wine. Ryuma, the divine protection of the god of wine. I see, in that case, why don't you have some of our liquor until your liquor is ready? It's not first class, but it's local here. Dad, thank you. I'll have some then. Ryuma, I accepted the offer of the dad that has finally started to become talkative. He filled a vessel that resembled a large sake cup. When I looked inside, it was white like milk and was also quite thick. It was like Japan's Doboroku, unrefined sake. When I took a sip, I felt the fine grains on my tongue. That's probably from the ingredients used, as I tasted the subtle sourness accompanying the potent sweetness of the liquor. The taste reminds me of amazake, sweet sake, but there's also a familiar bitterness mixed in. Is this made from katsubirakusa? Ryuma, oh. You can tell. That's right. Dad, oh. That's a surprise. So you can actually make sake from that. Ryuma, the identify spell didn't mention it, and I've been eating it for so long, but I never realized that. Ah, but you can't make it with just katsubirakusa. You need a herb to turn it into liquor. K, is there such a thing, K-san? Ryuma, it's not particularly rare or anything. You can find it anywhere. Kai, as soon as he said that, Kai-san went to the front door and opened the door. Or at least I thought he was going to open the door, but instead he bent his hips and plucked the grass growing by his feet. After that he came back. Brr. Cold. Look. It's this one. Kai, he really just pulled it from there. I don't see how this grass is any different from the ones growing in the corner that dogs pee on, though. At the very least, nothing I know regarding medicinal and poisonous herbs says this thing is any more special than what it appears. We also see it as just weed, but it can be used to make liquor. Mother, I wonder just who it was that thought of combining weed with food to make liquor. Weed, huh? I wonder if the weed slime can cultivate it if I feed that to him. Looks like I should experiment with that too while I'm here. And if I can make sake using katsubirakusa, that would be a huge help since it will make it easier to procure feed for the drunk slime. I won't have to go town anymore just to buy liquor for it. Where can I learn how to make this sake? Ryuma, interested. In that case, I'll just show you tomorrow. Mother, huh? Mom, you know how to make it. May, if you can't even make wine, what are you going to do as a woman? Mother, according to the mother, up till her generation, every house being able to make this white sake was normal. It was an essential skill before being married off. But it took skill to make the wine taste good, which in turn meant that it took effort to hone the skill, so as the village grew wealthier, the villagers started buying from those who could make it well instead of making it themselves. Our family has also stopped making it ourselves. I'll use this as an opportunity to teach you the taste of our family's sake. Mother, we have our own brand. I never knew that. Well, if it were more delicious than what you're drinking now, we would have started selling it long ago. Mother, that's not very reassuring. Dad, laughter broke out again when the dad said that. After a while, I was able to make my hot sake. It's ready. Please eat and drink lots. Here you go, Kai-san. Ryuma, thank you. Wow. Hey, Kei. This sake tastes great. Have some too. Kai, really? It tastes that good. All right. I'll have some then. Just a little, though. Kei, of course. Ryuma, like this we talked merrily into the night while enjoying delicious boneless daikon and liquor. It's cold outside, but our hearts and our bodies are warm. I was also feeling fulfilled thanks to being able to procure new feed for the slimes, so I fell asleep as soon as I hit the bed. Chapter 200.1, An Unexpected Evolution, 1/3, Chapter 200, An Unexpected Evolution, 1/3, the next day. Brr. It's cold. The cold slipped into the gaps of the futon and jolted my consciousness awake. I knew it would be cold every morning, but this morning is particularly cold. It won't be long now before the season completely turns over to winter. After making up my mind, I slipped out of the futon and began preparing for the day. There was just one problem. The clothes I prepared next to my bed have completely chilled. Looks like I have to wear something thick today. I opened my item box and chose something else to wear. The clothing I chose was the down jacket-like jacket I made by stuffing a fabric with the fluff slime's fluff and then using the sticky slime's sticky liquid to make the exterior part waterproof. I couldn't recreate the zipper, so the front was made to be closed with buttons instead. For the wrist part, I'm using rubber made from the latex slime's liquid to close it. I moderately tightened it to prevent the cold from getting in. This winter garment is one of the preparations I made for winter. After confirming that the jacket was comfortable enough and that the anti-cold functions were functioning properly, I left my room. All right. I'll do my best today too. After resolving myself like that, 1 week passed in the blink of an eye. From morning until noon, I would generally help out with the fishes by fighting the mud salamanders. In the noon, I would take care of the slimes and explore new evolutions with Nikki-kun. In the evening, I would help make supper and do my preparations for the next day. I pretty much just repeated that the whole week, but there were some minor differences. I thought back to the events that occurred during the week, and on the first day, the morning was the same as the previous day, and I made my preparations for the mud salamander hunt, but the Rimmel birds were acting weird after getting out of my dimension home. When I tried asking them what the problem was, they replied, "It's not bad enough that we can't work, but it's really cold." The Rimmel birds were migratory birds. Around this point in time, they would already have started migrating to a warmer region. As such, from this day onwards, I retired the Rimmel birds from participating in the mud salamander hunt and had them stay in the dimension home instead. Of course, to let them release their stress, I would let them out to fly, but even then, they would only fly for about 30 minutes before going back in. Fortunately, the dimension home had a fixed temperature, so it was easy for them to stay there. When I get back to Jimuru, I'll get their opinion and look for a way to protect them from winter. I also asked if my other bird-type monster, the clever chickens, would want to go out from time to time, but their representative, Kahaku, said I didn't need to worry about it. As usual, they had a roundabout way of saying things. I should give them something delicious next time. Later in the evening, I studied how to make sake preparation, using katsubirakusa from the mother of the family I was staying with. While we were making the sake, the mother let off a lot of steam. The cooking duty at the processing plant was apparently done by rotation and it would be her turn 2 days later. She said a lot of things, such as, "It's so hard to decide what to put on the menu, the men are always complaining that they're bored with the food, I'm doing my best to keep them healthy and strong, but they're so, and so forth." In my past life, I died without getting married, but this time I might marry, so I better take note of her complaints. Second day. The morning fishing and the mud salamander hunts continue for 3 days followed by a rest day. Today is a rest day, but I ended up waking early, so I went and did some light jogging along the beach. I used this as an opportunity to let the iron slime and metal slime out too since they had a hard time moving on sand. I let them run at their own pace, and by the time I was done with my run, there were 3 among them who clearly ran faster than the others. I used Monster Identify on these 3 slimes and I found out that they learned a new skill called running on bad roads. It was only at level 1, but since there's a skill like this, the slimes should be able to train themselves until they're eventually able to move as they do on normal roads. At least, that's what I think. I talked to Nikki-kun about it later at noon while we collected trash. During our collection, the village chief gave us a large old net, the same net used for fishing in the morning fishing, from the shared storage used by the village. The net is one of the feeds that might allow the slimes to evolve, so I'll be happy to get as many as I could. I thanked the village chief from the bottom of my heart, but the village chief became troubled by how thankful I was, so he asked me if I was willing to help collect firewood. I happily accepted his offer. Chapter 200.2, An Unexpected Evolution, 2/3, Chapter 200, An Unexpected Evolution, 2/3, after that. Oni-chan, are you sure that was a good idea? Nikki, what do you mean? The village headsman gave me such a huge net. I couldn't just take that without showing my gratitude somehow. Ryuma, every year there's a festival that's held when the fishing period ends. The nets that can't be repaired are thrown into the fire then. That's why, Oni-san, that net you got was just garbage. You just got a job pushed onto you for no good reason. Nikki, I see. There is that way of thinking too. But to me it's not just garbage. And besides, if I have to pick up firewood, then that means I'll have to enter that forest, right? If so, then I'll be able to use that as an opportunity to look for the slimes local to this region. Who knows? I might even find the mud slime that's said to be around here. Either way, I wanted to go through the forest at least once while I'm here, so I might as well take advantage of this. Ryuma, Oni-chan, if you're not careful, you'll end up being used by other people, you know. Nikki-kun was fed up by my behavior, but he promised to help me look for the slime and pick up firewoods. He's a good kid. Third day. There were considerably less people participating in the mud salamander hunt today compared to the last 3 days of work. Apparently, the reason is because most of the adventurers staying here left to defend another village yesterday. Everyone has more work to deal with because of that, but everyone's already gotten used to how the slimes fight, so it wasn't really an issue. Collecting the corpses of the mud salamanders was also good training, not just physically but also for my dimension magic. After lunch I waited for Nikki-kun to finish his work, and then we went to the forest to look for the slimes and gather firewood. We had a short meeting about what to do, and in the end, we decided to finish gathering firewood first, so we can focus on looking for the slimes. But when I carried lumber over my shoulder like it was nothing, Nikki-kun looked at me with eyes full of respect. I'd been using the slimes to deal with the mud salamanders and I looked like an elementary school student, so he didn't think that I actually had that much strength. I know it's not his fault, but I was a little sad to hear that. As such, I worked a little harder when picking up firewood. Speaking of which, the village headman was really happy with our performance and gave us a bucket full of an organism that looked like a cross between squid and jellyfish. According to Nikki-kun, the food the village headman gave us was somewhat special. Later that evening we had that squid-like thingy for supper. I think it tasted better than the squid rice in my memories. Fourth day. I thought up various new spells I could use to help collect the corpses. I used the spell that the scholar and adventurer Rapin-san used before as a reference, a spell which teleported the target to one's hand and was known as pick up, to create a spell that teleported something in one's hand to a distant location. I called it drop off. The second spell I thought up made use of the concepts of item box and dimension home to create a hole near one's hand for the entrance and another hole to the target location as the exit. By connecting the two locations, I could quickly send things from my hand to the target location. I call this spell wormhole. Until now I've been teleporting myself with the mud salamander, and then after transporting the mud salamander away, I would have to teleport myself again to go back. By removing the need to consume mana and stamina on the way back, I was able to make my collection of corpses that much more efficient. Presently, I'm in the middle of researching if it's possible to set the target location of the drop-off as my item box. That way I'll be able to directly throw the target straight into my item box. After eating I helped wash dishes at the processing plant with my cleaner slime while waiting for Nikki-kun to finish. Today Nikki-kun brought his mom and several housewives from the village with him. Apparently, they wanted me to take their trash too, so I happily accepted their offer. There were even people who asked to have their toilets dealt with too. They spoke a bit vaguely, saying, "Can you take care of the things inside our toilets too?" They probably heard about my scavenger slime from Nikki-kun. I asked those people their address and dispatched the scavenger slimes. I'll be picking up the scavenger slimes on the way back, so after collecting the garbage, I went to the forest again to look for slimes. Today I was able to catch 3 slimes. Fifth day. On this day the other wives that heard about yesterday were waiting for me. We agreed that the payment for the toilet cleaning will be paid in garbage and whatever leftover food they have. Alright. Now I have plenty of feed for the scavenger slimes. Chapter 200.3, An Unexpected Evolution, 3/3, Chapter 200, An Unexpected Evolution, 3/3, 6th day. Another rest day for fishing and hunting. After coming back from my morning jog, I saw people bringing their trash to the part of the square that was temporarily being used to hold my garbage. The villagers were already using it as if it were perfectly natural. I greeted the people bringing their trash with them and asked why they were giving all of these to me, and they laughed, saying that there was a huge cleanup at the end of the year anyway, so they might as well just give their garbage to me to deal with. With this we can just pick out what we need and randomly throw the rest away. We couldn't do this if your methods polluted the sea, but I guess there's nothing to fear in that regard. Someone said jokingly, but the adults weren't really laughing. I'm glad they're able to dispose their trash properly. I think I'll continue to take care of their trash from here on out too. Moreover, other than the feeds, the village headman also gave me pots with slime inside as thanks. 20 slimes all in all. According to the village headman, I was a huge help in subjugating the mud salamanders, disposing their trash, and gathering firewood. The subjugation of the mud salamanders was properly compensated for, but disposing the trash and gathering the firewood wasn't. As expected, they couldn't be at ease just repaying my work by just giving me their trash and leftovers. Personally, I'm glad just to have their trash and leftovers, but the village headman probably didn't want to leave debts even in the smallest things. I gratefully accepted the slimes. By the way, the reason the village headman compensated me with slimes is because when he was thinking of how to thank me, Nikki-kun said, "If it's Oni-san you're talking about, then you should give him slimes." Nikki-kun sure understands me. After the village headman was able to thank me, he left feeling relieved. 7th day. After repeatedly teleporting the corpses with my dimension magic, I've finally developed a knack for the skill. I haven't gotten any hard data, but I think I'm a lot more efficient now at teleporting multiple targets simultaneously. At noon my occupation changes from an adventurer to a garbage collector. I went around the village collecting garbage from the elderly who couldn't carry the heavy ones. I made full use of my dimension magic too, so it made for good training. I managed to catch 4 slimes today and got 8 slimes as tip for my garbage collection services. The days passed by like that until finally reaching present time. Before me is the miracle of 1 week. No, it's the favor of the villagers and the fruit of continuously collecting garbage, 2 slimes. That's right. In just 1 week, 2 of my slimes evolved into 2 new variants. One of the 2 slimes was the metal slime that ate nets. It hasn't changed much on the surface, but its body has shrunk a little. But what about its skill and abilities? Monster identify. Ryuma, wire slime, skill, harden LV3, expansion and contraction LV3, physical attack resist LV2, high speed movement LV3, digest LV3, absorb LV3, skill LV2 wire, in other words, a thread of metal. So I guess that means it didn't really want the net itself but rather the thread that made it. It has mostly the same skill set as the metal slime. Just one skill was added to it, expansion and contraction. But it's been able to transform into weapons all this time and it could expand and contract too. Ryuma, I had it try the new skill out, and the wire slime extended a part of its body. I thought it was just going to extend a part of its body like a tentacle as usual, but it extended it like a thread instead. 1M, 2M. You can extend it even further. Ryuma, looks like this is still far from its limits. As I watched it move fervently in an attempt to show off, I noted that the extended thread was the same as the tentacle. No. It's not exactly the same, the thread is thinner and lighter, and the slime can move it more freely. I had the slime extended for a while, and the slime's main body shrunk. Is the range limited by the volume of the wire slime? I'll research that later. Anyhow, this one seems to have a lot of uses. A very useful slime indeed. As for the other one, yeah, it's that. I've never seen one so big, though. Ryuma, the other slime was the one that loved to eat egg and seashells. The X-acid slime. I thought the common point between the 2 feeds would be the calcium carbonate, but the actual result turned out to be something completely unexpected. The slime's new body was milky white with a unique luster and dazzled magnificently under light. Pearl slime, skill, refine protective body liquid LV3, coating LV3, crystallization LV3, digest LV3, absorb LV3, split LV2. I knew it. It's a pearl. But why would acid turn into a pearl? It ate seashells, but those weren't pearl oysters. Ah, but I guess those shells had nacre inside. There were various kinds of shells, weren't there? And the main ingredient of pearl is calcium carbonate. When I think of it that way, I guess it's still within expectations. A former acid slime fed on seashells and eggs. Acid and egg. Vinegar. You can make mayonnaise with vinegar and egg. Mayonnaise and pearl. If I think of it that way, then I think I might have an idea how this happened. In the past, there was a very similar chemical experiment called mayonnaise pearl. But as much as I'm curious how things ended up like this, there's a bigger problem right now. In the Middle Ages of Earth, the technology to cultivate pearls didn't exist, so people had to catch wild pearl oysters from under the sea. And even then tens of thousands of pearl oysters would only net a paltry amount of pearl, which caused pearl to become really expensive. This was written in a light novel I read before. I don't know how much pearl goes for in this country and this world, but it's a precious resource in pharmaceutics and it's not that well known in society, so it should be fairly expensive. The pearl slime looks like a giant pearl, so just that alone should fetch it a good price, but refine protective body liquid, coating, crystallization. From the sound of these skills, this slime can probably create more pearls. It's just a possibility right now, but what if it is possible? Pearl slime. A slime that looks like an expensive pearl and can create pearls. Considering its value, it wouldn't be strange if people set its sights on it. It would be better not to show it to others or talk about it. But what should I tell Nikki-kun? Ryuma, he's been enjoying himself feeding the slimes every day, so he knows that I've been feeding an acid slime egg and seashells. What to do? Ryuma. Are you still asleep? Ryuma, that surprised me. It's Kai-san. I'm awake. Ryuma, I see. It's time for breakfast already. Thank you, I'll be right there. Before I knew it, it was already that time. For the meantime, I better go have my breakfast. Chapter 201, Summon, 3/3, Chapter 201, Summon, 3/3, Along the way, as I was passing through the square, the small wayside shrine in the corner caught my attention. The shrine was probably exposed to a lot of rain and wind throughout the years, as the idol was really worn out. I guess I could pray a little. Ryuma, when I think about it, tomorrow is the second time I'll be involved with the nobles. The rumors say he's a good person, but surely he wouldn't come without even a single escort, right? Hopefully, nothing wrong happens. I clapped my hands in front of the small wayside shrine and prayed that. Ryuma, suddenly, white light filled my vision. Am I going to be summoned even though I'm not in a church? You. Ryuma, it felt like I was floating in the air. It was my first time being summoned like this, so I couldn't help but open my eyes wide. Something spread out in front of me. Water. As soon as I recovered my awareness, I fell into the water. I don't know how high up I was, but there wasn't much of an impact. But the water clung onto me and I gradually sank. I wasn't floating at all. Don't worry, it's all right. You can breathe here. Give it a try. Ryuma, when I was starting to get uneasy and tried to push aside the water, a voice reached me. It's true. It's hard to move like in water, but it doesn't hurt to breathe. As I calmed down, I followed the voice and looked up. There, a shadow about the size of a middle school student floated in the water with the dazzling light behind it. The shadow moved through the water easily toward me. It was then that I finally saw the figure clearly. Good day. Good day. I'm Ryuma Takebayashi, excuse me if I'm mistaken, but would you happen to be the god of waters and fishes, Sararipita-sama? Ryuma, huh? Did I mention my name? You're pretty sharp, aren't you? I'm sure my statue is supposed to be a muscular man. Sararipita, looks like I'm right. If I recall correctly, the common legend surrounding him, just as he said, revolves around an ideal man of the sea. But the person in front of me now is speaking in a gentle and androgynous voice with long hair that appears to have been allowed to grow as it pleased. Because of that, the entire right side of his face can't be seen. The left side that can be seen has skin as white as snow with distinct dark circles around the eyes. Nothing about him looks even slightly resembles the word, health. His clothes are really loose, they're basically cloths layered on top of each other to cover his body. Because of that, it's hard to tell where his body's line begins. I can see his hands through his baggy sleeves, but they seemed so delicate they could break at any time. The exact opposite of a burly man. If anything, he looks more like a girl. I know this is a bit rude, but he really gives the feeling of a shut-in. The reason I thought he was the god of waters and fishing was because the wayside shrine I prayed at was at a fishing village, and what's more is, it's because I fell into this water. Ryuma, now that you mention it, it's only natural to think of me when thinking of gods related to water. Sararipita, he laughed as he floated in the water. The clothes on his body fluttered like the scales on a fish. Ahaha, you won't sink even if you don't move your limbs so restlessly, you know. Relax your body like this and just let it take its course. That should make it way easier for your body. Sararipita, I relaxed just as he told me to, and I indeed did not sink. Moreover, thanks to the buoyancy, I didn't have to strain my body at all. Right. Just like that. You don't have to mind your words too. By the way, are you the one Gain and the other summoned to this world and who also frequents the divine realm? Sararipita, yes. I drop by from time to time. Ryuma, I normally don't bestow an oracle on people, but I wanted to meet you. Sararipita, you wanted to meet me. That's an honor then. But why? Ah, could it be you've been watching me like Gain and the others and I did something interesting? Ryuma, nope. It wasn't interesting at all. Sararipita, ah, I see, Ryuma, I mean you're just living a normal fisherman's life in the village. There's no unexpected dangerous monster or anything, so if it's just a normal villager's life, there's already plenty to watch in the village. It was really boring with no variation whatsoever. I'm sure you're happy living such a peaceful life, and it's not like adventuring and fighting is all there is in life, but even if you lazily show me your normal life, even if it's fine at the start, it can get boring real fast. Don't you think so? Sararipita, why yeah, Ryuma, it's not exactly the same, but the things you do are pretty much the same, aren't they? If you're going to do something, then you might as well make it flashy. Think about your audience more, okay? Sararipita, it's true that I've never really thought about how interesting my life might be in the eyes of other people, Ryuma, right? That's why it's really something for you to ask others if they find your life interesting. First of all, Sararipita, like that Sararipita-sama stabbed me with words one after another like it was nothing and I quietly took it all. I know my days have been full of things I didn't think about, but why is a god I'm meeting for the first time lambasting me like an editor would a mangaka or a light novel author? Chapter 202.1 The God of Waters and Fishing I, 1/2, Chapter 202 The God of Waters and Fishing I, 1/2, so, do you get it now? Sararipita, yes. But I won't make any promises. Ryuma, that's fine. I'm sure you have your circumstances too. Huh? Come to think of it, why are we talking about this again? Sararipita, I believe we were originally talking about why you wanted to meet me. Ryuma, right. And then you asked if it was because I found you interesting, right? But that wasn't the case at all, so I ended up talking about how boring you are. Sararipita, that's right. Ryuma, yeah. Yeah. Okay. So the reason I called you is because I'm concerned about you. And it's not because you're interesting. Okay. Sararipita, I think I'm starting to get this guy. This god keeps running his mouth about how boring I am, but he's not doing it out of ill will. He just says whatever comes to his mind. So what is it about me exactly that's on your mind? Ryuma, Gain and the others told me that someone new came to this world, so when I dropped by the village where you were and I saw you, I thought, this kid might actually be similar to me. Sararipita, I'm similar to you, Sararipita-sama. Ryuma, you can just call me Seer. It's not like anyone is listening in on us. Sararipita, alright, Seer. In what ways are we similar to each other? Ryuma, right. What do you think? Sararipita, after taking so long to answer, that's what he comes up with. What an annoying guy. How could we possibly be similar to each other? The only common point we share that I know of in this short time we spent with each other is we're both shut-ins. Ryuma, you're saying that based on my appearance, aren't you? You're right, though. Sararipita, we both talk too much and are insensitive. Ryuma, I won't deny it, but that's not exactly right. Sararipita, we're both insular. Ryuma, you don't hold your punches, do you? Even though we've just met. Still, you're not completely wrong. But to be more precise, you and I are similar at a more fundamental aspect. Sararipita, fundamental aspect. Humans have that aspect where they can't understand themselves even though the topic is none other than themselves. Is it so hard to understand? Even when we're talking like this, there are parts that become apparent and parts that don't become apparent on the surface. What do you call it, the standard for judgment? The basis of a personality? It's difficult to put into words. In the first place, I've never talked this much with someone, Sararipita. I think he's talking about how one is clueless about the parts of one's self that one is not aware of. Anyway, gods and people alike have all sorts of things they think and feel about. Just think of it as the fundamental thing that forms the basis of that. Sararipita, alright. I kinda get it. I guess. And that fundamental thing is what makes us similar. Ryuma, yeah. It's just similar. And by the way, my way of thinking inclines toward the survival of the fittest, the strong shall live and the weak shall die, that sort of stuff. You too, right? Something like that. Sararipita, is that so? Ryuma, you don't understand. Alright, let's talk for a bit then. Sararipita, he was originally positioned as if he were sitting on an invisible chair, but now he was lying down, and the conversation moved along with great progress. I can't follow this conversation very well. Oh, do I talk too much? Sararipita, there's no, did you read my mind? But that's not the case. I'm just a bit confused at why you're so eager. Ryuma, that's good to hear. As I've said earlier, I rarely talk to people. In fact, I rarely talk to other gods. He talks well, but he doesn't seem to have a sense for distance and is too volubly. Anyway, it's not a big deal as far as communication issues go. It's nothing weird. Thank you for being understanding. Back to the topic. Today you kept the pearl slime a secret from the kid who was helping your slime research, right? Why? Sararipita, he folded his arms and placed his head over it as he tilted his neck. If I didn't know better, I would have mistaken him for a girl. It was a strangely difficult topic, but I answered honestly anyway. Because I didn't know the exact value of the pearl slime, but it seemed like it would be very profitable. Nikki-kun is still a kid, and if he doesn't know anything, I won't have to worry about him leaking information. I thought it was safest this way. Ryuma, yes. And your conjectures are correct. Pearls in this world are far more valuable than what you think. Especially, in the Refora Kingdom, where you reside. After all, it is a jewel that is yet to be harvested. Should you sell it, it will fetch an excessively high price. Naturally, the people looking for the source and a way to acquire it will come, and there will be no end of people seeking to make the source their own. They will employ all manners of methods, and there are those who will not mind breaking the law. You have merchants that you can trust and have the powerful and influential Duke family behind you. Even if you yourself are attacked, you can defeat most of them with just your own strength. But that boy, Nikki, doesn't have any of those. Perhaps even the villagers will be able to defend against your common thief, if he were alone, but the Dark Guild or other nobles? Surely not. Sararipita, Seer continued to smile as he listed out those cruel possibilities. Chapter 202.2, The God of Waters and Fishing Eye, 2 halves, Chapter 202, The God of Waters and Fishing Eye, 2 halves, it's good that you understand that much. Sararipita, this much isn't really anything to speak of, though. Isn't it common sense for anyone to become wary when acquiring something related to a great deal of wealth? In my past life too, people who won big at the lottery would also receive a warning from the bank. Ryuma, pooh, ahaha. Sararipita, Seer suddenly raised his voice and laughed at me. Did I say something weird? Sorry. It's just that. Are you really not self-aware? Or are you just playing the fool? Sararipita. Can you explain it in a way that's easier to understand? Ryuma, right. Let's see. First of all, you said it was a given to know that much, but it's actually surprisingly hard to act properly in spite of that. For example, in human society it's a given that one should greet someone when you meet them. It's a given to respect older people, right? But there are actually a lot of people who can't do that given thing, and because of that people get mad at them, right? Sararipita, right. I got told that a lot at my company too. I remember telling a kohai of mine too. Ryuma, that's right. It may be important, but people have a surprising inclination to be negligent in such obvious things. Even that lottery you were talking about earlier. The reason why the bank warns people is because a lot of people failed after winning the lottery, right? Well, people who fail even after being warned are bound to fail anyway. Sararipita, that's true, but I still don't get it. Weren't we originally talking about me believing in the survival of the fittest? That's not really the point. The main point is wariness. When you realized that you could get a lot of money out of something, the first thing that came to your mind was to be wary of other people. Such wariness is crucial in a dog-eat-dog world. Living creatures without wariness can't survive in the wild. They'll be killed immediately. Moreover, you hired 2 former assassins in your store, right? You noticed it before hiring them, right? They were hiding some weapons, so you thought something was off. The reason why doesn't matter. The act of hiding that in such a way that others don't notice is an indispensable skill to assassins. If a common person could easily see through them, then they would be nothing but a third-rate assassin. Are those two employees of yours that incompetent? The answer is no. In other words, that's just how wary you are of other people. Sararipita. The law of the jungle, that is the natural world. There may be people who believe that beasts don't concern them, but as far as I'm concerned, humans are no different from beasts. They live in the same world, after all. They just do things differently. For example, Sararipita, that last thing he muttered seemed frightfully loud. You build and learn various things, right? Why? Sararipita. Ryuma, another unrelated question. But for some reason, my heart jumped when he asked it. Because I have experience working various jobs. And I'm the sort of person who would look up something whenever I become curious about it. There's something really convenient called internet back in my previous world, after all. Ryuma, so in other words, you jump from one job to another. Sararipita, the way you word it is a bit misleading, but yeah. Ryuma, every time you changed jobs, you had to resign from your old job, right? Sararipita, that's right. Ryuma, I wonder why. He's just asking me some obvious questions. But for some reason I'm feeling anxious or restless. There are emotions swirling within me that I can't put into words. You resigned from a lot of jobs. If I asked you why, I'm sure you have a lot of reasons to give. So I'll just ask you this. Did you leave all of those companies on good terms? Sararipita, that's, Ryuma, an emotion I can't understand began to grow within me. There's no way. After all, from what I've heard, humans need a good reason to resign from their work. Sararipita, it's true that I didn't leave all of them on good terms. A lot happened. Ryuma, one time your relationship with a coworker and a boss turned sour and you were driven away. One time you were charged with something you didn't recall doing. One time you were vilified for some reason you didn't know. One time you had to leave because it was convenient for your employer. One time the company went bankrupt. One time, every time his voice resounded, images from my past would flash through my mind. It felt disgusting. It was as if I was being washed away by a muddy stream. You. Ryuma, sorry. Looks like I made you remember a lot of painful things. Sararipita, as I endured that disgusting feeling, before I knew it, Sararipita-sama was right in front of me and was hugging me. He whispered by my ears like someone comforting a child. But that is a part of you. Even if you're strong physically, societally speaking, you are a weak human. And the things that you've experienced have undoubtedly been carved into your soul. How many years has it been since you came to this world? You spent 3 years in the forest, so this should be your 4th. Just 4 years. The things you experienced aren't something you can forget by living comfortably for 4 years. Strangely enough, his voice this time soothed me. How long do you think it would take to heal a human's heart that has fallen sick? It varies depending on the person and the sickness, but there are people that never recover. If you think a heart can be healed after resting for just 3 years, you're underestimating it. Even if the patient is none other than yourself. You need to treasure yourself more. You were planning on spending this past 4 years in this world living as fun as you could to forget all of your worries, right? I get where you're coming from. It's also true that you're having more fun compared to your previous life, but that's just you ignoring the problem. All it takes is for someone to poke you a little, and it will all come bursting forth. I mean, in the first place, even minor things can trigger your memories. It's happened in your everyday life here, right? Sararipita, so that unpleasant feeling from before was me remembering my past life. Something is weird, but it feels comfortable. Actually, you know all of this already. Why don't you try to remember it? What was the first thing you asked Gain and the others? I want to live away from people. I want to live freely in the wild. The one who asked for that was none other than yourself. Sararipita, that's, Ryuma, that's true. There's no doubt about it. That was the answer. You should have just lived away from people like that. If you did, then you would have become free in the truest sense, but Gain and the others just had to do a half-assed job picking out the location. Because of that you ended up back in human society before your heart could be healed. Wait. Ryuma, yes. Oh, but don't get me wrong, the Duke's family don't mean you bad. They just wanted to take care of a strange child they had no relation with. A human's virtue. I know that. But, in the end, you left them. Sararipita. Ryuma, that unpleasant feeling is coming back. Stronger and heavier than before. I want to refute his words, but the words won't come out. This isn't a conversation at all. But even then, he just keeps continuing. You refuse to make friends too. You meet people in your travels and get along with them, but the only ones always with you are your familiars. Even though there are so many people who want to be your friend after seeing how strong you are. Even though you could just talk with adventurers that you've already been acquainted with. Even though you have a store now, you use training as an excuse to leave, you don't seem to realize it yourself, so allow me to enlighten you. Sararipita, the truth is you want to be with others more than anything else, but you're afraid of getting too close. Chapter 203.1, The God of Waters and Fishing 2, 1/4, Chapter 203, The God of Waters and Fishing 2, 1/4, Scary. Why? It's almost as if there's fog inside my head. I told you before, right? The unreasonable things you experienced have been carved into your soul. It's true that you yearn for a peaceful life with others like the villagers are doing. It's true that you're having fun every day. There's no doubt about that. But you should know that such a thing is not so simple that you could simply say it and it will happen. Reality isn't so easy. Your happiness right now is a fragile thing that could collapse under the pettiest of reasons. Humans have desires and feel fear toward rejection and those that are different from them. That's why even though you yearn for your ideal from the bottom of your heart, you are never able to forget reality and are always on guard. You do it unconsciously and to a greater degree than normal humans. In one sense, enough for you to be labeled abnormal. Like a beast holding its breath out in the wilds where enemies lurk in every corner. Like the two sides of a coin. Sararipita, so what should I do then? Ryuma, inadvertently, those words came out. For some reason, when I asked that, Seer opened his eyes wide. Or at least I thought he was, but then he just moved away and cackled, returning to how he was before he hugged me. It's hard, but my recommendation would be for you to live more freely. Seer, freely. Exactly. Be honest with your desires and feelings. You want to be with people, but you're still holding back too much. Especially, when it comes to your strength. There's nothing wrong with using your familiars, but because of that you've never really had to show your full strength to other people. The reason for that is... well, I don't have to say any more, do I? Seer, Ryuma, honestly, you're really strong. If you go all out, you could already pass for an A-rank adventurer. Given time and if you pile up achievements, you could even aim for an S rank. Considering your age, you're already abnormally strong. Moreover, Gain and the others even gave you the talent to use magic. Although you're still green in the ears when it comes to magic, with enough training you'll eventually be able to cast powerful magic. Couple that with your knowledge from Earth, and you'll be able to develop complicated and powerful spells. But that's not all. You also have your familiars to back you up, so you can deal with any situation. A noble personality and a spirit of cooperation will be demanded from anyone with great power. If you act or behave in any way that goes against that, you'll immediately be labeled as a dangerous person, and praise will turn into a storm of jeers and abuse. Seer, I don't know about the future, but I get what he's saying. But to be honest, I don't really care about any of that. Seer, why? Ryuma, foo, didn't I say it? Humans are also a part of nature. And the law of nature follows the same precepts as the survival of the fittest. Humans use their reproductive abilities and knowledge to build a great power within nature. Their sense of values and rules are things that were born to protect themselves from threats and to lead their race that has grown in number. When one wishes to live within society as a person, one must abide by the rules or else he will be expelled, but that is limited only to human societies. When you lived in the forest for 3 years, you were not a part of human society, hence, those rules did not apply to you. In this world, monsters run rampant and there are many places that are too dangerous for humans to live in. That's why there are still plenty of places that humans have yet to explore. There are places everywhere in between countries that are not under anyone's rule. You could look for a place you want to live in, make whatever rules you want, and live however you please. If you're not strong enough, then the monsters or countries nearby will drive you away, but that too is merely a part of nature's law. You can run or you can fight. Whatever you want. Seer, he added. Of course, I think it's also possible to live however you please within human society. For example, if there's someone you don't like or is in the way, you could kill him. If you did that, you'll be driven away for being a criminal, but in the end, it was something that occurred because you had the power to kill while your victim didn't have the power to resist. Seer, Sararipita, a god who talks as if none of this had anything to do with him. But to him these things were all matter of facts. The flippant way he spoke when I first met him has also vanished. Is this your true nature? Ryuma, I won't deny it, but it's not as if I was acting earlier. When I get excited and talk a lot I tend to talk really fast. Oh, hey. You're back to normal. Since when? Sararipita, I could still understand feeling bad when the past is brought up, but those trauma-like symptoms I started feeling was strange. My mind became dazed because of that, but just a while ago, it cleared up again. I guess it was around the time when you were telling me to live more freely. When I thought of it as a kind of mental attack, that strange feeling cleared up like a fog. I see. So that really was the case. Strictly speaking, it's not an attack. The one I used at the start was a power to move emotions. The second was a calming power. I heard you had extremely high resistances, so I gave you a strong dose, but I'm surprised you can talk as if nothing happened. By the way you're talking, I'd say you've already mostly neutralized it. Wait. I was never told about this. But, I see, Seer, as Sararipita started mumbling by himself, I became wary. I don't want to antagonize a god, but... Suddenly, a chill I never felt before ran through my body. Chapter 203.2, The God of Waters and Fishing 2, 2/3, Chapter 203, The God of Waters and Fishing 2, 2/3, my body reacted faster than my head, but it was already too late. Sararipita had vanished and was now behind me. My body felt heavy and I couldn't move even a single finger. He must be controlling the waters. What are you doing? Ryuma, I can't help it if I panic in a situation like this, but I still tried to be calm and talk. I know the situation is like this, but don't misunderstand. I really just wanted to talk to you because I wanted to know you better, okay? You don't have to be that stiff when talking to me. I just used my power because I wanted to hear your real thoughts. Sararipita, then please say that right from the start. You didn't have to use your godly powers. Because of that I can't figure out the distance I should take when talking with you. Ryuma, yes. I never intended to go this far either. It's turned into something really unexpected, but do you understand what you've done just now? Sararipita, my body just moved on its own because I felt something unpleasant. Considering this posture, I guess I was about to attack. Ryuma, my right fingertips were extended in a straight line, penetrating the place he was at just a while ago. You reflexively chose an attack that minimized the resistance of water. If it weren't me, you would have penetrated my solar plexus. What's more is that you deflected my power. I tried to open your soul all the way inside, but seriously, what's going on with you? A human normally shouldn't even be able to resist a god's power, but your resistance is just too strong. Sararipita, like I said. I don't. No. How could a normal person like me know what a god doesn't? Ryuma, that's true. There's no point even if I ask you. Since it can't be helped, I'll just have to investigate you seriously. Don't worry. I don't intend to kill you. Sararipita, in the next moment. Gah. Ryuma, water along with something else wrapped around my body. It was disgusting, as if something was stirring inside my body. My consciousness, my brain, they're rejecting comprehension. Something steadily encroached into me and searched within me. See, this, reason, so that's why, what a bad hobby, Earth, God, even I, wouldn't, mess around like, Sararipita, indistinct words echoed from behind me, but I couldn't understand it. When I asked loudly what was going on, my vision suddenly went black, and then it felt like I was being spun violently as if I had been thrown into a washing machine, but then, it suddenly stopped. Is it over? Did I die? My surroundings were completely black, and my body wouldn't move an inch, but it didn't hurt like before. Maybe I fainted because so much was happening. But it doesn't seem as if I'd returned to my body due to the time limit. In that case, just where is this place? The divine realm is generally white. Although sometimes there would be other things too depending on the gods. But I've never seen a place that was pitch black. This couldn't be hell, could it? Surely not. And besides, it may be dark, and I can't move, but I'm strangely at ease here. Unable to do anything but think, I spent my time here pondering what place this could be. Before long I realized that there was some kind of sound from above me. Saku, 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 said the sound in a constant rhythm as it inched ever closer. Along with the sound was a vibration. Is this a hole being drilled? Huh? Was I buried? While I was thinking that to myself, I could suddenly hear the sound from right next to me, and then before long, the dark world was dyed in white. You. Ryuma, oh. Are you all right? Why you're... Ryuma, I raised my head up as much as I could, and a seemingly gentle old man with a straw hat greeted me. He had a hoe on his shoulders. I say that sure was a disaster, wasn't it? I'll dig you out right away. Give me a sec. The man started gently digging with his hands as if he were digging out some Japanese yams. Before long, he was able to quickly remove the hardened earth on my upper body. Lastly, he stuck his hands under my armpits and pulled me out like a daikon. Thank you very much. You really saved me. Ryuma, I'm glad you're safe. Do you feel bad anywhere? Not at all. You really helped me out a lot. Ryuma, what were you thinking? Willie Eris. Huh? Willie Eris. Ryuma, I turned around when I heard an angry voice, and there I saw a large pond. The goddess of the land that I was previously acquainted with before, Willieri-sama, was standing on its bank. The calm look she had when I first met her was gone, and in its place was an angry face. Looking closely, I could see Sararipita sitting atop the lake unhappily while grasping his knees. I can't hear what they're saying, but they seem to be talking even though he's sulking. Acha. She's really mad. If your tongue slips, the sparks will spread here, so just keep quiet for now. Excuse me, but by any chance, could you be the god of farming, Grimp? I heard you were in the middle of a honeymoon with Willieri-sama. Ryuma, Chapter 203.3, The God of Waters and Fishing 2, 3/3, Chapter 203, The God of Waters and Fishing 2, 3/3, oh. So you've heard of me. I am indeed Grimp the god of farming. You should be the Ryuma who came from Earth, right? I heard about you from my wife. Grimp, please allow me to express my thanks once more. Thank you for saving me. Also, if you don't mind my asking, why is the situation like this? I don't recall what happened, so, Ryuma, just as you said, we were on our 100 millionth honeymoon. Along the way we saw Sararipita's barrier. We thought it strange, and when we got closer, we found out he was messing with you. After that my wife, Grimp, it seemed to be something hard to say, so I didn't pursue the subject, but either way, it seems Willieri-sama broke the barrier forcefully. After that they secured me and Sararipita, and now the latter is being given a stern talking to. Grimp-sama was left in charge of digging me out and protecting me. My wife and Sararipita has never gotten along well, you see, Grimp, I see. Ryuma, when the land and sea of this world was born, they argued about how to divide. Ever since then they've had a relationship akin to cats and dogs. Grimp, that's a pretty big thing to argue about, Ryuma. As I listened to him talk and quietly watched the two gods argue, Sararipita turned to me. Looks like he noticed me. Ah, Ryuma-kun. Sararipita, listen to me. Good grief. Ryuma-kun, are you okay? Let me apologize in place of this self-righteous god. I'm very sorry for the discourtesy and pain you had to go through. Willie Eris, please raise your head. Ryuma, this incident wasn't Willieri-sama's fault in the first place. But, Willie Eris, isn't it fine, Willie Eris? Ryuma-kun says it's fine, after all. Sararipita, that's not something you should be saying. Just as you've heard, Ryuma-kun, this degenerate of a god doesn't think one bit that he did anything wrong and has no intention of apologizing. Willie Eris, well, yeah. I always thought that was the case. After talking to him all, I've kind of figured something out. Sararipita is that, isn't he? The kind of guy who thinks it's okay for a strong guy to do whatever he wants, Ryuma, that's exactly right. I knew you'd understand, Ryuma-kun. That's exactly right. That's the truth of all living things. What's more is that you're somehow able to remain calm and are able to talk with me like this. I thought if it was you we'd be able to get along and that you'd accept me for who I am. I see I wasn't mistaken. A normal human would find fault with my appearance and, Sararipita, shut up for a moment, will you? Grimp, I'm glad that he confirmed it, but I wasn't asking for more info. Sararipita-sama approached me with a face full of smiles, but Grimp-sama suppressed him. Thank you very much. So since he's exactly how I think he is, and Sararipita-sama is an existence above me, being a god and all, he'll never listen to the words of someone like me, a lower existence. Ryuma, but, Willie Eris, leave it at that. Ryuma has a point. If Sararipita says something like that to him, it's only natural that he'd be troubled. Grimp-sama interjected again. He's really a huge help. Mentally speaking. Dear. Yes, you're exactly right. My apologies. In that case, let's notify all the gods about this matter. That way Gain, god of creation, Kirillel, goddess of war, and Phronobaria, god of magic, can give him a proper talking to and the appropriate punishment. Willie Eris, GEH. Those guys. Sararipita, naturally, I'll be joining too. Your actions have clearly broken our rules. Willie Eris, it's good that the gods can solve the problem among themselves. However the person himself may appear to be unhappy, he understands that he has indeed broken the rule of the gods and isn't trying to refute the fact. Please do that. As for me, I'll just consider the incident with Sararipita-sama as water under the bridge. Ryuma, you mean it'll just the god of water's issue? That's not really that interesting. Sararipita, everyone else, that timing. Because of that poorly timed comment, Willieri-sama looked like she was about to snap again. What's more is no one said anything like that. This sounds like it's going to be a pain, so I'm going home. Oh, right. Ryuma-kun. Sararipita, now what? Ryuma, I don't think I can respect this guy anymore. I'm here already anyway, so I might as well tell you how to catch the mud slime like you're looking for. There's a forest around the village you're at, right? Try rummaging through the mud there with mud magic. The mud slimes use a skill called assimilate to hide themselves inside the mud, so you'll have a hard time looking for them just by relying on your eyes. If you move the mud they're hiding in with mud magic, they'll come out on their own. Sararipita, oh. Thank you. Ryuma, this is really good information. Later then, Ryuma-kun. I pray that in the near future you will be able to become happy in the true sense. It'll get noisy around you in the near future, so do your best. Enjoy your peaceful life at the village until then. If you ever find it too hard to live, you're welcome to drop by my place anytime. Sararipita, I was confused to see him suddenly make a serious face and say that. There was a sharp glint to those eyes heavily laden with deep black corners that said he was not joking. Well then, until next time. Sararipita, or so I was thinking, but then he suddenly went back to his usual expression and then vanished into the lake. When he was completely gone. What just happened? Ryuma, weird, right? He's always been a selfish guy who never thought of how troubled others are by his actions, but I haven't seen him say something so serious in thousands of years. Willie Eris, that's, oops. Out of time, huh? Ryuma, those grain of lights began floating around me again. Well then, you too. I'll be going now. Thank you very much for saving me. Ryuma, let's talk more leisurely next time. And, Willie Eris. Ryuma, Willieri-sama's expression tightened once more. Ryuma-kun. I heard what Sararipita told you. From what I've heard, it'll be hard to tell you not to worry, so I just want to tell you that. Your life belongs to you. I'm sure there'll be plenty of worries and bitterness in life, so it's fine you take some time. But please live the way you want to. You have the right to have that freedom. Please don't forget that. Willie Eris, thank you very much. Ryuma, oh, come to think of it, there was something I wanted to tell you when I met you. Grimp, when the atmosphere was getting heavy, Grimp-sama jumped in and softened it again. I noticed this earlier, but he sure is mindful others. The exact opposite of Sararipita. It's about your crops. Your crops have taken shape somehow thanks to your fertilizer and magic, but your farming is pretty much just relying on brute force. Grimp, I understand. If I have the time, I'll properly study up on farming. Ryuma, that would be good. If you do, then you should be able to further increase the quality and rates of your harvest. I'll tell you more next time. Grimp, thank you very much for advising me. I'll be going now. Ryuma, wrapped in light, my consciousness returned to the now dark village. Fu, Ryuma, there really are all sorts of people among the gods. Actually, I came here to pray because I'm going to be meeting the feudal lord tomorrow, but it looks like there was no point in that. Anyhow, I was able to come back safely, so let's just go back and sleep. I left the small wayside shrine and went back home. As the cold winds blew against me on the way back, Sarariputa's words echoed in my mind. It'll get noisy around you in the near future, so do your best. If you ever find it too hard to live, you're welcome to drop by my place anytime. It's almost like a prediction. Is he talking about Jimuru? I'll be going back soon, but it does seem like the public order has worsened. But still. I wonder why he left such serious words. Well, whatever. Your life belongs to you, just as Willie Eris said. I'm going to keep on living in this world. Even if Sarariputa is right, I'll just have to chase after my kind of happiness on my own. Fortunately, I have plenty of time. And what's more, I'm back. Ryuma, oh, welcome back. Mother, supper will be ready soon. May, I've been waiting for you. Hoi, Ryuma, sorry but please drink with our dad. Kai, something seems to have happened, but his pace is too fast and we just can't keep up. Kei, please leave it to me. Ryuma, whatever might be waiting for me in the future, I'm sure this happiness I have now isn't wrong. Chapter 204.1 The Feudal Lord of Fatima Territory, 1/3, Chapter 204, The Feudal Lord of Fatima Territory, 1/3, the next day. After the fishing in the morning ended, I quickly finished my lunch to prepare for my meeting with the feudal lord. Everyone in the village knew of our meeting with the feudal lord already, so they allowed us to eat ahead of the others. I'm grateful for their consideration, but to be honest, I actually couldn't taste the food. The same was true for Kai-san and the rest. After all, the feudal lord was right there. And for some reason he was right in front of us. Fugu, Magoo, yes, delicious. Moreover, the feudal lord was a member of the pig tribe. I don't know if it's because of his race, but he sure is fat. Moreover, because of his kimono and hair that has been tied into a bun, he looked more like a sumo wrestler than a feudal lord or a noble. Fitting to his stature, he had a bowl overflowing with rice and 4 people's worth of side dish. Why did it turn out like this? First, the feudal lord reached the village through the lake on a boat. But because of the winds, he arrived earlier than expected. The village headman welcomed him and then summoned us, saying it would be scandalous to make the feudal lord wait. But because the feudal lord arrived earlier than promised, we had to wait. It would be bad for us to just wait without doing anything, so the village headman suggested we eat first. As a result, we ended up having lunch with the noble feudal lord. Also, an important person like the feudal lord couldn't possibly go out on his own, so his attendants were with him. Currently, they are seated on either side of him. On one side was a young samurai-like warrior who wore a scale-like mask that covered his right eye. On the other side was a man who looked like a sumo wrestler just like the feudal lord. A closer look at his hands would show that there were scales covering his hands from the wrist to the lower half of the palms. They are probably dragon newts. I hear technical experts are sometimes invited from the dragon newt village. They probably came from there. More please. The sumo-like person held an appetite that wouldn't louse out to the feudal lords. Is he not his escort? The samurai-like person isn't eating and is just watching the surroundings. Could he be the only guard among the 3 of them? I don't really get it, but I guess I'll just eat my meal for now. After breakfast. Phew. That was really delicious. The women here sure are good at cooking. Thank you. And village headman, I'm sure you've been saving a lot to get over the winter and yet you prepared such a grand welcome for me. I'm really grateful. I ate even more than usual. I'll have food ingredients brought to you later. It's not much, but please add it to your supplies. Feudal lord, thank you very much. Village headman, I heard the feudal lord around these parts was a good person. Looks like it's true. For one, he at least pays for what he eats, and he doesn't seem to be the type to misuse his authority and say, I'm a noble, so of course you should welcome me. Now then, I believe you are the ones in charge of the defense of the village, yes. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the feudal lord of this Fatma territory, Lord Porco Fatma. First of all, please allow me to thank you for your assistance in the defense of this town. Porco, we are unworthy of your word, my lord. Right, everyone. Shin, the leader of the wharf of Shikumu, represented us and replied, but he was clearly too nervous. When the feudal lord saw him like that, he spoke. There's no need to be so stiff. Please speak as you normally do. I shan't take offense. Porco, the feudal lord, smiled and gave us permission to be at ease. At that, Shin's countenance improved. The mud salamanders have been increasing in number these past few years. We invited adventurers outside the fief, but they are especially more populous this year. Already, we lack people in a number of villages, the defensive line broken through, and some villages have even been thoroughly plundered of their catch. Porco, the other villages turned out like that. I thought this village would also be exposed to the same threat, but not only were you able to defend it, you were even able to help the other villages. Porco, my lord, I'm afraid the credit does not belong to us alone. Shin, the 5 members of the wharf of Shikumu, turned to me. So I've heard. It would appear that a monster tamer boy has contributed greatly to this village. But be that as it may, it is not as if the others did not toil at all, hence, I offer you my thanks. I must say, though, your group is too honest. Porco, the feudal lord, laughed and the 5 members of the wharf of Shikumu bowed their heads once again. I can't see their faces, but they seem happy. And speaking of that monster tamer boy who contributed greatly, I take it as you. Yes. I am Ryuma Takebayashi. Ryuma, yes. The village headman mentioned you had a letter of introduction for me. Porco, yes. From the present head of the Jamil family. Ryuma, Reinhardt's letter of introduction. Porco. Ryuma, Chapter 204.2, The Feudal Lord of Fatima Territory, 2 halves, Chapter 204, The Feudal Lord of Fatima Territory, 2 halves. As soon as I mentioned who the letter of introduction belonged to, Lord Porco Fatma stood up in surprise, which in turn surprised me too. I wonder if there's a problem. Yes. I have it stored in my item box. May I take it out? Ryuma, yes, by all means, please let me see it. I don't mind if you use magic. Porco, he gave me permission, so I went ahead and took out the letter. The feudal lord stretched out his hand and received it from me himself. Normally, since it's too dangerous, the servant will be the one to receive the letter on the feudal lord's behalf, but it seems he doesn't mind receiving it directly. The feudal lord unsealed the letter and read the contents with rapt attention. Moo moo moo. You are Ryuma-kun. Porco, that's right. Ryuma, did Reinhardt say anything when he handed this to you? Ryuma, I thought back to when I received the letter. He's someone I trust, so he just told me to rely on him if a problem ever arises. That's all. Now that I think about it, perhaps there was something he found hard to say, but, Ryuma, I see. Hard to say, huh? I see. Coo, ha 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 ha. Asterisk snort. Porco, just what was written on that letter, I wonder. Just when I thought he understood, in the next moment, he suddenly laughed, and then snorted like a pig due to laughing too much. Everything was happening so quickly I wasn't able to keep up. I glanced around, and it seems that it wasn't just me but everyone too, his servants included. I'd like some explanation, please. Foo, foo foo, foo. Excuse me. Where are my manners? It seems Reinhardt treasures you a lot. Porco, after he calmed down and regulated his breathing, he started speaking again. This letter of introduction states that the Jamil family is thinking of roping you in as one of their specialists. That is to say that you are an individual skilled enough to be valued so. Moreover, this letter of introduction presumes that you have been embroiled in some kind of trouble that necessitated your meeting with me, hence, there is a request included in it to help you. Moreover, since you are someone that they wish to rope, he also wishes for me not to take you away. Porco, that's, Ryuma, yes. In the first place, it's a strange thing for Reinhardt to write a letter of introduction. What's more, who would have thought that the contents would turn out to be this? Truly, strange things do happen, don't they? Reinhardt, the feudal lord's expression when he looked at the letter was really gentle. I might have stared too much, for when he raised his head up our eyes met. Oh, right. You weren't informed, were you? I am an earl and Reinhardt is a duke. Are you wondering why I call him without honorifics despite being lower ranked? Porco, no, I didn't mean that, but now that you mention it, why is that? Ryuma, you're an honest kid too, aren't you? Actually, Reinhardt and I are senpais and kohais back in the academy. Porco. I see. So you knew each other since your academy days. Ryuma, of course, in public, we have to address each other properly, but in private, we can just call each other as we please. Also, since we go way back, I know a lot about his blunders and embarrassing memories. He probably didn't talk about me much because he didn't want to talk about his days at the academy. That guy surprisingly cares a lot about appearances. Porco, really? Ryuma, that's right. But considering the environment he grew up in, I guess it can't be helped. After all, his dad is none other than that fire dragon duke. Have you heard of Reinbach-sama's accomplishments? Porco, about how he formed a contract with a divine beast. Ryuma, exactly. Because of Reinhardt's amazing dad, he was often referred to in the academy as his son. He was often compared with him and couldn't live his life as he pleased. He couldn't act improperly even in the most trivial of things. Porco, I see, Ryuma, because of that he didn't have a lot of close friends. It just so happened that I also had an amazing dad. Well, I had it a lot easier, though. But because of that Reinhardt and I got along and he started coming to me for advice. Now that I think about it, those were some good times. But this isn't really the time to be talking about this. At this rate, there's no telling when we can end this conversation. Reinbach, thank you very much for that deeply interesting story. Ryuma, yes. Let's talk about this again some other time. But with that I've confirmed it. Porco. Confirmed what? A monster tamer with many slimes who also happens to be close with Reinhardt. Moreover, your name is Ryuma Takebayashi. You also have a laundromat at Jimuru, right? Porco, yes. That's right. Ryuma, I knew it. You're the barley tea sage. Porco, what? The feudal lord was visibly excited as he leaned over the table, but I was just confused. Barley tea sage. Ryuma, do you know the Semroid troupe? Porco, the Semroid troupe. Of course. We became acquainted this summer. Ryuma, I see, then it should be fine then. Porco, according to the feudal lord. There's been rumors of a troubadour telling tales of a sage that saved a poor farming village by telling them how to make barley tea. When he investigated it, he found out that the troubadour were near the town he was at, so he called his troupe over and listened to their song. Although there was a smattering of creative license applied on the song, the fact that a village was indeed saved by someone meant that the person who passed on the method to produce the tea must also exist. The feudal lord wanted to talk to such a person, and he was told that the sage was an acquaintance of Reinhardt. As he was thinking of contacting Reinhardt and asking him to introduce me, someone that seemed to fit the bill visited his territory. And since he also had to thank the people defending the villages, he decided to meet me directly. I can't believe the Semroid troupe has even reached this place. And that Prenansen actually managed to turn that barley tea into a song. I know he said he would, but I can't believe he actually did it. What's more is that the reason I'm now meeting the feudal lord is because he heard his song. The world really is small. Still, I'm glad that he seems to be doing well. I wonder what the feudal lord wants to talk to me about. I have 2 things I wish to consult you on. But there's no need to think so deeply about it. It's just a possibility, so you can also refuse if you want. First, I'm thinking of a local specialty that my fief could produce. Porco, a local specialty. Ah, that's why the barley tea got your attention. Ryuma, yes. The roads have been maintained since my father's generation, so there has been an increase in merchants and the economy is booming. But I want a new product other than fish. Of course, I want it to be food because I love eating delicious food the most. Porco, smiled the feudal lord faintly as he smacked his tummy. I suppose he loves to eat as much as his looks suggest. Notices have already been spread through my territory, and already many opinions and recipes have been submitted, but I still can't find a product with enough of an appeal. I need a hint from someone with a different viewpoint or an idea for a good dish. The second thing I need help with involves your laundromat. There is a mountain beyond the lake, on top of which is a hidden hot spring that my dad loved a lot when he was still alive. He made a shed there at the top of that mountain. I would like to get your help to clean that shed. Porco. Couldn't you have just asked a normal person for that? Ryuma, well, the thing is, I've been really busy with work ever since my dad passed, and I haven't been able to manage the shed or the hot spring for a long time. Layers of filth have long accumulated and hardened. No matter how many times we try to clean the place, they just can't be rid of. What do you think? Can you clean the place? Porco, there are all sorts when it comes to filth, so I can't say for sure unless I see the place in person. Ryuma, if I recall correctly, there should be no fishing tomorrow. If it's all right with you, could I see that shed tomorrow? If I can, I'll clean it right then and there. Ryuma, you'll accept the job then? In that case, I'll get someone to show you the way. If you can clean the place, I'll pay you 10 small gold coins. Porco, 10 small gold coins to clean a bath. As expected, even the crowd couldn't keep calm at such an astounding figure. Isn't that much? Ryuma, perhaps, but it's fine. That place is really hard to clean, but more than that, that place is like my father's memento to me. Porco, the feudal lord, spoke normally, but his eyes fell a little. I understand. I'll be making a lot if I succeed, so I have no complaints. Ryuma, like that I agreed to the feudal lord's request to clean the bath. The feudal lord thanked me with a huge smile, and then he went back. Now that I think back to it, I was nervous at first too, but in the end, everything was wrapped up before I knew it. I may have had a letter of introduction, but I guess this is about what you'd expect meeting someone for the first time. Still, I sure wanted to ask about that sumo appearance, though. As I saw the feudal lord off with the villagers, I thought those things to myself. Chapter 205, Hot Spring Cleaning I. Chapter 205, Hot Spring Cleaning I. The next day, the wharf of Shikumu bought some help and guide before going with me to the hot spring. It was still dark when we got on a small boat and crossed the lake. You know how to handle a boat, Kai-san? Ryuma, anyone from our village could do something like this. Right. Kai, boats are the most used transportation method around here. K, whether it's going to a large village to buy some stuff or bringing an ill person to a nearby village, boats are the fastest at them all. Around here all the children are taught how to man the boats by the adults, so everyone knows how to use them, fishermen or not. Shin, I see. Ryuma, I guess there are all sorts of transportation depending on the region. Ryuma, look at that. Sane-san. Just as I was wondering what was up and followed his gaze. Ah, is that the so-called mouse-in? Ryuma, on my first day here when Kei-san showed me around, I heard about a monster that dwelled in the lake. There were 7 or 8 critters that looked like sea otters or beavers gathered together, pushing a raft-like nest made of trees and branches. When they start pushing their nest like that, that's a sign that there's not much time left before the mud salamanders stop coming and the fishing period comes to an end. Sane, huh? Is that so? Ryuma, for some reason, these critters seem to know when the wave of mud salamanders will come to an end. As the mud salamander wave begins to subside, these critters begin pushing their nest from the lake to anchor it to the entrance of the river downstream. They stay there until the winter passes. Pirin, if they try to anchor it while the wave is ongoing, they'll be crushed by the mud salamanders, so they first wait for it to weaken enough before they attempt to anchor their nest. Shin, Pirin-san and Shin-san added. So you can learn the beginning and end of the fishing season by watching the behavior of the monsters. It won't be long before the mud salamander wave comes to an end. Which also means that the subjugation job will come to a close soon. At the same time, that also means that my life here will soon draw to a close. I should treasure each day and make sure I don't leave anything undone. Another 30 minutes of us talking and traversing the lake passed before we reached the port of a large town. The facilities of the beach here weren't much different from those found at Shikumu village, but the number and scale was on a whole nother league. There were also a lot of people visiting from other villages to purchase goods. It's still only morning, but there are already plenty of boats coming to and fro. Large buildings could be seen at the end of the beach, and with so many people, the whole place felt lively. "Hey! Man," a man waved a small flag from the wharf and called out to us. From the looks of things, he seems to be managing the sea traffic. Kai-san followed his instructions and docked the boat at an empty spot at the wharf. "All right, you can get down now." "Men, thank you very much." "Ryuma, brr, it's cold." "Kai, rowing a boat early morning is sure to be cold." "K, let's get some soup from one of the stalls." Pirin, the cold early morning was just like that of winter, so no one rejected Pirin-san's suggestion to warm ourselves up first. Apparently, a lot of people were thinking the same. The moment we entered the town through the beach and reached the main street, stalls selling warm soup and stew could be seen lined up. There were probably more than 60 stalls. With so many to pick from, it's actually quite difficult to decide where to eat, but for some reason, the members of the wharf of Shikumu just kept on walking without any hesitation. "Have you all already decided where to eat?" Ryuma, "Oh, right. You don't know. Actually, we have an older brother tending to a stall here. That's why since we're here we might as well drop by and get some grub." "K, I see." Ryuma, we found the stall while we were talking. Everyone was already acquainted, so they just greeted each other a little before ordering food and then moving on to talk about each other's situation. Somewhere along the conversation, I was introduced, and I too got some warm stew. The seasoning and ingredients were changed a little in order to suit stall food better, but the stew still tasted like Kei-san's mother. After warming our bodies, we headed straight for the manor of the feudal lord. We took a carriage, so it only took us about 20 minutes to reach it. The manor of the feudal lord was literally straight from the beach along the main street. A rather normal manor. It might be strange to call it a normal manor, but it wasn't a castle like the Duke's. It's not very gaudy. Putting it nicely, it's unaffected and sincere. It's really big, of course, but it doesn't feel imposing. It's built out of bricks and mud, but for some reason, it feels like an apartment complex. There's a fence around it, and in front of the gate could be seen the pig tribe guards keeping watch. We told those guards what we came here for. We've already been informed. We'll call the person in charge, so please wait here for a bit. Pig Guard 1, the guards treated us well and immediately brought out a man who could be responsible for us. "Sorry to keep you waiting. I take it, you are Takebayashi-sama, and these are the members of the wharf of Shikumu. I am Pigu. I look forward to working with you today. Pigu, please take care of us." Ryuma and the wharf of Shikumu, he looks like he's somewhere between 50 and 60, or maybe even older. I can't tell his exact age, but he should be fairly old. As a member of the pig tribe, he had a lot of meat on him and his drooping cheeks gave him the image of a gentle old man. He had prepared a carriage from the Duke to take us to the hot spring, so we quickly got on it and departed. It took us 1 hour to reach the hot spring. "Oh. Sane. Kai, don't worry. I just slipped." "Sane, sheesh, be careful, will you?" "Kai, it's steep after all. If you fall you'll fall all the way for sure." "K, my apologies. The road around here used to be a lot more convenient, but, Pigu, Shinkuin. Let's take a rest." "Pirin, all right. Let's take a breather." Shin, there were stairs from the base of the mountain to the hot spring, but somewhere along the way, those stairs turned into a steep slope that we had to climb for 3 hours. It took a lot of effort to finally reach the hot springs. "Are these the hot springs we're meant to clean?" "Ryuma, it's a bit different from what I expected." K, just as Kei-san said, although the place smelled like a hot spring and also sounded like one, the only structure that could be found was a dirty shed that looked like a storage room. This is indeed the place. Fuhi. The previous master who had it built wasn't fond of unnecessary decorations. He said that one shed was enough. "Pigu, can we take a look inside? You can rest here in the meantime." Ryuma, very well. This is the key. It's narrow inside, so I'll be over here. If you need something, just call me. Pigu, as expected, that climb must have been quite harsh given his age and all. He sat himself beside the entrance, on top of a lump of grass. No, after a closer look, it seems to be an old bench overgrown with grass. I took the key and headed for the shed with the others. Ryuma, it was really narrow inside. So narrow in fact that the 5 members of the wharf of Shikumu and me, that's 5 adults and a child, just barely fit inside when standing. I don't know what kind of body the previous feudal lord had, but if he also had that sumo wrestler body, then this would indeed be a shed meant for just one person. Inside was a basket for clothes and a chair for resting. There was also a graffiti-like map drawn on the walls. There was barely anything inside, and as far as filth went, it was at most dust and spider webs. Cleaning this part doesn't seem all that difficult. The problem is probably further ahead. Ryuma, when we opened the door deeper inside, a small staircase greeted us. On the 3rd step down, a spacious open-air bath appeared, but... Oh, Ryuma, this is terrible. Shin, you can't even call it clean as flattery. Pirin, Shin-san and Pirin-san said as they peeked from behind. They probably built a bathtub here and then sourced the water from the hot springs. This is just a rough conjecture, but I'm guessing the water here is always on, and when the water in the tub overflows, it falls onto the ground and then into the ditch that's meant to drain the water outside. Unfortunately, the drainage is currently blocked due to the accumulation of fallen leaves and branches. With the drainage blocked and the water left stagnant, a stench different from the usual sulfur of the hot springs has begun to waft. But that's not all. I wonder if there's also iron content mixed in with the calcium carbonate crystals. Ryuma, a thick layer of tightly packed sediments has formed over the floor. There's also a reddish-brown lump on the bath mirror. Handprints of the same color could also be seen on the walls. These things formed due to the minerals in the hot spring hardening, so they can't be removed easily. For the meantime, let's start with what we can do. Dimension home. Ryuma, I summoned my scavenger slimes and had them deal with the pile of leaves and branches and the hot water. Be thorough with the blocked drainage. Ryuma. Scavenger slimes. After the scavenger slimes gave their confirmation, we went outside. Piga-san called out to us anxiously when he saw us leaving. Is something the matter? Pigu, the hot water is being drained, so we're going to prepare the next step while waiting for it. Ryuma, is that so? You can clean it. Pigu, I'm guessing your problem is with the hardened clumps on the walls and the floor. Ryuma, yes. I tried cleaning it myself before, but no matter how many times we try to clean it, those lumps just can't be rid of. Pigu, as I thought. The minerals inside the hot spring were separated due to the high temperature and pressure and then they turned into that sediment. This so-called hot spring sediment can add a unique hot spring look, but it tends to get on the floor, walls, and even the plumbing, so in Japan, it's considered a nuisance. Piga-san is making a frustrated face while gesturing the scrubbing motion with his hands. Unfortunately, just scrubbing isn't enough to remove those sediments. It's rather abrupt, but I'm going to make a liquid meant to remove those things right now. Ryuma, oh my. Is there such a thing? Pigu, I'm doing this on the fly, so there's no telling if it'll work. Ryuma, first, I'll use earth magic to make the jar that will store the chemical. And then I'll summon my sticky slimes and acid slimes from my dimension home, and have them produce some sticky liquid and acid. These clumps are calcium carbonate. They're like seashells, so they're weak to acid. The acid slime's acid should be able to melt them. Ryuma, is that true? Pigu, should be. Ryuma, the crystallized lumps will probably melt if I pour acid on them in place of acid detergent, but if the acid is too strong, it's possible that the walls and floor beneath the lumps will also be damaged. To avoid that, it's necessary to dilute the concentration with the sticky slime's sticky liquid. Something like this. Let's try it out. Ryuma, I brought the acid and sticky slimes with me to the bathroom, then we went to the edge of the tub, where the water has already been drained thanks to the scavenger slimes, and performed the experiment. I had the acid slimes line up and create a small circle, then I poured the acid mixture inside it. Oh! Wharf of Shikumu members and Pigu, voices exclaimed from behind me. Pigu-san and the members of the Wharf of Shikumu came along to see the experiment. When they saw bubbles appear as the calcium carbonate reacted to the acid, they exclaimed. The acid is effective, but this mixture is still too strong to be used for cleaning. Also, while the mixture might be more viscous compared to the acid on its own, it's only a slight difference. I need to change the ratio. I experimented with the ratio several times until I came up with a strong acid but low viscosity mixture for use with thick layers of sediments and a weak acid but high viscosity mixture for use with thin layers of sediments or for places like walls where it's easy for the chemical to drip down. I also made an average acid and viscosity mixture. All in all, I made 3 different mixtures of chemical for cleaning. Chapter 206, Hot Spring Cleaning 2. Chapter 206, Hot Spring Cleaning 2. 2 hours later. After the members of the wharf of Shikumu and I finished treating the open bath hot springs with the acidic sticky liquid, we quickly ate our lunch in front of the shed on top of a cloth spread over the ground. The dishes lined up were the onigiri and soup made by Kai's mother. For ingredients, she added fish boiled in soy sauce. The strong taste perfectly matched the rice. With such a great weather, the whole thing felt like a picnic. While we were eating, someone called out to us from the mountain path. Just as I was wondering who could be calling us all the way out here on top of a mountain. Puha! This road is as harsh as ever. Oh! Porco, the feudal lord. Everyone else, the one who appeared after pushing his way through the plants and trees, was none other than the feudal lord himself. Behind him were the 2 dragon newts who looked like they were his escorts. My lord. Pigu, Pigu. So you showed them the way yourself. Porco, but of course, my lord. There is no one more suited for the job than I. Pigu, perhaps. But while I did leave the selection of the guide to you, you really ought to consider your age more. But enough of that. More importantly, it seems I've intruded on your lunch. Porco, nothing of the sort, Porco-sama. But why are you here? Ryuma, I just couldn't get my mind off of it, so I came here to see how things are going. Can you clean the place? Porco, since he was inquiring, I decided to show him the place and explain to him the situation. I see. So there was a chemical that could melt that filth, huh? Porco, I didn't have any at hand, so I had to come up with one on the fly. It works, though. Ryuma, my lord. I saw the experiment with my own eyes. Right now he's letting the chemical permeate the filth through the soaked cloth, but even at this stage, the filth has already started to melt. Pigu, after 1 more hour, we'll remove the cloth and begin cleaning the place. Ryuma, that sounds reassuring. Pigu, the feudal lord happily left the shed. Outside were the 2 guards and the members of the wharf of Shikumu, but they weren't talking and even appeared to be a little uncomfortable. The feudal lord noticed that too. Oh, right. Come to think of it, I've yet to introduce you. This is Kakamaru Dano, my guard and assistant. Porco, well met, I am Kakamaru, de Gozaru. Kakamaru, there is a martial art known as sumo that has been passed down in the Dragon Newt village. This person here is a sumo expert. Porco, I am Teriyuzan, de Gawasu. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Teriyuzan, he has been acknowledged as Yokozuna, the highest rank for those who study sumo. He is not only my guard, but also my instructor. Porco, the 2 people the feudal lord introduced bowed their heads. We took this opportunity to introduce ourselves as well. After the members of the wharf of Shikumu finished their introductions came my turn. Anyhow, with this the mystery has finally been cleared up. So you really were studying sumo too, Porco-sama? Ryuma, yes. I thought you looked at me different from the others, so it turns out you knew about sumo. Porco, yes. My grandparents traveled the world as adventurers, so I've heard about it from them. I didn't think I would actually meet a rikishi, sumo wrestler, here though. Ryuma, I first learned about sumo during my academy days. At the time I had a friend who was an exchange student from the Dragon Newt village. When I heard about sumo wrestling from him, it was like an epiphany. We of the pig tribe tend to put on weight easily and have a hard time losing it. Because of that our bodies always end up like this, but Dragon Newt villagers aspiring to become rikishi actually go out of their way to make their body like ours. Moreover, when learning the sword, the topic of whittling down the body naturally comes up, and it's fairly common for members of our tribe to overtrain or break their knees or their body because they failed to reduce their weight enough. But with sumo wrestling, the practitioners specifically trained to be able to move their bodies while fattened up. So as soon as I heard about it, I thought, this martial art was practically made for us. Porco, since then the feudal lord has wanted to study sumo. Just recently, When he called for specialists in rice cultivation, he took the opportunity to also invite the Yokozuna, Teriyuzen. By the way, Ryuma-kun. Can I ask you one more thing? Porco. If it's something I can answer, then by all means. Ryuma, I noticed there were a lot cloths plastered onto a part of the bath earlier. You explained what they were for, but do adventurers normally carry so many cloths on them? Porco, right. Adventurers normally can't move around while carrying all that with them, but I can use dimension magic, so having a lot of luggage on me isn't a problem. Besides, they're also useful for when I run out of bandages, and I can also use them to make clothes. I bought them from a cheap place. Ryuma, is that true? Is that jacket you're wearing also made by you? Porco, the feudal lord said while pointing at my attempt at down jacket. I honestly answered him. Oh. Actually, on the way back home yesterday, the topic of your clothes looking rather warm came up. My escorts say that there's similar clothing back at the Dragon Newt village. Porco, clothes similar to mine. Could you be referring to a Hanton? It looks like a shorter Haori, Ryuma. Yes, that's exactly it, Dagawasu. Teriyuzen, you even know about the Haori. I see you're rather well informed about our village, Dagozaru. Kikamaru, thank you very much. Most of it is thanks to my grandparents, but I also have an acquaintance who trained there. Ryuma, I see. Kikamaru, As expected of the barley tea sage, I suppose. Porco, is the feudal lord going to bring that up again? I'm sorry to say, but that barley tea sage thing is rather embarrassing. Ryuma, I think it's fine, though. It is true that you are an erudite, after all. Porco, but my lord. Wouldn't most people think of the famed Milia-sama when the word sage is brought up? It only stands to reason that Ryumadano would be reluctant to have the same name as that esteemed person who achieved so many things. Pigu, Now that you mention it, perhaps that is the case. My apologies. Porco, it's fine. Please don't mind it. Ryuma, I see. You were saying that the cleaning will still take some time, yes. Porco, yes. I want to let the clumps soak in the chemical a bit more. Ryuma, in that case, I'll come again later to take a look. I'm looking forward to the results, so please take care of it. Porco, yes, Porco-sama. Ryuma, I bowed my head, and then the feudal lord left the mountain with his 2 guards. He'll come again later. He's going to go down and then come back up. The feudal lord will probably visit the grave of the previous head. The previous head was buried at the top of this mountain just as stated in his will. The feudal lord often complained about how he can't visit the grave easily, so he probably saw the cleaning job here as a good excuse to visit. Pigu, I see. That's good then. Ryuma, still, to think that the only luxury the previous head was this hot spring, and he even had his grave built here through his will. The previous head must have really loved this mountain. Ryuma, yes. Whenever the previous head had time, he would always go up this mountain. He also built this hot springs with his own hands. Pigu, He built all this on his own. I heard it was his only luxury, so I thought for sure he had a specialist build it. Ryuma, Pigu seemed to recall something and gently smiled. He was never really one to use money on himself. Whenever there was spare funds, he would use it to build roads. Pigu, roads. I heard a little about it, but apparently it was really hard work. Ryuma, yes. The previous head wasn't the first to think of building roads here, but all of his predecessors were impeded by the muddy terrain and the trees, so they had no choice but to give up. But the previous head invested his own money and even came to the scene himself to observe, despite doing so meant that he would get dirty. He kept focusing his efforts on building the road, and eventually, he succeeded. Through and through he was a person that didn't waste anything. He even handled the repairs of his manor, and until he died, the management of this place was pretty much done by him, as he would take care of it every time he visited this place. Pigu, truly a thorough person. I glanced at the dressing room in passing and noticed the map past the open door. Is something the matter? Pigu, oh, it's nothing. The map in the graffiti just caught my attention. Ryuma, is there something the matter with it? Pigu, I thought it was a map of this region, but it felt a bit off. Ryuma, In the first place, why would he put a map here? This shed was built with no decoration whatsoever, and yet such a map was actually drawn inside it. Moreover, that map has been put inside a frame. Clearly, it's something important. That's a map of the hot springs. Pigu, the hot springs. Ryuma, yes, it's not common knowledge, but there are several mud baths in Fatma territory. If you take a closer look at the paths drawn on this map, you'll see that it contains the roads leading to these mud baths. Roads yet to be built can also be found in the map, so some parts of the map are probably plans made by the previous head. It's likely that the feudal lord intended to turn this region into a hot spring region once the roads were complete. Pigu, I see. Ryuma, I don't know anything about mud baths, though, so that's probably not the reason why I found it odd. I took a closer look at the map again, but I still couldn't figure out what was bothering me. I can't waste too much time on this. Ryuma-kun, isn't it almost time? Kai, right. Let's resume cleaning. Ryuma, and so we started cleaning the hot springs again. I put on a pair of gloves, wrapped a cloth on my face, and then wore a cleaner slimes for my goggles. After removing the cloth soaked in acidic sticky liquid, I used high-pressure washing magic to clean off the remaining acidic sticky liquid on the walls and floor. With that, the sediment clumps that have already started to crumble were easily washed away. Unfortunately, this wasn't enough to completely clean the place, but I was expecting this. I'll leave it to you guys. Ryuma, sure thing. Members of Wharf of Shikumu, at this point, I had a fully equipped Wharf of Shikumu join the fray. I had them treat the persistent clumps with the acidic sticky liquid again and then clean them off. Oh. Looks like they've already been softened a lot by the previous does. Kai, this bathtub here too. K, it's thick but it seems the chemical has gotten into the small cracks. Shin, the clumps have really gotten brittle. They look like they will crack if I hit them. Sane, for the bigger clumps, we used a tool and whittled them away. The different slimes helped out too when necessary. And done. Everyone, after 2 hours of scrubbing and applying chemicals, we finally finished cleaning the bath. Chapter 207 Chapter 207 The feudal lord came back and I asked him to check the job we did. Oh my. To think that old bath could become this clean. Porco, it's almost like we've taken a trip to the past. Pigu-san and the feudal lord, who both knew what the bath was like before, were happy from the bottom of their hearts. Looks like it was worth cleaning all those hardened clumps. Thank you, Ryuma-kun. Porco, with this I can finally afford to show my face to the previous head. Pigu, I'm glad you like it. Ryuma, they mentioned that there was one place I wasn't allowed to clean. Curious, I asked about it. By the way, are you sure it's really alright to leave the sluice gate as is? Ryuma, the exit of the hot spring drawn hasn't been cleaned. It also has clumps of calcium carbonate in it, which impedes the flow of hot water. If you were to take care of that too, you wouldn't be able to finish cleaning the bath in a day. That thing is connected to the hot spring, after all. Anne. I know it's a little strange to say this after asking you to clean this place, but I actually don't use this bath all that much. It's like my dad's heritage, so I just wanted to restore it as much as possible. It's fine like this. If I had to ask for more, I suppose it would be great if the view outside could be cleaned up. As you can see, the bamboos have grown tall enough to block the view. Porco, we left the bamboos unchecked too, after all. Pigu, were these not like this before? Ryuma, that's right. My dad planted them some ways away from the bath. He even fed me some bamboo shoots he dug up. But as you can see, these bamboos have also been left alone, and now they're like this. Porco, in the past, you could see the view below really well from here. Pigu, apparently, after being left unchecked for many years, the bamboo grove has expanded below the bath, blocking the view. Members of the Wharf of Shikumu. Ryuma, the members of the Wharf of Shikumu looked at me from the entrance of the dressing room. That look they're giving me is that, right? Are you sure? In that case, we'll go and cut in the bamboos then. That way you'll be able to see the view from here. After that we'll consider this job complete. Ryuma, I wasn't actually asking you to do that. Are you sure? Porco, you did promise to pay us 10 gold coins. But even without that, something on this level could still fall under service. The 5 guys behind me are also very eager to do it. Ryuma, wait. Kai, when we turned to the members of the wharf of Shikumu, they visibly panicked. Seriously, you guys. You don't have to sneak around. If you panic like that, you'll, the feudal lord went to call them. All right. I think I'll go and prepare while they're relishing in their embarrassment. I opened my dimension home and got my wire slime and some rods. I also got a sturdy rope so we can safely get down. Whoa. Ryuma-kun, that was so cruel of you. Kei, we're not used to nobles like you. Kei-san and Kai-san walked up to me while holding each other's shoulders. Looks like they're done talking with the feudal lord. Well, the feudal lord seems like a good guy. You'll be fine if you just act normally around him. Ryuma, you sure have big balls despite how you look. Shin, I thought it was because we're from the countryside, but I guess that's not it, huh? Sane, how rude. I'll have you know that I'm also bad with people in lofty positions. I was really nervous when I met a noble for the first time. But enough of that, let's talk business. Not that this is a complicated job or anything. First, my slimes and I will do a quick cut of the bamboos. It won't be the cleanest cut and some parts will be left from time to time, but it'll be efficient. I'll leave the parts left over to you guys. It's a steep slope down, so use these ropes to be safe. Ryuma, with those few words, everyone knew what the plan was. We've been working for a while now, so they already trusted my slimes. As everyone quickly started preparing, I went ahead and walked over to the edge of the open bath, and then I climbed over the fence and went down the mountain. I'm counting on you. Ryuma. Wire slime. The wire slime was brimming with motivation as it turned itself into a coping saw and stretched itself. The wire slime could stretch itself as far as 40 m. This time I had it stretch itself 20 m between my 2 rods. When I saw that it had stretched itself long enough, I connected the wire slime to the ends of the 2 rods and formed a hoop. As for the nucleus that couldn't transform, I had it cling to the tip of the rod with the excess thread. Finally, I sent my key into the wire slime through the rod, strengthening its coping saw form. We need to cut the bamboos from the roots and as parallel to the ground as possible. All right. Let's do this. Ryuma, at my signal, the wire slime pulled the hoop tight. As the slightly loose thread tightened to its limits, the saw blade ate into the bamboos standing between it. The wire slime then began expanding and contracting as it moved the tightened threads sideways. The key-reinforced saw blade was sharp, and the hoop that instantly cut the bamboos contracted and moved on to the next bamboos. It only took about 10 seconds for the bamboos and other plants and vegetation within the hoop to be completely cut. This whole process reminds me of a chainsaw. I sure come up with some scary stuff. Ryuma, noticing an odd shadow, I abruptly looked up, and there I saw the shocked expression of the feudal lord. Were slimes always like that? Porco, Ryuma-kun's slimes are probably special. Kai, just recently he cut down a lot of trees around the village under the pretense of an experiment. Kei, the grandmas and grandpas that saw Ryuma-kun's slime cutting would mention they wanted one themselves. They said it would make getting firewood so much easier. Shin, Sai, you guys too. Well, I guess it is true that the slime makes for a great lumberjack. In fact, it's so good at cutting that I'm using these rods because I don't want to accidentally touch the wire while it's in the process of cutting these bamboos, but I'm going to keep cutting like this, so after a little while, please take care of the ones that weren't cut properly. Ryuma, the members of the wharf of Shikumu had completely gone into spectator mode, so I called out to them before starting to cut another 20 m of bamboos in the opposite direction. After that I took a step down the slope and cut another 20 m. Repeating that, I cut 40 m of bamboos around me while going down the slope. The countless bamboo that have been cut fell down toward the base of the mountain. They were stopped by the other bamboos and vegetation that have yet to be cut, but those eventually couldn't support them and broke themselves. The number of bamboos on the ground increased. I have to be careful not to get crushed. Speaking of which, people that use wires or threads for their weapon are fairly common in manga and light novels. I wonder if I can do something similar if I use the wire slime. Although I feel like I'm using it a bit differently now, it is still able to cut the bamboos really quickly. If I use it well, maybe I can use it to help with transportation too. As I was thinking that to myself, What appeared in my mind was the image of a pulley on top of a wire dangling and sliding from the rope it's attached. No, that's a bit wrong. If it's like that, then it'll just be an obstacle course for children. Though I don't think it'll affect me with my current body. Moreover, it does take quite a bit of time to get to the foot of the mountain from the top of the abandoned mine, so it might be a good idea even if it's just for a one-way trip. I'll try making it when I get back. What was I thinking again before the whole obstacle course thing came up? Oh, right. The uses of the wire slime. And from there, the thread users often found in manga and light novels came to mind. Be it ally or foe, those guys are usually strong, aren't they? Not that that's related or anything. Still, I do feel like characters that use only normal threads or can't fight are rare. In fact, I can't recall ever coming across such a character. Why is that? Even though in stories like battle-type mangas there are plenty of non-combatant characters whose role is to explain things. Oops. Ryuma, there I go again thinking of unnecessary things. As I roused myself up from that, I noticed that I had already reached the end of the bamboo grove. Since I can already see a little further than before, the view from the open bath should have already cleared up. I think I can wrap up the bamboo cutting here. While I was looking at the view from the slope, I remembered that strange feeling from before. It was then that it dawned on me. Oh, I see. And I found out what that strange feeling I had earlier was about. It was probably the direction. Open-air baths are often made so that a beautiful view can be viewed from them. This open-air bath was also made like that, as can be seen from how it has no wall facing this slope. That's probably why I unconsciously thought that I should be able to get a sweeping view of the Ratoin Lake from it. But in truth, the open-air bath turned out to be facing the opposite direction from the lake. The only sweeping view that you can get on this side are the marshes and the trees. My sense of direction got all messed up because of the bad road and the complicated road we had to climb to get here. That's probably why I felt something was off when I saw that map. Piga-san was around to show us the way, so I never thought about getting lost, and even if we did get lost, I could just rely on my Rimmel birds to get the direction of the town. Because of that I didn't pay much attention to the direction we were facing. I should probably be more careful of this in the future. The question now is why build the open-air bath facing this direction? The view here isn't particularly bad, but it's a rather common view to this region. Is it an issue with the source of the water? When I got back to the open-air bath, the feudal lord gave his approval. I took that opportunity to ask where the water came from, and it turns out that it was apparently close to the lake, so the previous head had actually gone out of his way to bring the water here. If that's the case, then there must be a reason why. Curious about the reason, I left the cleanup to the wharf of Shikumu and used the time to look at the view and think. Why did the previous head go out of his way to build the hot spring here? Come to think of it, the materials and construction method, Ryuma, the personality of the previous feudal lord. It was just a gut feeling, but with that as the key point, I considered many different possibilities. In the end, all I could get was just a conjecture, but... Piga-san. Ryuma, yes, what is it? Pigu, earlier, you mentioned that the grave of the feudal lord was at the top of this mountain, right? Ryuma, yes, I did. Is something the matter? Pigu, could that place be, Ryuma? I asked a question based on my conjectures, and it looks like I hit it right on the money. Piga-san was shocked. Why do you know that? It is exactly as you say, there is nothing at all around the grave of the previous head. We felt bad about it, but everything, from the location of the burial to how to cut the trees, was written. So we did just as the will said. Porco, I'm probably correct. Thank you very much, Piga-san. Thanks to you, I think I've found another hint to the other request of the feudal lord. Ryuma, I'm happy to be of service. Pigu, despite saying that, however, his face was full of confusion. That's only natural. After all, I didn't really explain anything. But now the question is how to make use of this unexpected hint. I focused my attention on that. Part 5 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.